Everyone tucked their tails improperly. Indeed, as expected, from that day onwards, Lemoyne resumed his normal severe and aloof nature. Almost all the shadow guards around him were blasted by him, and momentarily all of them were feeling precarious as they wanted to cry but had no tears. Everyone went to look for Moe for help, hoping that he could work from Huang Yueli's side to stop the quarrel. Moe naturally was duty-bound because Lemoyne was now a raging dragon. No one dared to pull his tiger's whiskers. But although Huang Yueli also put up a cold face, but she was still courteous to the shadow guards, not directing her anger on them. Third Miss Mo Er was punished by Master again yesterday, and Mo San. The minute Moe opened his mouth, Huang Yueli already knew what he wanted to talk about. But meeting his hopeful eyes, she set her heart to reject him. Brother Moe, you should know that I'm not someone who kicks up a fuss over nothing. It really is, because Lemoyne is too much, so I definitely will not give way, so please go back. Moe saw that acting pitiful, couldn't help, so he immediately switched away. Third Miss, you understand Master well. His character is just too hard and not refusing to submit, but his heart absolutely places you in number one place. Actually, these few days, he will ask me over to check in detail regarding your daily activities. When he heard that you've taken one mouthful less of food, his heart ached for the entire day. Whereas without you by his side, he often forgets to eat and he doesn't sleep well at night too. I can tell that his spirit is getting worse. Surely his illness is not going to act up again, right? When Huang Yueli heard that, her heart started to ache. In actual fact, she had already noticed every single time Lemoyne looked for Moe, and she also discovered that Lemoyne would sneak into the room in the middle of the night to help her put on the blanket and sometimes even kissing her secretly. No matter how tough this man was, he still loved her dearly. Furthermore, Lemoyne's body hadn't been very good. Every single time his illness acted up, it brought along a serious liability. Their quarrel was actually regarding his health, but if it caused his soul detachment illness to act up, wouldn't that be stressing the incidental over the fundamental? Sigh, this man just wanted his face and was unable to put it down. Forget it, who asked her to like him, so she shall give him a stage to step down. Huang Yueli thought for some time and finally nodded her head. I know already. Don't worry, I will go see him tonight. When shadow guards got wind of this news, all of them were overjoyed, feeling that they were about to escape from the abyss of suffering, finally being saved. That night, Huang Yueli boiled a bowl of nourishing soup personally as she knocked on Lemoyne's study room's door. Who is it? Haven't I said this earlier, that no one is allowed to come and disturb me? Are you tired of living? Lemoyne's mellow harsh howl was heard from the study room, and it was accompanied with something dropping and smashing on the ground. Huang Yueli pursed her lips as she said meekly, "It's me." Her words had just stopped when the room immediately turned silent. Lemoyne didn't say a word and no one knew what he was doing. Huang Yueli waited for a little while before she pushed the door open. On the ground of the study room was filled with shattered pieces. The ceramic flower pot, which was previously on Lemoyne's study table, was missing, apparently smashed to pieces by him. Huang Yueli couldn't help but feel the pinch. Although that antique ceramic flower pot lines in gold wasn't any profound armament, but that was an antique which had been passed down from ancient times and had a long history, which made it extremely valuable. Comment 0. This man was acting a little too much like a wastrel. Huang Yueli carried the bowl of hot soup as she slowly walked towards Lemoyne. Lemoyne intentionally shut his eyes, not looking at her and ignoring her. Huang Yueli left the serving tray on the table and her footsteps stopped without any sound. Lemoyne's eyes were shut and he felt a little strange that the surroundings had quietened down. Initially, he was determined not to open his eyes as he leaned against the back of the chair, pretending to be dead. But after a while more, there still wasn't any movements, and he was worried that something had happened to Huang Yueli, so he hurriedly opened his eyes. In the end, Huang Yueli's magnified face suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, giving him a huge shock. You. Li Moying just opened his mouth when Huang Yueli placed a finger on his lips, stopping him from saying anything else. I heard from Mo that you haven't had dinner, aren't you hungry? Huang Yueli turned her head into an angle as she looked at him and asked. Li Moying held on to her wrist as he shifted her finger aside and said, I'm hungry. To be frank, he was indeed very hungry, but he was in no mood to have his dinner, so naturally, he didn't feel hungry. But the moment Huang Yueli brought in the soup through the door, Li Moying immediately felt his hunger. Huang Yueli's culinary skills had always been top-notch, and this time, in order to successfully reconcile with Li Moying, she specially made her speciality as she expended an entire day's effort to brew the soup. Under all the hopeful eyes of the shadow guards, she entered the study room. So this soup tasted exceptionally great. Huang Yueli personally brought the soup to him, then drink a little. I heard that you had been sleeping in the study room recently, and this is too damaging to your body, so I've specially made you some soup. Li Moying thought that Huang Yueli would continue with the quarrel until the end of time and had not expected her to initiate her goodwill, so in this way, he started to feel guilty over this. He stretched out his hand to touch Huang Yueli's face as he said softly, I'm all right. Thank you for being so concerned about me. These few days. I'm in the wrong, so don't be angry with me already, alright? Huang Yueli's eyeballs rotated. The minute Li Moying started to coax her, her pamperedness and arrogance started to act up. You also know that you're in the wrong? You actually don't admit to your mistake proactively, and even throwing a tantrum daily. How many cups had been smashed by you recently? No matter how rich you are, you cannot be such a wastrel. You even made me worried. Seeing his little fox puffed up her cheeks in an angry look, Li Moying's anger extinguished totally and could only raise his four limbs to surrender. All right, Lear, it's my fault. It's all my fault. I guarantee that I won't be wasteful from now on, and I will not make you worry. Stop being angry with me. If you continue to be angry, you'll turn ugly. You're the one who will turn ugly. Huang Yueli retorted angrily, I'll become prettier by the day. Li Moying realized that he said the wrong thing again as he hurriedly changed his words. Yes, my Lear is most beautiful, and if I don't see you, I miss you so much that I have no mood to eat and turn ugly from hunger. Huang Yueli stared at his face for quite some time to discover that he indeed became thinner, apparently suffering from serious mental torture. She sighed in her heart. In actual fact, she realized that from their past life, this man had always had this temper, so they had their moments of arguments during their past lives. Only then, she was rather young and impetuous, and plus the fact that she hadn't gone through much setbacks, and she was still the young priestess who was clamored by the masses, so naturally her temper wasn't good at all. For example, doing things to initiate goodwill like today was something which she would never do in her past life. This man was acting a little too much like a wastrel. Huang Yueli carried the bowl of hot soup as she slowly walked towards Li Moying. Li Moying intentionally shut his eyes, not looking at her and ignoring her. Huang Yueli left the serving tray on the table and her footsteps stopped without any sound. Li Moying's eyes were shut and he felt a little strange that the surroundings had quietened down. Initially, he was determined not to open his eyes as he leaned against the back of the chair, pretending to be dead. But after a while more, there still wasn't any movements, and he was worried that something had happened to Huang Yueli, so he hurriedly opened his eyes. In the end, Huang Yueli's magnified face suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, giving him a huge shock. You. Li Moying just opened his mouth when Huang Yueli placed a finger on his lips, stopping him from saying anything else. I heard from Mo that you haven't had dinner, aren't you hungry? Huang Yueli turned her head into an angle as she looked at him and asked. Li Moying held on to her wrist as he shifted her finger aside and said, I'm hungry. To be frank, he was indeed very hungry, but he was in no mood to have his dinner, so naturally, he didn't feel hungry. But the moment Huang Yueli brought in the soup through the door, Li Moying immediately felt his hunger. Huang Yueli's culinary skills had always been top-notch, and this time in order to successfully reconcile with Li Moying, she specially made her speciality as she expended an entire day's effort to brew the soup. Under all the hopeful eyes of the shadow guards, she entered the study room. So this soup tasted exceptionally great. Huang Yueli personally brought the soup to him, then drink a little. I heard that you had been sleeping in the study room recently, and this is too damaging to your body, so I've specially made you some soup. Li Moying thought that Huang Yueli would continue with the quarrel until the end of time and had not expected her to initiate her goodwill, so in this way, he started to feel guilty over this. He stretched out his hand to touch Huang Yueli's face as he said softly, I'm all right. Thank you for being so concerned about me. These few days. I'm in the wrong, so don't be angry with me already, alright? Huang Yueli's eyeballs rotated. The minute Li Moying started to coax her, her pamperedness and arrogance started to act up. You also know that you're in the wrong? You actually don't admit to your mistake proactively, and even throwing a tantrum daily. How many cups had been smashed by you recently? No matter how rich you are, you cannot be such a wastrel. You even made me worried. Seeing his little fox puffed up her cheeks in an angry look, Li Moying's anger extinguished totally and could only raise his 4 limbs to surrender. All right, Lear, it's my fault. It's all my fault. I guarantee that I won't be wasteful from now on, and I will not make you worry. Stop being angry with me. If you continue to be angry, you'll turn ugly. You're the one who will turn ugly. Huang Yueli retorted angrily, I'll become prettier by the day. Li Moying realized that he said the wrong thing again as he hurriedly changed his words. Yes, my Lear is most beautiful, and if I don't see you, I miss you so much that I have no mood to eat and turn ugly from hunger. Huang Yueli stared at his face for quite some time to discover that he indeed became thinner, apparently suffering from serious mental torture. She sighed in her heart. In actual fact, she realized that from their past life, this man had always had this temper, so they had their moments of arguments during their past lives. Only then, she was rather young and impetuous, and plus the fact that she hadn't gone through much setbacks, and she was still the young priestess who was clamored by the masses, so naturally her temper wasn't good at all. For example, doing things to initiate goodwill like today was something which she would never do in her past life. Because of this, the amount of conflicts in their past lives accumulated more and more as both of them refused to give in to each other. Hence separating and reconciling was a common affair. Now, after they have experienced life and death, and later on after she had experienced the process of transforming from trash to gradually overcoming it, she was no longer as arrogant as in her past life. She began to treasure the affinity with Li Moying, not wanting to affect their relationship over some minor reasons. How many people were like them? To have experienced death once and then reuniting once again and from then continuing to be together. The days which they were together was a blessing from the heavens and worthy of them cherishing it greatly. Li Moying slowly drank the soup which she brewed while Huang Yueli looked on from the side, occasionally giving him a smile. That sweet and obedient look made Li Moying's heart melt. The two of them finished their food in sweetness and Li Moying no longer wanted to stay in the study room. He had already wasted a few nights of not being intimate with Lear, so how could he possibly continue to waste young night? Huang Yueli was brought into his embrace as he kissed her, but amidst the passion, she didn't forget about the official matter. Wait, Moying, first let me confirm, when are you free? I've already checked it out. Lu Bian is pretty busy recently, and he can only do a consultation tomorrow, or the day after. Perhaps I can invite him over tomorrow. Li Moying's kissing paused as she looked at him in disbelief. He had not expected that the mood was so good now, but Huang Yueli actually brought up the old issue again. He thought that Huang Yueli had already given up her stand and listened to him since she came to look for him today. She would not get in touch with Lu Bian, so naturally would not agree to him going for a consultation. In the end, it actually wasn't like that? You. Li Moying regained his senses, and his expression turned ugly once again. Can you not mention about this matter? We are doing great now, so why talk about this again? Huang Yueli said anxiously, how can I not mention it? This concerns your body. Moreover, if we miss these 2 days, Divine Dr. Lu will be leaving to another place to do consultation again, so God knows when he will return. I don't want to keep dragging like this, I will be very worried. Huang Yueli's thinking was totally different from Li Moying's. She indeed had initiated the goodwill and hope that the both of them can reconcile, but she felt that what she was doing was correct, so she would not give up. Letting Li Moying do a consultation was one matter, quarreling with him was another, so she wasn't some weak young lady who would easily give up her own stand. Li Moying saw that she was so insistent and immediately felt that he had been cheated as his mood turned downcast. So, today you brew the soup for me and said so many things to coax me wasn't because you miss me, but only wanted me to go for consultation? Huang Yueli was flabbergasted. Can you stop being so unreasonable? If I'm not concerned about you, why would I make you do the consultation? Will you die if you just let Lu Bian take a look? Of course I won't die, but it'd be much more serious than dying. He would absolutely not allow his love rival to do the consultation for him. This was a matter of pride. Moreover, Li Moying still remembered that Huang Yueli said this before, that the man she liked was a 9th stage realm top expert who could satisfy all her materialistic needs. Although that person was himself in his past life, but he was after all not a 9th stage realm practitioner now, but Lu Bian was. This kind of love rival was different from those small shrimps like Yuanziyu. He was a huge threat. If he were to owe his love rival a favor, then how was he going to deal with Lu Bian in an underhanded method in future? Huang Yueli didn't know that he was so easily jealous to such an extent, with so much absurd considerations. She only knew that Li Moying, this man, was just too difficult to deal with. She had already lowered herself to please him, and yet he didn't appreciate it. He was simply too much. She also had her own pride, all right? She wouldn't lower herself to beg him, and for her to initiate sending him soup was a huge step back. Why can't Li Moying also take one step back to satisfy her request? This was a win-win situation for them, wasn't it? The more Huang Yueli thought, the angrier she got as she questioned, so no matter what I say, you will not receive a consultation, is that right? Li Moying looked at her icy cold side face as his heart suddenly jumped. Actually, he himself wasn't too sure. Although a man's pride was important, but if Huang Yueli really ignored him, then his pride would only meet ghosts. But they hadn't gone to this step yet, so he absolutely would not show this. Otherwise, his position in the house would really be unimportant. So Li Moying braced himself as he said, saying all these are of no use. I've already decided on it, and no one can change my mind, including you. Huang Yueli was hurt by this sentence. She raised her head and gave him a cold stare as she lightly spat out the words, very good. Saying that, she turned around and left the study room. It was until now that Li Moying realized that things were in bad shape, and after going into a blank for a short moment, he chased after her. But Huang Yueli's speed was equivalently fast, so by this time she had already returned to the bedroom and immediately locked the door and activated the mechanism. Li Moying knocked hard on the door from outside. Lier, don't be angry. I'm in the wrong, will you please open the door first? However, Huang Yueli refused to bother about him as she hid in the room to sulk. Li Moying called out again, regarding the matter about the consultation, there's still some room for discussion. I'm just not mentally prepared. Will you give me some time to consider? I didn't say that. I definitely won't be consulted. Hearing that, Huang Yueli's icy cold voice was heard. Oh? Really? Haven't you said this earlier, that you definitely won't go? Why is it that you're saying that you didn't say this? I I don't mean it in that way. It's just something I said in a moment of anger. Li Moying was tongue-tied as he tried hard to explain. By this time, he realized that having an intelligent and powerful fiancé really was a twisted thing. Usually when she was with him abusing the dregs, it felt really good, and when they displayed their love, it felt very sweet. But when he couldn't win her in an argument, that became very bitter. But no matter what, at this point of time, other than begging for mercy, he didn't have any other choice. Lear, I haven't been using my brain when I talked earlier. It's probably due to the fact that I didn't have enough sleep, so can you not take it against me? Please have some pity on me, and open the door. Not opening. Anyway, I will be inviting Liu Bian over these 2 days, and after he has given you a consultation and you accommodating to his treatment, then I will forgive you. Li Moying was totally helpless, feeling that he had moved the rock over to smash on his own feet. If he knew that the ultimate ending was still him giving in, he should have agreed to it right from the start. Now not only did he needed to see that disgusting Liu Bian's face, the quarrel between him and Lear had worsened. Li Moying stood at the door for quite some time, but Huang Yueli still hadn't opened the door for him, so he could only leave gloomily. It wasn't that he didn't want to break into the room, but the mechanisms in his house had all been modified by Huang Yueli to increase the safety notch. Usually the mechanisms in the house to him as master of the house was naturally not fortified, but now that Huang Yueli got angry and shut him outside, he then discovered that he was powerless against these mechanisms. Having such an intelligent fiancé, to a man, was a huge challenge. Shadow guards all hid in the darkness and spied on them for a long time. They originally thought that Third Miss would definitely reconcile with their master, but they didn't expect that the both of them started quarreling again. Mo gave Moe a glance. Eldest brother, what should we do next? Moe was extremely helpless too. He really didn't expect that his own master's EQ would be so low to such an extent. But thinking of it, it seemed that Li Moying was a man who got whatever he wanted since young, and no one had ever dared to defy his wishes, so his character was originally strong and overbearing. Plus the fact that he was so handsome looking, when ladies saw him, all of them were like houseflies which saw flesh, no matter how he tried to chase them away. So if he understood how to coax women would really be something strange. I have no idea too. But I can tell that in front of Third Miss, Master can only admit defeat. I think we had better stop worrying over nothing. Just endure with it for now. When Master goes to find Third Miss to beg for her forgiveness, then everything should be all right. Eldest brother, I feel that your words cannot be trusted. What kind of person is Master? Would he really go beg Third Miss? Wouldn't the sun will rise from the west side? Moe only said, up to you to believe or not, just wait and see. Saying that, he waved his hand, let's all disperse now. Those on duty, hurry on and go. Master is now infuriated, so everyone better keep your skin on tightly. This night, Li Moying tossed and turned restlessly in bed. If someone told him 1 year ago that he would go head over heels over a woman to this state, even to the fact that just quarreling over a few words made him unable to sleep, he would absolutely not believe in such a thing. Not only would he not believed it, he might possibly even laugh out loudly. There were so many ladies around him and he didn't feel anything for them. That went to show that he was totally emotionless towards the opposite gender, so why would he be distraught with anxiety over a woman? However, he had indeed put all his thoughts onto Huang Yueli now. It hadn't been easy for him to survive until dawn broke. Li Moying rushed to the bedroom door as he wishfully waited for Huang Yueli to get out from bed to have her breakfast. But the room door remained tightly shut. Moe bowed in front of him as he conveyed Huang Yueli's instructions. Master, Third Miss said she will be going into closed-door cultivation today and will not be meeting anyone. So will you please put yourself at ease and at the same time, get mentally prepared for the consultation. Li Moying's eyes looked as though he was about to spew out fire as he stared viciously at Moe. Moyi's herd was apprehensive, but he could only lower his head, not making a sound. He was very sure that no matter how angry Li Moying was, he couldn't possibly deal with him now. After all, he was now one of Third Miss's subordinates. At the same time, thinking of those miserable days, which Mo and the others had been leading recently, Moe was extremely glad that his master had given him to Third Miss. Indeed, after Li Moying stared at him for a while more, he was totally helpless as he could only rush out angrily. His mood was vile to the extreme and he left swiftly. Those celestial light sect disciples who passed by didn't dare to offend him. But halfway on his route, someone blocked his way. Li Moying, we haven't met for so many years, and you're still bearing that disgusted look. A voice bearing ridicule was heard from his left side. Li Moying's footsteps halted as he frowned and turned back to take a look. A clean, cool figure dressed in a white robe appeared slowly from the left side of the forest. His good-looking eyes and contour, as compared to Li Moying, wasn't inferior at all. The presence around his radiated into an even stronger aura, an aura which belonged to a real ninth-stage realm top expert. Li Moying's pupils contracted and his expression suddenly turned grave. It's you. Li Bian. Lu Bian walked near to him and he finally stopped around 10 meters in front of him. He didn't intentionally exercise restraint on his imposing manner, because he knew his biggest advantage now was that his cultivation had far surpassed Li Moying's. This was the largest advantage which he didn't have in his past life. Even though he was an earth-attributed practitioner, and he wasn't as strong and overbearing as a thunder-attributed practitioner, but he was a genuine ninth-stage realm practitioner, so the moment he unleashed his grandeur around him, all those practitioners who had lower abilities than him had no choice but to bow their heads and submit to him. Li Moying's shadow guards couldn't take this tremendous pressure as they all fell onto the ground. Only Li Moying stood quietly on the original spot and his expression was as normal as usual, as though he wasn't affected by Li Bian at all. Two tall, handsome males were a mere distance from each other as they sized each other up. The previous time they met, Lu Bian's expression was haggard, his thoughts seemed flustered as his mental condition wasn't very good at all. Whereas Li Moying was still a child with arrogance and outstanding innate talent, but he was tortured by that strange illness. The two of them weren't in their best condition. Today when they met again, the circumstances were totally different. Li Moying finally met a genuine top-rated expert's imposing manner and potential. Even for a genius like him, he must exhaust all his energy to control himself from not lowering his head in front of Lu Bian's imposing manner. Whereas Lu Bian was indeed as what the rumors were, handsome and outstanding, with a mixed refined and elegant temperament. As compared to his power and overbearing manner filled with invasiveness, it was totally different, which made him a unique kind of handsome male. This raised the threat in Li Moying's heart to the highest point. Whereas Lu Bian's glare became even more complicated. The Li Moying in his eyes as compared to his past life was much younger, and although his cultivation had weakened by quite a bit, but his biting cold inviolability imposing manner hadn't undergone much change. That good-looking face was slightly different from his past life, but that pair of peach blossom eyes hadn't changed at all. He was still able to sweep a young lady off her feet with just a gaze. And this person was still the same as his past life, he was still his love rival. The minute he met Li Moying, Lu Bian seemed as though he had seen Mu Qingqing 14 years ago and momentarily, all sorts of complicated feelings surged upwards and for a moment, he had a feeling as though he wanted to give up. But he quickly regained his senses. This was not Mu Qingqing from the past, but Li Moying. Now he wasn't the #1 top expert in Soaring Heaven's continent, and not the sect master of Soaring Heaven's continent's #1 stronghold Blue Profound sect, or not even with a healthy body. So he Lu Bian was absolutely the one who had the greatest advantage. After they exchanged glances for quite some time, the sparks from enmity and hatred was seen from their eyes. After a long time, Lu Bian started off first. Li Moying, you should know why I'm here to look for you. Li Moying's corners of his lips tugged slightly and his voice was extremely cold. Oh? What should I know? Divine Dr. Lu had graced your presence to Celestial Light Sect, which had truly brought light to our humble dwelling. But what I don't understand if no one invited you and you've come over. When had Divine Dr. Lu's value dropped to such a standard? He and Huang Yueli were still in a cold war because of Lu Bian, and he had not expected that Lu Bian actually ran over to Celestial Light Sect on his own accord. This was simply a direct provocation to him. Was there a need to even say out his purpose of this trip? As a man, with just one look, he was able to tell the other party's motive. Lu Bian was obviously here for Huang Yueli, to find trouble with him, his love rival. Lu Bian could tell the obvious provocative tone from Li Moying's words, and his glare changed slightly, apparently angered by his words. But he quickly calmed down as he gave a cold laugh. You are pretty bold to speak to me in this manner. Aren't you afraid that I'd kill you right here? Li Moying didn't even flinch as his tone grew even colder. Oh? Divine Dr. Lu really feels that. Yourself is the #1 top expert in soaring heaven's continent? Or do you feel that, as long as I'm not around, you will have the chance to get my woman? Lu Bian's body shivered slightly. Although he already knew that the young lass was Li Moying's fiancée, but hearing his kind of declaration from his mouth still made him feel uncomfortable. Just like 14 years ago, when he saw Mu Qingqing and Huang Yueli display their affections openly. That kind of regret, envy, jealous, complicated feelings. Lu Bian clenched his teeth as he started at his eyes. You indeed already know about it. Then I shall speak openly then. I am indeed here because of Bairuoli. I will give you 2 choices. If you know what's good for you, leave her on your own initiative and I will be responsible for curing your soul detachment illness. You should know that you have extraordinary potential and you're only dragged down by your soul detachment illness. As long as you are cured, it will just be a matter of time before you become soaring heaven's continent's #1 top expert, so by then, there will be endless women for you to choose from, isn't it? Moreover, Bairuoli doesn't truly want to be with you. I already know that she's in a prenatal betrothal with you. For the sake of morality, which was why she is staying with you. Why must you drag her down? Let her go, and let her find someone who can truly take care of her. Lu Bian raised his chin as he coldly declared. Ever since that day at the bottom of the mountain in the small town after Huang Yueli threw him such a huge bomb, he had been feeling frustrated as using the excuse of going out of town to do a consultation, he traveled around to drive away his worries. It was until yesterday night when he suddenly thought about it. No matter now, Li Moying had no right to deserve such a nice lady, whereas he was soaring heaven's #1 divine doctor, and moreover he was in the 9th stage realm. In terms of looks, he wasn't too far off from Li Moying, so as long as he could drive Li Moying away, it shouldn't be a difficult thing if he wanted to woo Bairuoli. The current situation was very different from 14 years ago. The current Li Moying was not his match at all. He had the ability to make Li Moying back out. So that was why Lu Bian arrived at Celestial Light Sect early this morning. He would raise his request for the exchange, which was very simple. Li Moying had to make a choice between his life and future or his fiancée. Anyone with a normal state of mind would know which was more worthwhile. Of course, Li Moying wasn't any ordinary person. Lu Bian knew that if it was 14 years ago, Mu Qingqing would absolutely not desert the woman he loved. But today was different from then. Lu Bian felt that Li Moying had not much feelings towards this fiancé of his. After all, after having seen the peerless beauty Huang Yueli, they would probably thought other women were ordinary and plain. Moreover, in the past Mu Qingqing had no rivals under the heavens, so he naturally had no worries, but now, Lu Bian was able to claim Li Moying's life any time. Under such circumstances, would he still be so insistent as in his past life? Lu Bian stared at Li Moying's face, and he observed his expression without blinking, in the hope of seeing his wavering and hesitation. However, what made Lu Bian disappointed was that there was no change in emotions on Li Moying's face, and the latter indifferently asked, "Didn't you say to give me two choices? What's the other?" Lu Bian coldly curled his lips. So he wasn't wavered, because he wanted to know what other choice did he have. "There's another choice, which is to die. Anyway, as long as you die, Ruoli will have no more fiancé, so as long as I stay by her side to comfort her, she will come into my embrace sooner or later." After Li Moying heard that, he started laughing, but the icy smile had not reached the depths of his eyes. Instead, it revealed a shocking, imposing manner. Even for a ninth-stage realm practitioner like Lu Bian, couldn't help but felt a chill running down his spine. That kind of gaze made him felt as though he had seen Mu Qingqing. Li Moying's cold voice was heard, "I understand your meaning, but I'd advise you to forget about it. I will absolutely not give Lear up. She's mine forever. If you want my life, then come on, but if you think that Lear is such a superficial woman that after my death she will follow you, then it's best that you stop your daydream soon." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "I still have my sect affairs to deal with, so my apologies for not sparing the time to bring Divine Dr. Lu around to take a look." Saying that, Li Moying had no mood to continue staying there as he directly turned around to leave. Lu Bian looked at his arrogant departing figure as he recalled the icy cold declaration earlier, and his heart started to surge into a tremendous flame. Such arrogant and overbearing attitude was exactly the same as in his past life. But what right did he have to say that? And what capability did he base it on? In his past life, he said that he would protect Huang Yueli forever, loving her and taking care of her, but in the end? His words were still ringing in his ears when Huang Yueli had self-exploded in the northern ice fields as she was attacked by multiple people. Not only were there no remains of her physical body, her soul had even scattered. At that moment, where was he? After Huang Yueli died, he had once vowed that he would never have a change of heart forever, but what about now? He had just reincarnated and he had totally forgotten about Huang Yueli. Furthermore, falling in love with another woman? While he was expressing his loyalty towards Ruoli, then where had he placed Huang Yueli, who had died terribly? Lu Bian's heart was surging with an unknown and unexplainable emotion as he recalled his many years of invisible tolerance, and backing off resulted not only in losing a woman he likes, but also a brother who he valued the most. It was until today, this time, he would never give up no matter what. Thinking of this, the profound energy within his body poured out uncontrollably as it shot towards Li Moying's direction. Following Lu Bian's action, a bluster of earth attributed profound qi started to gather around him. The surrounding green leaves on the trees started to wither as though all their lives had been seized by him in one move. Earth attributed profound qi had always been gentle, but under Lu Bian's ninth stage realm cultivation drive, it exploded into a powerful attack. Profound energy started to attack Li Moying from his back as just as it was about to strike him, Li Moying suddenly turned around. His wrist flipped and he was already holding on to the amethyst light sword in his hand. The purple electric currents exploded in mid-air and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, splitting the heaven and earth. Two powerful profound energy crashed in mid-air, giving off an earth-shattering intense sound as the ground trembled continuously while the trees in the surrounds were uprooted. After the explosive sound ended, Li Moying and Lu Bian both retreated off several steps as their eyes bore a shock and complication while exchanging gazes. This was Li Moying's first time meeting such a powerful ninth-stage realm expert. Although his master, Moronda, was also in ninth-stage realm, but as compared to Lu Bian, who had been an accomplished top-rated expert with outstanding ability, there was still a huge disparity. Li Moying's lips puckered up as he forcefully swallowed a mouthful of blood which surged up his throat. His face remained aloof and calm as though the exchange earlier had not dealt him with a huge influence. In front of his love rival, he absolutely could not express his weak side. Whereas Lu Bian's shock couldn't even be described with mere words. He already knew that in his past life, Mu Qingqing's innate talent was extremely abnormal. Challenging an opponent crossing levels was as common as drinking water or having a meal. But as both of them were very good buddies, they only had a friendly exchange of hands and had never really used their full strength. So he only knew that Mu Qingqing was much stronger than himself, but had not known just how powerful he was. It was until now, facing Li Moying. Due to the fact that Li Moying's primordial spirit had a flaw, so his potential was at most around 60 to 70% from his past life. But even so, the current him in 7th stage realm actually was able to receive one strike of his which was filled with fury. Even if Li Moying's nonchalance was acted out, that was enough to shock anyone as it was scary enough and simply had exceeded Lu Bian's imagination. If he was able to improve even more and step into 8th stage realm, then wouldn't he be able to officially go up evenly against him? But in this case, wouldn't he be living under his shadow forever, and for this entire lifetime? He would only still see the young lady who he liked, falling into his embrace? For that one moment, Lu Bian's heart arose a state of insanity. If he took the opportunity now, while Li Moying's wings were still young, to kill him. This thinking made his heart flustered as the profound energy around him kept fluctuating. But in the end, he still couldn't do it. The friendship which they once had wasn't a farce. They were once brothers who could entrust each other with their backs facing each other. Why did they come to such a state today? Li Moying looked at Lu Bian in alert, not understanding why he still hadn't made a move. Actually, it was an easy feat for Lu Bian to kill him. That strike earlier which he received had already exhausted all his energy, and if Lu Bian wanted to follow up a victory with hot pursuit, then he would eventually fall. With such a huge disparity in cultivation, he was still unable to cross over it. However, Lu Bian just stared at him for a long time, but didn't make a move. Instead he suddenly opened his mouth. Li Moying, have you really forgotten about her totally? Have you forgotten what you once said yourself? Li Moying was stunned. She? What are you talking about? Lu Bian looked at his blank look and his blood started to boil. Li Moying had indeed forgotten, he no longer remembered that young lady from 14 years ago. He had also forgotten the promise which he made himself. Of course, he should have known this long ago. From the first time he did a consultation for Li Moying, he should already have known that Li Moying had completely forgotten all his memories in the past. But, there would always be someone else, who had not forgotten. Lu Bian gave a cold huff. Looks like you have indeed forgotten. Li Moying frowned. What exactly do you mean? Lu Bian gave a cold laugh and said, yes, you've long forgotten that you had once made a lover's vow to someone. You once said that you will love and take care of this woman, which was why I gave her up to you. In the end? She died a horrible death in the northern ice fields. You totally were not able to protect her at all. What's more laughable now is that you've completely forgotten about her and you found yourself another fiancé? If one day you finally recall all these, I want to see how you're planning to punish yourself. Anyway, I've already given way to you the first time, so I will never give way to you the second time. By Ruoli. I want her. On account of our past relationship, I'll let you off today. This bottle of medicine is for you. I've researched various ways of treating damaged primordial spirit before I finally refined this bottle of medicinal pills. With it, your condition should be relieved slightly. But after taking this medicine, leave by Ruoli's side sooner. You're not worthy of her. This is my last warning to you. The next time we meet, if you're still by her side, then don't blame me for not considering our past relations. Lu Bian rebuffed him all the way, and initially Li Moying was extremely furious. But as he listened, he felt that something was amiss, so his forehead creased even more tightly than before. If it was before that Lu Bian talked to him in this way, he would absolutely why not understand what Lu Bian's meaning was. But it wasn't the same now. Just a few days ago, His leader had just told him that he was the reincarnation of Soaring Heaven's Continent's #1 top expert Mu Qingying. Although he trusted Huang Yueli very much, but for such a ridiculous matter, he still had a little problem accepting it until now. Lu Bian's words to him, hadn't it acquiesced that he was Mu Qingying himself? Lu Bian said he had once promised made a lover's vow, so that naturally was Lear's past life. But why did Lu Bian said? Gave up? Could it be that he also liked Lear in her past life? But none of the rumors had mentioned that the #1 divine Dr. Lu Bian had once liked Huang Yueli. Although Lu Bian was Mu Qingying's best buddy, but before this Li Moying had not considered the fact that Lu Bian knew about his identity in his past life. Because even he himself had no memories, and it took Lear a couple of months to discover the doubtful points on him, so there was no way Lu Bian could know about his identity. But now, the truth was the exact opposite. How on earth did Lu Bian knew about this? What else did he know? Some things which he said were something which even Huang Yueli didn't knew about. Wait, Lu Bian, let me ask you. However, after Lu Bian left those words, he threw a medicinal bottle into Li Moying's hands, and with a flick of his sleeves, he gave a chilly laugh. Why? Now you know to be afraid? Unfortunately, I have nothing to say to you. Remember what I said. Don't let me see you and Ruoli together. Li Moying's brows creased as he suddenly thought of something. Lu Bian was not only his best buddy in his past life, furthermore, he was also his rival in love. And from the looks of it, the two of them had already turned into enemies in his past life. Then now, will Lu Bian still answer the doubts in his inner heart? He only hesitated for a moment, but Lu Bian was extremely disappointed with him, so he totally didn't give him any time to continue asking. After he threw the bottle of medicinal bottle to him, Lu Bian turned around and started to leave. Lu Bian. Stand right there. Speak clearly. Earlier did you? But Lu Bian totally didn't listen to him. Instead he sped away faster, and in a blink of an eye, he had already reached the bottom of the mountain. Li Moying hurriedly chased after him. But unfortunately Lu Bian's speed was much faster than his. By the time he reached the bottom of the mountain, there were no signs, or even a shadow of Lu Bian's. Li Moying could only stop his pursuit and clutching the bottle of medicine in his hands. His expression turned paler as the memories in his head started to flash past his mind, in segments. Some were about him and Lu Bian, and there were also some with Huang Yueli. There were also scenes where Lu Bian came by to visit him and Huang Yueli. Those complicated images, scenes after scenes, flashed past his mind very quickly. Some were clear while others were blurry. When he wanted to take a careful look at it, those fragmented memories would suddenly shatter into pieces. Li Moying couldn't help but bend over as he hugged his head. At the present moment, he felt that his head was in so much pain that it was about to split open, and his senses was starting to drift away. In the trance, he seemed to have recalled something. Many years ago, when he was still a young man, he was still a nobody following around his mysterious and powerful master, cultivating along the small towns around the border. The first time he headed into Sky Emperor City, he had already got acquainted with the 6th-tier pill refining master Lu Bian, who had already made a name for himself in Soaring Heaven's Continent. The two of them appreciated each other, and very quickly, they became firm friends. Lu Bian had once mentioned to him truthfully that he had secretly admired a young lady for many years, but she had plenty of men wooing after her. He was afraid of being rejected, so he had never confessed to her. At that time, Mu Qingying also encouraged him to not be afraid. Just go ahead and try first, but Lu Bian was very insistent that he must wait till he had become an accomplished 9th-tier pill master, before he would woo her. Although Mu Qingying was helpless, but he didn't ask Lu Bian for the lady's name whom he was secretly in love with. He only felt that regarding matters of heart, if his advice wasn't of help, then he would just let it go. Later on, the two of them were separated when they entered Sky Emperor City. For Mu Qingqing, on the first time he entered the city, it was love at first sight for him when he unexpectedly saw Huang Yueli for the first time in the tea house. Mu Qingqing was truly a man of action, plus the fact that he never knew what was inferiority, so the next day, he started to get involved with her. The result wasn't surprising at all. He hadn't even met the beauty when he got thrown out. But he had not felt a sense of defeat. Instead it kindled up his determination, vowing to pluck this flower, which was high up. Later on, after several years, he was already soaring heaven's continent's #1 top expert and had successfully stuck himself onto Huang Yueli, appearing right beside her often. So although they weren't officially married, but the truth was they only had each other in their eyes and accompanied each other to every corner of soaring heaven's continent. As for Liu Bian, who often saw them, he would reveal a desolate expression. However, Liu Bian concealed his emotions very well, so he had never displayed his special feelings towards Huang Yueli at all. At that time, Mu Qingqing and Huang Yueli had once asked him why hadn't he confessed to the girl whom he liked. Liu Bian only smiled and said someone had already done it before him and that lady was already married to that person. From then on, Liu Bian started to flutter around the flowers. Mu Qingqing thought that he suffered an emotional setback, so he turned into a Casanova. He had never considered the fact that the lady whom Liu Bian had a crush on for so many years and was confessed successfully to by another person was his little fox. Later on, what exactly happened? Li Moying tried to recall what happened in the past, but he simply couldn't recall what happened after that. The more he tried to recall, the more his memories turned into a blur. The pain in his head became more and more intense as it gradually escalated, which made the sweat which had formed on his forehead starting to drip downwards. What on earth happened? Li Moying only felt that his chest was starting to twitch in pain. As though after that, something horrifying had happened and the pain in his chest was overly distinct. But why he was unable to recall what happened at all. Li Moying immersed himself into his memories and totally lost the connection between his body and the changes in the outer world. So he had not realized that the surrounding thunder attributed profound chi had all gathered towards his body and the raging lightning kept flashing. Bolt after bolt, it blustered celestial light Sek's rear mountain. Moreover, as the pain in his head continued to worsen, the thunder region around him became more and more powerful, turning violent. Huang Yueli had spent the entire morning hiding in her room. Although she claimed that she was cultivating, in actual fact, she was sulking alone. Although she obviously knew that the Cold War between her and Li Moying couldn't possibly solve any problem, but she just felt gloomy and didn't want to bother about Li Moying. So in the morning when Li Moying appeared at the door to apologize, she hid in the room, ignoring him. After Li Moying left, Moe came in several times to serve her tea. Further, Moe would mention Li Moying every single time. Third Miss, this Lotus Spring tea is something which Master had brought back last year when he went to the East Sky region to experience training. It's said to raise an armament master's concentration and replenish the loss of profound energy. I heard that just 50 grams of this already costs 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Please have a taste. Third Miss, Master specially instructed the cooks to make this osmanthus cake, hearing that you especially love this snack. Third Miss, the armament refining materials, which Master had auctioned for in Sky Cloud City a few days already have been delivered, will you please go check the inventory? Third Miss. Huang Yueli was so irritated by him that she finally couldn't help but smashed the cup in her hand heavily on the table as she shouted irritably, "Can you stop mentioning about your master? What are you still so loyal to him? Haven't Li Moying already assigned you to follow me? Whose side are you on?" Moe's expression was unchanged. Third Miss, please be appeased. What I'm saying is just the truth. Since you don't allow me to mention young sect master, then I won't mention him. The minute he said that, Huang Yueli suddenly felt that she seemed to be an unreasonable woman who threw tantrums for no reason and immediately felt that she was extremely stuffed. Alright, I want to quietly cultivate on my own. Can you please go somewhere else, and unless the world is going to collapse, otherwise please don't come disturb me. With a bang, the door shut immediately and Moe was swept out of the door. The serving maid, who was waiting by the entrance, was still holding the snack which Lin Moying had asked them to prepare before he left. The serving maid looked at Moe in apprehension. Protector Mo, these snacks. What do you think we should do? Moe sighed. Forget it, bring it back to the kitchen for now. But, if master were to blame us? Moe waved his hand and said, we have no choice if he does so. Just leave third miss alone for the time moment. Otherwise, perhaps we haven't even buttered up master yet and instead buttered on the horse's feet, then we'd be in even deeper trouble. The two of them were talking when they heard a flabbergasted voice from the entrance. Oh no, oh no. Eldest brother, something bad has happened. Where is third miss? Moe couldn't help but frown. What's up with this fellow? Why are you so flustered? Third miss is already in such a bad mood and he's still here yelling and shouting. Isn't he giving master even more problems? He hurriedly walked out and just met Moe when he was shocked. You. What's the matter? Moe's clothing was torn and tattered and his face was stained with ash and blood, bearing a pale and weak look. Apparently he was suffering from an internal injury, which isn't very light. Moe immediately got anxious. Moe had been following around Li Moying, and now that he was suffering from such a serious injury, and in such a hurry to look for third miss. Could it be that something had happened to master? Moe pulled his collar. What on earth happened? Quickly tell me. Has something happened to master? Moe ran throughout the entire journey, despite being injured, hence he was already panting badly while trying to speak out. Master. Master, his illness suddenly acted up. What? How is that possible? When master went out earlier, he was still fine, and there's still quite some time before the next full moon, so how is it possible for his illness to act up? It's a long story, anyway, quickly go get third miss. But third miss she? Moe frowned. At this moment, the bedroom door opened and Huang Yueli ran out with an anxious look on her face. What were you guys talking about earlier? Li Moying. His illness acted up again? What on earth happened? Third miss. Moe hadn't even said a word when an earth-shattering thunder was heard from mid-sky and a bolt of lightning came striking downwards. Momentarily, the entire earth shook as mountains swayed. Huang Yueli's expression changed and unable to stay any longer, she let go of Moe as she turned around and ran towards the bottom of the mountain. Third miss, you. Don't be too anxious. Wait for me. Moe anxiously chased after her. When Huang Yueli arrived at the scene, a large portion of celestial light sect's foot of the mountain had been blocked by an array. Ordinary disciples were all obstructed outside the array and only the sect's high-level protectors and above members were allowed into the array. Although ordinary disciples were not able to enter, but most of them didn't leave. Instead, they were hiding in a corner with a terror-stricken face, trying to take a clear look at what's going on in the array. Li Moying usually had a fixed timing for his illness to act up, and after he took Lu Bian's medication, most of the time he wouldn't cause such a huge commotion. Even if sometimes the medication failed, he would only destroy the rear mountain, which was where he was residing in. So this was the first time when most of Celestial Light Sect disciples had seen such a huge array, furthermore not knowing why this was done. Momentarily, everyone was flustered. What's going on? Why has such a powerful thunder been attracted? This is simply too terrifying. Heavens, this shocking aura should at least be a 9th stage realm practitioner advancing, which would cause such an effect like this. Could it be that someone in this sect is advancing into 9th stage realm again? how could that be possible? How many years has it been since the sect had any new 9th stage realm practitioners? Young sect master has the highest possibility to break through, but he's still young, so no matter what, it'd still take several years for that to happen. Then, what on earth is happening? Surely it cannot be that other sects people came attacking Celestial Light sect, right? Quickly take a look. Those flying around in the air are all our sect's 9th stage realm elders. They have all came. What on earth is happening? Huang Yueli, too, saw those elders who had arrived and couldn't help but frowned. So many 9th stage realm practitioners, and none of them could stop Li Moying. It showed the severity of his illness this time round. He'd already been in such a stage, and yet he still refused to listen to her to seek consultation. She really didn't know what else to say. She hurriedly squeezed through the crowd and dashed towards the array. The disciples behind her wanted to call out to her when they saw that she was dressed in an outer disciple uniform. This junior sister, you. Don't be rash. It's very dangerous there, and it's not a place where we ordinary disciples can enter. That's right, besides that even if you wanted to enter, you're not able to. That array will obstruct all disciples below 5th stage realm outside. Before that person's words were completed, he suddenly stopped as his expression seemed as though he had seen a ghost. He saw Huang Yueli enter the array easily, slipping inside swiftly. Not only was she not obstructed by the array, her speed had not even decreased as she dashed inside. There were guards outside the array, but no one was fast enough to react. They only saw a fleeting figure passing between them, and in a blink of an eye, it was gone. Huang Yueli had ran towards the direction of where the lightning was striking downwards. When she got nearer, she finally saw Li Moying's situation clearly. At this present moment, his entire body was enveloped by electrical currents and lightning wings, which she saw previously in Celestial Light Academy had once again appeared behind his back. Li Moying's pale white face with his tightly knitted brows was bearing a tormented expression, but the imposing manner on his was so powerful that he was in a world above others. His surrounding circumference had been enveloped by lightning, and even for a 9th stage realm practitioner, like Morongda, was not able to get close to him. Other than the 9th stage realm elders, some other direct disciples had also hurried over. The only ones who Huang Yueli recognized were Luo Jiyun, Li Lingchuan, and Morong Fei. Morong Ni had not appeared this time round, probably because her cultivation was simply too low, so she might accidentally lose her life if she appeared here. Other than these people, there was no shadow guards around at all. This made Huang Yueli surprised, but when she linked back to Moir's disheveled look earlier, a sliver of uneasiness arose in her heart. Just at this moment, Morong Fei suddenly sensed her vision and turned around. On seeing Huang Yueli, her face immediately surfaced a hatred expression as she strode over. By Ruoli, you little slut, how dare you even come here? Who let you enter this place? Huang Yueli directly ignored her as she proceeded towards Li Moying. Morong Fei clenched her teeth as she shot upwards like an arrow, blocking her path. Stand right there. Where do you think this place is? You certainly have a lot of guts. Huang Yueli then shifted her gaze to her as she coldly opened her mouth. Move aside. Don't block my way. Morong Fei sneered. Why? Where do you think you're going? Who do you think you are? Can't you see eldest senior brother's current condition? When eldest senior brother's illness acts up, his cultivation shoots up genuinely to 9th stage realm peak. Even if my father and the other elders join hands, they also find it hard to control him. Who do you think you are? If you dare to go over, you'd immediately be struck into ash by lightning. For a woman with a lowly cultivation like yours, usually it's more than enough for you to hide behind eldest senior brother's back. At this kind of timing, it's not time for a little slut like you to create trouble. Huang Yueli frowned, feeling that Morong Fei was extremely irritating. If Li Moying's current situation was not controlled in time, he would be exhausting his profound energy and life source, so she had no time at all to waste. I'll say this one more time, move aside. I'm willing to go over, so what concern is it of yours? If I'm struck to death, shouldn't you feel glad over it? Morong Fei went into a blank as she immediately said, of course I'm glad if you die. But if you try to create havoc from this, and cause eldest senior brother to die, then what should we do? Hurry up and get lost. This place doesn't welcome you. Huang Yueli replied, I think. If you don't hurry and move aside, then you're the one who will cause him to die. Morong Fei couldn't help but laughed out, ha. This is the funniest joke I've heard. You. Ah. She was laughing halfway when she suddenly shrieked. So, Huang Yueli couldn't bear to hear her awful laughter and had no mood to haggle on with her, so she threw out her right hand and retrieved a thin and almost transparent little dagger, casting it towards Morong Fei's face. Morong Fei only cared about laughing and had not expected that this young lady, whose cultivation was so far away from hers, actually struck out at her. She was caught unawares, and although she managed to evade it, but her pretty face was still scratched by the flying dagger. Morong Fei was so infuriated that she jumped up, little slut, how dare you to actually hurt me? Now that eldest senior brother is no longer able to back you up, see if I don't tear you into two parts. Huang Yueli couldn't even be bothered to take a look at her as she ran towards Li Moying. At this moment, Li Moying's thunder attribute energy had gathered to the maximum and was at a point where it would explode at any moment. Morongde and 7 other 9th stage realm elders were all in positions around him, trapping him according to the 8 trigrams positions. Each elder bore a grave expression, lifting their concentration as they guarded, afraid that Li Moying would suddenly burst into a rage. The energy of Li Moying's thunder region was getting more and more frantic, while the array which the elders were controlling started to take a toll on them, so signs of tiredness appeared on several elders' faces. Morongde was one of the youngest amongst them, and because of that, he suffered the most pressure as his complexion started to become graver and graver. He had not expected Li Moying's power to increase yet again. Originally it was already difficult to control him, and now, he had actually attracted the heavenly thunder. It was rumored that only those practitioners who had a breakthrough to 10th stage realm while advancement would attract heavenly thunder. Did it mean that he was already closing into 10th stage realm? Why was it that whenever he acted up, the profound energy in his body would become stronger and stronger? Furthermore, today was obviously not full moon's night. Why did his illness suddenly act up? Just at this moment, he heard Morong Fei and Huang Yueli's argument. Morongde used his peripheral vision from the corner of his eye to take a look and recognized the young lady next to Morong Fei. She was the young fiancée which Li Moying had brought over from Southview Kingdom. Hearing Morong Fei scolding her with the name little slut with every single sentence, the veins bulging on Morongde's head started to twitch. His eldest daughter had indeed been pampered rotten by him. What kind of timing was this now, and she was still thinking of fighting for affections with her love rival. Li Moying's attitude was clear for all to see. He only liked this young fiancée of him, and so because of this, he didn't even give any face to his master. With Li Moying's innate talent and character, who dared to force him? The entire celestial light sect's future heavily depended upon him. Moreover, even if she wanted to fight for affection, she shouldn't choose such a timing to do so. Li Moying was on the verge of eruption, and originally it was totally unpredictable on what would happen when his illness acted up. If Morong Fei were to hurt his young fiancée at this juncture, affecting Li Moying's emotions, he might really act recklessly and go on a killing spree. Especially since today Li Moying actually displayed power which was close to the 10th stage realm. To tell the truth, even if he joined hands with the 7 elders, with the aid of array and high-leveled profound armaments, there was a 90% chance that they wouldn't be able to stop him. Moronda wanted badly to stop his own daughter, but he was now in position at the array and couldn't move as he wanted, so he could only barely watch these two young ladies' quarrel gradually escalating. After Huang Yueli hurt Morong Fei, the latter flew into a rage and without a care to avoid Li Moying's thunder region, she directly chased after Huang Yueli into the inner part of the array. Morongda was so scared that his forehead was filled with sweat and he finally couldn't endure it any further and risked suffering the backlash from the array as he shouted out loudly to stop them. "Stand there! Don't come over! It's dangerous here!" However, Huang Yueli didn't decrease her speed at all. Instead, she charged towards the thunder region. Morong Fei hesitated for a moment, but on seeing Huang Yueli about to get away, she clenched her teeth as she pursued after her. Huang Yueli's figure was like lightning as she zigzagged neatly around the lightning seams and charged forward without any signs of slowing down. But Morong Fei did not have that kind of precise sight, nor did she have that excellent body movement, so the minute she entered into the thunder region, just within 3 breaths, she was struck by the first bolt of lightning. "No!" Morongda's eye popped out in terror. He witnessed Morong Fei's body being struck as it flew out. A large portion of her chest had turned black, and right after she fell onto the ground, she lost consciousness. Morongda almost couldn't stabilize the array as he subconsciously wanted to fly over. It was Elder Chiao, who was beside him, who softly coughed out to remind him, "Sect Master, be careful. The array is not going to hold up any longer." Morongda barely managed to control himself, and upon turning back, Li Lingchuan and Luo Jiyun had already ran towards Morong Fei, crowding around her to conduct first aid, and after a moment later, Morong Fei threw out a mouthful of blood as she slightly gained consciousness, which allowed him to rest assured. But at this moment, Elder Chiao opened his mouth again. "Sect Master. Things are bad. That young lass had really ran in, and she is going to run into young Sect Master immediately. What should we do?" Morongda took a look and realized that while he had lost concentration for that short moment of time, Huang Yueli had already ran a few kilometers and was now within 300 to 400 meters away from Li Moying. His eyes grew wide as he looked in disbelief. "Wait a minute, how did she enter? Don't tell me she just ran in like that?" Elder Chiao had witnessed it with his own eyes, so he was even more astonished than him. "Isn't that so? I saw her running in just like that, and moreover, she ran pretty swiftly." Morongda said, "Elder Chiao, are you sure you aren't seeing things? The lightning here is so concentrated, and she's just at 4th stage realm." "Wait a minute, she's actually in the 4th stage realm." He said that halfway, and upon careful look at Huang Yueli's cultivation, his eyeballs nearly dropped out on the ground as he almost couldn't hold up the array once again. Morong Fei had told him before that Li Moying's young fiancé's cultivation was extremely weak, her innate talent was really bad, and that she used her face to seduce Li Moying. At that time, he felt that something was amiss. After all, for a person like Li Moying, would he place any emphasis on a woman's beauty? In the end, after seeing her today, she was no trash at all. At her current age, to be able to attain 4th stage realm later stage was enough to become a direct descendant in Celestial Light sect. Elder Chiao saw him going into a trance as he hurriedly added on, "Sect Master, let's not bother about what is her cultivation for now. What should we do right now? She dashed into the array like that, and if she alarmed young Sect Master and infuriated him, then we might not be able to stop him." Morongda's face turned stiff as he regained his senses, and immediately became anxious. That's right, if he allowed Huang Yueli to dash in like that, then things were going to be in bad shape. What Elder Chiao said was only a portion of the consequences. Even if they were able to stop Li Moying from erupting, but if Huang Yueli went next to Li Moying, who was now acting up, she would definitely be attacked by him. How was it possible for a 4th stage realm young lass to even take a casual strike from a 9th stage realm peak practitioner? That young lass was absolutely dead meat. When Li Moying awoken and realized that his beloved fiancée had died in his own hands, Perhaps he might really go crazy. The more Moronda thought, the more terrified he got as his face turned pale. This young lass absolutely could not die. He hurriedly added, "This will not do. Elders, let's not bother about the array. Follow me and quickly and whisk that impudent young lass out. She just dashed in like that, so she's not going to be able to live." When the elders heard his command, they all went into a blank as no one heeded his command. "Sect Master, are you sure? She's merely a young lass, so if she dies, then let it be. Even if her innate talent is not bad, but surely we cannot risk the danger of young Sect Master losing control to save her, right? If young Sect Master really loses control, then perhaps the entire Celestial Light Sect's disciples will all die." "That's right, Sect Master, although it is a waste for a genius to be lost, but you've got to be clear on which is more important." "That's right, furthermore, we didn't want that young lass to run in. It's she herself who's looking for death." Moronda's facial expression turned extremely ugly as he replied urgently, "What do you know? She's young Sect Master's fiancée. If anything were to befall onto her, would Moying still stay in Celestial Light Sect?" The crowd was stunned momentarily as all of them started breaking out in cold sweat. They were the sect's higher management and naturally heard about the rumors in the sect, regarding how Li Moying had bristled with anger over a beauty. But Li Moying's fiancée Evas really had no vision at all. What kind of timing was it now, and she still dared to run about recklessly? Wasn't she finding trouble for everyone? Just at this moment, Luo Jiyun suddenly ran over and shouted, "Master, don't be too anxious. Don't dispel the array. Elders, please maintain your current positions." Moronda frowned. "Jiyun, why are you also?" Moronda's tone apparently was filled with frustration and disagreement. Luo Jiyun didn't bother to explain any further as he only said, "Master, rest assured. Now that sister-in-law is here, nothing might happen to eldest senior brother. Elders, please don't be overly anxious. Just watch on by the side, sister-in-law will handle things properly." Moronda totally didn't believe in his pack of lies. "Jiyun, why are you so muddled? Don't you know by now how terrifying it is when your eldest senior brother acts up? He totally doesn't recognize anyone, even for your master. He will also attack me. Usually, he might indeed be docile and obedient towards his fiancée, but now it is not like the usual times." Sigh. Moronda was just about to continue leading the elders to save the day when he also saw Li Lingchuan standing up. "Master, it's better that you make preparations first. If eldest senior brother really erupts, then protecting the sect is the #1 priority. Now even if we want to save that Miss Bai, it's too late, so why not just stabilize the array first?" Moreover, speaking. He took a look at Luo Jiyun, giving off a smile of ridicule, "Since fifth junior brother has bowed so solemnly, so perhaps Miss Bai really has some ability. She might not even need us to go save her. Even if something really happens, in future if eldest senior brother really wants to blame anyone, that would be fifth junior brother's credit." Li Lingchuan had long wanted Li Moying to die faster. If that young lass surnamed Bai was really dead, Li Moying would be so disoriented that he left Celestial Light Sect in fury, which will give Li Lingchuan a chance to climb up to the position of Celestial Light Sect's sect master. Otherwise, that eldest senior brother, whose innate talent was excellent, would always be above him. He would never be able to hold his head up high. That time in Dark Moon Forest, he wanted to use the opportunity to kill Li Moying, who was seriously injured, but in the end he was almost counter-killed. For a long time after that, he didn't even dare to return to the sect. Today, he finally got such a good opportunity to make Li Moying go crazy and beg for death, so how could he possibly miss this chance? Indeed, after Li Lingchuan's interruption, Huang Yueli had successfully managed to reach Li Moying in the short period of time. The two of them were only a few steps apart, where they were able to touch each other the minute they stretched out their hands. When Morong saw this, he knew that no matter how he tried, he had no way to save Huang Yueli, so he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He had already ascertained that Huang Yueli was finished, Li Moying was finished, and Celestial Light was also finished. Li Lingtuan's face surfaced a delighted smile as he was extremely happy beyond words. Even Morong Fei, who was unable to get up while lying on the ground, revealed a sliver of sinister smile. That little slut was dead for sure this time round. Only Luo Jiyun glanced around and shrugged his shoulders as he sat down underneath the shade of a tree. Among those people present, he was the only one who had once seen Huang Yueli placate Li Moying in the Dark Moon Forest when he acted up. That time he and Moe and the rest were half dead from the fright, but in the end? But Luo Jiyun knew that no matter how much he said, no one would believe him, so it was better for the truth to do the talking. At this current moment, Huang Yueli totally didn't know what the others' response were. She was fully concentrated on the man in front of her. Li Moying suddenly lowered his head as his piercing cold stare swept towards her. That pair of gloomy eyes penetrating with bitter frost brought along a kind of force which could convulse one's heart. It seemed as though it came from hell and was enough to make anyone who met this pair of eyes plead for mercy while trembling in fear. Li Moying watched her, and the explosive thunder attributed profound energy seemed to have restrained a little, but he still remained silent and his expression sunken. Everyone's gazes were concentrated on both of them. Almost everyone was sweating profusely for her as all of their hearts were filled with trepidation. Such a pretty and slender young lass, if she were to die in the hands of her own fiancé, that would really be a tragedy in real life. Morong Fei had long forgotten the pain on her body as a smile was seen on her twisted face. She could actually witness that little slut being killed by Li Moying personally. Such a scenario was something that would make her smile even in her dreams. Huang Yueli looked at Li Moying for a while and gently sighed as she continued to walk towards his direction. All of them held their breaths, feeling that at any moment now, Huang Yueli would be struck flying away. But even until Huang Yueli reached Li Moying, this scene did not materialize. While the crowd were rubbing their eyes and touching their chins, Huang Yueli suddenly came out with an action which shocked everyone. She suddenly tipped her toes and placed both her arms around Li Moying's neck, and putting strength into it, she dragged him towards her as her slender body pressed tightly against the man's robust chest, without leaving a single opening. Some of them couldn't help but gasp out loud. Because everyone could tell that Li Moying's body was surrounded by electric currents, which was an obvious sign of powerful thunder attribute profound energy around him. So no matter who went near him would be electrocuted to a crisp, not to mention going close to him at zero distance? Did this young lass find her life too long? Li Moying didn't actively attack her, whereas she herself went up to look for death. However, of course Huang Yueli didn't die. The electric currents on Li Moying was indeed terrifying, and this kind of ninth stage realm, strong expert's powerful pressure almost made her collapse entirely. But just as she plastered herself onto Li Moying's body, the electric currents disappeared suddenly. When she hugged Li Moying, she totally didn't feel any pressure from the electricity, only feeling Li Moying's strong body and a pure man's power lying underneath it. Huang Yueli raised her head as her lips plastered against his tightly pursed lips. She stretched out her tongue and licked him lightly, and after caressing him several times, she tried to probe her tongue into his mouth. But out of her expectations, Li Moying totally refused to coordinate with her this time, as his lips remained pursed and his body totally not moving, as though he was not tempted by her seduction and influence. For a split moment, Huang Yueli had thought that she lost the ability to stop his illness from acting up. But with a change in thought, she felt something was amiss. If Li Moying really wasn't under her influence totally and being plastered by her in such a way, he would probably had exploded, and she was now a dead corpse. How would she continue licking this man in this way? So this man was acting in an arrogantly pampered manner? Huang Yueli raised her head to look at his contoured yet strangely cold, handsome features. Li Moying stared coldly into a distance away, not even casting a glance at her with his peripheral view, as though he didn't care about her. But his tightly clenched fists revealed the struggle within him. Huang Yueli was melancholic because he had really not seen such a petty man before. At this juncture where he had lost his senses and didn't recognize anyone, but he still remembered the fact that he was still in a quarrel with her. What kind of rare oddball was this? But moments later, she was appeased. Because for Li Moying to act in this way, it represented that she held an irreplaceable existence in his heart. Even though he had lost his memory or even lost his senses, even though he didn't recognize anyone and attacked anyone without any difference. But in his heart, she still held that special existence in it. So special that, even if it was a small matter which concerned her, it became an obsessiveness in his heart. Huang Yueli sighed gently and increased her strength as she hugged him rightly, placing her lips onto his as she muttered, "Moying, are you still unhappy? Don't tell me you don't want me, and don't like me anymore? Are you going to abandon me?" Li Moying's body jolted but immediately resumed its immobile state. Huang Yueli said again, "If you're not angry, then I'm going to kiss you now." "You must kiss me back, all right." Li Moying still didn't have any expression, nor did he say a word. But Huang Yueli seemed as though nothing had happened as she leaned nearer to him, placing her soft ruby-red lips onto his. This time, at the moment when their lips touched, Huang Yueli felt a scorching warm weekend numbness. Li Moying had immediately taken control, viciously kissing her. This kiss was exactly the same as previous times when Li Moying's illness acted up. Not only was it intense, it bore a near-desperate passion which was enough to make one's soul incinerate. Huang Yueli obediently raised her little chin, allowing him to kiss her in any way he wanted recklessly. Li Moying was kissing her when he got extremely excited and his firm and muscular arms tightly locked her slender waist, bringing that delicate and soft body into his embrace entirely. Gradually, Li Moying's kiss started to slow down its anxious pace and slowly became gentle and longing. This kind of intimateness made Huang Yueli even more drunk, and this made her feel that the arguments and gaps between the both of them for the past few days had slowly disappeared in this kiss. After some time later, Huang Yueli felt that the man's body which was hugging her had slowly relaxed and the action of kissing had also slowly stopped. She hurriedly stretched out her hand to hug him tightly. Indeed, the next moment, Li Moying was totally depleted of his energy as he fainted into her arms. Huang Yueli's figure was petite and carrying a tall man like Li Moying naturally wasn't convenient at all. She turned her head around wanting to find someone from Celestial Light sect to help her, but instead she met with pairs of shocked and dazed eyes. Almost everyone used an expression which seemed as though they had just seen a ghost as they watched her intently, totally unaware that she needed help. Huang Yueli was extremely speechless. She knew that it was indeed a shocking matter for her to be able to settle Li Moying, who was in a rage, but surely not all of them needed to put on this look, right? People like Sect Master Murong and the few elders, they were 9th stage realm practitioners, so by right, they should have at least seen this kind of thing before. Why were they all so shocked that they've turned silly? Luckily, Luo Jiyun had long predicted that this scenario would happen. He hurriedly ran up and said, "Sister-in-law, let me help you carry eldest senior brother back." The minute Huang Yueli saw him, she gave a smile, "So it's 5th junior brother, long time no see." Luo Jiyun was piggybacking Li Moying on his back and at the same time he was saying, "Actually, since sister-in-law have come to Celestial Light sect, I should visit you and pay my respects, but I was out for experience training and have just returned a couple of days. Eldest senior brother says you were in closed-door cultivation these days, so he asked me to drop by a few days later instead." Huang Yueli replied, "No wonder." At the same time, she quickly realized that Li Moying had intentionally not allowed Luo Jiyun to come over to look for her. He probably didn't want Luo Jiyun to tell that they were quarreling. Huang Yueli naturally wouldn't expose her own fiancé in front of outsiders, so she immediately added on, "That's right, I've been refining armaments for the past few days. Otherwise, we would have invited you over for dinner." Hearing that, Luo Jiyun immediately revealed an excited expression. "Cider-in-law, you're refining armaments again. What good things are you refining? Can I take a look?" He was very clear on Huang Yueli's armament refining standard. Previously in Dark Moon Forest, Huang Yueli had once gifted him with various profound armaments, and later on, she even refined the profound lunar spirit mirror directly on the spot. So since then on, Luo Jiyun totally admired her from the bottom of his heart. Huang Yueli was thankful to him for speaking up for her in front of Sect Master Morong and the elders, and immediately agreed to it. The two of them chatted while passing by the crowd. Those crowded around them had not reacted in time, and they were still immersed in that scene till the moment when they were about to leave the erased boundary did Morong finally regain his senses. He cried out loudly, "Wait a minute, Jiyun, and that." Huang Yueli's footsteps halted, and she slowly turned around to face Morong. "I am by Ruoli." Morong hurriedly said, "Right, Miss Bai. Miss Bai, earlier you. How were you able to control Li Moying? Usually, whenever his illness acts up, so many ninth-stage realm practitioners like us may not be able to make him calm down? And his current condition now, you sure he's alright?" Huang Yueli said, "To be honest, I also don't know why I can placate him, but previous few times I've succeeded. As for his current situation, resting for a couple of days, and he should be alright." Morong heaved a sigh of relief. "Oh, that's great, that's great." Now that the people from West Sky region were coming, the last time they had a tournament, Li Moying was totally in the limelight as he suppressed every single person there. So if he were to lose his battle power because of his illness, then Celestial Light Sect would have their reputation down in the dumps. Huang Yueli could tell that his expression wasn't quite right, but she couldn't be bothered to ask too much. Just as she was prepared to leave, she heard an intermittent rant, "By Ruoli. You, this slut. You harmed me so terribly." Those present heard her cursing and turned towards her direction as they saw Morong holding up her body, which had been struck badly by electrical currents, shedding a disheveled look with messy hair as her eyes opened wide like full moons, staring furiously at Huang Yueli. When Morong saw his daughter bearing such a sorrowful look, he couldn't help but frown. Huang Yueli saw that and sneered coldly in his heart as she put on an embarrassed look, speaking in a soft voice, "Miss Morong, really sorry. I was in a hurry to save him earlier and hadn't noticed that you were following right behind me. I'd not expected you to be so unlucky. Oh, this is all my fault. I ask for your forgiveness if there's any ways which I had offended you." Morong originally felt a little angry, feeling that Huang Yueli definitely had something to do with his daughter turning out in this state, and he was already planning to make things difficult for her. Who knew that Huang Yueli would come out with these words? In actual fact, those with eyes were able to tell that it was Morong herself who challenged Huang Yueli first, and that caused her to be beaten up by Huang Yueli instead. Furthermore, when she ran over to the Thunder region, she didn't insisted on dragging Morong along, right? It was she herself who insisted on tagging along, which was why she had been struck by lightning. So how could she blame Huang Yueli for causing harm to her? Moreover speaking, Huang Yueli risked her life to enter that place wasn't for fun, but was in a hurry to save someone. Fact had proven that she indeed had the ability to save Li Moying. Then why did Morong still did that? Fighting for affection, creating trouble, not understanding the severity of the whole scenario. If Huang Yueli were really beaten flat by her, then Li Moying would really be a goner. Everyone were breaking out into cold sweat for her, feeling that it was just too dangerous earlier. Morong really didn't ignore the general interest. Generally speaking, the person who should be angry isn't Morong but Huang Yueli, instead. But not only did Huang Yueli not blame her, instead she even placed all the wrongdoings onto her own self and automatically apologized to Murong Fei. In comparison, it showed how magnanimous she was, whereas Murong Fei was seen to be arrogant and selfish. In a second, everyone's gaze towards Murong Fei changed as they bore a taste of criticism towards her. Even Murong De was feeling ashamed because of his earlier thinking. This young lass, she indeed was the fiancée whom Li Moying chose personally. She knew exactly how to behave properly, and she was big-hearted. It was obviously his daughter's fault, but she was still willing to magnanimously admit the wrongdoing. This kind of lady was really one of a kind. As he was feeling ashamed, he naturally wouldn't find trouble for Huang Yueli and only replied, "How can we blame you for this? Luckily you came in time and your response is swift, otherwise if something really happened to Moying, it will be too late for regrets. Fei is injured because of her own carelessness, so we cannot blame you for it." When Murong Fei heard her own father saying that, she was so infuriated that she almost fainted once again. Huang Yueli gave a calm smile. "This is what I should do. You'd better hurry and get a good doctor to do consultation for eldest Miss Murong. Earlier I saw her falling onto the ground. She crashed head first, so I hope nothing happens to her during that fall." "You're really considerate." Murong De felt that she was meticulous and was so considerate. It was no wonder that Li Moying took an interest in her, and as compared to his own daughter, other than innate talent and beauty, what else did she had? This temper of hers really made one unable to sing her praises. Murong Fei was so infuriated that she almost threw up blood again, because wasn't this cursing her to be brain dead? But too bad her father couldn't tell her sarcasm and even thought that this little slut was a good person. Huang Yueli smiled. "Since there's nothing else, then I'll bring Moying back now. What he needs most now is rest." Good, hurry on and go back. Don't let him be too tired these few days." Huang Yueli nodded as she gracefully nodded towards Murong De and the other elders, then leaving with Luo Jiyun. The minute she left, the elders gave her departing silhouette an approving look as all of them were full of praises for her. No wonder young sect master likes her so much, there indeed was a reason to it, eh? Isn't that so? In the past I'd only heard rumors and only know that her innate talent is very ordinary and her background isn't very good. But I'd not expected that seeing her in person was so out of the ordinary. Her innate talent is ordinary? That's as compared to young sect master, right? At her age, to reach 4th stage realm and living the small country at the borders without much resources, this innate talent is at least 7th grade upper level and above. Perhaps she might even be an 8th grade talent. 8th grade talent? Then isn't she the same as eldest young miss? So that's why her innate talent is not bad, and she's so enchanting, plus the fact that she is so magnanimous and humble. There's nothing strange about young sect master choosing her at all. Hearing the crowd's discussions, Murong Fei gnashed her teeth so hard that she almost broke them. That wretched lass was actually said to be magnanimous and humble? What was the matter with them? The most crafty, sinister woman on this earth was her. She was merely putting on an act in front of these elders. Those elders, including her father, were they all blind? They actually couldn't tell the real face of that wretched lass? Just as Murong Fei almost fainted from anger, suddenly a cold and mellow voice rang above her head. Eldest senior brother's young fiancé. Isn't simple at all. No wonder you're not her match at all. This voice sounded familiar, so when Murong Fei heard that, her heart quivered slightly as she raised her head. Li Lingchuan was just standing beside her with an unfathomable look, and on seeing her, he gave a cold, sinister smile. You're finding it strange on why my thinking is different from the elders? Third junior sister, I've already encountered this lass's power beforehand, so naturally I'm not bewitched by her. Forgive me for being straightforward, but with your plans, it won't be easy for you to defeat her. Murong Fei clenched her teeth. What do you mean by that? I know she is very scheming, but I might not lose to her. Li Lingchuan lowered his head as he helped her wipe the dirt off her face and smiled. Third junior sister, you've misunderstood my meaning. I just wanted to say that your background is so elegant and you're such a kind young lady who only thinks of cultivating. How could you possibly win a scheming wild lass like her, who grew up from that kind of small place? People all love to hear nice things, and especially for a rare handsome guy like Li Lingchuan to say such things to comfort her while she was feeling unbearable made Morong Fei felt much better. She felt touched as she said, second senior brother, you're the one who understands me even more. Li Lingchuan stared at her for a moment before sighing gently, you finally realized that second senior brother treats you well. I thought that you only had eldest senior brother in your eyes, and will never realize that there are others who will be worried for you. Morong Fei was stunned as she apparently looked towards Li Lingchuan in a flustered manner. Li Lingchuan was interested in her, so she naturally knew about it. But she always had doubts over how much sincerity he had towards her. After all, marrying her would result in a huge possibility to become the future sect master of Celestial Light Sect. Li Lingchuan's innate talent could not surpass Li Moying's, so he required the sect master's daughter as a heavyweight chip to add points for himself. But not caring if he was genuine or was faking it, now that Morong Fei had been rejected by Li Moying and after she was tortured to such an extent by Huang Yueli, hearing his words was enough to make Morong Fei felt touched. At least, someone else liked her. Second senior brother, Morong Fei's eyes turned wet. Li Lingchuan hurriedly said, third junior sister, please don't cry, is your wound hurting again? I'd better hurry and send you back. Hurry, get a doctor to come over to take a look, otherwise if you don't treat your internal injury properly, it will affect your future cultivation. Saying that, he carried Morong Fei like a princess as he sent her back personally. Morong Fei immediately went teary-eyes, thank you second senior brother. Li Lingchuan smiled and said, what's there to thank me for? We're senior and junior brothers and sisters, so it's my duty to take care of you. Morong Fei only cared about being touched and had not noticed a cold glint flashing past Li Lingchuan's eyes. He already found Li Moying's fatal spot, and that was his fiancée. From today's situation, if that young lass died, it was an absolutely fatal strike to Li Moying. Only thing was that although that young lass's cultivation wasn't high, but she had always been under the tight protection of Li Moying, so if he wanted to deal with her, it wasn't any simpler than dealing with Li Moying. So at this point of time, he needed an ally whom he could use. Morong Fei was naturally the most suitable candidate. Both of them had the same enemy, so they would definitely be able to kill that young lass. By that time, Li Moying would be so heartbroken, and if a little accident were to happen, Morong Fei could only fall into his embrace, so Celestial Light Sect would naturally become his. On the other hand, after Luo Jiyun followed Huang Yueli to Li Moying's courtyard, his eyes had been drifting meaningfully towards her armament refining room, but he didn't open his mouth. Huang Yueli understood what he was thinking about. This young man obviously took an interest in the profound armaments which she had refined. Luo Jiyun was Li Moying's favorite junior brother, so naturally, he was the same as her own brother. Huang Yueli herself didn't mind gifting him a few pieces of profound armament. But now was not the right time. Li Moying was still unconscious, and all she had on her mind was to take care of him, with no mood to do any other things at all. She only said, Junior brother Luo, the night is not young anymore. Your eldest senior brother and I are going to rest. Today I must thank you, and if you don't mind, please come over for dinner tomorrow. When Luo Jiyun heard that, he hurriedly replied, I'm so sorry, sister-in-law. I shall not disturb you from resting anymore, I'll make a move now. After sending Luo Jiyun off, Huang Yueli returned to the bedroom and looked at Li Moying's pale handsome face, as she couldn't help but sighed gently. She wondered what was it that made Li Moying's illness suddenly acted up. Could it be that it was related to their quarrel yesterday? The more Huang Yueli thought, the more possibility she felt. After all, today was not full moon's night and Li Moying's condition recently had been stable, not like his illness would suddenly act up. Thinking up to this point, she couldn't help but felt guilty as she regretted a little in insisting for him to see Lu Bian. Sigh, forget it, since you're so insistent. I have no other way as well. Hurry up and wake up, I won't force you to do anything anymore. Unknowingly, she fell asleep as she leaned against the side of the bed. But as her heart was still hanging on to Li Moying's condition, so she woke up abruptly. The minute her eyes opened, she felt something was amiss, and the minute she regained her consciousness, she discovered that Li Moying had already regained his consciousness and was staring intently at her. Amidst the first sun rays in the morning, his arm was propping up her head as he sat up halfway, his gaze deep and serene. You're awake? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Huang Yueli asked, and at the same time stretched out her hand as she wanted to touch his forehead. But her hand, which was outstretched halfway, was stopped by Li Moying. He held on to her hand and placed it on his chest, asking in a mellow voice, "Yesterday. Had my illness acted up again? You're the one who saved me?" Huang Yueli was stunned. "That's right, yesterday Mo Air returned heavily injured, saying that your illness suddenly acted up, asking me to go over and save you immediately." Speaking of this, she seemed to have thought of something as she started to frown. "That's right, what happened to you yesterday? Why did your illness suddenly act up? Moreover, your shadow guards were all injured. The minute Mo Air came to me, he fainted. So, what's going on? Don't tell me you were sneak attacked by someone?" Li Moying went silent for a moment. "Nothing happened. I was feeling down, and perhaps I thought too much, so my illness suddenly acted up. Mo Air, they all were all injured by me, because they didn't manage to evade in time." He decided not to tell Huang Yueli the exact scenario at that time. On one hand, it was because he was defeated by Lu Bian, and to an arrogant man like him, it was an extremely embarrassing matter. On the other hand, since Lu Bian secretly admired his leer, so he must absolutely reduce the chances of their interaction. When Huang Yueli heard that, she didn't quite believe him. "Surely not, right? Somehow I feel that Mo Air's injuries aren't caused by the thunder attributed profound energy. You might have seen wrongly? Moreover, I don't only have thunder attribute, my thunder attribute innate talent is merely stronger than the others." Seeing Huang Yueli's head tilt to one side and giving out a puzzled look, Li Moying was worried that she might think too much and realized the suspicious points in between, hence he hurriedly tried to change a topic. "That's right, when my illness acted up, there were some scenes which flashed past my eyes. I feel that I seem to have recalled some things from my past life." Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment before she gave an overjoyed look. "Really? What have you recalled?" Li Moying said, "Actually, I can only remember fragments of it. Like the first time we met, and the adventures when we went to explore those ancient mystic regions." Huang Yueli laughed when she heard that. "Really? You recalled the first time we met? Then do you still remember that you were acting like a ruffian that time and forcefully kissed me? I developed a heart to murder you at that time. How could you act in that way?" Li Moying recalled the past. The first time the both of them were engaged in a close distance, Huang Yueli was also around this age, 14 to 15 years old, and like a flower with blossoming petals, delicate and charming with an immature look which still hung on their faces. In a blink of an eye, it had been a long time ago. In the past, he felt that there wasn't anything good about his past life's memories, and even if he did recall anything about it, it probably wasn't some beautiful memories. But now he changed his train of thoughts. Every single moment with Lear were extremely valuable and precious memories, so how could he forget about it? He smiled and said, "It was indeed my fault at that time, but then, I was a little too young and rash. Originally I intended to just greet you, but I'd not expect that not only did you ignore me, you actually thought that I was there to snatch your treasure, and just attacked me, without any warning. If it wasn't for the fact that my cultivation wasn't too bad, I'd probably be seriously injured by you then. A young lass like you was simply too vicious. When Li Moying recalled the scenario then, he couldn't help but laugh. The Huang Yueli then was indeed different from this lifetime. At that time, she had not suffered any setbacks and had always been the idol in everyone's eyes, so she was pretty arrogant. Huang Yueli also recalled the same moment as her lips twitched. Oh please, you suddenly came over at that time. If it wasn't to snatch my treasure, then what were you there for? Wouldn't anyone just avoid that scene normally? You actually still dare to say that to me? Li Moying tried to make himself seem extremely innocent as he said, how would I know you would think so much? Every time I saw you, my senses goes awry. You don't know that I've been secretly admiring you for a long time? Huang Yueli was stunned as her eyes grew wide. You secretly admire me? How was that possible? That day was the first time we met. Li Moying stroked his chin as he gave a mysterious smile. That's your first time meeting me, but that doesn't equate to my first time meeting you. You don't know how long I've been spying on you for. Plus the fact that you were so cute that day. I just couldn't control myself. Huang Yueli's mind turned blank for a moment and very quickly, 2 shades of red appeared on the sides of her cheeks. I won't listen to your rubbish. Anyway, you forcefully kissed me the very first time we met. That's simply too much. That made me felt that you're a scoundrel who goes around flirting with other girls. Li Moying laughed uncontrollably. I only want to flirt around with you, so how is it possible for me to go around harassing other girls? But if I had known that that moment of rashness would cause so much misunderstandings about me, then I probably wouldn't be so rash. At the very least, I'd endure till our second meeting before I kiss you. He lowered his tone as his eyes dimmed slightly, intentionally speaking in an ambiguous manner. Huang Yueli was so upset that she almost fell down from the bed and stared at him angrily. You still think you are logical. Anyway, from what I see, you're not a good person. She pushed Li Moying, and originally she thought this man would definitely not feel any pain or itchiness, but who knew that Li Moying actually followed her push and fell down from the bed. She blinked and recalled that Li Moying's illness just acted up yesterday, so today he should be in extremely weak condition. Probably he couldn't take her kind of trample. She hurriedly leaned over and asked in a careful manner, Moying, are you all right? Li Moying moaned, I'm all right. I'm already used to it. It's not the first time that you've attempted murder your husband anyway. You. Huang Yueli wanted to punch him, but her fist had just raised up when she couldn't bear to do so as she withdrew it back. Right, I heard you mentioned about this earlier. You really recalled the past about your past life? Then can you tell me that after I died in my past life, what happened to you? Why were you reborn as well? Li Moying frowned when he heard that as he tried to recall, but only felt dizziness in his head. If he were to continue recalling, the pain would become even more intense. He was worried that if he carried on in this way, his illness would act up again, so he could only give up trying as he said, I can't remember anything about this. I can only remember what happened very long ago. The times when we started to get along with each other, and several times when we argued and made up. But for things that happened later on, I just can't recall it at all. Including the matter which you told me about you being in northern ice fields, I totally have no impression at all. The minute I tried to think about it, my head would hurt like mad. Huang Yueli was most afraid that his illness would act up, and upon hearing that, she hurriedly said, all right then. Don't think about it, please don't think about it. Do you know how scary you looked when your illness acted up yesterday? You seemed a lot more serious than previous few times, and I was so worried that something would happen to you. Her little face was pale like sheet, and that made Li Moying's heart extremely pained. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. He gently held Huang Yueli's wrist. Take a look, haven't I started to recall a bit of the past already? Perhaps the more intense my illness acts up, the faster it represents on the recovery of my memories, so you don't need to be so anxious. Huang Yueli actually didn't believe in these kind of words because when Li Moying's illness acted up, not only did his head hurt badly, it was also accompanied with intense fluctuations of profound energy leaking out from his body. She had never seen anyone's soul detachment illness with such a symptom. But Li Moying wasn't willing to spare her any time to think as he comforted her. That's all right, I know my own body conditions. I think as long as I recover all my memories, then my soul detachment illness will recover without needing any medications. You really don't need to worry, I will also agree to seeing Lu Bian. Huang Yueli was obviously surprised because Li Moying had been resisting that for the longest time ever and even going into a cold war because of that to show his stand that he refused to budge. Now when she had already decided to give up, in the end, Li Moying actually agreed to do a consultation? But since he'd already said this, if she didn't agree to it, she'd be the silly one. Huang Yueli revealed a radiant smile and said, all right, then we're set on this. Today I'll get someone to send the news over to Divine Dr. Lu, asking him to make a visit to the sect. Li Moying nodded his head, not saying a word. By this timing, Lu Bian had long left this place out of anger, so if Huang Yueli was able to find him, it would be really absurd. Furthermore, even if she could find him, there was a Lu Bian 90% chance that Lu Bian would not see him, so by then the person who fell out with Huang Yueli would be Lu Bian. This move was called leading the misfortune to others, which meant to let others take the brunt of the losses on one's behalf by unscrupulous means. So for this role, it's better to leave it to his love rival to take up. Li Moying schemed Lu Bian with a peace of mind, but while facing Huang Yueli, he revealed a deep smile. All right, I'll listen to you entirely, as long as you don't continue quarreling with me. Huang Yueli pouted as she replied unhappily, since when did I quarrel with you? It's you who was unreasonable. Just as the two of them were acting intimately, Mo's voice suddenly rang from outside the door. Young sect master, third miss, are you both awake? Li Moying had just leaned close to Huang Yueli's face just as he was preparing to kiss her. In the end the two of them were just a distance of half an inch away. They were actually interrupted just like that. Li Moying wasn't able to take a bite of the fatty meat, which was by his mouth, and his mood became extremely irritable as his face sunk immediately. What are you howling about so early in the morning? He replied in a bad mood. Mo seemed to be shocked by his fierce tone as he paused for a moment before he started trembling in fear. Master, it's not that I want to disturb the both of you, but that young Master Luo is here early in the morning and had been waiting for the past hour in the guest hall. He looked very restless as though there's something urgent so. Li Moying's immediately creased tightly. What's that fellow here for? Haven't I told him that you're in closed-door seclusion and asked him to come over in a few days' time? Could something really have happened? Huang Yueli couldn't help but laughed. Yesterday when I went over to save you, I met him. He seemed as though he wanted me to help him refine some profound armaments, so that's why he's so anxious. Yesterday I chased him away and asked him to come over today, but in the end, he actually came by so early in the morning. Li Moying's expression turned even uglier. What on earth? You're my fiancé, not his. What right does he have to have such specialized service? Especially when he interrupted their intimacy. The two of them were in a cold war for several days, and that represented that they hadn't been intimate for a few days. Huang Yueli laughed as she placated him. All right, stop being so calculated with a child. No matter, I have ready-made profound armaments for him, so we'll be able to settle this within a quarter of an hour. Truth had proven that a quarter of an hour was not enough to settle it. Luo Jiyun kept choosing for some time before he finally chose one profound armament. And in this way, it was already time for lunch. Luo Jiyun was obviously retarded and hadn't noticed his eldest senior brother's flaming gaze as he stayed on to have lunch. After lunch, Li Moying couldn't take it any further as he swept him out of his door. After such a long argument, Huang Yueli and Li Moying regained their lovey-dovey state and the two of them started appearing within Celestial Light sect in pairs, which made numerous people green with envy. On the second day after Huang Yueli patched up with Li Moying, she sent someone to look for Lu Bian, to find out when he was returning. Unfortunately, the only news she found was that Lu Bian had once again left for consultation and his return date was unknown. Hearing such a response, Huang Yueli was slightly unhappy. What's the matter with him? We had obviously agreed on this? Why didn't he sound me when he was back and now without any notice, he ran off again? Li Moying added more oil to the fire. I already said this, the both of us don't see eye to eye with each other. Perhaps he's not willing to help me so consultation but only didn't wanted to reject this in front of you. After you left, he started to regret it. Stabbing a knife on his love rival, he totally felt no ounce of guilt at all. Furthermore, Li Moying felt that what he said was the truth. Lu Bian indeed didn't wanted to do a consultation for him, but he indeed didn't know how to reject Huang Yueli, so in which way were these words a lie? At most it was just a little misleading. Huang Yueli naturally trusted him entirely and her impression towards Lu Bian took a turn for the worse. How could he act in this way? If he didn't wanted to do a consultation for you, just tell me straight, how dare he try to pacify me like this? This is just too much. Next time he looks for me, I'll ignore him. Li Moying was so happy that he almost laughed out. He didn't expect his leader to be so understanding and was about to draw the line with Lu Bian. He tried his best to stop his laughter, but his shoulders kept shaking from the delight. Huang Yueli stared at him curiously. Moying, what's the matter? Are you not feeling comfortable somewhere again? I'm fine. Li Moying was just about to explain when he heard a knocking sound on his door and following that, Mo's voice was heard. Master, Sect Master sent someone over saying that those people from West Sky Region's Green Cloud Sect have arrived and will like to invite you over for a discussion. Li Moying nodded. I know already, I'll be right over. Huang Yueli blinked as she asked, curiously, Green Cloud Sect? Why have they sent someone over? She had heard of this Green Cloud Sect in her past life. They were West Sky Region's #1 sect, comparable to South Sky Region's Celestial Light Sect. But the 4 Sky Regions practitioners' cultivation were averaged out in high and low. West Sky Region's practitioners were the strongest among the other Sky Regions, whereas South Sky Region's ability was the lowest. So although the reputations were said to be comparable, but Green Cloud Sect's ability in total was no different from a few large sect in Soaring Heavens continent, whereas Celestial Light Sect was much worse off. So these two sects were actually not on the same level. Li Moying wasn't in a hurry to explain. I'll head over first and when I come back I'll explain to you in detail. If I'm back late, have your meal first and don't wait for me, N? He finished up his words and lowered his head, naturally giving her a huge kiss on her face, totally not noticing the shadow guards who were standing by the side. After he finished his kiss, he turned around and left. Mo tried his best to control his movements, to only stare straight and not look elsewhere. He didn't even dare to look at Huang Yueli in the eye, as he stiffly left along with Li Moying. Huang Yueli was bored and was preparing to visit Shui Qingqing and the others while Li Moying wasn't around. Whoever knew, she had just reached the entrance when she met with an unexpected guest. Miss Bai, we haven't met for a few months, and it seems that you have grown much prettier than before. It's no wonder that you're the lady whom eldest senior brother have taken a fancy upon. An introverted and amiable voice was heard from behind her back. Huang Yueli turned back and saw Li Lingchuan, who was dressed in a long green robe, standing not too far behind from her. Although a smile hung on his face, but his expression seemed extremely cold. So it's you. We aren't that familiar, right? Will you please move aside? Huang Yueli said in an impolite tone. She still recalled the time when they were still in the Dark Moon Forest and Li Lingchuan almost got Li Moying killed. This person was her enemy. She naturally didn't show him any face at all. Li Lingchuan seemed as though he didn't see her expression filled with deep hatred as he walked directly in front of her. What's the matter? Eldest senior brother actually didn't follow you around to protect you? He actually let you roam about in Celestial Light Sect. Huang Yueli's arms were crossed. What does it have to do with you? I'm only worried that eldest senior brother is not able to protect you properly. After all, I heard that my third junior sister and youngest junior sister all hate you to the core. TSK, you have a lot of guts, seducing my eldest senior brother under these two ladies' eye. You actually still humiliate them so much. It seems that you have a lot of schemes. Li Lingchuan smiled as he talked, but every single sentence was filled with ridicule. Huang Yueli coldly replied, "You're here just to tell me all these? Trying to stand out for the two Miss Murongs? Allow me to remind you that Celestial Light Sect is not your turf, but my fiancé's turf. If you were to do anything to me here, I wonder who will be the one who will get into trouble." Li Lingchuan was a 6th stage realm practitioner and moreover, he was experiences in actual battle, so in terms of battle power, he was way above Morong Fei. A few months ago when they met in the Dark Moon Forest, Huang Yueli was totally not his match. But now things weren't the same anymore. Huang Yueli admitted that even if she wasn't able to defeat him, but at least she had the ability to escape. Moreover, Li Moying would be back any time, so she didn't know how was it like to be anxious. Li Lingchuan walked near to her as he started to unleash his profound energy with the intention to give her some pressure. Unfortunately, Huang Yueli totally had no reaction and this made him felt defeated. This is so interesting. You really think that Li Moying can protect you forever? Huang Yueli raised her chin and replied without any hesitation, "Of course. But even without his protection, I can protect myself." This was the aim which she had been working hard towards. She didn't want it to be Li Moying's burden. She wanted to be like in her past life, a buddy who could accompany him alongside during a battle and entrust their backs to each other. She wasn't those kind of weak young lady. Li Lingchuan couldn't help but laughed out loudly. "Good, you sound so magnanimous. No wonder your eldest senior brother's woman. I hope 10 days later, you can still say the same thing." Huang Yueli frowned. "What do you mean?" Li Lingchuan sneered, "You know. What was the reason why Master called for eldest senior brother so early in the morning, and moreover so anxious?" Huang Yueli recalled Li Moying's anxious look as she was slightly puzzled. "Why? Wasn't it because Green Cloud Sect's people are here today? Then, haven't he told you the reason for why Green Cloud Sect is here for?" Huang Yueli frowned as she didn't say a word, but only glancing coldly at Li Lingchuan. Not knowing why, she sensed that this fellow definitely was up to some schemes. Li Lingchuan said, "To tell you the truth, Green Cloud Sect's motive in coming here is because they have discovered an ancient mystic region at a location where South Sky region and West Sky region meets." Ancient mystic region. Is this true? Huang Yueli couldn't help but be astonished when he said that. In ancient times when the profound Qi was concentrated in Soaring Heaven's continent, there were plentiful of strong experts. So in each ancient mystic region, there was a large number of opportunities and treasures which were left down from the ancient times. There were many who entered the mystic region and took a huge step forward to become a top-rated expert. Like Huang Yueli, who discovered the sacred phoenix race's inheritance tower, was one example. But the area of the inheritance tower was very small and it was only one part of the historical remains, so there wasn't any large space to explore within that mystic region. There were plenty of opportunities which were hidden within the mystic region. But in Soaring Heaven's continent, there weren't many ancient mystic regions to be discovered. There were a total of 10 and 7 of it were under the control of the hidden sects in Sky Emperor City. So if Green Cloud Sect were to discover a new ancient mystic region, then that would be an incredible discovery which was enough to change the entire Soaring Heaven's continent stance. Li Lingchuan observed the expression on her face as he said slowly, "Do I have a need to lie to you? When eldest senior brother is back, just ask him and you will know." Huang Yueli didn't really believe him, since Green Cloud sect has discovered an ancient mystic region. Instead of keeping it for themselves, they actually came and told Celestial Light sect. This is simply not logical, right? Li Lingchuan replied, why? Is this very strange? Although Green Cloud sect discovered a mystic region, but they don't have the ability to activate this mystic region. It was rumored that this mystic region requires at least 29th stage realm practitioners to operate together so that it could successfully be activated. Green Cloud sect don't have that many 9th stage realm practitioners. So that's the case. In this way, are they here to seek cooperation with Celestial Light sect? Huang Yueli said while in deep thoughts. Li Lingchuan replied, that's right. Although there are other sects within West Sky region, but they are after all from the same continent. Green Cloud sects don't want to let their competitors gain any advantage, thus they chose South Sky region's Celestial Light sect, which is very far away. Huang Yueli nodded and gave a joyous expression. How should I say it? Will Celestial Light sect be sending anyone into the mystic region? What qualifications do they need to be able to enter it? Li Lingchuan gave her an astonished look as he said in surprise, from your tone, you don't seem to understand what's going to happen? I'm telling you, in this kind of ancient mystic region, there will definitely be a restriction on the number of people who can enter. But eldest senior brother will definitely be one who can enter. As for you, you can only wait outside. Think about it, how many people are jealous of the fact that you've snatched away their male god? When eldest senior brother is gone, how many people will exact their revenge on you? Huang Yueli went into a blank. Li Lingchuan thought that she was afraid and revealed a complacent smile. Now you know what it's like to be anxious? Frightened? By the time eldest senior brother enters the ancient mystic region, it will be too late for him to come out to save you. Aren't you just waiting for people to slaughter you? Huang Yueli blinked and blinked again, then her expression changed as she intentionally gave an extremely terrified look and cried out meekly, Then what should I do? Moing will really not care about me? Li Lingchuan saw her expression and couldn't help but laughed out loudly in his heart. He coaxed her by saying, that would depend on whether he values you deeply or not. If he does, perhaps he would give up the chance to enter the mystic region, because of you. Huang Yueli was suddenly enlightened, as she finally understood what Li Lingchuan was up to. So this fellow was afraid of Li Moying going through a breakthrough in the ancient mystic region, so he intentionally came to scare her, hoping that she would stop Li Moying from entering the mystic region. In Li Lingchuan's eyes, her cultivation probably wasn't worth noticing, and she definitely required Li Moying to protect her. So he assumed that she couldn't bear for Li Moying to leave her? Alas, he had really been thinking too much. Huang Yueli was having this thinking, but her face revealed a meaning expression. Then, what should I do? He wouldn't go to the mystic region, right? Li Lingchuan smiled. It's not easy nor too difficult. But if he really values you, he will definitely stay behind for you. You just need to beg him to do so. Of course, if he's not willing to give up for you, that would mean. You should understand it clearly yourself. Understand your head. Did he really thought that she was an ignorant woman who wasn't aware of anything? In order to keep her fiancé beside her, she would delay his future. Just how many stupid people would do such a thing? Huang Yueli really wanted to roll her eyes towards the sky, but she endured it. She cried out meekly, then. When he comes home, I'll persuade him. Li Lingchuan thought his scheme had worked when he saw her look and added more oil to the fire. Then we'll have to see your ability. Now those people who are jealous of you are already discussing how to deal with you. You'd better watch out for yourself. Saying that, he turned around and left. Huang Yueli looked at his departing figure and lightly frowned. From Li Lingchuan's meaning, it was a difficult chance to enter the mystic region, otherwise he wouldn't have specially came over to threaten her, just to stop Li Moying with the largest possibility to go in. Perhaps Li Lingchuan and the others had already obtained first-hand news on the situation inside the mystic region. Looked like she had to discuss this matter with her fiancé. It was night time and Li Moying dragged his chilly body back to the room as his expression was obviously tired with his lips slightly pursed. A tinge of impatience was also seen on that good-looking face. But after seeing Huang Yueli welcoming him with a light smile, he instantly relaxed and even gave a smile back. "Lear, I heard that you went out shopping today? What good stuff have you bought?" Huang Yueli replied, "I'm not telling you what I bought, that's a secret. But I met a person whom you totally would not think of." "Make a guess, who is it?" Li Moying's brows rose as he looked at Huang Yueli. His leer had a sly expression as her full moon eyes were looking at him, waiting for his reply. Li Moying intentionally paused for a moment, and then, "This seems very difficult to guess." He paused for a moment and said, "But I guess it should be my second junior brother Li Lingchuan?" Huang Yueli instantly became disappointed. How did you know? You even guessed this correctly." "This is because our hearts are linked together." Li Moying laughed. "Did you send someone to follow me around? Or is it Moe, the big mouth who sold me out?" Li Moying pinched her puffed-up cheek as she shook her head. "None of it is correct. But Li Lingchuan was supposed to go to Master today to have a discussion today, but he was late for almost an hour. So linking it all up, he should have met you on his way there?" Huang Yueli pouted as she muttered, Aren't you a little too smart? You can even link this up. Then I'll ask you, can you guess what he told me?" Li Moying indifferently replied, "What else can it be? He probably tried to scare you to stop me from going to the ancient mystic region." Huang Yueli was really shocked. "You actually guessed this correctly as well." "That's right, he indeed said that. He said that when you weren't around, I will definitely be bullied by the others, so he wants me to beg you to stay and accompany me." "Did he think I am an idiot?" she exclaimed furiously. Li Lingchuan's words were simply insulting her wisdom. Li Moying couldn't help but shook his head as he laughed out. "I knew he's a dumb fool, so just ignore him and let him go act out his single role." He knew many years ago that Li Lingchuan's aim was to replace him, to become Celestial Light Sect's future patriarch. But Li Lingchuan had never thought that in actual fact, Li Moying totally had no interest in Celestial Light Sect. It was a matter of time before he left and he would not become competitors with him at all. It was Li Lingchuan who was treading on death's path all along. If this carried on, sooner or later, his little life would be thrown away. Although Li Moying didn't say it clearly, but their hearts were linked, so just from his cold smile, she was able to guess his intention. She couldn't help but laugh as she said, "That's right, so the matter regarding the ancient mystic region is real?" Li Lingchuan said Green Cloud Sect sent someone here so that they can activate the ancient mystic region with your sect? That's a newly discovered mystic region? Li Moying nodded. "This matter is real and Green Cloud Sect had been lucky. This was rumored to from an ancient record which had been lost in transmission, and in it they discovered an ancient cave which had been left behind by an ancient deity, so they spent quite an amount of effort before they certified the location. This originally wouldn't be revealed to a Celestial Light Sect. But too bad, they don't have enough 9th stage realm practitioners in their sect, and out of desperation, hence they decided to cooperate with us." The minute Huang Yueli heard his confirmation, she became even more excited. "Really? A super expert who broke through to God Realm? These people all seem to be living in God Realm and very rarely return to Soaring Heaven's continent. This kind of mystic region is something which doesn't come by often. There must be a lot of treasures inside." Li Moying looked at her as he smiled. "Why, from your meaning, it sounds as if you want to join in as well." Huang Yueli blinked. "That's a given." Li Moying said, "With such an opportunity, the quota is very small, and after each of the departments in the sect fight head-to-head over this, the chance will only be given to direct disciples." Huang Yueli stared at him in dissatisfaction. "What do you mean?" Are you telling me that as fiancé of young sect master, I cannot enter? Li Moying's eyebrows rose as his good-looking face leaned in close to hers. Give me a kiss and I'll bring you in? Huang Yueli didn't kiss him. Instead she stretched out her and pulled his ears. Fat hope. I'm telling you, Li Lingchuan said that if you were to go in, then if a pathetic fourth-stage realm practitioner like me stays outside here, a lot of people will be waiting to bully me, and by then, I will suffer a terrible fate. Who else can bully you? Aren't you the one who is always bullying others? Every single day when I go out, I hear people complaining to me that you're beating this person or that person on that day. Li Moying intentionally laughed at her. That's because they deserve to be beaten up. It's a waste of energy for me to beat them up, all right? Huang Yueli replied in an upset tone. Seeing that Huang Yueli was slightly unhappy, Li Moying finally smiled and said in a conceited tone, all right, you've already said that you're young sect master's fiancé, so how can we not allow you to enter the mystic region? Rest assured. Huang Yueli looked up as she gave him a chilly glance. Not going to despise a fourth-stage realm practitioner like me from obstructing your way? Li Moying laughed out as he gently held her slender waist. How could that be possible? Our #1 armament master willing to lower her status to form a team with me, that should be my honor. Huang Yueli then spoke satisfactorily in a pampered arrogant tone. At least you know how to talk. Li Lingchuan had never thought that Li Moying would bring Huang Yueli into the mystic region together because normally, for a 7th-stage realm expert like Li Moying, having a 4th-stage realm lass around was a troublesome thing. If they only went to safe places, then there's no meaning in going to the mystic regions. But if they were to go take risks, they would easily be dragged down by people of lower cultivation. He had never imagined that under the heavens there was someone as illogical as Huang Yueli existed. In actual fact, Li Moying was still a little worried about Huang Yueli's safety, but he had the confidence to protect Huang Yueli. Moreover, this young lass loved to take risks naturally, so even if he wanted to stop her, he wasn't able to, so he might as well not waste his energy in doing so. 2 days later, the people from Green Cloud Sect had arrived. As Green Cloud Sect's sect master brought along a few elders, so it was such an exceptionally festive occasion that even Morongda and the rest put on their formal clothes as they gave them a warm welcome at the entrance of the sect. Li Moying also gave Morongda some face as he went out to welcome them as well. Huang Yueli was merely an outer disciple, so she had no rights to follow the sect master around, nor did she want to be the limelight. But as Shui Qingqing and the others went on ahead to join in the bustle, so she tagged along with them. When Green Cloud Sect's flying ship descended, it looked even more luxurious and grander than Celestial Light Sect's, and the grandeur was magnificent. It was evident that the intent of suppressing Celestial Light Sect from the start was there. Hearing the surroundings echoing with phrases such as "so pretty" and "so incredible," Huang Yueli frowned. From the looks of this, Green Cloud Sect obviously came with malicious intent. If they were really sincere in the talk on cooperation, then did they need to use such a provocative manner for this visit? Not much long later, Green Cloud Sect's sect master alighted from the flying ship. Green Cloud Sect's sect master was Cui Yuanshan. Huang Yueli heard of his name long ago, and he should be around the same age as Morongda this year, and was also a 9th-stage realm top expert. But although they were both 9th-stage realm practitioners, but the disparity between their abilities was huge. Cui Yuanshan's total power as compared to Morongda's had stood out by a huge chunk. Cui Yuanshan walked to the entrance of the mountain bearing an arrogant look, as he greeted Morongda in a neither cold nor warm attitude. Younger brother Morong, I'd not expected for us to meet so quickly once again. Morongda's expression stiffened a little, but following by a cold harumph, he replied, that's right, we meet again in such a short amount of time, it's really unexpected. Originally I had assumed that with Brother Cui's arrogance, after losing so terribly in the tournament which was held before, you would take quite a long while before you appear in front of us. Cui Yuanshan's expression finally changed as his mustache curled upwards from his anger. This was just a slip-up. Moreover, you are just plain lucky to have taken in such a good disciple. It wasn't because of your own ability, so what's there to be complacent about? Morong saw that he was infuriated, so his smile became even happier. Look at what you're saying. At our current age, cultivation is something which is difficult to proceed any further. So we can only compare between our disciples. To teach our disciples in the correct way is the greatest ability. Green Cloud Sect is here, too. Hearing their conversation, the outer disciples crowded around were all puzzled. What's the situation? Wasn't it said that Green Cloud Sect's sect master is specially here to pay a visit to our celestial light sect? Why does it seem like they came with ill intentions? Sigh, you must be a newcomer? No wonder you don't understand the situation. A few months ago, Green Cloud Sect's sect master brought along a bunch of disciples saying that they were here to have an exchange. In the end, they were beaten badly by our young sect master as they ran back to their sect with their tails tucked behind. You tell me, how could our relationship be good at all? Oh? What? Something like that happened? What's the point for me to bluff you? You see the young man dressed in navy blue robe just standing behind Sect Master Chui? He's Sect Master's eldest disciple, Lung Yifeng. I heard that he's a 9th grade talent. In the end, haha, he totally wasn't a match for our young Sect Master. Wow, then our young Sect Master is really powerful. Little wonder that he's the male god of Celestial Light Sect. But that Mr. Lung is also not bad-looking, refined and elegant. So what about that? As long as he goes against young Sect Master, that means he's an enemy of Celestial Light Sect. Don't you dare be smitten towards our enemy. The number of disciples he brought along weren't very little, but the most outstanding was the one who followed closely, and he should be Lung Yifeng, who the other disciples were gossiping about. Lung Yifeng indeed was a man of talent. Just from his imposing manner, he should be around 6th stage realm between 7th or 8th level, and he looked stronger than Li Lingchuan and Morong Fei. Besides him, Cui Yuanshan also brought along 5 to 6 other disciples, who were all 6th stage realm and above. It was a magnificent scene to see them all standing there. But no matter how many strong and powerful disciples there were in Green Cloud Sect, there wasn't any use at all. Celestial Light Sect only needed one Li Moying and was enough to shine over the others. Cui Yuanshan was ridiculed by Morong De, so his expression was steely green. It took him quite some time to suppress the anger in his heart as he gave a few cold harumphs. Younger brother Morong, you still have the cheek to say you know how to teach your disciple? Do you believe that if I were Mr. Li's master, he might already had reached 8th stage realm by now? Following you is obviously a huge delay. Mr. Li, why not you consider again? If you wish to come over to Green Cloud Sect, just feel free to open your mouth. Hearing that, Morong De seemed as like his cattail was trodden on as he almost jumped up. Brother Chui, poaching another sect's disciples is something which is against the society's rules. If you're not afraid that the other sects would get together to go against you, just wait and see. Yo, why so uptight? You know that you don't have enough ability, so you're really afraid your disciple will run away? Cui Yuanshan continued with his sarcasm. Li Moying didn't show much reaction, but Lung Fengyi on the other hand, clenched his fists tightly, trying his best to suppress his emotions, but he still revealed some hints of jealousy and hatred. He was once someone who was flushed with success, one whom the entire sect had treated as a moon by the crowd, thinking that he was the best candidate to revive their sect. In the end, the last time Cui Yuanshan brought him to Celestial Light Sect for a showdown, he originally was on the winning side. But whoever knew that just as all the other Celestial Light Sect's disciples were all beaten flat, this Li Moying suddenly came rushing over. Li Moying was travel-worn and hadn't even changed out of his sweat-drenched clothes when he ran up the stage and make his moves against him. At that time, Lung Fengyi was still laughing in his heart. With such a condition like that, Was he thinking of winning a genius like himself? But in the end, he was severely hit in the face. Li Moying defeated him in a jiffy, and later on, it was as though he had swatted dead a housefly. He perfunctorily cupped one fist in the other hand and left. From the start to the end, Li Moying didn't even look at him in the eye, making Lin Fengyi suspect that even until this day, if Li Moying knew who the person whom he had defeated was. As for now, his master actually said such things to Murongde publicly. Although it looked like a joke, but Lin Fengyi knew clearly that his master had been coveting Li Moying for a long time. If Li Moying really came to Green Cloud sect, then would he Lin Fengyi still had any standing? Lin Fengyi was feeling jealous and was filled with hatred as he looked towards Li Moying. Li Moying seemed as though he had sensed his gaze as he silently swept a glance at him. Lin Fengyi had just exchanged glances for just 1 second, but felt as though he had been struck by lightning as his entire body shook. Because that pair of eyes was just too deep, as abstruse as the netherworld, and gloomy and melancholic, making one had the jitters. It was too terrifying. At the same time, Murongde was repeatedly being ridiculed as he also started to become anxious. Facing Cui Yuanshan, he totally had no stand at all, and the words he said were extremely fictitious. Humph, that one surnamed Cui, don't even think of using these lousy schemes to strain us master and disciple relationship. Moying had grown up in Celestial Light sect since young, and he had deep-set feelings towards the sect, so he will absolutely not do anything to betray our sect. Ha ha, I think Master Li is just giving you face so he finds it ill at ease to say it out. Actually, he knows clearly that just a mere Celestial Light sect, the water is too shallow so it cannot accommodate a submerged dragon like him. Master Li, am I right to say that? Cui Yuanshan continued to chuckle. Frankly speaking, for a genius like Li Moying, he knew that even his Green Cloud sect couldn't accommodate him. But why was Celestial Light sect's luck so good that they casually took a disciple of his caliber like that? This kind of dogshit luck really made one jealous. He just wanted to take a dig at Murongde. When Murongde heard that, he couldn't laugh at all. The few of them all looked towards Li Moying, not knowing how he would reply. Li Moying's gaze swept past those few people in Green Cloud sect and expressionlessly replied, "Thank you Sect Master Cui for your good intentions, but I, Li Moying is a man of sentimental values. That year it was Master who saved me when I almost died in the snowy ground. He brought me back to the sect and I will never forget this gratitude forever. So unless Celestial Light sect wants to drive me away, forcing me to leave, otherwise I will absolutely not leave Celestial Light sect." The speed of his tone was very slow, but each word was extremely clear and distinct, so elegant and valuable that no one doubted the actuality of his words at all. When Murongde heard what he said, the huge stone weighing on his heart immediately dropped onto the ground. He revealed a smile as he said to Cui Yuanshan, "Ha ha, this disciple of mine is so sentimental and loyal, even the words he says are so direct. Sigh, sometimes I also feel like I'm in a difficult position. His character is so straight, so he might meet with some villains who don't have any eyes, so what should we do?" Although he said difficult position, but in actual fact his heart was blooming with flowers. He had not expected Li Moying to stand up for him, especially in front of Cui Yuanshan. These words simply added more glow on his face. Just seeing Cui Yuanshan's envious and infuriated expression, his waist was no longer sore and his feet no longer hurt. His entire condition couldn't be any better, as he was even happier than when he first broke through to the 9th stage realm. In total, just one word, refreshing. At this particular moment, Murongde was feeling extremely lucky that he hadn't listened to Murongfei a few days ago to deal with Li Moying's fiancée. If Li Moying could stay on in Celestial Light sect forever, standing up for Celestial Light sect, then what's the difference on whom he married? He originally wanted Murongfei to marry him was exactly because he was afraid that Li Moying's wings would grow so strong that he would run away one fine day. Now, Li Moying had already clearly stated his attitude. Regarding celestial light sex matters, there was no way that he wouldn't care about it, but celestial light sect was not able to force him to do things which he didn't want to do. Morongda wasn't silly as well, so he knew that what he was referring to was his own marriage. Speaking about this, Morongda had no way of opposing to what he said. Instead, he couldn't wait to go pull strings with Limoying's rumored fiancé. For that young lass to win such great favor, it meant that she stood a huge place in Limoying's heart, so she was someone who he couldn't afford to offend. However, Cui Yuanshan's expression turned ugly. Limoying's words were equivalent to slapping his face. His poaching was openly rejected, and to such an embarrassing degree. This, as compared to Lin Fengyi being defeated in one strike, was almost the same. He thought that Limoying wouldn't dare to offend a 9th stage realm practitioner and would at least leave him some face. In the end, how would Cui Yuanshan knew that Limoying had already regained part of Mu Qingying's memories. He had met plenty of 9th stage realm practitioners in the past, and without any exception, they were all defeated by him, so why would he care about Cui Yuanshan at all? Cui Yuanshan's expression turned green and white. Morongda on the other hand seemed flushed with success as he broke out into a broad smile to welcome his guests. Come on, brother Cui, let's stop blocking the entrance to chat, hurry on into the sect. After we parted ways that day, I really missed those times when we were together, so I've specially set up a banquet in the main hall of the sect to welcome all of you. You've been over to Celestial Light Sect's main hall, do you still remember it? That's the exact same main hall where the last tournament was held, when Moying suddenly appeared and defeated every opponent he met. Huang Yueli looked at the departing figures of these group of people and couldn't help but rolled her eyes towards the sky. Although Cui Yuanshan and the rest's backs were facing her and she couldn't see their expressions, but using her but to think, she knew that every in Green Cloud sect were probably going mad from fury. As the saying went, don't hit one's face when you're having a fight. Morongda intentionally mentioned the last event where they were beaten hands down and even set the banquet at where they had been defeated. Morongda's skill at infuriating others really didn't lose out to Morongfei at all. No wonder they're biological father and daughter. But on account that they treated Limoying pretty well, she could still barely force herself to believe that he was a good guy. After Huang Yueli was done with watching the show, she returned to the courtyard. She gauged that Limoying wouldn't be back so early, so she thought about going into the armament refining room to refine some small stuff. But before she even lit the fire, Moe came knocking on the door. Third Miss, Master sent a message earlier saying that he hopes that you can accompany him to entertain the valuable guests from Green Cloud Sect at the banquet this evening. Huang Yueli went into a blank for a moment and immediately replied, banquet. I'm not interested, not going. Although she loved bustles, but she hated to entertain other people. So for this kind of hypocritical event where she had to speak according to what kind of people she met, she rarely attended in her past life. Limoying was almost the same, and if he was forced to join in such events, he would usually put on his cold face and not speak a single word from the start till the end. When others say him, they were usually afraid, and there were few who had the qualifications to strike up a conversation with him, so this was a major embarrassment. What was wrong with Limoying today, for him to ask her to join in the banquet? Moe hurriedly said, Third Miss, it's best that you go this round. This time I heard that Sect Master wanted to meet you, so young Sect Master specially noted this. Master even said that if you don't like this kind of events, he will not ask you to go next time, but for this time, he needs your help. Since Limoying had already said this, Huang Yueli had no way to reject. Alright, then I'll make my way over. She nodded, and just as she was about to stand up, Moe added, Third Miss, Master has already prepared the gown which you will be putting on for the banquet, will you please take a look? He clapped his hand and a few serving maids carried their own trays as they walked over. Huang Yueli took a look. A set of exquisite flowing dress was placed on the tray, and it was exactly the same design which she loved in her past life. Furthermore, this dress was made entirely out of heaven arachnid azure silk, and each silk strand was worth at least 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones to weave into clothes. It looked white, but with every movement from the wearer, from different angles, the clothes would reflect different luster and color, with brilliant flowing lights, and it was extremely luxurious. Ordinary people would use heaven arachnid azure silk to weave into belts or similar accessories, and that was something which was already difficult to obtain. For Li Moying to use it extravagantly to weave into a dress was rarely seen. When Huang Yueli saw this dress, she was extremely happy. Taking a look at the other serving maids' trays with various exquisite accessories, she was delighted that they were filled with all those which she loved in her past life. The corners of her lips couldn't help but raise upwards as her mood turned light and joyous. The items which Li Moying sent were very expensive, but this was secondary. What was most important was that he actually recalled her likes in her past life, and after so many years had passed, he hadn't forgotten about it at all. That meant that he really had regained part of his memories, and moreover, he finally put her in his heart. Huang Yueli took the dress and returned to her room to change into it. Then she put on some makeup before following the shadow guards which Li Moying had sent over, as she proceeded towards the main hall. At this moment, Li Moying was standing right outside the main hall waiting for her. On seeing Huang Yueli, Li Moying immediately stood in a daze, and subsequently he gasped in admiration. He walked over and held her hand as he said in a mellow voice, "Lier, you look simply stunning in the flowing dress. You're so beautiful that I can't believe it." Huang Yueli smiled sweetly as she pulled up the hem of her dress as turned sideways slightly. The luxurious heaven azure silk followed her movements, striking a dazzling arc. That golden ray accompanied with her slender figure looked like a dream. Li Moying also was dazed as he couldn't help but hugged her while speaking beside her ear. "What should I do? You're just too beautiful that I don't dare to bring you to the banquet. If someone else falls in love with you, what should I do?" Huang Yueli said laughingly, "Why? Young sect master Li also has his moments of no self-confidence? You're South Sky region's #1 genius. Which man can be more powerful than you? I'm not blind, so why would I shift my affections onto another person? Moreover, there are so many female disciples who are secretly in love with you. Since I'm not worried, what do you have to worry about?" The ending of those words sounded a little sour. Li Moying touched his nose, instinctively feeling that this topic shouldn't go on. He hurriedly said, "The banquet has started, and we're already late, so let's hurry and go in." Saying that, he stretched out his arm towards Huang Yueli, allowing her to hook her own arm onto his before he started leading her into the banquet hall slowly. By now, the banquet had already started for quite some time. The important guests had already arrived at the banquet and only lacking Li Moying, but unfortunately, he was one of the people who attracted the most attention. So many people were already trying to find out why he hadn't arrived yet. Just as this moment, the main hall's main entrance opened up and the lovely couple Li Moying and Huang Yueli walked right in. The minute they appeared, everyone's eyes fell onto them uncontrollably. This couple, in terms of external looks, was simply too outstanding. Li Moying's good looks were the same as his ability, which enjoyed a widespread reputation. All the young ladies present, no matter if they were from Celestial Light Sect or Green Cloud Sect, bore some admirations of love for him. Usually, just one expression of his was enough to cause an uproar among the young ladies, but today, in order to tie in with Huang Yueli, he specially adorned himself, which made him look handsome beyond words, unable to find a single flaw on him. But this wasn't the most shocking thing. The real matter which made everyone surprised was the young lady beside him. This was absolutely the first time when Li Moying brought a female companion to take part in a banquet. Just this fact alone was enough to make all the young ladies' hearts shatter into pieces. But what made one even more melancholic was the young lady beside him was simply too stunning. Almond-shaped eyes and peach cheeks, her complexion was pearly white and that petite figure was slender and thin. What attracted the most attention was that set of flowing dress on her. Some of the higher-grade practitioners who were more experienced could tell the material of the dress on her, and they all drew in a mouthful of cold air. Just the price of this dress alone was enough to purchase a 6th-tier profound armament. There's someone who spent such a huge fortune just to look beautiful, buying a useless piece of ordinary dress? What was called extravagant? This was real extravagance. Morong Fei was standing by the side and almost gnashed her teeth to pieces when she saw this. Earlier when Huang Yueli and Li Moying entered the hall together, she was already so jealous that she almost died. Then on seeing Huang Yueli's piece of beautiful and expensive flowing dress, she was even more infuriated that she started shaking all over. She could tell that for a country bumpkin like Huang Yueli, how would she be able to afford such an expensive dress? Then looking at all the accessories on her. Those were definitely given to her by Li Moying. What ability did this little vixen had? Why was she able to seduce Li Moying, not only bringing her to such an important function and furthermore, giving her such an expensive clothing? A flowing dress made out of heaven arachnid azure silk. As celestial light sex eldest young miss, she couldn't bear to part with her money to buy it. What right did this wretched lass have to wear such a great dress? Morong Fei was so upset that she couldn't wait to strip Huang Yueli's dress down from her on the spot. Li Moying hugged Huang Yueli's slender waist tightly as she led him to the front of Morongde and Cui Yuanshan. Cui Yuanshan looked at them in surprise as he asked, "Master Li, may I ask, this young lady is your?" Li Moying introduced, "Miss Bai here is my fiancé. We've been prenatally betrothed since young and half a year ago. I went back to South Yu Kingdom and officially set this marriage. Lear, this is my master, Sect Master Morongda, and this is Sect Master Chui from Green Cloud Sect." Huang Yueli put on an obedient look as she greeted the two sect masters. Morongda sized Huang Yueli up as he secretly nodded his head in his heart. When he heard Morong Fei's description in the past, he thought that she was a selfish young lady who wasn't presentable at all. But seeing her today, his perception of her totally changed. But on second thoughts, for someone like Li Moying, how could his taste possibly be bad? Probably Morong Fei had said it out of jealousy and intentionally made her out to be so. Morongda didn't wanted to think of his daughter in such a bad way, but the truth was staring right at him. He secretly sighed as he nodded at Huang Yueli, "Miss Bai, thank you for saving Moying that time. I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude." Huang Yueli smiled, "There's no need for thanks. Moying is my fiancé, so it's something that I should do if I can help him in anything." When Li Moying heard that, his heart was touched as he squeezed Huang Yueli's hand. Huang Yueli turned her head over towards him and smiled. Cui Yuanshan saw this and was chuckling, "So Master Li actually had a prenatal betrothed fiancé. Hee, in the past I had always thought that eldest Miss Morong and Master Li was a couple. I'd not expected." When Morongda heard that, his expression changed immediately. The taunt in Cui Yuanshan's words were too obvious, so no one was able to ignore it at all. "Looks like it's indeed my own mistake. Master Li and Miss Bai are an ideal couple and you indeed look compatible. No wonder you don't have any interest in Sect Master's daughter. Hee, congratulations to the both of you," Cui Yuanshan added. When he said that, Morongda became even more embarrassed. However, the one who was more embarrassed was Morong Fei, who was standing right behind him. Initially when she saw Li Moying and Huang Yueli appearing in such an endearing manner, it was enough to make her felt upset. But in the end, before things came to an end, it was actually used by Cui Yuanshan to work up a topic, as he immodestly taunted her in front of so many people. She, Morong Fei, had never been so embarrassed before. Alas, facing Cui Yuanshan, a 9th stage realm practitioner who was even more powerful than her father, she had to wait to rebuke him and no possibility of resistance at all. So she could only direct all her fury towards Huang Yueli. The gaze, which she casted onto her, simply felt as though it was a dagger laced with poison. It was all because of this little slut. If it hadn't been for her who had shamelessly climbed onto eldest senior brother's bed, then the person who was standing next to Li Moying would be her, Morong Fei. How could she possibly accept such humiliation? Li Moying gaze coldly swept past Cui Yuanshan, but he didn't say anything else except, "My fiancé hasn't taken her dinner and is a little hungry. I'll bring her to get some food, so excuse me." Saying that, he took Huang Yueli's hand and left. This scene made Cui Yuanshan's face reveal a deep and meaningful smile. Early this morning, he talked bad about Morongde, and Li Moying automatically jumped out to rebuke him. But now that he talked about Morong Fei, Li Moying actually had no reaction at all. Looked like this eldest Miss Morong really didn't know how to hold a man's heart. Li Moying had completely treated her as thin air, as his eyes only had this rumored fiancé. This was something rare, not knowing just how outstanding this Miss Bai was, to be able to make celestial light sex eldest Miss become a dreg. Morong Fei had been totally dismissed by Li Moying and was so infuriated that she almost rushed over. Luckily Li Lingchuan, who was standing beside her, stopped her. "Third junior sister, don't be rash. Can't you see that eldest senior brother is so protective of her? Even if you wanted to make things difficult for her, then you will need a reason, isn't it? Don't be rash, we've already arranged everything, so just wait and see. Don't you jump out by yourself and spoil our plan." Morong Fei thought of their plans and forcefully tolerated with her anger as she remained still on the spot. Li Moying brought Huang Yueli to his seat as he prepared to take a seat. As Celestial Light Sect's young sect master, he had always been sitting on one seat lower to Morongde, which was in the middle position. Just as the two of them were preparing to sit down, a maid suddenly appeared behind the both of them as she stopped them. "Miss Bai, your seat is not here." Li Moying gave her an icy cold stare. "What's going on? You're new? Don't you know the regulations?" The maid was severely stared at by Li Moying, and she suddenly felt her legs going soft as sweat started to profuse from her forehead. Morong Fei designated her to pass the message, and she thought she was on a lucky track to be able to go near to young sect master at such a short distance. In the end, when she finally reached Li Moying, she realized that just one gaze or one action actually made one terrified. But no matter how afraid she was, she had no way to retreat right now, so she could only brace herself as she continued talking. Young sect master, your seat is indeed here, but Miss Bai is only an outer disciple, she cannot sit here." Li Moying's expression immediately sunk as his gaze turned surly with a tinge of bitter frost. He cried out sharply, "Who are you to give my woman instructions?" Scram. His voice held the suppression of profound energy as it was filled with grim and rigor. The maid was merely a third-stage realm practitioner and simply couldn't take it as she was pushed back and blood started trickling down the corner of her mouth, evidently suffering from a serious internal injury. Li Moying didn't even bother to look at her as he pulled Huang Yueli's hand, leading her to take a seat. Just at this moment, another voice was heard. "Eldest senior brother, why must you do this? Why must you vent your anger on a lowly little maid? It's not as though you don't know about the sect's regulations. For such a formal occasion in the sect, everyone must take their seats according to their own ability and status, not just using their relations to sit wherever they liked. By doing this, aren't you bringing shame to Celestial Light Sect?" The person who said those was Li Lingchuan. Both Morong Fei and him appeared behind them together. Li Lingchuan's words resounded out sharply as he intentionally made sure everyone in the entire event hall heard that. Momentarily, everyone's gaze was casted upon them, especially those Green Cloud Sect's disciples, as they sensitively felt that something major was going to happen. All of them kept their eyes peeled but didn't understand what was going on. Li Moying's pitch-black eyes flashed a sliver of iciness. "Li Lingchuan, your guts is certainly not small, you actually dare you appear in front of me. I let you off, because I don't want to dirty my hands. Instead of tucking your tail in to be a proper human, you actually dare to be disrespectful to my woman? Who gave you the guts to do so? Li Lingchuan was forced back by his imposing manner as he couldn't help but took a step back as he was secretly shocked. His eldest senior brother's potential seemed to have raised several notches from when they last met in the Dark Moon Forest. This was just too terrifying and too ridiculous. He tried his best to stabilize his messy internal breathing as he shouted, "Eldest senior brother, you. If you have something against your junior brother me, we can talk about it later. But now Celestial Light Sect is holding an important function, a banquet for Green Cloud Sect, and you actually outrightly do something against the sect's regulations. Aren't you throwing our sect's reputation away in front of others?" "I'm purely thinking for Celestial Light Sect and absolutely not going against you, so eldest senior brother, please don't misunderstand this." Li Lingchuan's words were wrapped up beautifully, but everyone could tell that he was intentionally going against Li Moying. Celestial Light Sect's disciples were all breaking out in cold sweat, feeling that Li Lingchuan must have gone mad. He actually had the audacity to provoke Li Moying's authority, and even provoked him openly in front of other sects. Even if he could go past today safely, he would probably be fixed terribly by Li Moying another day, right? What on earth was going in his mind? Whereas for Green Cloud Sect's disciples, all of them started to find out about Li Lingchuan's matter, as they were all interested in this kind of gossip. Cui Yuanshan played around with his two blades of mustache as he laughed heartily, even turning around to speak to Moronda, who was standing beside him. "I say, junior brother Morong, your sect's regulations are pretty strict. Ability speaks within the sect, and this is the basis of your sect's thrive. Furthermore, your disciple is also taught well. Even if young sect master had done something wrong, he wasn't afraid of authority, and stood out to lecture him. TSK, this is really a good disciple, who thinks on behalf of the sect." When his words were out of his mouth, Moronda's face turned red, as he was as embarrassed as he could be. Cui Yuanshan appeared to be praising Celestial Light Sect, but in actual fact, who couldn't tell that it was sarcasm? His disciples were not harmonious, and usually he closed one eye since they argued in private. But now in front of Green Cloud Sect, making such a huge din, didn't they know how embarrassing it was? Moronda called out sharply to Li Lingchuan, "Lingchuan, what are you saying? Miss Bai is your future sister-in-law. Even if she sat at the upper seat, there's nothing wrong with that." Whoever knew that before Li Lingchuan could even open his mouth, Morong Fei had already talked back at him. "Father, I cannot agree with what you said. How could you be so unfair? I'm your eldest daughter and Celestial Light Sect's sect master's daughter. But usually those who can sit on the upper seats had always been eldest senior brother and second senior brother. My sister and I have always been seated according to our abilities, and had never said we wanted to sit on the first seat. Since the sect's regulations are so, that even we have to abide it, then why can't Miss Bai abide by our sect regulations?" How would Moronda not know that Morong Fei was just going dead against Li Moying's fiancé? But unfortunately the words which Morong Fei said were reasonable and justified, totally unable to let anyone rebuke these words. Plus the fact that Green Cloud Sect's people were right beside him, so no matter what he said, it just wasn't correct. Morong Fei saw her father being beaten and a smile surfaced on her mouth as she turned around to talk to Huan Yueli. "Miss Bai, I'm so sorry, outer disciples are usually not allowed to take part in this kind of function, but since your eldest senior brother's fiancé, then we have already aced it. So we've arranged a seat for you, will you please sit by that side?" Morong Fei's finger stuck out and everyone's vision followed the direction of where her finger pointed to. On looking, everyone were shocked. A single table was placed right below the stage in the main hall, and it was even further back than the last table's position. The last table had always been in the main hall, but that table had been purposely placed outside the outer rim of the last table. If it was a bit further out, it would be out of the main hall's boundary. This time round, everyone could tell that Morongfei intentionally wanted to humiliate Huang Yueli. My goodness, eldest young Mrs. Scheme is too vicious. What do you say, will Miss Bai really go take a seat there? If she doesn't, what else can she do? Unless she directly leaves this place? This is really embarrassing? That's right, in the end, isn't it because of her own potential and status? Who else can she blame? I wonder if young sect master will stand out for her. This is after all the venue for welcoming Green Cloud sect. Surely young sect master wouldn't have a fight with young Masterly, right? That we will totally become a laughingstock for Green Cloud sect. The crowd were discussing on their own, and all of them used a sympathetic gaze on Huang Yueli. To be humiliated openly in this kind of place, but unfortunately her only backing Li Moying could not possibly help her. So many people placed themselves in the shoes of Huang Yueli, and all of them felt that if they had met with such a matter, they would definitely kill themselves by banging their heads onto the wall. This was really embarrassing. But there were many people who made sarcastic remarks as well. I feel that this Bairuoli deserves this. Who asked her to overrate herself? She's merely an outer disciple and making use her status as young sect master's fiancée to attend such a formal event. Who does she think she is? Isn't that so? Since she'd already gained such a big advantage to become young sect master's fiancée, instead of indulging in her own happiness, why did she had to appear at the banquet? Look at the dress she's wearing and how much makeup she put on. Didn't she even think if her own status and cultivation was worthy of that dress? That's right, she should learn a lesson from here. Celestial Light Sect is a large sect which lineage had been around for 1,000 years. She cannot just rely on a man and act willfully according to her own wishes. Huang Yueli had snatched away the male god whom everyone hoped for, so she had long incurred the jealousy of numerous disciples. Especially for those direct disciples, when they saw that Morongfei's potential and status were higher than hers, they didn't dare to snatch him from her, but unfortunately an outer disciple popped out and took Li Moying away. Everyone felt that their own status and ability had surpassed Huang Yueli, so naturally they were not convinced. The discussions reached Morongfei's ears, and that made her even more delighted. She smiled coldly towards Huang Yueli. Miss Bai, what are you still hesitating about? Do you feel that you really have the ability to sit at this place? Haven't you thought that you're merely an outer disciple, and this status of outer disciple was obtained by passing yourself off as a senior sister in your academy? Not only that, you're just a practitioner from a neighboring small country and your status is lowly. If even you can sit on such a high-status seat by relying on a man, then would there still be any fairness within the sect in future? Morongfei said this out loudly. It seemed as though she was afraid that Green Cloud sect's people didn't know about this, so she intentionally announced Huang Yueli's status and potential loudly for everyone to hear. She wanted to let everyone know that Huang Yueli had no abilities at all. She couldn't even become an outer disciple, and all she was a little slut who hugged onto the Li Moying's thigh while swindling him. All these so that she could make Huang Yueli humiliated not only within the sect, but outside as well. Dared to snatch her Morongfei's man? She must let Huang Yueli lose both fortune and honor. The more Li Moying heard, the more his heart was firing up as he couldn't wait to slap these scums who dared to slander his leader. He was not merely thinking only, he wanted to take immediate action, and as his thoughts turned, his surround profound energy started to fluctuate and turned intense. Huang Yueli noticed it and hurriedly tugged his sleeves as she shook him gently. Li Moying's actions took a halt as he lowered his head to look at her. Huang Yueli raised her head and winked at him, telling him that she could settle this on her own and for him to be calm. Li Moying and her heart were linked, so he understood her meaning. He was still not unwilling to let go. He stared at her for a moment and hesitated, but still wanted to make a move. Huang Yueli anxiously took a step in front of him, blocking his direction of making his move. If Li Moying were really to make his move, then the banquet would really be ruined, because Morongfei would either end up dead or crippled. She didn't really care about the life and death of those two scums Morongfei and Li Lingchuan. But in this way, Celestial Light sect would totally be in a mess and Li Moying would completely fall out with Morongda. She didn't wish for Li Moying to pay such a heavy price because of her. Because at this juncture, she could still handle it by herself. Huang Yueli spoke to Morongfei. Miss Morong, what right do you have to say that I'm not qualified to sit here? Do you feel that my status isn't high enough, or my potential isn't strong enough? I think my status as young sect master's fiancé, even if I'm merely an outer disciple, but my status shouldn't be too bad, so that means you think my potential isn't strong enough? Morongfei laughed coldly. That's right, you do know yourself quite well. The others who are seated here have both status and ability, except for you. You're so weak that you cannot even withstand a blow. You assume that you have a status. Don't you know that in soaring heaven's continent, only the strong are able to obtain the most valuable status? For someone like you, you're simply a joke. Her words were totally rude as she waited for Huang Yueli to turn embarrassed till she had no place to hide and could only leave the venue in anger. However, Huang Yueli gave a slight smile. Miss Morong is absolutely right. In soaring heaven's continent, only the strong are worthy of being respected, the weak aren't even fit to lift up the shoes for anyone. Morongfei was first stunned as she didn't expect Huang Yueli to say that. Could this wretched lass be mad? But very quickly, she sneered, it's good that you understand this logic, so why aren't you hurrying down to sit by the side? Huang Yueli replied, no hurry, I haven't finished my words. Since potential represents outseating, then does it mean that as long as I can defeat the practitioner who is sitting in an upper seat, then I can replace them and sit on their seat? Morongfei's eyes turned wide as she immediately started laughing out loudly. Right, you are absolutely right. But allow me to remind you that all the disciples seated here, other than you, are all Celestial Light sect's direct disciples. I guess that you should have heard about the innate talent and potential about direct disciples, right? You wish to defeat them? Haven't you even considered how heavy you are? Not only Morongfei, even those direct disciples who were seated here were all infuriated when they heard those words. This? Surely not right? Ruoli actually intends to challenge direct disciples? That's right, is she mad? I know she's very outstanding among the outer disciples, and she indeed has some skills. But to have a battle with direct disciples? She's too full of herself. Matters regarding a practitioner's honor, we couldn't possibly just let her win, just because she's young sect master's fiancé. That's right, I know she's definitely not resigned to sit on the last seat, but this kind of challenge without thinking about the consequences, if she's defeated, then wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? What on earth is she thinking about? AI, young sect master's good name, surely it would not be ruined in her hands today, right? Towards these sentences, Huang Yueli treated her as though she didn't hear anything. Her gaze was cold as she stared intently at Morongfei and speaking in a clear voice, to be more precise, I wish to challenge you. Morongfei thought that she had heard wrongly, and it took quite a while before she burst out into laughter. I say, am I hearing things? You intend to challenge me? Morongfei was smiling on the surface. Miss Bai, do you not know what is my cultivation level? Let me tell you, although my potential cannot be compared to eldest senior brothers, but I'm at least a 6th stage realm 1st level practitioner. Your cultivation is at most 4th stage realm? You wish to cross over 2 large realms to battle with me? Did you think that you're a peerless genius like eldest senior brother? Huang Yueli replied calmly, wouldn't we find out when we have a battle? The discussions below the stage became even louder, even Morongde couldn't help but became anxious. Li Lingchuan subconsciously turned back to look at Li Moying, only to discover that beside the frost on Li Moying's good-looking face, he didn't show any anxious emotions. Furthermore, he didn't seem as though he would stop these two from having the battle. This made Li Lingchuan frown uncontrollably as he couldn't tell what Li Moying was up to. Just some time ago, Li Moying was still burning up with fire, thinking to help Huang Yueli make a move. But now Huang Yueli's condition was even more precarious, as she would probably turn out either dead or injured in Murong Fei's hands. But Li Moying was totally not anxious at all? This was just too abnormal, right? Murong De couldn't stand it further as he stood up and shouted, "Enough, Feier and Miss Bai. This is the sect's official banquet and not a place where they both of you can do as you wished, so let's all stop this now. Today I allowed Moying to bring Miss Bai along, so Miss Bai is considered as one of my valuable guests, so I'll make an exception today. Add a seat next to young sect master for Miss Bai now." As Murong De's instruction was given, his gaze brushed past coldly towards the few maids who were standing by the side. He was after all a 9th stage realm top expert, and usually he was amiable, but when he really got fired up, the disciples didn't dare to go against him at all. The maids hurriedly ran across as they moved Huang Yueli's seat up. Murong Fei saw this and was feeling infuriated, not knowing why her father stood on Huang Yueli's side. The more she thought, the more unresigned she felt as she refused to give in. She continued to stare at Huang Yueli and laughed coldly. "No wonder you said such things earlier, so you already knew that my father wouldn't allow us to fight. You're really good at pretending. Now you can openly take a seat over there, so congratulations." This was a bare provocation. Huang Yueli had actually intended to give face to Murong De, letting Murong Fei off, but on hearing these words, her face sunk as her footsteps halted. "Eldest Miss Murong, does this mean that you don't want to give your father any face and insists on having a battle with me?" "Fair," Murong De howled angrily. He had never expected that his usually obedient and magnanimous daughter had lost control every single time when it was related to Li Moying's matters. Now she actually ignored the sect's reputation, and if this went on, he didn't dare to think how Green Cloud sect's people would laugh at them behind their backs. But right now, Murong Fei was intent on not listening to him, so much that even Huang Yueli's anger flared up. The two young ladies exchanged glances as their eyes were filled with an icy cold bitterness. A battle was about to start. Just at this moment, a hurried shuffling of footsteps was heard coming from the main hall's entrance. A guard jogged along the way as he dashed into the banquet hall. On seeing the entire hall so quiet and with such a tense atmosphere, he was slightly shocked, but very quickly, he regained his senses as he bowed his head down to pay his respects. Reporting to Sect Master Chui, the Armament Guild's president who has already arrived at the sect. Before Murong De could say anything, he heard a burst of laughter coming from the door. "Sect Master Murong, Sect Master Chui, I'm so sorry. I was delayed, so I arrived late." The atmosphere now was already so tight that a serious rift could break out any second. But at this moment, a sudden light laugh was heard and many of them didn't manage to regain their senses. President whose words had just landed when he appeared at the entrance of the venue. He was dressed in a new armament master's long robe, and a 6th-tier armament master badge was pinned on his chest. His long hair was combed straight without any stray hairs, and his hand was touching his beard as he strode in with heavy steps. Anyone who saw him couldn't help but exclaim, "It's no wonder he's Sky Cloud City's Armament Guild president. He indeed had the air of a great master." He was still talking as he walked right in. "Both sect masters, we haven't met for many years. Today, Sect Master Chui is here, and Sect Master Murong still remembered to invite me over for a drink, so this is indeed my utmost honor." Chui Yuanshan immediately smiled as he got up to welcome him. "Please don't say that, President Hu. Junior brother Murong and I had roamed around the South Sky region for experience training, and we have been taken care of by you a lot of times, so I've long wanted to have a gathering with you. Unfortunately, the last time I came by, it was in a rush, so now that junior brother Murong invited you over, I'd been hoping for it for a long time." President Hu started chuckling. "So you still remember me? I thought that now that the both of you are 9th stage realm top experts, you no longer remember me at all." Morong also hurriedly got up and said, "President Hu, please take a seat." President Hu was actually on the same rank as Morong's father. He was also a renowned top-tiered armament master in the South Sky region and considered to have watched Morong and Cui Yuanshan growing up, so he had refined quite a number of profound armaments for them then. President Hu's innate talent was limited and he had eventually stopped at the rank of 6th-tier armament master, but Morong and Cui Yuanshan had always been respectful towards him. This time round they invited President Hu over. On one hand, it was because they wanted to have a gathering with this elder, while on the other hand, it was because the two of them had already reached an understanding regarding the ancient mystic regions matter. They needed to find a witness who enjoyed high prestige and command universal respect, so at the same point of time, they both thought of President Hu. Morong and Cui Yuanshan had always been on loggerheads. To be able to find someone whom both parties could both agree upon wasn't easy, so they hurriedly sent out an invite to President Hu, inviting him to join in today's banquet. After President Hu exchanged conventional greetings with the both of them, his gaze shifted and fell onto Huang Yueli and Morong Fei, who were exchanging stares below the stage. President Hu was stunned as he spoke out in astonishment, "This is..." Morong following his line of vision, and his heart went thumped. He had not expected that after President Hu had created a lapse, but these two young lasses didn't take the opportunity to get off the stage, they were still in a deadlock at the same place. Morong Fei totally didn't consider the big picture. What kind of occasion was this? Throwing face in front of Green Cloud sect wasn't considered, but now was she planning to let the people in the Armament Guild see them as a laughingstock as well? Morong's expression changed as he wanted to hurriedly chase the both of them away. But President Hu stood up and walked quickly beside Huang Yueli, as he smiled at her and greeted her first. "Miss Bai, I've not expected that you've already returned to Celestial Light Sect with young Sect Master Li already. Looks like your wedding bells are ringing soon, eh?" President Hu's favorable impression of Huang Yueli's wasn't just ordinary. The last time at the Armament Master Certification Assessment, Huang Yueli displayed such shocking talent in armament refining skills, which was enough to be nicknamed as South Sky Region's #1 armament refining genius. Her future accomplishments would absolutely be above him in future. Furthermore, Huang Yueli didn't keep her secrets to herself. Although she has such an exclusive technique at refining armaments, but during the certification assessment, she openly displayed her skills in front of every armament master, and displayed it not only once. Even President Hu himself learned quite a number of things from Huang Yueli's armament refining skills and had reaped an enormous benefit out of it. For a generously humble talented young lady with a bright future, President Hu had long treated her as Sky Cloud City's Armament Guild's future hope, as he admired her from the depths of his heart. Furthermore, President Hu felt that Huang Yueli and Li Moying were an extremely compatible pair. One was a peerless talent in terms of cultivation, while the other was an armament refining genius. They were just that compatible. An armament master's status was invaluable, so without Li Moying's status as young sect master, President Hu felt that he wasn't worthy of Huang Yueli. When Huang Yueli saw President Hu, her face also revealed a smile. "President Hu, how have you been?" President Hu said, "Last time at the Armament Master Certification Assessment, you promised me to come over to the Armament Guild. But in the end I've not seen you appearing, so I thought you were busy." "In the end, you actually left with young sect master. TSK, you're really too sticky. Youngsters nowadays. But just as well, since the both of you are so compatible and so loving, it's a good thing for you guys to get married earlier." Huang Yueli started to become shy from his words. "President Hu, you're mistaken. Not so fast. I came to Celestial Light Sect to take a look at him only." The two of them looked extremely familiar with each other, and President Hu even started cracking jokes about Huang Yueli, so this made everyone at the scene extremely shocked. Who was President Hu? He's the #1 rated armament grandmaster in the entire South Sky region, and his fame was widespread. He had numerous disciples under his wing. Although his cultivation was absolutely not the best among the practitioners, but in terms of prestige, he was considered as a #1 figure in South Sky region, not any lower than Morongda. As for Huang Yueli? From what everyone saw, she was merely an outer disciple with an ordinary cultivation, hugging on to young sect master's thigh so that she could smuggle into this function. She should be some unattractive pipsqueak. Why would President Hu talk to her? Moreover, his attitude towards her seemed to carry some respect and lionization, absolutely not the attitude which an ordinary upper-class person had towards a junior. Not only that, President Hu even knew that she and Li Moying had a marriage agreement, and even thought highly of the both of them? Had President Hu gone bonkers? The both of them, one was a peerless genius, while the other was an outer disciple. In which way were they compatible? Morongda was absolutely the most shocked person among the others. He started at them with his eyes wide and tongue-tied, and he couldn't help but butted in. Who? President Hu, what's going on? You are acquainted to Miss Bai? President Hu laughed. Of course I know her. I admire Miss Bai greatly. I haven't managed to congratulate Sect Master Morong in time. Your disciple here is really extraordinary. Initially, I thought that young Sect Master Li only knows how to cultivate, so I didn't expect him to be so good at choosing a lady. Moreover, his tactics are so swift. A lady like Bai Ruoli is easily dibbled by him and already engaged at such a tender age. I can only express my utmost admiration for this action. Morongda's jaw always dropped onto the ground when he heard that. What was the situation? Why did it sound as though that Li Moying marrying this Bai Ruoli was a huge advantage? Where on earth had gone wrong? Was President Hu's consciousness really awake? President Hu, what are you talking about? Morongda had a dazed expression and was just about to open his mouth to ask in detail. President Hu seemed to have recalled something as he looked to his left and right, and he asked curiously, That's right, what are you all doing here? Isn't today's banquet supposed to make merry? Why are you all standing down below, and those that young lady over there? President Hu pointed at Morong Fei, not knowing who she was exactly. This made Morong Fei so infuriated that she almost fainted. Originally, for a top-rated armament master like President Hu to not recognize a younger junior like her, it was something very normal and nothing strange about it. But if there were no comparisons, there wouldn't be any damage. Huang Yueli was much younger than her and her cultivation was lower than her, but yet she was able to gain such value and closeness from President Hu. Whereas for her, a highly respected and valuable sect master's daughter was only referred to as that lady. Morong Fei had always had a good opinion of herself and she felt that she was much valued than Huang Yueli, so since when had she suffered such humiliation? Huang Yueli indifferently glanced at Morong Fei and shrugged her shoulders as she replied in a disapproving look, Actually there's nothing much. I was just about to go into a battle with this lady. If it wasn't President Hu who suddenly came in, we'd probably came out with a winner by now. President Hu was shocked when he heard that. What? Are you going for a battle? What are you trying to do? Although there are plenty of young people around to liven up the battle, but you, how could you take part in it? One couldn't blame President Hu for being so shocked, because normal armament masters absolutely would not go into a battle with anyone under such a situation. On one hand, it was because an armament master's status was very valuable, so for livening up events with battles, they would not lower their own status to take part. On the other hand, armament masters' cultivation although might not be weak, but in most actual battles, their results were pretty bad. After all, their concentration wasn't placed on cultivation. Of course, the most important thing was an armament master's hand was priceless. Armament refining all relied on this pair of hands, which could rake in money, and if they were hurt in the battle, that would be the largest loss which they couldn't afford to bear. Huang Yueli was not able to reply in time when Shui Yuanshan butted in. Master Hu, you don't know what's going on. This young lady opposite Miss Bai is Sect Master Morong's eldest daughter Morong Fei. Miss Morong bore good intentions, hoping that Miss Bai won't break the sect's regulations and be seated on the upper seats, so she specially came over to maintain the disorder. Present who was lost in the fog. How come I don't understand what you're saying at all? Why would it be breaking the sect's regulations if Miss Bai sat in an upper seat? Cui Yuanshan laughed. President who, you don't know. Miss Bai's cultivation is not high and is merely an outer disciple in Celestial Light sect. In such a former occasion, the first few seats are arranged according to their potential and their status in the sect. Although Miss Bai is Mr. Li's fiancée, but surely she cannot sit here because of that, right? Miss Morong was kind-hearted enough to stop her, but in the end it seemed as though a misunderstanding had been created, hence, they started arguing. Cui Yuanshan seemed to be praising Morong Fei on the surface, but in reality every single word was filled with ridicule, in an attempt to anger President Hu. He was such an intelligent man. He had long seen through the fact that President Hu had treated Huang Yuli differently. Although he didn't know why he was so respectful to such a young lass, but Cui Yuanshan knew one thing at least, which was if Huang Yuli was bullied, President Hu would definitely get angry. President Hu was the witness whom he and Morongde invited over to be the judge, so if Morongde were to offend President Hu, perhaps today President Hu would be more biased and lean towards Green Cloud Sect's side. Cui Yuanshan's brain was working fast as he immediately grabbed the chance, before Morongde, to speak out. When Morongde heard that, he immediately felt something was amiss. But the things which Cui Yuanshan said wasn't a lie, and in fact it was really truthful, so momentarily he didn't know how to explain as well. However, his hesitation for that one moment was already too late. Present whose eyes bulged out as he blew his beard, throwing a huge temper. Sect Master Morong, is what Sect Master Cui said all true? Morong Fei hurriedly replied, Miss Bai indeed didn't have the qualification to take a seat in the upper seats, but... President Hu totally didn't hear his, but as he had already blown his top on hearing the first half of the sentence. He totally couldn't suppress his temper. Sect Master Morong, I really don't understand your sect's regulations, but why doesn't Miss Bai have the qualifications to sit in the upper seats? A 14-year-old obtaining a first-tier armament master certification, and her actual ability was enough to obtain a third-tier and above certification armament refining genius, so it's so invaluable. Can I think that you're despising and humiliating our armament guild? President Hu was angry for a reason. It wasn't just for Huang Yuli alone, but for the entire armament guild. An armament master's status was highly respectable, especially for the young and talented armament refining genius. Their statuses were highly valuable in many large powerhouses. For this kind of function, a young armament master's seat would normally be much higher than same-age genius practitioners, because armament refining talents were much rarer than cultivation talents. There was no need to say that for a super genius like Huang Yuli, there probably wasn't a second one in the entire Soaring Heavens continent. Just what kind of outstanding existence was this? Celestial Light Sect was just a large sect in the South Sky region and not even in place within Sky Emperor City, and they actually dared to allow this kind of genius to sit at the last seat. Any armament master who saw this would not be able to endure it, all right? Morongde had not expected the usually gentle President Hu to suddenly flare up, as he was momentarily shocked. After he heard President Hu's words clearly, he was even more shocked as he totally couldn't recover his senses. This? President Hu, you. Are you sure you didn't get it wrong? This Miss Bai is a certified armament master? How could this be possible? Hearing Li Moying's fiancée was only 14 or 15 years old, such a young certified armament master had not appeared within the South Sky region before. President Hu angrily retorted, could I be lying to you? Miss Bai was awarded as a first-tier armament master by me personally when I presided over that certification assessment. Moreover, she displayed shocking armament refining talent during the assessment. With her potential, obtaining a 3rd or 4th tier certification isn't a problem at all. According to the Armament Guild's regulations, armament masters of 2nd tier and above needs to be certified at the guild, otherwise, I will already have issued her with a 3rd tier badge. 3rd tier? Morong felt that his tongue was going stiff as he couldn't even speak properly. Was he having a problem with his hearing? A 14-year-old 3rd tier armament master, how could this be possible? This wasn't something which could be described with a mere armament refining genius. Generally, those armament masters who could reach 3rd tier before the age of 25 were all considered to have a boundless future. They would at least reach a level of 6th tier and above high-leveled armament Grand Master. What concept was a 6th tier armament master? Even in Sky Emperor City, that would be a reputable VIP, what more in South Sky region? President Hu himself was only in 6th tier. If a 14-year-old could reach 3rd tier, then what would her future be? This was simply unimaginable. Frankly speaking, if this was said by another person, Morongda would not believe it at all, because a 14-year-old 3rd tier armament master was simply too ridiculous. No one would ever believe such a matter without any evidence. But since President Hu was the one who said that, based on his title as a respectable armament Grand Master to say such a thing, there was no choice except to believe in his words. President Hu looked at Morongda's expression as though he had been struck by lightning, but still hadn't vented his anger enough as he continued, furthermore, this Miss Bai's background isn't ordinary as well. Her master is an armament Grand Master from Sky Emperor City, at least 8th tier and above. Based on her innate talent and with the coaching of a reputable master, her future. I think you don't need me to say more about this, right? Morongda was completely stunned by now. An 8th tier armament master in Sky Emperor City, those were reputable people with great value. Even for a sect like Celestial Light Sect, even if they gave all their fortunes, they might even be scorned. This young lass's luck was actually that good, to be under the wing of an 8th tier armament master? But it's no wonder, because based on her innate talent, which armament master wouldn't be moved? They would absolutely fight to let her become their disciple. President Hu saw his dumbstruck look and finally understood that Morongda totally wasn't aware of the truth. He gave a cold harumph and said, "So now are you clear? Young sect master Li's cultivational innate talent may be hard to find, but Miss Bai's armament refining innate talent is something which is hard to come by in 100 years. In what way are they not compatible? Don't take it for granted. This kind of armament refining talent can't be found anywhere else, and now for her fiancé, she came over to your Celestial Light sect. Instead of treasuring this luck, you actually wanted to let her sit in the last seat. Why? Do you think that we armament masters are an easy lot to bully? Miss Bai is too sentimental, that's why she didn't leave immediately. Just wait until she cannot tolerate it any further by these petty people's actions. I'd like to see where you run off to cry." Morongda originally was already very remorseful, but after being scolded by President Hu, his sweat started dripping down. He immediately turned towards Huang Yueli and spoke politely, "Miss Bai, so you're a certified armament master, why didn't you tell us earlier? Moing didn't tell us clearly on this. Quick, please have a seat." Huang Yueli didn't give a reply as her gaze fell onto Morong Fei. At this present moment, Morong Fei's expression was not just describable with the word pale. She stared at Huang Yueli in disbelief as though she had just seen a ghost. In the past, she heard that Huang Yueli knew how to refine armaments or something as such, but she didn't let it stay inside her heart. There were a few armament refining talents in Celestial Light Sect, and there were occasions where 14 or 15-year-olds were barely able to pass the first-tier armament master certification assessment. Morong Fei was an 8th-grade talented practitioner, so this was much rarer than ordinary armament refining talents. But after hearing what President Hu said today, Morong Fei realized that she had belittled Huang Yueli. She actually reached the standard of a third-tier armament master? Just what kind of an abnormal genius was she? Just that little slut. How was this possible? Seeing Huang Yueli's gaze fall onto herself, Morongfei couldn't help but shudder. For Huang Yueli to look at her, there was no need to think to know that she was definitely up to no good. Indeed, before Huang Yueli opened her mouth, Morongda had already noticed her line of vision as he immediately responded, snatching the opportunity to speak. "Fair, today you've been too rash and offended Miss Bai. Apologize to Miss Bai." Morongfei felt extremely humiliated when she heard this. The person she looked down on the most was Bai Ruoli, who was standing in front of her. Now she was made to apologize to this little slut who had snatched away Li Moying from her. How was this possible? Morongfei was suppressing herself as she didn't say a word. Morongda frowned as he was feeling frustrated. He felt that this daughter of his was really making one more and more irritated. She had been causing trouble day in and day out, and now that she'd done something wrong, she actually refused to apologize? This temper. She had really been pampered thoroughly. When Shui Yuanshan saw this, he laughed out loudly. "Junior brother Morong, don't make things difficult for your daughter anymore. She's thinking of the sect too, otherwise why would she keep her eyes on Miss Bai for? After all, she's the sect master's daughter, so if you want to make her apologize to Miss Bai, it is not giving her any face, right?" Shui Yuanshan spoke a chain of biting sarcasm, making President Hu's face turn ugly once again. He angrily gave Morongfei a stare and said, "All right, I finally understand Celestial Light Sect. So armament masters in your sect are being treated in this way. Since you despise armament masters, feeling that apologizing to armament masters is an embarrassing thing, then why do you even look for me to be a witness? I cannot take up this responsibility." Saying that, he flicked his sleeves and was about to walk off. This time round, Morongda was really anxious. He hurriedly ran down from the main seat and blocked President Hu's way as he gave an apologetic smile. "President Hu, please don't. Today's matter is a huge matter, so we cannot do without you. What you said is correct, my daughter is in the wrong and she should apologize, we cannot just forget about this." Saying that, Morongda looked at Morongfei once again as he opened his mouth. His tone had turned harsher than before. "Fair, where are your manners? Today you've indeed gone too far, why aren't you apologizing to Miss Bai?" Morongfei's eyes widened as she didn't expect her father, who had pampered her so much, actually forced her to do such an embarrassing thing in front of so many people. Now in the main hall, everyone's eyes were on her and Huang Yueli. If she were to submit to Huang Yueli right now, in future where would she have the face to snatch her man from Huang Yueli? But since things already came to this step, there was no possibility for her to not lower her head. Morongfei suppressed herself for a long period of time and she finally clenched her teeth tightly as she hissed the few words out forcefully. Sorry." Huang Yueli blinked. "What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly." Morongfei had finally coerced herself to say a word of apology, but in the end, Huang Yueli still said that about her, making Morongfei almost fainting from anger. Actually, although Huang Yueli intentionally made things difficult for her, but her voice was really soft like a mosquito buzzing, so a lot of people didn't even notice that she had said anything earlier. President Hu also frowned in dissatisfaction. "That's right, your apology is so soft, I'm guessing you are not sincere at all, right? Are you just trying to hoodwink me?" Under the tremendous pressure, Morongfei had no choice but to raise the volume of her voice. "Miss Bai, I've offended you today, and I'm extremely sorry for it." This time, although Morongfei's voice had turned louder, but her tone sounded so fierce that one couldn't tell if she was remorseful or not. President Hu frowned again and was about to spit out fire. What kind of an attitude is that? However, Huang Yueli hurriedly stopped him as she said, "President Hu, don't be angry. Miss Morong has apologized and I'm already very satisfied with that. After all, she's Moying's junior sister, so it's understandable that she has this attitude. I must consider on the behalf of Celestial Light Sect as well. Upon hearing this, President Hu gave her a sulky stare. You're just like that, simply too kind, which is why you're bullied by others. A genius armament master actually got chased down from the upper seat. What is this? Don't just think for young sect masterly. He's a genius all right, but you're not far off from him, so if he really bullies you, don't you just swallow it down. Huang Yueli hurriedly said, President Hu, please don't misunderstand, Moying is very good to me. I just don't want to smear the reputation of his sect. President Hu waved his hand, all right, I know you two have a good relationship, so hurry on and go back to your fiancé. I really can't continue watching. Huang Yueli couldn't help but laugh as she felt that this old man was really meaningful. Armament masters were mostly aloof by nature, but they were generally more pure, and towards people who entered their eyes, they would treat the other party very well. Morongfei was just by the side listening to them talk as he felt extremely touched. Regarding today's matter, Huang Yueli was the one who suffered the most grievance. Instead of bearing a grudge, that young lass was even considering on the sect's behalf to compromise and let everyone have a peace of mind. This was extremely hard to come by. In comparison, Morongfei had not considered his obstruction several times and had to go against Huang Yueli. Not only had she thrown their face all the way to the West Sky region, furthermore her last apology was so insincere. Morong stared at her as he felt resentful towards her for failing to meet his expectations. Look at yourself, why can't you learn from others? No wonder your eldest senior brother only likes her. This kind of tolerance is just not the same. When Morongfei heard that, she almost fainted. What kind of virtue that wretched lass had, no one was more clearer than her. She was absolutely black-bellied and sinister, filled with a stomach full of bad water. But unfortunately her father actually cited that wretched lass and still asked her to learn from Huang Yueli? He even said she had low tolerance? Why couldn't her father tell that that wretched lass absolutely said that on purpose? It was done to disgust herself. Intentionally? Huang Yueli returned back to Li Moying's side, and before she had even sat stably, Li Moying raised his brow at her as he asked in a low voice. Huang Yueli proudly and pamperedly humped at him, aren't I doing all these for you? If I really put your master on the spot, your Celestial Light Sect will probably lose all the face to continue in this line. Li Moying leaned in close to her ear as he laughed lowly, as compared to you, nothing is more important than you, so Celestial Light Sect is not even worth mentioning at all. Your words really sound so nice. Huang Yueli pouted. Li Moying knew that she was still feeling upset inside. Furthermore, originally, if she had openly beaten Morongfei up, this anger might have been appeased. But after President Hu stuck his nose into it, although he had won back her face in a strong manner, but that anger was suffocated back. No wonder she wasn't feeling good at all. Li Moying naturally knew what she was thinking about and pinched her cheek laughingly. So pampered and arrogant, it's all because your fiancé didn't vent your anger for you? Just wait and see. Huang Yueli went into a blank as she didn't know what he was up to and turned back to take a look at him. Li Moying pacified her by touching her shoulders and turning back his head at the same time as he said coldly, second junior brother, where do you think you're going? Li Lingchuan realized that the situation wasn't quite right and had already been retreating backwards secretly, hoping that his movements would not be found out. Whoever knew that Li Moying suddenly called out for him. He secretly raised his head and met Li Moying's biting cold gaze sweeping by as his spine felt a chill, so he could only stop his footsteps. Li Lingchuan self-professed that he was one of the peerless talents in South Sky region, and while facing other practitioners, he never felt that he ran out of spirit, but unfortunately the moment he met Li Moying, just one glance was enough to make him terrified, feeling that he had to bow down in front of his feet. Eldest senior brother. His stammering words had yet to finish when he felt his eyes turning blurry. A severe lightning flashed across and struck him on his chest. Li Lingchuan didn't even have the time or space to react or evade when he was struck directly. He saw a miserable shriek as he crashed heavily towards the outside. Lingchuan. Moronda stood up in shock. Quickly go see what has happened to Li Lingchuan. The medical professionals present immediately rushed over. This time as the mishap happened too quickly, so quick that it made everyone surprised and everyone in the main hall were shocked. No one expected Li Moying to suddenly make a move. Just within a short span of an instant, Li Lingchuan was heavily injured. After some time, some people finally regained their senses as all of them were dumbstruck. What's the matter with young sect master? Why did he directly strike out at Mr. Li? Isn't that obvious? Earlier, Mr. Li together with eldest young Miss were bullying Miss Bai, intending to ask her to sit at the last seat. Although young sect master has given the sect some face to let off eldest young Miss, but Master Li doesn't have that good fortune, eh? He really stood up for Miss Bai. Heavens! Young sect master's character is so cold, but he actually got fired up for a woman. Why isn't the lucky one me? What curse did Bai Ruoli cast it on him? You? Haven't you even seen your own distance between yourself and Miss Bai? She is a top-rated armament refining genius, even President Hu is full of praise for her. Are you even comparable? Not only were the ordinary disciples discussing this, even President Hu and the rest were extremely shocked and surprised. President Hu was only astonished for a moment when he laughed out, "Youngsters. They are just too rash. But at least he has a bit of hot blood in him. Otherwise, I cannot rest assured that our talented genius young lady of the Armament Guild will marry him." From the looks of this now, young sect master Li indeed knows how to protect our Miss Bai. Li Moying indifferent replied, naturally. Towards outsiders, he didn't like to talk much, but merely using a few words to describe his feelings of adoration towards Huang Yueli, it was enough to make anyone understood his meaning. The words of beration were almost by Moronda's mouth, but upon thinking, he decided to swallow it down. Internal strife was a major offense in these kinds of large sects, and if it were others who fought in such an occasion, Moronda would never let them off. But since it was Li Moying, he couldn't even say a single word of criticism. Because he himself could not afford to offend Li Moying, moreover Li Lingchuan was at fault in the first place. Adding on to the fact that Li Moying had already let Morong Fei off, his pursuit towards Li Lingchuan was considered a huge step back. Morongda restrained himself for some time, not saying a word. At this moment, the doctor who gave Li Lingchuan a checkup came over to report, "Sect Master, Master Li's injuries are rather grave. His internal organs were almost shattered, and if he doesn't lie down for a couple of months, he wouldn't be able to recuperate. Luckily, his meridians hadn't suffered too much damage, so in future, he will still be able to continue cultivating." Hearing that, Morongda knew that Li Moying really had shown leniency, so what more could he say? Morongda sighed as he waved his hand, "I know already, bring Master Li down for urgent treatment." Saying that he returned to his own seat. From the start till the end, he didn't say a word about Li Moying. Huang Yueli sat beside Li Moying as her eyes were wide open, a little surprised over what had happened. She had not expected Li Moying to be so merciless. Suddenly injuring someone without even giving a warning at all. In this way, Morongda's reputation had totally fallen onto the ground, so Huang Yueli thought that he would at least berate Li Moying a little. But towards the end, Morongda didn't even say a single word and directly went back to his seat. It was obvious that he was afraid of Li Moying. Li Moying sensed that Huang Yueli kept staring at him as he turned his head slightly. "What's the matter, Lier? Why are you looking at me and not eating anything? Are the dishes not to your liking?" Huang Yueli smiled at him. "I realized that you seem to be very overbearing in the sect. You just beat up your junior brother until he has such a serious injury? Haven't you noticed that your master is extremely angry?" Li Moying gave a cold harumph. I didn't go beat up Murong Fei, is the utmost face, which I'm giving him. Moreover, the guy surnamed Li created trouble for me in the Dark Moon Forest previously, and I haven't settled the debt with him yet. And now he still came out to create trouble. Does he think that I, Li Moying, am dead? Saying that, he looked at Huang Yueli. Lier, do you feel that I'm too overbearing? Huang Yueli smiled sweetly. Of course not, why would I? I feel that you're extremely suave until I can die. Li Moying then satisfactorily smiled as the sides of his lips curled upwards. To him, there was nothing which made him happier than to hear Huang Yueli praised him. His Lier's expression was just too cute, and if it wasn't for the fact that this was a public area, and he was afraid that Huang Yueli would become angry from embarrassment, he wanted to lower his head and give her a kiss. Suddenly at this moment, Cui Yuanshan suddenly opened his mouth. Junior brother Murong, aren't the rules in Celestial Light sect very strict? How come your disciples can even beat each other up openly in public? This is a real eye-opener for me. Murong's expression stiffened. How would he not be able to tell that Cui Yuanshan didn't harbored any good intentions? Everyone present could tell that he didn't berate Li Moying because he didn't want to offend this talented disciple. But Cui Yuanshan had to bring out this sentence, ridiculing and hinting that he had a double standard. If he didn't pursue the matter in which Li Moying beat up his fellow junior brothers, it was obvious that Celestial Light sect didn't have the dignity of a large sect. But if he pursued him, he didn't dare to take up the risk of offending Li Moying. Cui Yuanshan was obviously trying to sow a discord between them. Just as Murongda was extremely interlocked, Li Moying suddenly gave a chilly laugh and calmly opened his mouth. Sect Master Cui, this seems to be our Celestial Light sect's matters, so since when had Green Cloud sect able to dabble into our sect affairs? We have yet to discuss the two sects' cooperation method, and you're already dabbling in our sect's internal affairs. If we really cooperated, then are you going to override my master? Hearing that, Cui Yuanshan's expression changed immediately. Cui Yuanshan didn't expect Li Moying to rebuke him and moreover, in such an arrogant and overbearing manner. He was a 9th stage realm top expert who had been established for quite some time and his potential is much higher than everyone else present, even Murongda didn't dare to speak to him in such a manner. But Li Moying seemed as though he didn't feel any pressure, as he immodestly taunted him. Cui Yuanshan patted the table and angrily retorted, You, how dare you speak to me in this manner? The minute his rage flared up, his powerful aura immediately enveloped the entire main hall and Li Moying suffered the most pressure, but he seemed as though there was nothing to it as there weren't any changes to his expression. Sect Master Cui, putting up such a powerful might, what is your intention? Do you feel that our Celestial Light sect is good to bully? Thinking of using might to suppress our sect? This is how Green Cloud sect displays your sincerity? If this is the case, then I feel that the decision to cooperate with Green Cloud sect is really a huge mistake. Li Moying's lips curled up as he gave a slight smile of ridicule. Cui Yuanshan was just about to explode when he heard these words and suddenly regained his senses. His eyes were fixed on those Celestial Light sect's 9th stage realm elders as they all started to stand up, looking at him with anger in their eyes. Evidently, they were all fired up from his earlier action. Cui Yuanshan immediately broke out in cold sweat. Yes, although Li Moying himself was only in 7th stage realm, but Celestial Light sect wasn't a small sect who were vegans. As an established and accomplished sect which had been around for 1,000 years, even if sect master Murongda's actual ability wasn't comparable to his, but there were still grand elders within the sect who had the ability and were powerful enough to defeat Cui Yuanshan. More importantly, as what Li Moying said earlier, he was here to cooperate with the sect. Although he has a chance to squeeze Celestial Light sect, he would not give up on it. But if this really resulted in the failure of the cooperation, thus unable to activate the ancient mystic region, then the loss would outweigh the gains. Cui Yuanshan tried his best to suppress his own rage as he gave a cold snort. of course I brought along my sincerity, there's nothing to doubt about this. A junior like you is so disrespectful to me, but on accord of your master, I will not haggle with you over this. He angrily returned to his own seat and lifted up the teacup as he drank loads of water to extinguish his fury. Those ordinary disciples present had never seen a ninth stage realm practitioner displaying their might and were all breaking out in cold sweat. Especially when Shui Qingqing released his might, many of them were so scared that they wet their pants. They all thought that Shui Qingqing would throw a huge temper. Young sect master was just too condescending, so after he kicked the iron plate, something big might just explode. Everyone was all sweating on Li Moying's behalf. But none of them had thought that Shui Qingqing actually didn't get worked up, instead he suppressed his own anger while nursing his grievance. Li Moying's simple words pushed a powerful ninth stage realm practitioner back, and even made him unable to get worked up. This was a simply unimaginable thing, so everyone's admiration towards Li Moying had raised to a brand new platform. Originally their young sect master not only had innate talent and potential, even his talent in speaking was so good. Furthermore, in front of Shui Qingqing's powerful aura, he totally had no fear. Instead, he seemed to be watching a joke. How could he be so self-confident? The others couldn't see through this, but Huang Yueli understood it very well. She couldn't help smiling while she shook her head, thinking that this man was exactly the same as in his past life. From a very long time ago, there were numerous super strong practitioners who were angered by him till they almost threw up blood. If this man's mouth started to seep with poison, even she could do nothing about it. But following his potential in his past life as Mu Qingying, as it grew stronger and stronger, by the time he had no opponents, there were very little people who had the chance to make him display his poisonous tongue skill. A large portion of people were already scared out of their souls from just one chilly glance, so did they even need him to say anything else more? It was because Huang Yueli met him in his younger days, when his potential still wasn't very high, that she had the chance to witness this. Now, things were replaying again, and that made Huang Yueli reminisce about old feelings. After Shui Qingqing was stuffed by Li Moying, he felt that he had lost face and kept drinking wine and not saying a single word more, making the atmosphere turn a little embarrassing. However, Morongda was feeling glad in his heart as he intentionally persuaded him to drink less, which made Shui Qingqing even more infuriated that his mustache was whistling and his eyes widened. Luckily, President Hu was seated in the middle mediating, so the atmosphere had not turned overly anxious. Huang Yueli saw this, and was feeling puzzled, so she secretly tugged Li Moying's sleeve as she asked, "Moying, why do I feel that your master and sect master Chui don't seem quite right? Did they have any enmity before this?" Most large sects, although they do mutually compare themselves unrealistically, but the outcome was very different from Morongda and Shui Qingqing. As though they grabbed every single chance, without a care, as they insisted on comparing every single thing. Li Moying swept them a glance and lowered his volume. "I heard that Master and Sect Master Chui had a good relationship in the past, and they even roamed about South Sky region to experience training. But too bad in the end they both fell in love with my master's wife. The result was my master's wife married my master, so Sect Master Chui then started to hate my master." Huang Yueli was suddenly enlightened. No wonder. In this way, Sect Master Chui really seems pitiful. "I feel that he's more handsome than your master, and his potential is also much stronger." "Right, I haven't seemed to have met your master's wife. She should be a real beauty." Although Morongda was slightly cowardly, and to tell the truth he wasn't considered a handsome male, but Morong Fei and Morong Ni were genuine beauties, so it only meant that their mothers were extremely ravishing. Li Moying nodded and said, "My master's wife passed on very early. She was down with a disease and died. Because of that, she left behind 2 daughters who hadn't been taught properly, resulting in their unruly and headstrong behavior. In this case, they really seem very pitiful, but I'm not going to sympathize with them." Huang Yueli's lips tugged as she replied in a proud and pampered manner. After understanding the cause and effect, then on seeing the two sect masters arguing, she felt that it was very interesting as she propped up her chin while watching delightfully. She hadn't noticed that Li Moying's gaze had always been on her, while seeming in deep thought. Morong De and Cui Yuanshan, in this manner, were similar to Liu Bian and himself. Liking the same woman, and there was bound to be a loser one day. The two of them hadn't turned into enemies, all because Liu Bian voluntarily gave in, alas. In this lifetime, they still turned tables with each other, totally. Recalling those carefree years, with Liu Bian, Li Moying sighed with emotions. Unfortunately, there was only one Huang Yoli, so he absolutely would not give up on the woman he liked. So perhaps he and Liu Bian's relationship weren't as great as these two sect masters. As there were some unpleasantries, so the banquet's atmosphere wasn't as good as what they planned from the start. Many of them seemed to be sitting on a carpet of thorns, wishing that the banquet would end sooner. He finally lasted till 3 rounds of drinking was completed when Morongda stood up. "Everyone, will you please remain silent for a while, I have some things to announce." He coughed and everyone instantly quietened down. Those present went all direct disciples, and were the core of the sect. Everyone knew that Green Cloud sect was here today to have a discussion on cooperation with Celestial Light sect and had more or less heard about the ancient mystic region. So Morongda's words didn't really raise an alarm. Instead, it made everyone's ears prick up as they wanted to know how the discussion on the cooperation went. Morongda continued, "Green Cloud sect Master Chui has graced us this visit today, because Green Cloud sect have recently discovered a new ancient mystic region at the boundary of West and South Sky regions. Hence, they decided to seek Celestial Light sect for cooperation, thinking that we can work together to activate this mystic region. Regarding the two sects' cooperation, to activate the mystic region, we have reached a consensus. But everyone should know that every single time an ancient mystic region is activated, the number of people who can enter are limited, so after an estimated calculation, the total number of people who can enter the mystic region for the first time is only around 30. But as for the distribution of these 30 quota, we have yet to set the specific verdict." Huang Yueli was also concentrating on listening. She had entered all of the discovered ancient mystic regions in Soaring Heaven's continent in her past life, so she had a huge understanding regarding this aspect. For the ancient mystic region to be activated, it was totally reliant on 9th stage realm practitioners injecting their profound energy internally, and every single practitioner must expend a portion of their profound energy upon entering. As the Elder's profound energy total sum was fixed, so the number of practitioners who could enter were also fixed. Furthermore, the younger the practitioner, the lesser the amount of the profound energy would be expended, so normally those practitioners over 30 years old were not able to use this method to enter the mystic region. Morongda's words had just ended when Cui Yuanshan also stood up. He added, "I and Sect Master Morong have discussed an initial proposal, which is why we have specially invited President Hu to be our witness. 3 days later, Green Cloud sect and Celestial Light sect will jointly hold a one-time arena tournament, which is restricted only to the younger generation disciples. The sect which holds the victory of the arena tournament will obtain a 70% entrance quota to the mystic region." The minute Cui Yuanshan finished his words, the stage below was already in a riot. Green Cloud sect's disciples were all frowning with knitted brows. 70% of quotas. Why must it be distributed like that? The winning side will obtain 70%, then won't the losing side only have 30%? That's right, I'm not even in the top 10 among the direct disciples, so if there's only 30% quota, that would be equivalent to 9 places. Then there's definitely no show for me. Me too, and my ranking is even worse off than yours. What should we do if we are not the winner? Celestial Light sect's disciples were secretly rejoicing. Haha, this word actually came out from Green Cloud sect master's mouth, am I hearing things? If it's this kind of distribution method, then the one who will get the 70% quota would definitely be us Celestial Light sect. Just think, what potential does our young sect master have? Green Cloud Sect's #1 ranking Ling Yifeng was defeated by young sect master in one move the last time. Isn't that so? This time we will definitely get the 70% quota. Looks like I'll have a chance to enter the mystic region. This is simply great. With the young sect master around, we don't need to worry at all. Not only Celestial Light Sect's disciples thought in this way, even Morongda also felt that Celestial Light Sect's chance of winning was confirmed. He touched his beard as he said smilingly, "Brother Chui, this afternoon you were still saying that you will not agree to this kind of arena tournament to fix the quota. Why have you changed your mind so soon? I didn't expect you to be so broad-minded and willing to automatically give the quota up to a Celestial Light Sect." Morongda was laughing so much that he almost couldn't take it. He originally suggested the arena tournament was because he wanted to test Cui Yuanshan, with no expectation that he would agree to it. After all, even an idiot knew that even if all of Green Cloud Sect's direct disciples added up together, they weren't Li Moying's match at all. So if they really held an arena tournament, then wouldn't it be equivalent to giving up the quota to Celestial Light Sect for free? For someone as smart as Cui Yuanshan, would he do such a thing? Who knew that Cui Yuanshan actually agreed to this condition? Moreover, he had openly said this in front of President Hu and the disciples from both sects, so there was no way of going back on his words. Was there water in Cui Yuanshan's head? Cui Yuanshan swept the jubilant Morongda a glance as he harumphed heavily, "Junior brother Morong, why are you in such a haste? I haven't finished talking. I have supplementary conditions." "Why? What supplementary conditions? Tell me. I'll agree to all of it." Morongda had already treated the quota to enter the ancient mystic region as his object, so he was in a good mood, and he spoke in a generous way. "You agreed to it yourself." Cui Yuanshan's eyes shone a little. "Wait, what on earth are you?" Morongda instinctively felt something was not right, as he tried to revert what he said earlier. But Cui Yuanshan had already declared loudly in front of everyone, "My condition is, for this arena tournament, disciples under 18 years old are only allowed to take part in it. Those who exceed this age are prohibited from joining in the tournament." "What? How will this do?" Morongda's expression changed immediately. Cui Yuanshan remained calm and composed while handling this pressing affair. "Sect Master Morong, you agreed to this earlier. We all have a reputation to upkeep, so you cannot go back on your words." Morongda retorted angrily, "Stop using your words to run on me. You obviously schemed me in the first place. How can the arena tournament only allow under 18-year-olds to take part? Obviously disciples under 30 years old are able to enter the ancient mystic region. Then the standard for taking part in the arena tournament should maintain the same. Those under 30 years of age are able to take part." Morongda had not expected Cui Yuanshan to have this idea. If he were to agree to this condition, then it would be disadvantageous to them, because Li Moying was already 20 years old. So he would definitely not be able to take part in the arena tournament. If they were short of Li Moying, then Celestial Light Sect's victory would possibly be lowered by half. Green Cloud Sect's combined ability was originally much higher than Celestial Light Sect by half, so it was imaginable that the younger disciple's ability most probably exceeded the latter. Morongda was insistent that he could not accept such conditions as he started arguing on this. But everyone knew how to calculate to their own favor, so Cui Yuanshan's stand was extremely firm. "Junior brother Morong, must you make things so clear? I don't want your sect's young sect masterly to join in the arena tournament. We are upright people, so we don't talk low. Who present here doesn't know his ability, the minute he joins in, we Green Cloud Sect will definitely be at the losing end. This kind of competition is not fair at all. If you feel that you're reasonable, then let President Hu come and judge on this." President Hu was pushed out as a witness. He was very impartial as he immediately said, I feel that Sect Master Chui has a point there. The minute young Sect Master Li makes his move, it is impossible for the arena tournament to continue, because there would be no more suspense. Since it's a competition, then it should be conducted fairly. Cui Yuanshan's face immediately revealed a smile. So, you have two choices. Either you restrict the disciples to under 18 to take part in the tournament, or we can split the quota into half directly. The moment Morongda heard what President Hu said, he knew there was no reason for him to continue debating, and his brows immediately creased as he sunk into a difficult moment. It was totally two different kinds of concept on dividing the quota equally and obtaining 70% of it. Because once they enter the ancient mystic region, the outside world would not know the scenario within the mystic region. In order to protect the sect's benefits, there was bound to be some kind of battle between the two sects. If the quota was divided equally, the number of people who could enter were almost the same, so there was bound to be a mutual win or loss situation. But if one party only obtained 30% of the quota, then after they enter the mystic region, the disparity between the two sides' ability would increase. The side which had more people would have an overwhelming advantage. If a scuffle were to break out, there was no suspense regarding which side would win or lose. Sometimes, some sects might even use underhanded methods to encircle and annihilate the disciples from the sect which had lesser people in order to obtain the exclusivity of the mystic region's resources. Sect mainly allied together for the sake of benefits, but the minute they entered the mystic region, their agreement was considered completed. So many others could do any kind of things then. So the number of people who entered the mystic region was very important and not as simple as it looked on the surface. Morongda pondered for a long time, and in the end, he still felt insecure, so he opened his mouth. I originally didn't agree to using the arena tournament method to decide on the quota. This will hurt the harmony between our two sects, so I feel that towards the distribution of the mystic region's quota, it's not impossible. His speech sounded elegant, but still, it was lacking in spirit. Other than Li Moying, who else can go up against Green Cloud, Sect's eldest disciple, Leng Yifeng? Before he finished his sentence, Cui Yuanshan suddenly butted in again, cutting off his words. Junior brother Morong, are you sure you want to divide the quota evenly? Are you seriously afraid of us Green Cloud sect? Without Mr. Li, Celestial Light sect is indeed a third-rated sect. Morongda was instantly stuffed as he suppressed his anger while his entire face flushed red. Although Celestial Light sect indeed relied on Li Moying to hang on, but for someone to say it out openly made him, the sect master, lost face. Cui Yuanshan looked at him and continued, but you don't need to be so scared. Did you think I'd take advantage of you? We, Green Cloud sect, are different from you. Every single disciple with us is abled, and it's not just the eldest disciple alone. To tell you the truth, my eldest disciple, Leng Yifeng, had just passed his 18th birthday last month. Morongda was stunned. Then he also can't. Cui Yuanshan nodded. So how about it? Isn't my condition very fair? Although Mr. Li cannot engage in the tournament, but Leng Yifeng also can't take part in it. So on this point, both of us are at the same starting point. When I said only those under 18 can take part in the tournament, it is absolutely not to cheat you. How about it? Are you still intending to divide the quota into half? Cui Yuanshan's eyes were fixed intently on Morongda as he popped the same question once again. Morongda couldn't help but frown as instinct told him that Cui Yuanshan was definitely up to no good. He couldn't possibly believe that a wily old fox like Cui Yuanshan would suddenly have a change of attitude, becoming so kind-hearted, and actually allowed his best eldest disciple to back out from the tournament. Competing for the mystic region's quota was a big matter which concerned the entire sect's future. How could he treat this as child's play, since he drew away his own trump card? But Cui Yuanshan had already put things to such a step, so if he still didn't agree to the tournament, then wouldn't it seem that Celestial Light sect had no power at all? He had automatically let his eldest disciple withdraw from the tournament and they still didn't dare to take up the challenge? Moronda's brows knitted together tightly as though he was tied up and roasted on fire, in a dilemma. Just at this moment, Li Moying's voice suddenly rang. Since Sect Master Chui has already said this, then if our sect doesn't take up the challenge, it is indeed unacceptable. This arena tournament. We naturally must fight. No one expected Li Moying to say anything at this point of time so momentarily, everyone's gazes transferred onto him. Li Moying, who was dressed in black, entirely leaned against the spacious seat as he held up a wine cup in his hand. That slender, powerful and fair fingers lightly clasped the glazed cup as his posture was relaxed and elegant, his disposition cold but distinguished, as though he was a natural-born lord. Whereas by his side sat a slender and petite stunning young lady, as she watched him with a face filled with adoration. Li Moying casted a glance at the young lady beside him as he tilted his wine cup in front of her. The young lady obediently raised the wine jug and poured out wine for him personally. This scene made everyone sweat profusely when it entered their eyes. From the attitude, if they didn't know Li Moying's status and ability, they would probably thought that he was some flirtatious Casanova from the royal palace or some royalty indulged in enjoyment. Furthermore, everyone couldn't help but admire Li Moying's charm. He actually made the talented armament master act like a maid to help him pour wine. He had gained so much face. So, whoever said men cannot use their face to survive, eh? How on earth would they know that Huang Yueli was having unspoken criticisms in her heart, scolding Li Moying at least 10 times, but now was not the best time to tear things apart with this wretched man. Even Moronda was stunned by this. Only after Li Moying sipped his wine did he finally regain his senses. Ah. Moying, you. Have you heard clearly? According to Sect Master Chui's request, you cannot take part in this tournament. Moronda's first reaction was that Li Moying only cared about flirting with Huang Yueli and had not been listening to Cui Yuanshan's request. Cui Yuanshan hurriedly said, "Junior brother Morong, what do you mean by this? Doesn't Mr. Li's words represent your sect? Since that's the case, then no matter if he heard clearly or not, a real man never goes back on his words, so it's too late for regrets." What do you mean? Stop resorting to such trickery. Moronda started to get infuriated. However, Li Moying simply gave a slight smile. Master, don't be overly anxious. I heard what Sect Master Chui said. Although I cannot take part in the tournament, but Master Lung as well, right? Since he doesn't take part, surely our Celestial Light sect would be able to win, no? Master really looks down on our Celestial Light sect disciples. Actually, Celestial Light sect's younger generation disciples are full of outstanding disciples, so we may not be any worse off than Green Cloud sect. There is definitely someone who can cause raging waves. If Sect Master Chui thinks that he is assured of a win, then it may be too early to be happy. Moronda's brows knitted tightly. Moying, are you talking about your 5th junior brother? No, he's still lacking a little. Then it should be your 2nd junior brother? Not right too, then it can only be. He muttered to himself as he couldn't stop calculating. Li Moying didn't continue from his words as he allowed him to continue doing his calculations and at the same time downing the entire wine in his cup as he pushed the cup in front of Huang Yueli once again, with the meaning for her to fill up the wine. Huang Yueli pouted as she gave him a stare secretly but still lifted up the wine jug. Only while she was pouring wine, she gave a humph. What's wrong with you? You're really good at pretending as though this is as usual, intentionally bullying me. Li Moying heard her soft grumbling as the smile on his lips deepened. He turned his head around and directly leaned nearer to Huang Yueli as his breath sprayed near her ear. Huang Yueli's ear immediately turned red as a shade of pink appeared on her face, and she shot him an angry gaze. "WH. What are you doing?" Li Moying suppressed his voice as he softly said, "I just like to bully you. Did you only realize it today?" You. Huang Yueli turned melancholic as she almost threw the entire jug onto him. Li Moying laughed softly as he stretched out his hand and caught the lethal weapon which was flying towards him. At the same time, he secretly gave her a peck on the face. "All right, be more obedient. I'm helping you fight for a quota to enter the mystic region to play. Can't you be more obedient for a little while?" Huang Yueli then gave a humph before returning back to her seat as she placed the wine jug in order. The intimate actions between the both of them would normally have caused bursts of shrieks and discussions by those who had their eyes on them. But this time round, not many people put their attention on them. Everyone was like Moronda as they were guessing the probability of Celestial Light Sect's chance of winning. Young Sect Master actually is so confident that without him, we Celestial Light Sect can still obtain victory during the arena tournament? Could it be that we indeed have outstanding young talented disciples in the sect, only that they had been outshone by eldest senior brother's glow, so usually they're not remarkable? It must be so. I'm guessing young Sect Master's choice for the arena tournament should be Sect Master's fifth disciple, Luo Jian. Mr. Luo is an 8th grade talent super genius, and there's still 1 month before he turns 18, so he's allowed to take part in this arena tournament. I heard that the last time he returned from Dark Moon Forest, his ability had improved swiftly and his cultivation is already at 5th stage realm peak. Why can't the person be Mr. Li? Mr. Li's ability has obviously gotten stronger, he's already reached 6th stage realm, 3rd level. But hasn't Master Li been injured by the young Sect Master? Didn't the doctor say that he cannot fight with anyone within 1 month? More importantly, he's already 19 this year, right? Then he definitely cannot take part in the tournament. No, wrong, you're all wrong. I think the candidate whom young Sect Master is talking about is Sect Master's eldest young Miss Morong. Have you all forgotten about eldest young Miss Morong's innate talent and ability? Furthermore, her age is just nice. Right, you're absolutely right, how come I didn't think of that? Eldest young Miss Morong is Sect Master's daughter, so she definitely must have learnt some special inherited profound skills, which ordinary people cannot match up. This means, we seldom see eldest young Miss go up against others, but young Sect Master must have seen it before, which is why he said this. Everyone started to follow what the person who started this saying, as they felt that they must have guessed it correctly. Although Morong Fei was usually arrogant and loved to tangle around Li Moying, but that 8th grade talent was genuine and her cultivation had even surpassed Luo Jian by a huge distance. Among the younger generation of disciples, she was considered as one of the excelled ones. Only when she was being compared to Li Moying, her brilliance was outshone by his. Now that they were short of Li Moying and Li Lingchuan, who else was there in Celestial Light Sect? Wasn't the important task of reviving the sect going to be entrusted to Morong Fei? Morong Dev paused for a while, apparently his thoughts had followed along with the crowd. He turned his vision towards Morong Fei. "Fair, I'd never thought that even your eldest senior brother thinks so highly of you. He believes that you can represent the sect to stand out in this battle, making every effort to save the desperate situation. Since that's the case, then this arena tournament will all depend on you." Morong De smiled as he looked at his daughter, feeling delighted somehow. He had swept past all the outstanding young disciples in the sect, and his conclusion was, other than Li Moying and Li Lingchuan, Morong Fei was absolutely the most outstanding among all the younger disciples. So the person who Li Moying mentioned could revive the sect, other than her, who else could it be? Even though Morong Fei's performance today had been obstinate and unruly, which made Celestial Light Sect embarrassed. But her potential had actually obtained Li Moying's recognition. This wasn't something which was easily done. Li Moying's standard was so high, it seemed as though this was his first time praising other people's ability. Thinking of this, Morong De felt that Morong Fei seemed more pleasing to the eye right now. Morong Fei herself was feeling extremely proud. She was just thinking that she had spent all her time on cultivation recently and had advanced to the 6th stage realm just so that she could perform in front of Li Moying to show that she was worthy of him, unlike that little slut who had neither potential nor status. She thought Li Moying didn't notice her. So, eldest senior brother had it all in his mind, the only thing was he didn't talk about it. Morongfei couldn't help but took a glance at Li Moying with an expression filled with tender affection as unlimited hope suddenly started to rise towards him once again. Huang Yueli was eating something with her lips pouted when she noticed Morongfei's sight, and suddenly feeling stuffed, she almost threw up the things in her mouth. She kicked Li Moying hard in his foot to vent her anger. Li Moying turned to look at her in puzzlement. "Lier, why are you unhappy now?" Huang Yueli raised her chin as she indicated to him to look at Morongfei. "There, your legendary fiancé is staring at you right now." Li Moying took a glance at Morongfei and instantly understood what happened as he laughed out and touched Huang Yueli's soft hair, laughing lightly. "Why are you jealous of that Dumbo? There's only one person who is my fiancé." Morongfei was hoping that Li Moying would give her some encouragement. But she didn't expect that Li Moying would just throw her an indifferent glance and started to flirt with Huang Yueli again. These two people just showed the world their love, making everyone envious of their relationship. But in Morongfei's eyes, it was an extreme hindrance. She couldn't take it anymore as she hurriedly puffed up her chest and said loudly, "Father, eldest senior brother, rest assured. I will try my best to secure the 70% quota for our sect." She thought that by doing so, Li Moying would definitely take a look at her. However, Li Moying still didn't raise his head as all he could be bothered to do was to scoop soup for Huang Yueli. Cui Yuanshan clapped his hands as he spoke in a deep voice. "Great. It's good that eldest young miss is so confident. She's really a moldable talent among the younger generation. Congratulations junior brother Morong, for having such a good daughter. Since this is so, then we shall firm up the arena tournament like this. We shouldn't drag this on for too long, so after 7 days, our two sects shall jointly hold the arena tournament publicly. We'll like to invite President Hu to be our witness, and also let's invite a few South and West Sky regions' reputable practitioners to be the judge. What do you say?" Actually, Cui Yuanshan was feeling puzzled. He had seen Morongfei's ability previously. Not only was it not comparable to Li Moying's, as compared to Li Lingchuan, she was also miles apart. Li Moying actually saw her as celestial light sex hope? Was he really that blind? Or could it be that there was some inside news, which he didn't know about? But Cui Yuanshan himself had a trump card in his hands, so he wasn't too worried that the Green Cloud sect would lose. Morong de was so confident now, so he naturally wouldn't reject this proposition. "Alright, then we shall agree on this. Since the big matter has been set, plus the fact that the atmosphere at the banquet wasn't really that good, so no one wanted to stay on any longer." After the official matters had been set, the reception quickly came to an end. This banquet was filled with twists and turns, and many shocking internal news were exposed. Lastly, the decision regarding the two sects arena tournament agitated everyone's feeling, so most of the people were not concerned about having any food. The only person who had a great meal was Huang Yueli. When Li Moying wanted to lead her back, she looked sorry as she saw the amount of food left behind on the table. "This shrewish fish slices is really yummy, even yummier than how I usually prepared it." Li Moying looked at her salivating look as he couldn't help, but felt it was a funny sight. "Alright, little gluttony cat, it's just a fish, do you need to be like this? Have I starved you every day or what?" Huang Yueli rolled her eyes at him. "What do you know? Eating is a kind of enjoyment, not just for the sake of filling your tummy." Li Moying looked at her pampered and arrogant look as he helplessly shook his head. "Look, you've eaten so much that your little tummy is popping out. Stop eating and go home. The chef in our sect lives just up the mountain and he will not run away. If you really like to eat this so much, I'll get him to come to our home to cook for you tomorrow." Huang Yueli's eyes shone. "Really? I want to ask him what exclusive recipe does he have to be able to cook it in such a way which tastes much more delicious than mine. How could it be?" Li Moying had to coax and lie to her before he could drag his little gluttony cat out of the main hall. Whoever knew that they had just stepped out of the main hall when they bumped into the very person whom they didn't want to see the most, Morong Fei. Their faces instantly sunk as Huang Yueli tugged Li Moying's sleeve, wanting to bring her fiancé away. But Morong Fei herself went right up as she spoke out aloud, "Eldest senior brother, wait for me. You're really slow in coming out, I've been waiting for you for the longest time." Li Moying's gaze was cold as he didn't say a word. Huang Yueli, however, gave a chilly laugh, "Eldest young Miss Morong, the banquet has long ended, so why are you here waiting for my fiancé? Could it be that you've realized that your apology was too superficial earlier, so you're waiting here specially to re-apologize to me?" Morong Fei was stuffed by her words as she almost flared up again. She clenched her teeth as she spoke back in a bad mood, "Why should I apologize to you? Although you're the armament refining talent which President Hu values highly, but it's for the sex regulations, which was why I asked you to change seats. Earlier, the apology was so that my father could get off the stage, so stop being so self-centered. Alright, I have official matters to discuss with my eldest senior brother, so go back on your own." She then waved her hand at Huang Yueli, indicating for her to leave by herself. Huang Yueli was indeed stunned and a little surprised. What medicine had Morong Fei taken to suddenly display such boldness? Huang Yueli laughed coldly, "There's something interesting. What official matters could you have with Moying to discuss about? Moreover, speaking, I'm Moying's fiancé, and he never hides anything from me, so just speak it out here directly." Morong Fei spoke out proudly, "So what if your eldest senior brother's fiancé? You're just a vase. Armament masters can't do anything in the arena tournament. You'd better leave quickly. I have to discuss with my eldest senior brother regarding the arena tournament, which is a huge matter in Celestial Light Sect. It's not something which people of low ability like you can take part in." Huang Yueli blinked her eyes as she said in surprise, "Surely you don't really think that Moying thinks highly of you?" Morong Fei spoke in a matter-of-course manner, "That's of course, other than eldest senior brother and second senior brother, I'm the strongest among the younger generation of disciples. If he didn't think highly of me, don't tell me he thinks highly of you?" Huang Yueli looked at her delighted expression as she suddenly couldn't help but started laughing. But she merely shrugged her shoulders, "All right, then allow me to remind this most powerful senior sister Morong a gentle reminder. Since Green Cloud Sect dares to state such a condition, then they must have come well prepared. Although we still can't tell what trump card Sect Master Chui has now, then you must prepare yourself properly, in case your boat overturns in a narrow lane." Morong Fei was most unwilling to listen to Huang Yueli's advice. She immediately gave a cold humph, "Do I need to listen to your advice? I know this much clearer than you. That's the reason why I came to look for eldest senior brother, so that we can discuss this properly." She looked towards Li Moying in a pleading gaze, blinking her delicate and attractive eyes, which was sparkling with a bewitching glare. One got to admit that Morong Fei was indeed a beauty who was rarely seen, and she knew how to display herself to her own advantage, so when she acted pitiful, she indeed had the capability to bewitch a man, which was why so many men had fallen down under her feet. Only thing was, this act of hers was totally ineffective towards a man like Li Moying. Li Moying remained expressionless as he coldly spat out the two words, "Not free." Morong Fei was instantly stunned. She had searched for such a good excuse to get close to Li Moying, thinking that he would at least pay some attention to her for the sake of the sex benefits. However, reality was out of her expectations. Just as Morong Fei was in a daze, Li Moying had already hooked Huang Yueli's waist and leading her to leave this place in quick steps. "Eldest senior brother, wait." Morong Fei started moving her legs to chase up to him, but she didn't manage to do so. She was so upset that she stomped her feet. "Damn it. It's all by Ruoli, that little vixen's fault. Things will not end so simply today." Just you wait, after I cut a shine at the arena tournament, I'll take care of you then. Huang Yueli faintly heard Morongfei's cursing. Li Moying frowned as he grew unhappy and wanted to turn back to give Morongfei a beating. But he had just moved when Huang Yueli guessed what he was thinking about, as she stretched out her hand to grab hold of him. Wait a minute, what are you trying to do? Don't tell me you're intending to deal with Morongfei? Li Moying replied coldly, this woman is just too irritating. Today she had insulted you several times, so how would it do if I don't teach her a lesson? Huang Yueli immediately replied, don't be like this. If you want to teach her a lesson, there are plenty of chances to do so. Now Celestial Light Sect still requires her eldest young Miss Morong to win the quota for entering the Mystic region. If you were to injure her, then Celestial Light Sect's benefits would be a huge loss. Li Moying turned his head around as his perfectly shaped peach blossom eyes sparkled with a cold glint, looking at her as he helplessly shook his head. You Speaking sarcastically again. You're really a pampered, arrogant, and black-bellied little fox. You obviously know that I had agreed to hold the arena tournament because you told me that you are certain you can defeat Green Cloud Sect's disciples and obtain victory in the tournament. Otherwise, I can't be bothered with these matters. Since this is the case, what's the difference if Morongfei was around or not? Huang Yueli shook her head as she smiled mysteriously. What do you mean by there's no difference? The difference is extremely huge. I'm not the past life Shu, how can I defeat every single opponent? I can only manage those extremely powerful ones only. So before I go up on stage, there definitely must be a cannon fodder to help me block out the rest. Tell me, is there anyone else who is more suitable than eldest young Miss Morong to be this cannon fodder? Huang Yueli's eyes opened wide as she spoke in a very sincere tone. So, it's extremely important for Morongfei's body to remain healthy at this point of time, so you're not allowed to touch even one strand of hair on her. Even if I suddenly wanted to punch her out of fury, you have to stop me, do you understand or not? In order for the cannon fodder to extend its largest use, it was necessary for her to tolerate with this moment of fury. She understood clearly that there was a degree or priority for every matter. Li Moying laughed as he shook his head, thinking in his heart that if Morongfei were to find out about that in his little fox's eyes, she was just merely cannon fodder while she was still acting so delightfully, assuming that she would be the savior for Celestial Light Sect, what would she feel? She probably might just throw up blood on the spot and fainted? No way, in order for the cannon fodder to retain its value, this news absolutely cannot be casually revealed. Li Moying suddenly recalled a matter as he suddenly kept away his smile as he asked solemnly, Lear, tell me honestly, how certain are you to be able to defeat all of Green Cloud Sect's contenders to retain the position of Arena Master? Huang Yueli blinked, about this. She was a little guilty, about 50% I guess. 50%. Li Moying's forehead creased tightly as he grabbed her shoulders while howling by the side of her ear. Aren't your guts a little too much? Just 50% chance, and you actually agreed? Huang Yueli immediately covered her ears. You. Can't you be a little softer, my ears are going deaf. Li Moying then took a deep breath as he lowered his voice, but his tone was still extremely unhappy. What on earth are you doing? I thought you were very sure of your own ability, and trusted you, which was why I agreed to the arena tournament. In the end, you're telling me that you are only 50% sure that you can win? Huang Yueli pouted as she said, Hey, you're not like this in the past. Do you need to be so exaggerated? 50% is already considered a very high percentage. There are so many scenarios which could happen in an arena tournament, many of which I cannot totally control. For example, that Green Cloud Sect Master Chui. He definitely has a trump card up his sleeve, just that we don't know what it is. And how long can the cannon fodder eldest young Miss Morong hang on? I also don't know, so all these are counted into the success or failure probability. Hearing her grumbles, Li Moying then realized that he really seemed to be overly agitated. A practitioner with outstanding innate talent wanting to break through oneself, to become a real top expert, other than cultivating hard, it was also very important for one to ignite their own potential during a crisis. So in their past life, both he and Huang Yueli were practitioners who dared to take risks, and because of that, they were able to become 9th stage realm super top experts. At that time, as long as he had a 20 to 30% certainty, he would have a go at it. What more for a 50% certainty? To him, this was extremely high. At that time, since when had he considered so much? Actually, even if it was this lifetime, while he was outside learning through experience, he seldom gave up any opportunities right in front of his eyes, even if he needed to take a huge risk. But when he faced Huang Yueli, he turned into a coward. Perhaps it was because of Huang Yueli's terrible death in her past life, which left him a huge trauma. So the minute he heard that she had only 50% certainty, he immediately became overly anxious. Huang Yueli saw that he kept silent as she stretched out her arm to embrace his neck, rubbing her soft face against his. "All right, rest assured. I will definitely let Celestial Light Sect obtain the 70% quota into the Mystic region, and I will also improve my ability." Part of the reason why she wanted to take part in the arena tournament was to help Li Moying, but the more important reason was because she wanted to use the battle to temper herself. Her cultivation had advanced very quickly in the past year, but her experience training just wasn't enough. Other than the few times which she had been pursued entering a life and death situation, there were very few battle experiences. A practitioner's potential could only be spiked in the middle of a battle. So taking part in this kind of arena tournament to her was a huge aid. Li Moying naturally understood this very well, so he coordinated with her actions. Thinking of this, Li Moying stretched out his arm, placing it on her slender waist as he drew her closer, slowly, bringing her entirely into his embrace. "Lear, I'm only worried about you." Huang Yueli smiled as she said, "Relax, I've already got plans. There's still 7 days before the arena tournament, so I will grasp my time tightly to continue cultivating. After that, I'll attempt to break through to the 5th stage realm." Attempt to break through to 5th stage realm. These kinds of words, even to Li Moying's ears, also made him silently shocked. A 14-year-old young lady. No, 15-year-old. Huang Yueli had actually passed her 15-year-old birthday in the inheritance tower, so now she was officially of marriageable age. But even though she was older by 1 year, to be able to break through to 5th stage realm at 15 years old was still a shocking and terrifying record. Could it be that she really was able to do this? This was simply too abnormal. Li Moying looked at the young lady in his arm passionately. Even though she was already by his side daily, and even sleeping next to him, but sometimes she was still able to surprise and shock him. Every day, he would admire and love her a little more than the day before. "You have just advanced to 4th stage realm, peak not too long ago, so if you're going to upgrade your cultivation again, would it be too quick? Has your cultivation already stabilized? The dangers of advancing too quickly, you know it all too well yourself, surely you don't need me to say anything more, right?" Li Moying spoke out about his worries. Because he knew Huang Yueli had once reached the 9th stage realm and had her own set of cultivation method, so towards her cultivation methods, he never dabbled in it. But this time round, she was going to advance to a new huge realm again, so this made Li Moying slightly worried. Huang Yueli said, "Indeed slightly too fast, so if it's not absolutely necessary, I do not intend to advance within this period of time. I just don't know what Cui Yuanshan is plotting, so under circumstances where I have no choice, it's better for me to make preparations for advancement first." Li Moying held her little hand. "All right, as long as you know what's your bottom line." Huang Yueli spoke out again, "During my advancement, I may need some ingredients, so I need your help to prepare it." "Relax, these small things, just let your fiancé handle it." Li Moying smiled as he kissed her. This day, they were all tired out. So after discussing the official matters, they quickly settled down to rest. The next day, Li Moying was called by Murongda once again. Huang Yueli was in the residence when she heard a loud knocking on the door. Before Li Moying left, he told her that the chef who made the boiled fish slices was going to come over today. When Huang Yueli heard the knocking sound, she thought the chef had arrived, so in a moment of excitement, even before Moe could inform her, she already ran out. "Chef Lin, I heard Moying mention that you worked in Sky Emperor City." Who are you?" The minute she ran to the door, Huang Yueli took a careful look and her footsteps took a halt as she frowned in puzzlement. Standing in front of her was a young man dressed in a navy blue long robe. He was tall and had good-looking features, totally able to tell that he was a top expert. Somehow, he even looked slightly familiar. But Huang Yueli totally couldn't recall who he was. The person who came also went into a daze as his handsome face revealed a shocked expression. "Miss Bai, you don't remember me? We just met yesterday." "Yesterday?" Huang Yueli blinked as she totally had no impression. Her attention was totally on Li Moying yesterday, and they only had each other in their eyes, so where would she find the space to remember another man? The guest seemed slightly disappointed as he sighed. "Miss Bai, let me introduce myself. I'm the eldest disciple from Green Cloud Sect, Ling Yifeng. Does it ring a bell now?" "Oh." Huang Yueli merely responded in this manner, because to tell the truth, she did have the impression, but she really couldn't remember what he looked like. After all, no matter what, he wasn't as handsome as her fiancé, nor did he have the disposition that her fiancé had. For someone as picky as her, the exceptional handsome males in other people's eyes were almost the same as air in her eyes. So the only impression she had of Ling Yifeng was, he was Li Moying's defeated opponent. Ling Yifeng saw her enlightened look, but he had not expected himself to have been categorized as a trash. He was thinking that it was his good looks which made the beauty gain some interest. He revived his senses as he said, "Miss Bai, it's really a pleasure to meet you. Yesterday, just after one look, it felt like old friends at our first meeting. Too bad our distance was too far apart, so we didn't manage to say a word to each other. Now we finally have the chance to meet. You look even prettier close up. Young sect master Li is really lucky." Huang Yueli felt that these words seemed rather weird. However, Ling Yifeng was obviously not some good guy, so she didn't want to interact too much with him as she said, "You're here to look for Moying, right? Too bad, he's been called by the sect master, so do come back another day. I'll excuse myself first." She turned around about to leave when Ling Yifeng hurriedly stopped her. "Miss Bai, please wait a moment." Ling Yifeng's potential was an exception. Although he wasn't an equal match to Li Moying, but he was still a 6th stage realm 7th level top expert. Among the younger generations, he was a terrifying genius. No matter if it was in terms of profound grade, cultivation method, or actual combat experience, he was extremely outstanding in all aspects. Huang Yueli was blocked by him and wasn't able to route past him, so she could only stop in her footsteps. Her expression sunk. "Master Leng, may I know what can I do for you?" Ling Yifeng plainly paused as he didn't know how to open his mouth. Huang Yueli frowned as she continued, "If there's nothing, then please. Miss Bai, I have something to say to you." Ling Yifeng seemed as though he was determined as he suddenly raised his head to open his mouth. Huang Yueli knew that she wasn't his match, so she could only shrug her shoulders. "All right, please go ahead." Ling Yifeng said, "Right here? What's the matter? Not able to?" Huang Yueli found this place rather suitable. Ling Yifeng shook his head. "The matter which I'm going to tell you is very important and cannot be heard by others. It's best that we find a secluded place to talk about it." Huang Yueli's eyebrows rose, deepening the feeling that this fellow was up to no good. But as this was Li Moying's turf, she gauged that Ling Yifeng had no way to do any overly exaggerated actions, so she might as well listen to what he wanted to say. All right then, will Master Lung please follow me? Huang Yueli nodded her head, turned around and led Lung Yifeng into the front hall. She pointed at the seat on the side. Master Lung, please have a seat. You can now speak whatever you wanted to say. Lung Yifeng's vision swept towards Moe, who stood not too far away behind Huang Yueli as his lips curled up. I said earlier that I hope this matter wouldn't be heard by any outsiders, so may I trouble this shadow guard to leave us for a moment? Huang Yueli squinted her eyes as she turned towards Moe. Brother Moe, please leave us for a moment. When Moe heard that, his feet didn't move as he gave a hesitant look. Third miss, No problem, just go on. Master Lung is here to discuss matters with me, and harbors no evil intention, so there won't be any danger. Moe thought about it, and listening to her, he turned around to leave. But after he left the front hall, he hurriedly called for a maid to pass the message over to young sect master, quickly. He wasn't worried that Huang Yueli would get into any trouble. Towards this future mistress ability, Moe was extremely confident. If Lung Yifeng had any designs on her, the person who would get into deep shit would be himself. But no matter how Moe looked, this Lung Yifeng seemed to harbor some intentions towards Huang Yueli, because the gaze he casted upon her could clearly tell that he was some ulterior motive. This matter must absolutely be conveyed to Li Moying immediately, otherwise he won't be able to absolve himself of the blame. In the study room, Huang Yueli calmly shot a glance at Lung Yifeng as she spoke out. Master Lung, there's no one else now. This room is also set up with a soundproof array, so you need not worry that anyone else is eavesdropping on us. Feel free to speak your mind. Ever since Lung Yifeng saw her at the entrance, he had been keeping his eyes on her. After Huang Yueli broke through to the fourth stage realm, her looks became extremely outstanding with a natural-born aloofness and elegance, so beautiful that it left a deep impression. When Lung Yifeng saw her rushing out with a huge smile on her face, his heart started floating, feeling that he made the right choice in coming over today. Alas, the minute Huang Yueli saw him, the smile on her face disappeared, and that made Lung Yifeng extremely disappointed. He smiled at Huang Yueli only to realize that his smile towards other women, which was usually successful, had no effect on Huang Yueli at all. This elegant and outstanding little beauty didn't even bat an eye at him. In fact, she even displayed faint impatience. Lung Yifeng silently clenched his teeth as he opened his mouth. Miss Bai, my apologies for asking. Yesterday at the banquet, I heard that you are young sect master Li's prenatal betrothal fiancé, is that true? Huang Yueli hadn't expected him to ask about this as she frowned slightly. Master Lung, yesterday Moying should have already introduced my identity, isn't it? Furthermore, even if he didn't, everyone should be able to tell what kind of relationship we have. The underlying meaning was, asking this kind of question, are you blind? Lung Yifeng had not expected her to retort him back in such an immodest manner as his expression turned slightly stiff. He was also a handsome male who had constantly been surrounded by women, and bore an existence which was admired by many in Green Cloud sect. Only thing was he usually looked down on female practitioners, feeling that it was beneath his dignity to speak to them. This time round, he had finally met a young lady who barely lifted his interest, even taking the initiative to speak to her. So he had never imagined that he would actually be dismissed in such a way. This young lass obviously, when she was beside Li Moying yesterday, her face was filled with smiles, and she looked extremely sweet and adorable, behaving in a sweet and helpless way. Lung Yifeng instantly felt upset. He was originally prepared to test Huang Yueli slowly, to lay some padding, but now, he wasn't able to curb the impulse in his heart. Lung Yifeng couldn't stop himself from blurting out, Miss Bai, why are you so dead set on Master Li? I heard that you just traveled over from South Yu Kingdom to look for you, but do you know what kind of person is Li Moying? He obviously had ill intentions towards you and isn't worthy of you. Huang Yueli couldn't take it whenever anyone spoke bad about Li Moying. Her forehead instantly creased as she slammed the teacup heavily back on the tea set. Master Lung, please speak politely. I invited you in not to listen to you talk bad things about my fiancé. If you're going to continue like this, then I'll have to send you out. Lung Yifeng continued, Miss Bai, you're actually so defensive of him because you don't know the truth and that I'm not lying. Did you know that before you came to Celestial Light Sect, Li Moying and Sect Master Murong's eldest daughter, eldest young Miss Murong had always been a couple? They were even discussing their marriage plans. I originally thought that they really had a good relationship, but in the end, this time round when I came over, he's actually now with you. Huang Yueli's expression grew gloomier. This is slander. My Moying had never been together with Murong Fei. That's just Murong Fei's own wishful thinking. Master Lung, looks like we have nothing to talk about already. Miss Bai, why are you holding on obstinately towards your wrong beliefs? I'm telling you, Li Moying is a snob. Think about it, he was with Murong Fei in the beginning and why did he have a change of heart later on? Because from the start, he feels that marrying Murong Fei would enable him to become Celestial Light Sect Master, so he treated her with false feelings. When a genius armament master like you appeared, he had already stabilized his position as young Sect Master. Now that he feels that you have an even brighter future and of much more value, he chose to be with you instead. I know Li Moying indeed looks extremely outstanding and he's also apt at his sweet nothings, but please don't be coaxed by those few words of him and let it cover up your eyes on the truth. When Huang Yueli heard that, she almost laughed out of anger. In order to vilify Li Moying, Lung Yifeng really said anything he wanted to, and furthermore said it in such a way that seemed like it was the truth. If it wasn't for the fact that she and Li Moying were really in love with each other, she might really have been cheated by him. But when was Li Moying a man who said sweet nothings to coax a woman? Usually in front of other women, he was like a block of ice. Even in front of her, although he was gentle and meticulous, but he didn't quite know how to say sweet nothings. Basically, as long as he didn't intentionally tease her or made her angry, it was already an achievement. Lung Yifeng actually said such things. Did he treat her as an idiot? Furthermore, his motives were just too obvious. Huang Yueli had many pursuers who went after her, so she was still rather sensitive towards people like Lung Yifeng, who came with such attitude and the motives they had. Only, in her past life, who dared to say anything bad about Mu Qingqing? This lifetime, it was indeed a rare feeling to have someone daring to say such things about him. Lung Yifeng looked at her chilled expression, but he totally wasn't aware of Huang Yueli's ridicule towards him in her heart. Lung Yifeng thought that Huang Yueli believed in his words and was disappointed with Li Moying when he grabbed the opportunity and continued, Miss Bai, don't be overly upset. For someone like you who has such outstanding armament refining talent, and you're so beautiful, there are plenty of people who like you, so you'd definitely be able to find someone who is true to you. You really don't need to hang yourself around Li Moying this tree, and you totally have better choices out there. When Huang Yueli heard what he said, she raised her head and gave him a glance which didn't quite resemble a smile. Better choices? Master Lung's meaning. Could it be talking about yourself? Lung Yifeng was stunned for a moment, not expecting her to expose his motive in such a short amount of time. In fact, he was exposed almost immediately. He thought that Huang Yueli was a reserved beauty. After all, she was still young and looked so pure and harmless, as though she had no experience on BGR, boy-girl relationship, matters at all. In this way, he became slightly awkward. But Lung Yifeng felt that today was a good opportunity. He had enough chips on his hands, and while Huang Yueli was disappointed with Li Moying, she would surely be touched by him. He hurriedly responded, if Miss Bai is willing to consider me, you will absolutely realize that I'm much more outstanding than Li Moying. And I'm definitely more worthy of you. Huang Yueli laughed out noncommittally, Master Lung, I don't quite understand what you're saying. There should be no qualms about Moying's potential and innate talent as it indeed is much stronger than you by quite a lot. Furthermore, he is already the young sect master of Celestial Light sect, whereas you are merely the eldest disciple of Green Cloud sect. In terms of future, he has an edge over you. Moreover speaking, I admire his looks more, so I simply cannot see which point that you outshine him. Her tone was flat as she opened her big eyes, as though she was expressing her puzzlement. But that tone bore a slight ridicule. When Leng Yifeng heard that, he immediately cried out irreconcilably, "Miss Bai, how can a man be just based on looks? Whether one is good-looking or not, it shouldn't be considered as his ability, right? Of course his innate talent is indeed much higher than mine, but I'm at least a 9th grade talent. Furthermore, the reason why I'm not the successor of the future sect master isn't because of my lack of potential, but because my family's background is larger than Green Cloud sect, so in future I will definitely leave Green Cloud sect." "Oh?" Hearing this made Huang Yueli surprised. "Your family background isn't?" Leng Yifeng replied, "I'm the direct descendant of Sky Emperor City's top 10 famils, Leng family. As my master is my father's best buddy, my father sent me to Green Cloud sect as a form of experience training, so when I turn 20, I will return to Sky Emperor City." Huang Yueli's brows rose in astonishment. Leng family in Sky Emperor City was indeed considered as a large powerhouse. For Leng Yifeng to have such a background, it was simply out of one's imagination. No wonder he was so arrogant, and no wonder he was so recalcitrant towards Li Moying. This kind of descendants in such family background were mostly high and mighty, not to mention arrogant. It was hard for them to accept a third-rated sect with someone in the same generation as them to have the ability and innate talent to completely crush themselves. Leng Yifeng continued, "Miss Bai, you should know how hard it is for ordinary practitioners to have a piece of their own heaven in Sky Emperor City. You have such great armament refining talent, so in future you'd definitely head to Sky Emperor City. But the water there runs deep, and those without a strong base would find it hard to lift up their feet. If you are with me, that would be completely different. We Leng family are absolutely a large family whose words carry weight." Huang Yueli laughed as she said, "In this case, is Master Leng hinting me that you have a feelings towards me, and intend to marry me?" Leng Yifeng's face revealed an embarrassed expression. Huang Yueli actually said things so clearly, totally with no shyness of an unwed young lady, which made him extremely embarrassed. But Leng Yifeng felt that she was just someone with no reservation and still didn't understand BGR matters, which was why she was so frank. There weren't many pure ladies like this nowadays. How would he guess that Huang Yueli's shyness also depends on the person? In front of Li Moying, she wasn't like this, but towards Leng Yifeng, this kind of rotten peach blossom, she was really frank, because mainly she didn't treated him like anything at all. Leng Yifeng continued, "Miss Bai, I'm absolutely true towards you. Those who knows about my background are far and few. In fact, other than my master, there's not many others who knows about it. I'm telling this to you now, because I sincerely want to be together with you. As compared to my sincerity, what can Li Moying that man give you? You must think about this carefully. Don't think that he's so arrogant in South Sky region now. If one day he heads to Sky Emperor City, he would be a servant whom anyone can bully. Actually, no matter what, Li Moying's innate talent was above 9th grade, so even if he went to Sky Emperor City, he would be a talent which various large powerhouses fought over for. So how was it possible for him to become a servant? But Leng Yifeng was overly hasty in trying to win Huang Yueli over, so he intentionally exaggerated things. He was certain that Huang Yueli had just came from South Yu Kingdom, that countryside place, so she had probably only been to Sky Cloud City. Towards Sky Emperor City, the center of the entire continent, she had no idea how it was like and was very easy to deceive. Leng Yifeng was determined to win Huang Yueli over. Because President Hu had said this, that she already had the potential of a third-rank armament master, and she even had a master who was an armament master in Sky Emperor City. If he was able to pull such an armament refining talent to his side, it was considered as a huge contribution to the family and would greatly heighten his position in the family. What was more hard to find was that she was so stunning that even a twinkle or smile was enough to move one's soul. Leng Yifeng wasn't a silly fool. For a person with both talents and riches, if he passed this village, he would not come across this shop ever again. Huang Yueli already could ascertain something after she heard what he said. She originally allowed him to enter because she wanted to hear if he had any ulterior motive, and if it would affect the arena tournament. Now finding out about Leng Yifeng's background was also a kind of harvest. She was already impatient in dealing with Leng Yifeng, so she said, "Master Leng, I'm well aware of your intentions in coming here, but as you can see it, Moying and I have a very good relationship and I don't have any intention to leave him. So I can only reject your good intentions, please leave." Leng Yifeng was stunned. Earlier he saw Huang Yueli shocked several times and had thought she was already touched by him. Whoever knew, she changed the topic and suddenly became so cold. He couldn't accept this result and couldn't help but stood up, shooting towards Huang Yueli in a few steps. "Miss Bai, why are you so stubborn? Li Moying absolutely isn't true to you." As he was saying that, he got agitated and was about to grab Huang Yueli's delicate fair hand. Huang Yueli frowned and tried to evade him. Suddenly, the door of the main hall was kicked open from the outside and a gust of strong wind instantly swept towards the both of them. Huang Yueli immediately detected a familiar presence, so she totally didn't avoid it as she stood at the original spot. Leng Yifeng sensed that this gust of profound energy was extremely strong and wasn't something which he could go up against, so he hurriedly slipped to one side hoping to avoid it. However, the speed of the person was too fast and he simply could not avoid it at all. His feet had yet to shift when he was struck by that raging thunder attributed profound energy. Luckily, as Leng Yifeng was a direct descendant of the Leng family, he put on a high-leveled profound armor on him, and although he was struck, his injury wasn't very serious. Leng Yifeng gave off a dull moan as he clutched his chest and turned his head around to take a look. Standing in front of the door was Li Moying with an icy cold face. That pair of bewitching peach-blossomed eyes revealed a murderous air, as he looked towards Leng Yifeng with a frigid expression. "Master Leng, what are you trying to do to my woman?" His thin lips moved as the words which he spat out were like icicles. Leng Yifeng couldn't help but shuddered hard as he was filled with shock and terror. He didn't know why he was so afraid that his heartbeat almost stopped. Li Moying was just a practitioner from a third-rated sect and his background was totally incomparable to his. Whenever Leng Yifeng talked about him, it was usually full of disdain, and even when he talked about him to Huang Yueli earlier, he was still belittling Li Moying with confidence. But now when he faced the real person, other than shock, Leng Yifeng's heart was still filled with shock. Too powerful. Li Moying was merely at 7th stage realm, but why was his imposing manner so powerful? Even giving off the misperception that he was facing a 9th stage realm top expert. Li Moying was radiating with coldness as he slowly walked towards Huang Yueli. When Leng Yifeng saw him nearing, he shivered as he hurriedly spoke out, Li Moying, what do you want to do?" Li Moying pulled Huang Yueli into his embrace and lifted up her face, taking a look all around, then touching her little hand to ascertain that she had not been touched by another man before he heaved a sigh of relief. But he still gave her an apprehensive look. Huang Yueli didn't know if she should laugh or cry, thinking silently that this man really was too easily jealous. Obviously nothing had happened, but why was it that the expression on his face looked as though he had drunk a whole urn of vinegar? Li Moying's icy cold glance shot towards Leng Yifeng. "You dare to come harass my fiancé when I'm not around, and still trying to ask me what I'm trying to do? I want to ask, Master Leng, what are you intending to do? Your Green Cloud sect, are you thinking of resorting to some underhanded schemes?" Leng Yifeng was seen through by him as he felt extremely guilty. His trip here this time round was indeed not because of himself. At the same time it was also for Green Cloud Sect. The arena tournament was at the corner, so if the gossip of Celestial Light Sect's young sect master's fiancé turning towards Green Cloud Sect, Celestial Light Sect would definitely be deeply set back, losing all their spirit, and would be difficult for them to gain the last victory. Li Moying had always hated those houseflies which harassed his Lier, and on seeing Ling Yifeng not speaking a single word, the profound energy might in his body almost uncontrollably spread towards Ling Yifeng. Ling Yifeng found it hard to breathe under his suppression as his face turned extremely pale. The disparity between the potentials was simply too distinct. He cried out loudly, Li Moying. You're just a normal practitioner with no foundation. If you dare to be disrespectful to me, in future when you come to Sky Emperor City, I'll definitely make sure that you can't hang around there. The moment Ling Yifeng's words came out, Li Moying hadn't even said a word when Huang Yueli, who was lying in Li Moying's embrace, almost burst out in laughter. Although the Ling family were considered as Sky Emperor City's powerhouse, but in front of a genius like Li Moying, it was really nothing much. In their past lives, an elder from the Ling family behaved servilely in front of Mu Qingqing, displaying all sorts of cajolery and apple polishing. As long as Mu Qingqing was willing to cast him a look, he was so grateful that he was in tears. Now, an ordinary member of the Ling family dared to threaten Li Moying? Huang Yueli totally was sure that Li Moying was extremely angry. Fighting with his woman was already an extremely huge sin, and now he even dared to provoke him. Based on Huang Yueli's understanding of Li Moying, Ling family was definitely blacklisted by him. In future when he resumes his past potential, he would absolutely let the other party see some colors. The entire Ling family would probably suffer along with Ling Yifeng. However, Ling Yifeng had totally not realized that he had already caused a huge disaster. On seeing Li Moying keeping silent, he began to act in an ostentatious manner. How's that? You didn't expect that, right, that I'm actually from the Ling family? Now are you afraid? Actually, I didn't want to use my family background to bully ordinary practitioners, but for a person like you who cheats Miss Bai's feelings, forcibly occupying Miss Bai whom you aren't worthy of, then I can. Ling Yifeng was halfway in his speech when he suddenly gave out a miserable cry. At the same time, his body flew up into midair and crashed heavily onto the door panel, staving through the door panel. By the time he landed on the ground, his entire body felt so painful that it was about to split apart and all his internal organs felt as though it was on fire. Huang Yueli immediately covered her eyes the minute Li Moying struck. Ling Yifeng was simply looking for trouble. He could talk about anything, but he had to mention that Li Moying wasn't worthy of her. One needed to know that Li Moying hated the most to hear other people saying that the both of them weren't compatible. No matter who said one of them wasn't worthy of the other, it could easily cause him to fly into a rage. She had to say that the profound armor on Ling Yifeng was indeed some high-class stuff and extremely useful. Even after he was sent flying by Li Moying, he actually didn't faint from the shock. Ling Yifeng struggled to climb up but realized that several bones had been broken, so he totally couldn't get up at all. He could only try his best to raise his head as he stared ferociously at Li Moying. You dare. You actually dare to. Just you. Wait and. Ling Yifeng used all his strength but wasn't able to even complete a full threatening sentence, so naturally, there was no deterrent force at all. Even Huang Yueli rolled her eyes feeling that he was just too retarded. Even more so for Li Moying. He couldn't even be bothered to cast him a glance as he directly waved his hand. Moe and Mor, who were standing guard at the entrance, immediately responded as two of them stood on each side of Ling Yifeng and lifting up his two legs, dragged him as they threw him out. You all dare to treat me in this way, let me go. Ling Yifeng's miserable screams were heard from the main hall and Huang Yueli felt slightly comical about it, but she couldn't laugh out loud. Because right after dealing with Ling Yifeng, Li Moying's gaze immediately turned towards her as his expression was super ugly with a reprimanding look in his eyes. From this looks, it was evident that he was jealous. Huang Yueli felt that this jealous of his was just too absurd, but this man was now still fuming and was a tough nut to crack, so she didn't dare to speak out her real thoughts in her mind. She gave an innocent expression. Moying, what's the matter with you? Why does your complexion seem not so well? Is it because you're too tired from work outside today? Do you want a cup of water and rest a little? I'll go pour you some tea. As Huang Yueli was saying that, she started to move backwards trying to squirm out of his hands. How was it possible for Li Moying to let her escape? His arms withdrew and locked Huang Yueli back into his embrace, rightly locking her slender waist. Huang Yueli was held on tightly by his strength and she crashed right onto his tough, robust chest as pain hit her. "Io, so painful, you're so fierce." She pouted her lips as she grumbled. Li Moying gave a cold hump, did the wrong thing and still tried to blame me for being fierce? Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes. What did I do wrong? Li Moying replied, I only went out for a little while and you actually let some man with ulterior motives into our house. Don't tell me that you can't tell that this Leng Yifeng had designs on you. You actually stayed in a room with him alone? Huang Yueli couldn't help but rolled her eyes. I know it. I say, can you be more reasonable? Aren't I trying to see what he wanted to do and wanted to find out if he was going to do something disadvantageous to you or Celestial Light Sect, which was why I agreed to meet him. Are you thinking that I'm interested in him? Moreover, even if he did have any ulterior motives, what can he do to me? Moe and the rest have been guarding at the door and furthermore, the main hall is filled with mechanisms, which I have set up. If he hatches any sinister plot on me, this mother will immediately let him see some colors. Of course Li Moying knew this clearly that his leader totally hadn't taken any interest in Leng Yifeng, this kind of man. He was absolutely confident of himself. But he himself didn't know why he could be so petty. Upon seeing Leng Yifeng actually daring to get near his leader, even trying to touch her hand, he immediately got so upset that he almost killed Leng Yifeng. He swept a glance at Huang Yueli, and still in an awful tone, you're not interested in him, but he's interested in you. I hate it when other men use that kind of gaze on you. Huang Yueli couldn't help but burst out laughing. Please, even if 100 men take interest in me, it's useless because I only like you. Li Moying had not expected Huang Yueli to suddenly come out with such a frank confession. Those sour words of him immediately were stuffed back as he wasn't able to say a single word of it. Huang Yueli stretched out her finger as she drew circles on his chest. You have the cheek to say me. I'm the one who should be unhappy. Almost all the female disciples in Celestial Light Sect use that kind of mushy gaze to look at you, totally ignoring the existence of me, your fiancé. Especially Morong Fei, she had been chased away by me so many times, but she still keeps plastering herself onto you once and again. I haven't even started to get angry, so what right do you have to show me faces, N? As Huang Yueli spoke, anger overcame her as she pinched him on his chest, but realized that Li Moying's pectoral muscles were simply too robust and she totally couldn't pinch anything at all. This made her even more upset as she directly took a bite at Li Moying's neck. SSSSS. Li Moying drew in a mouthful of cold air. Your little fox's teeth are just a little too sharp, you almost bit me until bleeding. I'm really too innocent. When have you seen me bothering about Morong Fei? Although she keeps coming to look for trouble time and again, haven't she always been frightened out of her wits by you? When have I not fully supported you? Huang Yueli gave a humph. Then you've also beaten up Leng Yifeng, so why are you still angry? When he heard that, Li Moying could only raise both his hands and feet to concede defeat. Alright, I'm at fault. Consider that I've said the wrong thing, alright? Seeing Li Moying's helpless look, Huang Yueli finally smiled as she showed her two sharp little fangs. Her smile was sweet and adorable, with a crafty expression. which looked exactly like a little fox which had just stolen a bite. Li Moying's heart moved as he uncontrollably lowered his head, placing his lips on her lovely pink lips. The next day, the news of Ling Yifeng's went round and Li Moying was called by Murongde again. Huang Yueli wasn't worried about him at all. Her fiancé's ability was right there and no one could do anything about him. Moreover speaking, Ling Yifeng was the one who started to sow the discord first, so he was at fault in the first place. Li Moying had the reason to do so. After that day, Huang Yueli also went into a half-closed-door cultivation state as she started cultivating seriously. Other than the little portion of time where Li Moying had to go out, the rest of the time was basically spent cultivating with her. Towards this, Huang Yueli initially rejected it because she was a fire-attributed practitioner. When she cultivated, the surrounding fire-attributed profound qi would gather and the temperature rose quickly. She didn't feel extremely unbearable, but to the others who were in the same room as her, that would be rather uncomfortable. However, Li Moying was just like a piece of medicated plaster, tightly sticking to her. She was helpless about it, so she could only let him stay by her side as he wished. After that, Huang Yueli realized that it was much more convenient with Li Moying around. His attention was always placed on Huang Yueli. Whenever she met with a bottleneck or encountered any difficulties, he would always help her out in time, greatly increasing the success rate of her cultivation. But even so, Huang Yueli still felt that her cultivation speed wasn't fast enough. 7 days' time is just too short. I haven't even finished stabilizing my core, and there are several profound skills which I have not mastered, not to mention advancing to the 5th stage realm. Sigh, if only I had a few more days' time. It was rare for Huang Yueli to feel anxious. Li Moying placed his hands on her face as he said in a mellow voice, "You've already improved very quickly. There's no one like you in the past. I've never heard of anyone whose cultivation speed could chase up to you. Even I have to bow down to your superiority. You don't need to be too hard on yourself. Sometimes forcing yourself too much would end up with a negative result." Huang Yueli pouted, "How would I not know this reason? But isn't this arena tournament very important to Celestial Light Sect? Furthermore, I have a feeling that Green Cloud Sect definitely came well prepared, and will not let us pass this stage so easily." When Li Moying heard that, his expression also turned slightly grave. Actually, he didn't mind who was the ultimate victor in the arena tournament because even if Celestial Light Sect only had 30% of quota to enter the Mystic region, it would not affect him and his leer. But in this way, it would be very bad for Murongde's reputation. Moreover speaking, his leer would be taking part in the tournament that day. If Green Cloud Sect came out with some sinister move, hurting Lear, then he would die of heartache. Otherwise, why not check out the situation on that day? If something's wrong, then don't go up. Anyway, after we enter the Mystic region, you will have plenty of chances at actual combat. Li Moying hadn't finished his words when he was interrupted by Huang Yueli. What do you mean? How will that do? If I haven't even entered the scene and just gave up upon guessing that there's some difficult situation, this would seriously affect my self-confidence. Since we've already agreed on it, just stop trying to stop me. Relax, I'm not some ignorant young lady who has no actual combat experience. The minute I'm up, no matter what situation, I will be able to protect myself properly. Huang Yueli tugged Li Moying's sleeve as she swayed him gently, trying to placate him. Li Moying's feelings were slightly complicated. Actually, he was merely speaking about it casually only because he understood Huang Yueli extremely well. He knew that although this young lass of his looked helpless and petite, but the bones in her were extremely tough and durable. Fleeing just before a battle was something which wouldn't ever happen to her. She had always braced moving forward, using all sorts of ways to overcome the difficulties. Furthermore, a practitioner's cultivation required this kind of dash to head forward. Otherwise, it would be just like what Huang Yueli said, dampening her self-confidence and henceforth affecting her future cultivation. Even though he knew all these, but as Huang Yueli's fiancé, Li Moying still felt worried. The minute he thought of the possibility of his Lier getting hurt, he fretted so much that he kept fidgeting. Huang Yueli saw him putting on a straight face and not responding, so she leaned in closer to him. Moying, what are you worried about exactly? On the day of the arena tournament, you will definitely be watching over me, right? I believe that if there's any real danger, you will be able to protect me. You believe that I can protect you? I myself isn't so sure of that. Li Moying's voice sounded melancholic, seeming with a sigh. Huang Yueli knew that he must have recalled her death in her past life, as she couldn't help but stuck out her tongue, then immediately said, "Hey, I'm telling you, you're not allowed to defame my fiancé. He's extremely powerful and there's nothing that he can't do. I just believe in him." This was simply too touching to hear, as a fragrant young lass kept rubbing around his chest, making Li Moying's chest suddenly firing up. He locked his palm on Huang Yueli's waist, slowly tightening and drawing her in as his head also started to lower down. Just at this moment. Ah, right. I thought of it. Huang Yueli suddenly bumped a fist on his chest as she cried out in joy. Li Moying's face turned green. He was almost about to sneak a kiss on his little fox, but in the end, at the most critical juncture, not only had the cooked duck flown away, he was even inexplicably beaten up. Lier wasn't some weak young lady, and that punch of hers packed some strength in it. Was this considered as domestic violence? Huang Yueli totally didn't notice his expression as she was still happily jumping about in his hands. Right, I was just thinking why I've met with a bottleneck while cultivating. It's because I haven't been following the 9 Phoenix transformations requirements to soak in a medicinal bath. Although I've used the Phoenix's blood to wash my meridians, thereby successfully advancing, but the last time I discovered while in Celestial Light Academy that the medicinal bath cannot be discounted. These medicinal herbs help to replenish the flaws in my physique, otherwise my flame spirit physique is unable to be completely unsealed, so it would affect my cultivation to a certain degree. And, knowing where the problem is now makes it easy to settle. Huang Yueli's eyes turned into full moons as she started computing in her mind, since there's still 3 days before the arena tournament, I can do a medicinal bath. Last time I asked you to help me gather those medicinal herbs, have you managed to find it? Li Moying was still lamenting over missing that kiss, and hadn't listened to her question clearly. Huang Yueli realized that he was distracted and stared at him with an unhappy glare as she leaned close to his ear. Are you listening to me at all? Li Moying then regained his senses as he saw his little fox putting on an angry expression as he hurriedly replied, I heard you, I heard you. Would I dare to not do the things which you instructed me to? I've long gathered the medicinal herbs, and if you need it, I will get my men to go get it for you from the storage area. He had just been distracted for such a short moment and his little fox flew into a rage. This temper of hers was really bad. Evidently, it was all because of his pampering. Li Moying helplessly shook his head. They haven't got married and it already turned out like this. In the future, after they got married, he probably wouldn't have any status at home in future. Huang Yueli instantly gave a smile when she heard him say that. Wah, really? You've gathered everything in such a short time? The list which I gave you has several rare medicinal herbs, and 8-tier magical beast cores. Those are worth millions of upper-grade spirit stones, and you've managed to look for it so quickly? Li Moying pinched her cheek in adoration. The things you want, I'd definitely think of ways to get it for you, so just rest assured. Huang Yueli cheered and plunged into his hands, automatically leaning in close to him. Li Moying hadn't regained his senses when he discovered that his hands was filled with jade as a smack sound was heard and a soft touch was felt from his lips. He was actually kissed by Huang Yueli. This good fortune made Li Moying's mind blanked out momentarily. By the time he regained his senses, Huang Yueli had already jumped out of his embrace and turned her head towards him while saying, "Then what are you waiting for? Let's go get it from the storage room. There's only 3 days, so we must grasp time tightly." Saying that, she hadn't even waited for Li Moying to reply when she turned around and ran head first towards the storage room. "Wait a while, what are you her? Sigh, really?" He hadn't even had the time to say anything when Huang Yueli already ran off into the distance away. Li Moying couldn't help but shake his head. Why is she still the same as when she was younger in her past life? So excited that she couldn't hold herself down. She's really a fire-attributed practitioner. His tone sounded as though he was despising her, but his expression had an obvious smile as he stretched out his hand and touched his lips lightly. His little fox's kiss was rather loud. She really wasn't bashful at all. Wasn't it a little too short? So superficial? Did she think that he could be dismissed just like that? Very quickly, Huang Yueli found all the medicinal herbs from the storage room. She directed a few maids to bring a huge bathtub into their room, and then, laying the medicinal herbs neatly, she added a sufficient amount of water. Little Phoenix was the same as in the past, as she let him out. But this time, Little Phoenix had an unwilling face as it didn't want to coordinate with her. It's not impossible for this young master to light the fire, but you need to use drumsticks to exchange for it. Little Shota worked up his bun like a chubby face as he declared loudly. Heaven knows that ever since Huang Yueli read that guide to raising a phoenix, she had been feeding him with ultra-healthy food. He hadn't seen any kind of roasted or fried drumstick for a very, very long time. Little Phoenix felt that its bird life was pitch dark and there was nothing left for him to linger about. He had finally gotten this chance that Huang Yueli had something to request for him, so he must stand firm to fight for the necessary benefits which he ought to have. Huang Yueli couldn't help but give him a stare. "Why do you only think about drumsticks? You're already so fat and you still don't start dieting. Senior Huang already says you're suffering from dysplasia. Can you show some spiritual beast's pride?" Little Phoenix grumbled while murmuring. Huang Yueli hadn't heard him clearly initially, so when she leaned in closer to it, she heard him mumbling, "Pride might be valuable, but the value of drumsticks is even higher." Huang Yueli didn't know if she should laugh or cry. "All right, sister here is doing this for your own good. Don't you want to turn into a powerful and gorgeous big phoenix like your brother? What happens if you can't even fly if you really turn into a fat phoenix?" She urged. "All right, quickly light up the fire for me." Little Phoenix heard what she said and rather die than to raise its little head. No way, this little master had already said this earlier. "No drumsticks, I will not light up any fire for you. I have my own principles and stand, so I will not compromise on it." Its little bun face was filled with a solemn expression as it looked extremely serious about this. Huang Yueli couldn't help but frown. This little brat really wasn't obedient at all. Now it's even climbing on top of her head. "All right, you may eat one." She thought for a moment and decided to relent a little. But before her words were finished, a cough was heard by the side, and following that, a man's cold and deep voice was heard. "Why hasn't the fire been lit up?" Hearing that voice, Little Phoenix immediately shivered as it jumped up. Li. When it saw Li Moying, its little face turned palely white, and that flustered look, in Huang Yueli's eyes, was extremely comedic. Little Wang Kai had a lot of guts that sometimes even her, its master, wasn't able to control it totally. But every single time it saw Li Moying, it turned into a real shocked bird, as he could scare that entire bird into a daze. This was considered as one thing curbing another. Li Moying's cold piercing black eyes calmly swept past Little Phoenix. "You greeted me wrongly. I'm your brother-in-law." Little Wang Kai immediately stood up properly like a little yes-man. "Brother-in-law." Huang Yueli went blue for a moment, because she herself could only pretend to be young, saying she was Little Wang Kai's sister. Li Moying actually claimed that he was its brother-in-law. this man's skin was extremely thick. Li Moying didn't continue a single word, only sweeping his gaze towards the bottom of the bathtub. Little Wang Kai acted extremely obediently in front of him, as it immediately figured out what he had in mind and hurriedly sucked in a mouthful of breath and blowing it out ferociously. A mouthful of scorching phoenix true flame fire came surging out. Intense flames arose, and as little phoenix had advanced, the fire this time was much hotter and brighter than previous times. Huang Yueli saw little phoenix standing obediently beside Li Moying as she couldn't help but shook her head secretly. Whom had this little fellow learnt from, to know how to bully the weak and feared the strong? Could it be that phoenixes all had this kind of character? She walked to the bathtub and her right hand pressed against her own collar as she was just preparing to strip off her clothes to jump in. Suddenly her action stopped as her mind suddenly thought of something and hurriedly turned over. Right behind her, Li Moying's hands were crossed as he leaned against the wall with a leisure and at ease expression. That pair of black eyes with no end was firmly planted onto her. Huang Yueli's mouth twitched as she stared at him fiercely. You. What are you looking at? Why haven't you scrammed? 2 shades of red instantly flushed on her face. This man was simply too sinister. When on earth had he entered the room? Just as she was prepared to enter the bath, she had already locked the room before releasing little Wang Kai out. In the end he suddenly appeared and helped her settle little phoenix? Before this, she totally hadn't noticed that Li Moying was right inside her room. This man had suspiciously appeared here, he absolutely wasn't up to any good. Whereas she was still so silly to have not realized that, almost stripping all her clothes in front of him. The more Huang Yueli thought, the more stuffed she felt as she shot him a dissatisfied look while retorting angrily, "Get out now." Li Moying immediately put on a grieved expression. You. How could you be like this, tearing the bridge apart after you've crossed it? Earlier when you used me, why didn't you ask me to get out? Huang Yueli was so angry that she stomped her feet. You still dare to argue irrationally? Have I asked you to come in or not? Li Moying appeared even more aggrieved. I just heard you and little Wang Kai arguing, so I came in to help you. You really don't appreciate a good person's heart. And you actually act so fiercely towards me. Aren't you a little too violent towards your fiancé? Violent? Huang Yueli's eyes turned wide, looking at him in disbelief as she really imagined that this man's shamelessness had once again broken a new record to even be able to turn black into white. Furthermore, what's more nonsensical about this was when she saw him frowning slightly with the clear and gloomy eyes, even though she knew he was pretending, she actually felt a slight heartache for him. Really seen a living ghost? Huang Yueli pushed his chest hard. All right, now that you've already helped, I don't need you already, so you can retire yourself now. She used a warning expression while looking at this man. Li Moying saw that she was going to fly into a rage and knew that he couldn't continue to tease her, so he could only rub his nose as he awkwardly turned around to leave the room. What a pity. Seeing that this young lass was in a daze today, he thought he would be able to see a beauty getting out of a shower. Huang Yueli shut the door tight as she placed her ear on the door, listening for quite a while to ascertain that there weren't any movements outside before returning to the bathtub, then removing her clothes and jumping right in. The medicinal bath was boiling hot as usual. Furthermore, as little Phoenix advanced, the flame became even more intense. Huang already felt her skin being burned off a layer soon after she just stepped into the medicinal bath. SSSS, she drew in a mouthful of cold air. This feeling was just too painful, and it was any other ordinary practitioner, they would probably not even be able to stay for one breath's time while screaming to get out. However, Huang Yueli knew clearly that the more painful it was, the more she was able to sharpen herself and the greater possibility that she could raise her own ability. Only those who could face the problem directly were able to stand out, becoming one of the real strong top exponents. She hurriedly held her breath as she congealed her senses, trying to bear with the pain as she moaned, forcing herself to quieten down her heart while working on the cultivation incantation recorded accordingly in 9 Phoenix transformations, operating the cultivation method. Fiery red liquid slowly seeped into her skin as it gradually took effect. After the profound energy in her body went round her meridians for 3 to 4 cycles, the fire-attributed energy merged with her and she gradually became more and more relaxed. Later on, she totally couldn't feel the scorching heat from the medicine bath. She felt as though she was lying in a warm current as her entire body completely extended out while fire-attributed energy continuously surged into her body. The room was extremely quiet as Huang Yueli silently leaned against the side of the bathtub with her eyes tightly shut. Her entire body was devoted to cultivation as she could not sense the situation in the outside world. So she didn't know that in the corner of the room, unknowing when Li Moying's figure appeared once again. He didn't let out any sound, only concentrating his gaze on the stunning young lady lying in the bathtub. He had once again entered the room not because he harbored any evil intentions. Actually, after he was chased away by Huang Yueli earlier, he didn't want to affect her cultivation, hence he silently stood guard outside the door. However, when Huang Yueli jumped into the bathtub, she suddenly gave off some irrepressible moans which made him so uptight that he almost charged right in. After entering the room, Li Moying started to cool down slightly. Soaking in a medicinal bath, which was filled with fire-attributed high-grade medicinal herbs, it would be a wonder if it didn't hurt like hell, and this was part of the process which Huang Yueli had to go through for advancement. He understood the logic very well, but upon seeing Huang Yueli being in such a painful state, his heart was twitching as he basically used up all his self-control before he managed to stop himself from dragging her out. Luckily, about 1 hour ago, Huang Yueli started to relax and no longer moaned as her forehead also started to loosen. This short hour to Li Moying seemed as though an entire year had gone past. Li Moying heaved a sigh of relief, but he didn't nudge at all, unwilling to let Huang Yueli leave his sight. Even though he knew that Huang Yueli was filled with experience for matters related to advancement and that prescription of the medicinal bath from God Realm was extremely safe, but he still felt uneasy if he didn't witness it with his own eyes. Several hours went by and the sky started to darken. Night fell and gradually turned bright. It was until the second day's wee hours in the morning when Huang Yueli suddenly gave out a low moan, "Woo." Li Moying's forehead creased as he shot upwards to her, his pitch-black eyes filled with worry. "Lear, are you all right?" The minute he got closer, he realized that other than her face turning slightly red, there wasn't anything odd with Huang Yueli, so he could finally set his heart slightly at ease. By this time, Huang Yueli actually didn't feel any pain. Following the absorption of the fire-attributed energy in the medicinal bath being taken in by her, the profound energy in her body grew abundant and more powerful as the speed of the profound energy going round her meridians getting faster and faster, to the point of starting to gush towards her dantian. Huang Yueli quickly realized that this was the premonition of advancement. The profound energy in her body was already so abundant to a dangerous point, and as long as she followed the flow and worked a little harder, there was a huge possibility that she could successfully advance to the 5th stage realm. Entering the 5th stage realm, her potential would once again be upgraded and there would be another chance to have a complete change in her body structure. Following the increase of cultivation, the difficulty of breaking through a huge realm gets harder and harder, and 99% of practitioners weren't able to enter the door of the 5th stage realm. But to Huang Yueli, the 5th stage realm was just right before her eyes. She just needed to stretch out her hands to reach it. Everything had been so smooth as the temptation was so strong, but Huang Yueli frowned and found back her rationality, curbing the temptation to immediately advance. She knew that her foundation wasn't stable enough, so this time it wasn't a good time for her to advance. When she broke through to the 4th stage realm, it was just too fast. And now it's just been a month's time and she's about to advance into the 5th stage realm, then her foundation would become more and more unstable. It was a huge taboo in terms of non-stability in a practitioner's cultivation. If one couldn't stabilize his cultivation properly and merely just pursued the speed of advancing, then his actual ability as compared to same-stage practitioners would be heavens apart. This way, no matter how high his cultivation was, it was merely an illusion as he didn't have the compatible ability to go with. Huang Yueli knew this point deeply, so she held her breath as she congealed her senses, gathering all the power that she had, not to advance, but to curb herself from the urge to advance. If any outsider were to see this, they would absolutely be shocked beyond words. Because to ordinary practitioners, it was their dream to be able to advance, as too many of them had tried all the ways they had, but they still weren't able to step over to the 5th stage realm for their entire lives. Whereas for Huang Yueli, she actually easily advanced, and so swiftly. But as ironically, she didn't want to advance at all. But, wanting to advance was difficult, not wanting to advance wasn't an easy task to achieve as well. Huang Yueli tried her best to control the surging profound energy within her body and risked her risk to suppress the energy in her dantian, thinking to control it during the critical state of advancement. But the profound energy in her body was overflowing with abundance and wasn't something which she could control with her own energy. Even though she had already exhausted all her energy, but the speed of the flow of the profound energy slightly decreased for a moment, but immediately after that, it started to strike her dantian again. Once and again, the energy continued to grow stronger. Huang Yueli's little face had already flushed red as sweat started to drip down profusely. The scorching pain in her chest seemed as though it was going to explode immediately. But all these were in vain. At the present moment, the profound energy in her body had already been led into a continuously accumulating cycle and wasn't at a state where she could stop any time she wanted to. She was almost certain that she would be able to advance successfully this time round. Huang Yueli clenched her teeth tightly as she stubbornly refused to give up. Just as her determination had reached the point of collapsing, she suddenly sensed a chilling sensation from her back. A burst of strong and pure profound energy started emitting into her from her back area as it slowly entered her meridians. Originally, different practitioners' profound energy were incompatible with one another, and when other practitioners' profound energy flows into their body, it would meet with the body's basic instinct to resist. But, Huang Yueli only felt slightly uncomfortable while this burst of profound energy initially entered her body. Following that, she seemed to feel a familiar and assured feeling as the external profound energy slowly seeped into her body. Not only did it make her felt uncomfortable, instead it made her scorching hot body slowly loosened up. "Lear, follow the direction that I'm leading to move your profound energy." A deep mellow male's voice rang by the side of her ear. Right then, Huang Yueli's attention was placed totally on her own profound energy and meridians, so her brain practically had no spare space to think about who the man behind her was. She only felt instinctively that the voice of the owner made her extremely assured, so she immediately followed his instructions. Li Moying sensed her submission and immediately laughed softly, so obedient. "Now listen to my instruction, slowly loosen up. Don't be overly anxious, don't be afraid, just listen to me." Powerful profound energy continued to surge inwards, but it didn't make Huang Yueli feel invaded or offended. Her profound energy and Li Moying's mixed together as it was led by him, slowly recovering to a peaceful state. It was after a very long time before Huang Yueli sensed that the urge to advance had completely disappeared. Besides that, under the use of the medicinal bath, the profound energy in her body solidified and became purer as there was an obvious increase in her own ability. She finally heaved a long sigh as her long lashes fluttered slightly, slowly opening her eyes. However, the minute she opened her eyes, the scene she saw gave her a huge shock. Huang Yueli's eyes grew wide as she cried out sharply, "You! How come you're here, you're so shameless, ah!" In front of her eyes was an extremely seductive picture of a handsome male, coming out from the bath. Li Moying showed off his robust chest as he leaned against the bathtub. He was just sitting right behind her as water droplets dripped down from his collarbone, and dripping along his fair skin, across his chest and against that perfectly sculpted abdominal muscles. Lastly, Huang Yueli's gaze followed all the way down only to realize that Li Moying's lower part of his body was soaked in the water and she couldn't see anything beyond that. Just as she was in a daze, Li Moying suddenly laughed. "Lier, what are you looking at? The expression on your face looks so horny, and so disappointed. Do you want me to stand up so that you can take a close look?" Huang Yueli's face instantly flushed red as though she was about to run a fever. You. I don't want to see it." Usually sharp-tongued, she suddenly realized that she wasn't able to say a word now. Li Moying intentionally leaned close towards her as he intentionally suppressed his tone, while his voice bore an obvious seductiveness. "What's the matter? Really don't want to take a look? I guarantee you will like what you see." Saying that, his body started to move upwards, as though he was about to stand up. Huang Yueli grew anxious as she grabbed his arm. "You are not allowed to stand up." Li Moying's vision followed downwards from her slender hand. Huang Yueli too subconsciously lowered her head and went into a pause as she suddenly realized that while soaking herself in the bathtub, she had stripped off completely. Furthermore, the bathtub's water was originally full, but after she had absorbed about 90% of the energy, the amount of water greatly decreased, and now, the water in the tub was only enough to cover the position of her lower abdominal. Which meant to say, anything above her was totally exposed. She had been seen cleanly by this shameless man. No wonder the gaze he gave her earlier was so ambiguous and had even shamelessly bit her back, saying about her expression. Where on earth had this scummy pervert popped out from? Huang Yueli was extremely vexed as she quickly withdrew her hand and covered her chest. Hearing the man giving off soft laughter once again, Huang Yueli was so angry that her face turned green as she stared at him in anger. "How on earth did you come in? When I was soaking the medicinal bath, I had obviously made you leave. You actually ran in by yourself again? You actually peep on young ladies bathing? Do you even have a baseline of a human?" Li Moying instantly got disappointed when he saw the spring scenery being covered up. Huang Yueli saw his regretful look and almost jumped up in anger. Luckily, she recalled that she wasn't wearing anything on her lower half of her body, so she tolerated the urge to do so. Li Moying admired her kinky, angry, and embarrassed expression as he aside her in a lazy manner. "Lier, you cannot not see a good person's heart. You actually framed me in this way? You're my fiancé, so looking at you is open and upright. Haven't you heard of the lover's bath?" Huang Yueli's head almost started to smoke. "What are you saying? Lover's bath." Li Moying helped his fiancée, who was suddenly stuttering, completed her sentence out of goodwill. "Lover's bath your head?" Huang Yueli completely turned her embarrassment into anger. You. Quickly get out." She pushed Li Moying's chest in frustration as she tugged and dragged him, trying to whisk him out, but the man's body was strong and well-built and his cultivation was far above hers, so she couldn't move him at all. Overwhelmed with shame and rage, her right rose up as a burst of scorching fire glint congealed in her palm. Li Moying was shocked as well. Although his cultivation was very high and there wasn't anything which Huang Yueli could really do to him, but she still had a genuine deviant flame in her hands, and that was enough to cause a certain amount of damage to him. At such a close distance, he could neither hide nor strike back, so if he was badly bruised by this young lass and his subordinates saw it, then he would really not be able to lift his head up high in the household anymore. He hurriedly pulled onto Huang Yueli's slender wrist as he hastily explained, "Lier, don't be agitated, you've really misunderstood. When you made me go out earlier, I really went out and had been standing guard outside the door. But you kept moaning in the middle of the night from your room and I was worried if you'd run into an accident in the middle of your cultivation, so I ran in. Huang Yueli was stunned as the flame in her hands instantly extinguished. Ah! She suddenly recalled that when she almost advanced, her entire body felt terrible, and just when she thought that she was unable to control herself, in the end. She swiftly raised her head and looked at Li Moying. Li Moying gave an innocent and pitiful expression. So do you understand it now? When I entered the room, you looked as though you were about to advance, but you don't seem to be able to control it properly, so I had to give you a hand. But your cultivation method is just too overbearing, so much that even for me, it wasn't easy to suppress your profound energy. In order to help you in a better way, I had no choice but to jump into the bathtub, you know it best, while passing on the energy. The fastest way would be through skin-to-skin contact. In the end, whoever knew that while you were working up your energy, you were not clear-minded, and sensing that my profound energy could lower the fire in you, you kept closing into me and even touched me everything. I'm already so pitiful and yet still being maligned by you in this way. He said it in an extremely aggrieved way, as though he was an upright young man, and it was all due to the circumstances, which led to him being molested by a masher. Heaven knew that when Huang Yueli closed into him, how excited he was, and on the first timing, he wanted to lie flat to allow her to tease him. Huang Yueli felt that this conversation didn't sound right as she shot him a suspicious glance. Li Moying pointed to his own shoulder. Did you see this? This set of teeth marks was left by you yesterday night. Huang Yueli's gaze moved, and she indeed saw 2 rows of neat teeth marks on Li Moying's well-built shoulders, and in fact it was bleeding. With evidence in front of her, she could only admit to her crime. Alright, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have maligned you. Yesterday, thank you for helping me. If it hadn't been for you, I'd definitely have to advance. Li Moying gave a cold harumph, intentionally giving her a cold look, even looking a little angry. Huang Yueli blinked. Are you serious? You're really angry? Li Moying gave her a glance and didn't say a word. Li Moying naturally wouldn't put on airs over such a small matter with his little fox, but this was a good chance to abduct this young lass, so if he didn't grab it properly, then he would change his surname from Li to others. Thinking of this, his face became even more arrogantly pampered. Would I even dare to be angry at you? Anyway, I am a man who harbors ill intentions, so whatever I do is to take advantage of you. I don't mean it in that way. Huang Yueli couldn't tell the jocosity in his eyes, and upon hearing him say that, she immediately started to get anxious. She had already forgotten the fact that she had nothing on and pounced over to him, hugging his waist and raising her head to look at him from below with twinkling in her watery big eyes, attempting to act cute to get past this. I absolutely don't mean this. In my heart, Li Moying is the best man. She was just short of lifting her fingers, bowing to heavens to prove her loyalty. Li Moying lowered his head and looked at her in the eye. Hearing her say such romantic words, actually Li Moying wanted to say that he had already forgiven her, but Huang Yueli met a pair of star-studded jet black eyes when she suddenly felt something was amiss. After a moment later, she realized that her lower body seemed to be pressing against a rock-hard thing. Th. This, surely it wasn't the thing she was thinking about, right? This beast was actually turned on? Huang Yueli's expression changed instantly as she simultaneously realized that this man harbored ill intentions, purposely tricking her. She unleashed her fury as she gave Li Moying an angry stare, her expression starting to turn sinister. Li Moying had realized that he had gone overboard and the sweat on his forehead started to drip down. But he felt as though he was treated unjustly. Things had developed to this stage wasn't entirely his fault. It was Lear who had pounced over by herself and kept rubbing him up, so as a normal man, how was it possible that he had no reaction at all? However, at this juncture, his little fox was already seething with anger, so whatever he explained was of no use. Li Moying, you scum whose brain is filled with rubbish, scram right now. In the silent dawn, celestial light sect's young sect master's mansion suddenly rang a young lady's crisp and angry howl. A few shadow guards had already stood guard near their master's bedroom for an entire night and were about to fall asleep. In order not to disturb their master and future mistress from being intimate, they had intentionally hid themselves far, far away, just in case they heard something which they shouldn't hear. Now, when this ear-deafening howl rang, it instantly woke everyone up in shock, as they gazed shockingly towards the door of the master bedroom. Immediately following that, they saw a scene which they would never forget in their entire lives. A loud bam resounded as the master bedroom's door was kicked open and their mighty, awe-inspiring master was chased out of the bedroom. Not only that, he had nothing on him, not even a pair of pants, as he was walking around with his bird in the wee hours of the morning, which was simply an eyesore. All the shadow guards flashed a thought across their minds: master had been kicked down from third miss bed? However, although they thought about it secretly, no one dared to say it out. They didn't even dare to raise their lips a little, afraid that Lemoyne would vent his anger on them. One needed to know that this master of theirs was naturally overbearing, and although he didn't have any face or skin in front of third miss, but that was only limited to third miss alone. Anyone else who dared to challenge his authority would die an extremely horrible death. Actually, it wasn't just the shadow guards who were feeling embarrassed. Lemoyne himself was feeling the most embarrassed. He had not succeeded in hoaxing his fiancée into throwing herself at him, he had actually been thrown out by her. Such an embarrassing matter actually fell on him. If it was 1 year ago, he absolutely would not believe this, but now, he felt that this was probably just the beginning. When Lemoyne was outside the door, he started to cool down as his icy cold glance shot past that row of shadow guards who hung their heads low. Very good, none of them dared to laugh. This made Lemoyne slightly gain some face back. His frigid cold voice called out as though nothing was wrong, "Moer. Your subordinate is here." Moer was already rolling around the ground laughing in his heart, but his face still showed a respectful expression as he lowered his brows and eyes while responding to him. "Go get me a set of clothes." He hadn't finished his words when another pong sound was heard and the bedroom door opened once again. This time a set of dark gold long robe was thrown out of the door, which was exactly what Lemoyne wore the night before. The edge of Lemoyne's brows twitched as he picked up his clothes and swiftly got dressed. Without even buttoning it properly, he turned around to knock the door. "Lear, open the door." "I guarantee that I won't." Do that thing, so will you please don't be angry." Huang Yueli replied to him icily, "I want to grab time to cultivate, so don't you come and disturb me." "How could this be called disturb?" "Lear, open the door." He pushed the door hard, but the door refused to budge. Lemoyne deeply felt that having an armament master who specialized in mechanisms as a fiancé was really a tough matter. He called out for her a few more times, but Huang Yueli totally ignored him. He thought about it for a moment and knew that Huang Yueli was still angry and didn't want to bother about him. At the same time, she had just completed her medicinal bath and was really in need of cultivation. So he didn't force her anymore, as he could only hang his head low as he left despondently. Huang Yueli spent a total of 3 days in this time's closed-door cultivation, and Lemoyne wandered around for 3 days, being an abandoned grudged man for 3 days. It was until the morning of the arena tournament when Huang Yueli suddenly opened the door, officially coming out of her closed-door cultivation. The minute Huang Yueli stepped out of the door, she saw Lemoyne standing in front of the room and his hand had already raised to his chest level. From the looks of it, he was prepared to knock on the door, but was still hesitating to do so. Seeing Huang Yueli coming out on her own, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Lear, you're finally out. I thought you're so angry that you don't even want to take part in the arena tournament anymore." Huang Yueli gave a cold humph. "I'm the one who wanted to take part in the arena tournament and it had nothing to do with you. Why should I not take part in it, because of you?" Lemoyne was shot back by her saying as he couldn't say a single word. Because he realized that his little fox was extremely vengeful and until now, she still wasn't appeased yet. He could only continue to coax her patiently. I really am just cracking a joke with you. If you're not happy, then I won't do this to tease you ever again. Please stop being angry. Huang Yueli raised her chin. We'll see your future performance then. Saying that, she raised her foot to step out of the door. Li Moying hurriedly chased up to her as he held her hand. No matter how Huang Yueli tried, she couldn't shake him off, so eventually, he just allowed her to hold on to her hand. Li Moying held her on tightly, worried that his leer would run off, so he tried all ways and means to coax her to make her happy. He hadn't realized that just as Huang Yueli turned her head, a non-existent smile was already showing on her lips. Humph, who asked this man to pretend to be angry, cheating her to throw herself into his arms? Then she could also pretend to be angry, cheating him to be meek and subservient. The two of them walked hand in hand as they headed towards the public square where the arena tournament was held. When this couple appeared, it attracted various envious and jealous glared. There were too many young ladies who liked Li Moying, whereas after that day's banquet, there were also plenty of young men who secretly admired Huang Yueli. Everyone's eyes fell onto their tightly clasped hands. There was no denial that when Li Moying and Huang Yueli walked together, they were simply too compatible. No matter if it was in terms of looks, temperament or innate talent, they seemed to be a pair made in heaven, making everyone jealous, but there was no choice but to admit that they themselves weren't worthy of this pair. But those inferiority thoughts were only from those ordinary people. To self-professed geniuses like Murong Fei or Lung Feng Yi, other than an eye-piercing scene, it was just too eye-piercing. They couldn't wait to replace the other party immediately. As young sect master, Li Moying's seat was at the stage, at a striking position. Furthermore, as he wasn't required to take part today, it added a detached feel. This time, someone had already arranged another joint seat next to his, apparently for Huang Yueli. Li Moying raised his head and saw this arrangement as he silently nodded his head, his mood improving by quite a lot. This meant that he and Lear had already been recognized by the masses, an official couple. He held Huang Yueli's hand as they walked through the arena tournament's competition grounds, walking up the stage. Along the way, both of them walked past Murong Fei. At this moment, Murong Fei was surrounded by a large crowd of direct disciples as everyone wasted no effort in fawning on her. Eldest young miss, your conditions look great today. Isn't that so? Eldest young miss's surrounding profound energy is abundant. Apparently your ability has reached another notch higher again. Murong Fei displayed an unconcealable complacent look as she intentionally said reservedly, for the sect's glory, to gain the quota for everyone to enter the mystic region, I have been cultivating hard for the past few days until I've forgotten to eat or sleep. Finally, I had successfully advanced last night, from 6th stage realm 1st level into 6th stage realm 2nd level. Wow! 6th stage realm 2nd level. Eldest young miss hasn't even reached 18 years old and already at 6th stage realm 2nd level. Wasn't it said that after the 6th stage realm, it was extremely difficult to advance for each small realm? Really didn't expect eldest young miss to improve yet again in such a short time. This is really great. Eldest young miss is so talented, able to upgrade so quickly. No matter how many abilities Green Cloud Sex people have, how could they be compared with you? Today they'd definitely be beaten pants down. That's right, today's arena tournament's judges comes from South Sky region's various large sex elders or top exponents. After today, eldest young miss's name will have spread throughout the entire South Sky region. Murong Fei pretended to stop them from talking. Stop spouting nonsense. Green Cloud Sect is an established large sect and their abilities cannot be underestimated. I don't dare to say that I will definitely win in today's arena tournament. Although she said that, but whoever saw the smile on her face would tell that she was full of confidence, feeling that this time's arena champion was already in her bag. Just as Murong Fei was riding high, she suddenly saw Li Moying walking over. The moment she saw Li Moying, Her senses jolted as she intentionally overlooked Huang Yueli, who was beside him. She had been arranging her head in anticipation as she puffed out her chest and walked right towards him. Eldest senior brother. She greeted him proactively, but Li Moying didn't even bother to glance at her from the side of his eyes, totally treating her like air as he directly walked around her. Morong Fei stood on the spot awkwardly, so embarrassed that she was put on the spot. How could this be possible? Morong Fei's eyes grew wide as she simply could not believe that such a thing happened. From what she thought, today was the important day where she fought for glory for the sect. So even if Li Moying usually didn't want to see her, under today's occasion, he would definitely give her some face and to encourage her. After all, if she didn't show her potential to the fullest, the entire Celestial Light sect would be affected. However, Li Moying persisted in his old ways, without any concern for this at all. Morong Fei's gaze shot towards the young lady who was standing beside Li Moying, as her eyes totally sunk into gloominess. Eldest senior brother wasn't someone who didn't know how to act properly. In the past, when he hadn't met Huang Yueli, he would at least give her some face. For occasions like this, he would act out the part of a senior brother and never been so cold to this stage. So all of these were probably instigated by that little slut beside him. It was because of her who used her foxy ways to seduce eldest senior brother, and even blowing pillow wind in front of eldest senior brother for this to have happened. The more Morong Fei thought, the angrier she thought as her hands clenched into fists. Morong De was on the far end of the stage and had been noticing the situation here. On seeing her expression changing, he hurriedly called out, "Fair, the competition's right about to start. Quickly return to your own seat and stop blocking the way." Morong Fei then regained her senses as she sat back to her seat, but she was still feeling infuriated in her heart. Which of the surrounding direct disciples didn't know what the situation was? Originally they should have followed suit to condemn Morong Fei's love rival, to give her encouragement, but they had all seen how much Li Moying pampered his fiancée in the past few days. So no one dared to say a single bad thing about Huang Yueli, just in case it falls into Li Moying's ears, they would die without a burial ground. The atmosphere instantly turned stiff. It was after some time later when someone spoke out, "Third junior sister, what are you doing? The competition hasn't even started, and if your emotions are affected by some unrelated person, what will you do if you act out of your normal self at the arena tournament?" Morong Fei turned her head back and saw Li Lingchuan as she spoke back in an upset manner, "Second senior brother, you've seen it for yourself. Eldest senior brother actually didn't give me any face for that little slut. If he doesn't even care about the result of the arena tournament, then why should I bother?" Even Li Lingchuan had been injured by Li Moying at the banquet, although he had taken several high-grade medicinal pills, but his recovery still took a lot of time. Until now, he had to rely on the clutch as he limped along the way, not to mention crossing hands with someone at the tournament. Even so, he held out in spite of difficulties to the scene, not to see Morong Fei's embarrassing look. He hurriedly spoke out, "Third junior sister, how could you think in this way? Think about it, why does eldest senior brother like that wretched lass so much? Wasn't it because she was the genius armament master whom president who values so much? But you are not any worse off than her. Your cultivational talent is especially strong. An 8th grade innate talented female practitioner, there aren't many in the entire Soaring Heavens continent. So what if I'm a genius?" Eldest senior brother only had that little slut in his eyes and totally couldn't see my innate talent and potential. Morong Fei gritted her teeth as she said that. Li Lingchuan said, "That's why you must grab the opportunity today. This is a chance which heavens had given to you. As long as you're able to display your outstanding ability at the arena tournament stage today, sweeping away all the other opponents, it would definitely make eldest senior brother see you in new light. Think about that wretched lass is an armament master, so in terms of cultivation, she definitely doesn't have that much innate talent than you, so how much common topics would they have together? By then, eldest senior brother would surely feel that you and him are more compatible. Morongfei's eyes started to light up upon hearing his explanation. Second senior brother, you treat me the best. What you say is correct. I must perform properly today, and when eldest senior brother regrets it and comes together with him, I will viciously humiliate that little slut. Li Lingchuan hurriedly added, you're not right in doing that. When eldest senior brother regrets it and you get together with him, if you let him get you so easily, how would he know how to cherish you? So even if eldest senior brother sees you in a new light, you cannot agree to him readily. Morongfei was stunned, not expecting him to say that at all. But upon careful thought, she felt that it really seemed reasonable. She questioned puzzledly, then what should I do? What should I do to make eldest senior brother value me? Li Lingchuan saw her look, which earnestly begged him for his teaching, and knew that she was already hooked as he couldn't help but reveal a deep smile. Actually, it's all very simple. After eldest senior brother regrets it, the more you cannot agree with him. Moreover, you must get together with someone else. In this way, it would make him have a rude awakening. This will then make him come chase after you. When Morongfei heard that, she frowned. How would that do? I take no interest in the other man, so even if it was just a pretense to get together with them, I also can't take it. Just looking at their pug look makes me disgusted that I want to throw up. Li Lingchuan heard that and laughed coldly in his heart. This eldest young miss had really been spoiled rotten, totally not knowing anything about social snobbery. Other people admired her, but she treated them as dogs, insisting on sticking onto the cold Li Moying. No wonder she was hurt all over. Today's outcome was something that she asked for, so she couldn't blame him for scheming on her. Li Lingchuan replied, this you don't need to worry, I can help you. When eldest senior brother regrets it, just tell him that you're with me, and I will coordinate with you to make him have a rude awakening. Surely you don't feel that your second senior brother is repulsive, right? Morongfei went blank for a moment, totally not sensing that Li Lingchuan was up to no good. She gave a joyous look. Second senior brother, you're willing to help me? You're the best. I'll all depend on you then. Li Lingchuan nodded. Hurry back to prepare for the competition. You cannot lose to anyone at the arena tournament. How could that be possible? Without eldest senior brother and that Ling Yifeng, an 8th grade talent like me is hard to come by, so I don't believe that Green Cloud sect can find someone who can match up to me. Morongfei's self-confidence was already boosting, thinking that later on she could make eldest senior brother regret it. Falling below her feet made her extremely excited. She didn't know that Li Lingchuan's lips had already revealed a chilly smile. This ignorant woman really thought that Li Moying was that kind of capricious scum male? That kind of overbearing man, to be frank, totally didn't care what innate talent his woman had. If he liked her, that meant that he liked her. But he was thankful for Morongfei's ignorance, giving him the chance to cheat the sect master's daughter into his hands so easily. Huang Yueli and Li Moying didn't notice the scenario that was happening behind them. They walked all the way to the stage and sat down on their seats next to each other. But as Huang Yueli was still in a cold war with him single-mindedly, she intentionally nudged towards the side. Totally not like the other time at the banquet, sticking to Li Moying's side like a docile pet. Li Moying glanced sideways at her as he helplessly shook his head. This lass was really pampered and arrogant. Wasn't it just seeing her in the buff? Sooner or later he would see still it, so was there a difference if he saw it earlier or later? Moreover, speaking, after he had seen it, he had already suffered the worst punishment. Not only did Huang Yueli ignore him, furthermore when he was lying on the bed in the middle of the night, his mind would suddenly surface that scene which he saw on that day. The young lady had a lotus flower-like fair skin, her detailed, curvy figure, and her slender waist. It seemed to be etched deeply into his mind, unable to disappear. This made him unable to get proper rest as he had to get up in the middle of the night frequently to take cold showers. He wasn't able to work out his cultivation to resist the cold, almost catching a cold. Li Moying picked up the teapot on that low side table as he personally poured some tea and passed it over to the young lady beside him. "Lear, have some tea. In order to entertain the guests from various forces, my master had specially used all the best tea he had collected." Huang Yueli swept a lukewarm glance at him which made Li Moying's heart rumble. Luckily, after she gave a cold humph, she stretched out her arm to take the teacup, delivering it to her lips as she lightly sipped a mouthful. Following that, her expression revealed a satisfied look. Li Moying could tell that this was the 4 signs of her being appeased as he hurriedly brought up the plate from the table. "This osmanthus candy cake is something that you love. I've specially instructed that main chef Lin whom you liked, to prepare this. Among all the tables here, only we have this. Have a taste?" His slender long fingers picked up the osmanthus candy cakes, delivering to Huang Yueli's mouth. Huang Yueli originally didn't want to eat, but this candy cake's osmanthus fragrance was too intense, wearing out her determination. Furthermore, her gaze swept around the surroundings and realized that there indeed was only one set of candy cake in front of her, which made her mood lifted up instantly. She lowered her head and took a bite. "It's delicious." Her eyes turned to curve upwards. This little glutton. Li Moying almost wanted to throw up blood. A peerless handsome charming male like him actually couldn't even be compared to a set of osmanthus candy cake? What logic was this? But since Huang Yueli was finally appeased, it made him heave a sigh of relief. Huang Yueli ate the entire piece of osmanthus cake in his hand and licked the corners of her lips as she turned around to take a look at the situation. By now, the entire public square was filled with people. Other than Celestial Light Sect and Green Cloud Sect's disciples, there were many other sects people from South and West Sky regions. Huang Yueli quipped curiously, "Why are there so many people?" Li Moying couldn't help but smile when he finally heard her talking to him on her own, so he explained, "There are too many situations arising because of this arena tournament, and as my master and sect master Chui don't trust each other, so they invited quite a number of other sects forces whom they are familiar with, to be a witness." Huang Yueli frowned, but in this way, if the matter regarding the ancient mystic region was revealed, wouldn't it bring about even more trouble? Li Moying smiled, "Relax, these 2 sect masters aren't ordinary people, so would they even leave this out of their considerations? Anything regarding the ancient mystic region, among the 2 sects, only those practitioners who were direct disciples and above knew about it. Ordinary disciples totally don't know about this, thinking that this is just an ordinary tournament. Anyway, we Celestial Light Sect and Green Cloud Sect had always been at loggerheads, so this isn't something which just happened recently." Hearing Li Moying's explanation, Huang Yueli was suddenly enlightened. "I see." After a while later, various powerhouses' guests started to be seated. Morongde and Chui Yuanshan exchanged glances and stood up. "Welcome all, gracing us with your presence to the joint arena tournament between Celestial Light Sect and Green Cloud Sect. Without further ado, let's enter into the main topic. Now, our sect will first state the regulations of the tournament." Huang Yueli was sipping her sip while listening in boredom. The regulations in an arena tournament weren't really anything special, which was the usual regulations used in the entire Soaring Heavens continent. Any disciples in the 2 sects could have a try in the arena, and the victor would become the arena champion. The defeated party can send out their disciples to challenge the arena champion, and if they won, the challenger would take over to become the new arena champion. Of course, as this was a competition between the 2 sects, in order to prevent the losing sect from using the tactic of several persons taking turns in fighting one opponent to tire him out, there was an additional regulation. That was if the arena champion had been challenged 3 times and had continuously obtained victory, then he would automatically become the final arena champion and the other sect can no longer continue to challenge that person. After Morongde announced the regulations, he turned his head to take a look at Chui Yuanshan. "Sect Master Chui, do you have anything additional to add on?" Cui Yuanshan shook his head. The regulations are a result of the two-sects' mutual agreement, so I have no objections. Good, then let the arena tournament officially begin. Will those disciples who want to fight for the arena champion please come on the stage? Morongde had just finished his sentence when disciples from both camps stood out, several people fighting to get up on stage. But other than the initial people who moved the fastest, right after the first two jumped onto the stage, the others were all stopped by the judges. Huang Yuli took a careful look and discovered that these two disciples' cultivation weren't that high. One was 5th stage realm 2nd level, and the other was 5th stage realm 1st level. Anyone below 18 years old who had reached 5th stage realm were considered as a top-rated expert among the ordinary practitioners. Alas, under the official tournament's arena between the two sects, this bit of cultivation immediately wasn't enough at all. Indeed, the two of them had just got on stage and hadn't even started fighting when ridicule started flying all below the stage. Isn't there anyone else in Celestial Light sect? Why did such a cultivation trash even dare to come on stage to make a spectacle out of himself? 5th stage 1st level, in Green Cloud sect, are the lowest-ranked practitioners in the last rung among direct disciples. TSK, no wonder they said other than Young sect masterly, Celestial Light sect totally had no one left. Green Cloud sect's people naturally didn't let go of any chance, using various ridicule, whereas Celestial Light sect's disciples naturally weren't weak as well, as they immediately huffed back at them. Why? What's so outstanding about your Green Cloud sect? The disciple up there is merely just 5th stage realm 2nd level, isn't it? Just higher by one level, you have the cheek to say such stuff? Isn't that so? Looks like Green Cloud sect's potential is just SOSO as well. Feel that you're outstanding? We don't even need Young sect master to take part, and we will still be able to beat you up so hard that you are frightened out of your wits. Both parties started their tongue fights and was extremely clamoring, even more exciting than the actual battle on stage. As for the other small sect's disciples who had followed their masters over to view the battle, all of them were dumbstruck from hearing those introductions. An 18-year-old 5th stage realm practitioner, in their sects, was already a top-notch talent. Some large sects' eldest disciples had not even reached this cultivation level, but in Celestial Light sect and Green Cloud sect's disciples' view, this was nothing at all. Were the disciples' abilities in these two large sects really that strong? Actually, both sects' disciples were merely bickering, and most portions of what they said were exaggerated, but cultivations in the entry level of the 5th stage realm was indeed not very high. In this kind of arena tournaments, in order to prevent the other sects from accidentally winning or exhausting their trump card disciples' potential, they would mostly send ordinary disciples up first. Those who were fighting to get up the stage knew that they would absolutely not become the last man standing, but to be able to display themselves at this kind of occasion in front of South and West Sky regions' powerhouses, this was a rare chance to show their faces. If they were able to defeat their opponent beautifully, perhaps they might even attract the higher management's attention within their own sects, leaping to become a talent which the sect would focus on nurturing. The arena's battle scene was intense, and the two practitioners had just fought for a quarter of an hour when the victor emerged. Green Cloud sect's disciples' cultivation was a little higher, hence he obtained victory to become the arena champion. However, before he was able to cheer, another Celestial Light sect's disciple immediately jumped onto the stage, challenging him. This time round, the other party came prepared and had already saw through that their cultivation methods and attributes were of the opposition factor, hence he came up to challenge him. So Green Cloud sect's disciples immediately got beaten until his head was covered with dust as he gloomily scrambled down the stage. The entire process had not even exceeded 10 breaths. But the new arena champion didn't manage to maintain his seat as well and was kicked off the stage very quickly. Momentarily, the tournament ground's atmosphere surged up and the arena champion kept changing like traffic lights. This kind of chain battles easily spiked the opponent's enmity as the mass disciples below the stage entered a bickering battle, which also surged upwards. Huang Yueli initially took a few more glances, but after a while, she started to doze off. She used her hand to prop up her chin as she tried her best to resist against Zhou Gong's God of Dreams, calling while her eyelids grew heavier and heavier. In order to wake herself up, she hurriedly turned her head over to call out for the man beside her. Moying, what are you thinking about? By her side, Li Moying's handsome face was filled with the same kind of coldness and aloofness, as he kept watching the scene in front silently, as though he didn't feel bored at all. But, he didn't answer Huang Yueli's question. Huang Yueli frowned. Moying? Still no response. She finally couldn't take it as she leaned over to poke his arm. Poked once, and there was no reaction, so she poked once more, but there was still no reaction. Huang Yueli's brows rose as she patted his shoulder hard. Li Moying finally jolted in shock abruptly as he turned around to look at her. Lear, what's the matter? His expression bore an easy grace and his actions were elegant and conceited, totally not displaying any guilty or shocked expression. 3 black lines slipped down from Huang Yueli's forehead, straight face. This man had obviously fallen asleep. He actually could fall asleep while sitting. She rolled her eyes at Li Moying as she replied to him in a sarcastic manner, young sect masterly, is it really all right for you to behave in this way? If the disciples below who were working hard find out that their respected young sect master actually fell asleep, what would they think? Li Moying smiled indifferently, totally with no sense of guilt over being exposed. Anyway, there's no chance for me to participate, so who cares how they think? Furthermore, you are ignoring me, so are you stopping me from sleeping? Actually, he was so sleepy all because of this young lass. Taking cold showers for the past few days, he totally hadn't slept much at all. Furthermore, if he was sitting beside someone else, based on his alertness, he wouldn't be able to sleep at all. It was because his Lear was right beside him which made him felt at ease. As he was saying that, he raised his head and suddenly said, Jiyun, this fellow, his condition isn't bad at all today. Huang Yueli originally wanted to poke fun at him, but hearing what he said, she turned her head over to look at the stage. Indeed, Luo Jiyun was in the middle of a battle with a blue-robed disciple. Luo Jiyun was already a 5th stage realm 5th level practitioner now. Moreover, as his innate talent was at 8th grade, his comprehension was very good, so his ability in terms of actual combat was enough to challenge 5th stage realm 7th or 8th level practitioners. Now the blue-robed disciple whom he was battling with was at 5th stage realm 7th level. Compared to the previous time at Dark Moon Forest, Luo Jiyun's ability had an obvious upgrade. He was no longer indecisive, and every single time he struck, it was extremely decisive. Even though his opponent's cultivation was higher than his by 2 levels, he still had the upper hand. Later on, he obtained victory as expected. The victor of this round is Celestial Light Sect's direct disciple, Luo Jiyun. After the judge announced the result, Green Cloud Sect's side went into an uproar, seemingly unable to accept this result. Earlier in the competition, Green Cloud Sect's practitioners obviously had an advantage. Every single time Celestial Light Sect's side won, it was all because their cultivation was much higher, so this was the first time Celestial Light Sect's disciples actually challenged someone from Green Cloud Sect whose cultivation was higher than his by 2 small realms, and even gained victory so easily. Witnessing this scenario, Morongda's face revealed slight signs of complacency as he fiddled with his beard while talking to Cui Yuanshan beside him. Brother Cui, what do you think of my 5th disciple? He's one of those who ranks behind among my other disciples. So this time he was lucky to have gained victory, all thanks to your disciple's care. Cui Yuanshan was so angry that his whiskers were jumping as he silently cursed that defeated disciple, but on the surface, he looked calm. Humph, this is just by accident. Consider his good luck, don't tell me he's able to win 3 rounds in a row. Hee, that's hard to say. Morongda also felt that it was impossible, but he refused to admit his loss verbally. Luckily Luo Jiyun lived up to his expectations and consecutively defeated 2 challengers. Huang Yueli really liked this kind and considerate young man as her eyes started to glow from watching his matches. Junior brother Luo is really too incredible. After you personally mentored him previously, he gained a huge improvement this time round. He has already overcome his character's weak points, so with a little more discipline, he will definitely become a top-rated expert in the South Sky region. But, he had already won 2 rounds. This 3rd round. Green Cloud Sect wouldn't admit defeat so easily, right? Li Moying nodded his head. What you said is correct, Luo Jiyun will probably lose in this round. Huang Yueli heard that and turned his head to take a look. He saw a tall and thin young man slowly walking up the stage, whereas Luo Jiyun's expression immediately turned grave. Who is this person? She asked, curiously. Li Moying replied, this is Cui Yuanshan's 3rd disciple, name is Fang Xiaoning, and his cultivation is already at 6th stage realm, 1st level. The last time Green Cloud Sect came over to Celestial Light Sect for a tournament, I came back late and hadn't seen him enter the competition. But from what I heard from the others, his ability should have surpassed Jiyun's. Huang Yueli suddenly saw the light. I see. A practitioner who was outstanding in actual combat, challenging a practitioner who was much higher than himself by 1 or 2 small realms might still possibly gain victory, but if the opponent's ability had surpassed the level of a large realm, then if he wanted to gain victory, unless he was peerless geniuses like Huang Yueli or Li Moying, otherwise it's totally impossible. The minute this Fang Xiaoning got up the stage, Luo Jiyun totally had no show. The truth was just as she expected. Even though Luo Jiyun expended every move he had, yet he was still defeated by the opponent in a short amount of time. After Fang Xiaoning became the arena champion, his face revealed a delightful smile as he provoked Celestial Light Sect. I'm so sorry, senior brothers and sisters of Celestial Light Sect, thank you for letting me win. I originally wanted to leave some face for senior brother Luo, but I'd not expected Celestial Light Sect's practitioners to be so weak. He can't even take 3 moves from me, so I'm so sorry for that. Although he said he was sorry, but everyone could tell the complacency from his tone. Earlier when he was on the stage, he totally didn't hold back when he struck. The 3 moves which he struck were extremely incisive attacks, directly beating Luo Jiyun till he totally could not counterattack. Earlier when Luo Jiyun was kicked down from the stage, he looked extremely disheveled. Luo Jiyun lost the competition and was already feeling gloomy. Upon hearing Fang Xiaoning taking his undeserved gain for granted, he was feeling so upset that his eyes turned red. Disciples from Celestial Light Sect were also extremely infuriated as all of them started shouting out loud. Simply too much. What's the meaning of this? How dare they say our Celestial Light Sect's practitioners are too weak? That's right, Fang Xiaoning didn't even consider the fact that he's already in 6th stage realm, whereas our senior brother Luo is just at 5th stage realm 5th level. It would be strange if he could beat him. Earlier, hadn't Green Cloud Sect even sent a 5th stage realm 9th level practitioner to challenge senior brother Luo? Senior brother Luo crossed the boundary of 4 small realms and surpassing levels to gain victory. It's so incredible, and yet they have the cheek to say senior brother Luo is weak? Fang Xiaoning is merely using the fact that his cultivation is higher. Fang Xiaoning stood on the stage as he faintly heard all the discussions regarding him. His lips curled into a slight smile of ridicule. Why? You don't seem like you're convinced? Then come on stage and challenge me? Quick, grab hold of the time. The earlier I beat the 3 weaklings from your Celestial Light Sect, the earlier I can go back to report to my master. These words were even more undue. He directly said Celestial Light Sect's people were all weaklings, so who could tolerate this? Celestial Light Sect's disciples all burst out in anger. Feng Xiaoning, what are you being complacent about? It's not as though we don't have any 6th stage realm practitioners in Celestial Light Sect, so later we'll beat you running off in a jiffy. That's right, you'd better hurry and wipe your neck clean. Just wait to die. Although they said that, ordinary disciples could only cry out with their mouths and had no skills to go up against a real 6th stage realm top exponent. 6th stage realm practitioners, among direct disciples, was an extremely rare existence. But, luckily, a 6th stage realm direct disciple quickly walked out of the crowd and jumped onto the stage. Huang Yueli felt that the person looked rather familiar and asked, "Who's that now?" Li Moying swept a slight glance. "Oh, that seems to be Elder Han's eldest disciple. He should be called Jie, also at 6th stage realm, 1st level. But he won't be able to win." Huang Yueli couldn't help but burst out laughing. Do you need to put things in this way? You're Celestial Light Sect's young sect master. How could you say that your side's practitioners would lose? Isn't this growing other people's morale and diminishing your own might? Li Moying casually grabbed her little hand as he squeezed it and said lazily, "I'm just speaking the facts." Feng Xiaoning's ability seemed to have ascended by quite a bit. From the 3 moves that he made against Jiyun earlier, he could have possibly broke through to 6th stage realm 2nd level recently, but even so, the profound skill that he cultivates is very special. He can attack and defend, and if Li Lingchuan was the one there, he would still be able to defeat him. But this Jie, he still has a long way to go. Towards his judgment, Huang Yueli naturally had no doubts at all. Li Moying had already regained a portion of his memories from his past life, and based on his past life's foresight as Soaring Heavens Continent's #1 top exponent, to watch this 3rd-rated sect's young disciples arena tournament, he absolutely would not judge wrongly. No wonder he was so bored earlier till he actually fell asleep. After Jie got on stage, he started off with an aggressive posture, intending to defeat his opponent at one go. According to his understanding, Feng Xiaoning was already a top exponent among the younger generation in Green Cloud Sect. If he could defeat him, then Green Cloud Sect would not be able to send any other practitioner who was more powerful than him. In this way, he would become Celestial Light Sect's greatest contributor. The minute he thought of this, Jie blood started to boil as he was extremely excited. However, right after he got on stage, he discovered that he was extremely wrong. No matter what moves he made, how many exquisite profound skills he activated, or revolving how much pure profound energy, he was not even able to even touch a corner of Feng Xiaoning's sleeve. Jie didn't believe in this as he clenched his teeth and continued with his attacks. Feng Xiaoning, however, laughed as he said, "Senior brother Jie, your attack is really weak. Hurry and show me your real ability. Today is an official arena tournament, and if you continue fooling around like this, it's a total waste of time." Jie almost couldn't breathe. He wasn't fooling around. Every single move he made exhausted all his energy, but Feng Xiaoning still felt that his attack was too weak. Could it be that Feng Xiaoning was really that strong? How could that be possible? Jie was extremely shocked as sweat started to drip down on his forehead. But Celestial Light Sect's disciples below couldn't tell the oddity in him as they continued to encourage him. "Senior brother Jie, play up. Kick that fellow surnamed Feng off the stage. Just looking at that complacent face makes me disgusted." Jie was in a tough position and could only try his best, using his ultimate killer move. Feng Xiaoning gave a cold laugh as he rolled up his sleeves, and a burst of profound energy crashed right into his. The disparity between the two was simply too huge, and while they were going up against each other, it appeared vivid and incisive. Jie lost control of his body as he flew outwards and spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, crashing onto the ground below the stage. Celestial Light Sect's side instantly became silent. They had never expected that although they were both at 6th stage realm, the disparity between the abilities was actually so wide. Jie fainted totally the minute he hit the ground, losing all consciousness. On the stage, Morongda's expression became steely green. Jie was already considered as one of the top disciples among those in Celestial Light sect who were taking part in the arena tournament, and Morongda had high hopes for him. Whoever knew that he was actually so useless, to have lost so terribly with a practitioner whose cultivation was very similar to his. Cui Yuanshan immediately started laughing out loudly as he looked at Morongda in ridicule. "What's the matter, brother Morong? What do you think about my third disciple? Earlier you were mentioning that his cultivation was high so he could defeat your disciple. How about now? That disciple below the stage is of 6th stage realm too, right? Both their cultivation is around the same, but the disparity in their ability is so huge. How are you going to explain this?" Morongda clenched his teeth silently as he cursed that the villain had gained success. He gave a cold humph and said, "What are you happy about? It's merely just defeating the first challenger. We Celestial Light sect still have 2 more chances. Just wait and see, you'd not be able to laugh very soon." "Oh? Really?" Cui Yuanshan's expression had an obvious disdain in it. Morongda was infuriated and immediately called out loudly, "Fair, what are you doing? Other people are humiliating a Celestial Light sect, aren't you going up on stage quickly?" Morong Fei then stood up from the contender's seating as she raised her body slightly towards Morongda. "Yes." The minute she got up, Celestial Light sect's disciples all started to stir. "It's Senior Sister Morong. She's finally going to show her move. Senior Sister Morong is our sect master's daughter, and it's rumored that her ability is just below Senior Brother Li Lingchuan. Although her cultivation is also in the 6th stage realm, but her ability far surpasses ordinary 6th stage realm practitioners." "That's right. I've also heard that before young sect master had a change of heart, falling in love with that armament master, her profound skills were all self-taught by young sect master." "What? There's such a thing? Then Senior Sister Morong's ability must definitely be extraordinary." "That's great. Senior Sister Morong, quickly get up and punch that disgusting gigolo." Morong Fei heard the crowd cheering in praises as the smile on her face couldn't be controlled. She had been controlling herself from making a move earlier, all for this moment. She had long seen through the fact that Jie totally wasn't Feng Xiaoning's match, but she didn't stop him. Because only after he was defeated and after she got up to defeat the opponent, would she be able to attract everyone's attention and praises, and to show that her ability was much stronger than same-generation practitioners by several times. Now, Morongda finally called out her name and everyone's gazes were all concentrated on her, so it's finally time for her to show herself glamorously. Morong Fei had made sufficient preparations. Not only had she gone into closed-door cultivation for quite some time, before she left her home, she had even specially dressed herself up. Right now, she intentionally unleashed a portion of her profound energy as she walked over with light steps, slowly getting up on stage. This posture totally contained the demeanor of a large sect's daughter. She looked extraordinary. Celestial Light sect's disciples were all cheering like mad. Senior Sister Morong is just too beautiful. With both ability and beauty, she's such a rare find. Today our Celestial Light sect will be depending on her. It's no wonder that she's sect master's daughter. Just standing up is enough to hold the entire scene in awe." Cui Yuanshan looked at her stance as he gave a cold humph. "Brother Morong, your daughter is indeed beautiful, but a battle is different from a banquet. That requires genuine ability to talk. My disciple is not the kind of weakling whose legs grow soft from seeing a beauty. Don't expect him to show any mercy." Morongda was smiling as he looked at his daughter, feeling extremely complacent in his heart. He was clearest on Morong Fei's innate talent, and furthermore, Morong Fei had been practicing an exclusive profound skill which was kept within the Morong family. Plus the fact that Morongfei was agitated by Li Moying within this period of time, she had spent more effort in cultivating. She was absolutely well prepared for this round's arena tournament. In Morongda's views, Morongfei's combined abilities had far surpassed Fang Xiaoning, so obtaining victory was no problem at all. Brother Chui, why talk big with your eyes closed? My daughter's abilities are something which everyone can tell. If you lose the quota later, don't cry over it. Of course, since we're already old friends, if you beg me properly later on, I might just donate another 2 to 3 quotas. Cui Yuan saw his complacent look as he couldn't help but sneer. Brother Morong, I advise you not to be too happy for now. The arena tournament has yet to end, and who will emerge as victor is still too early to be certified. Morongda squinted his eyes as his instincts told him that something was not right. Because Cui Yuan had been too calm. For something who was about to lose his pants off, surely he wouldn't be that calm, right? Could it be that he had some other moves behind his back? But he simply couldn't guess what Cui Yuan was thinking about. Furthermore, towards Morongfei's ability, he was very confident. By now, Morongfei had already walked to the stage. Fang Xiaoning crossed his arms as he sized her up from head to toe, speaking with a tinge of frivolousness. Indeed, a large sex daughter, your looks are really not bad. But I wonder how your ability is? I will say the ugly words first, I won't show pity and tenderness just because you're a woman. Morongfei gave a cold humph. Do I need you to give in to me? You've been hurling insults to my celestial light sect, so today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of all my sect's disciples. Morongfei's words were indeed beautiful as disciples from celestial light sect all started applauding. Senior Sister Morong, beautifully said. Celestial light sect is depending on you. Beat him flat, let him see the prowess of our celestial light sect. Stop the small talk with that scum, show him some colors. Morongfei heard everyone's praises as her lips curled into a smile, her vision uncontrollably turning towards Li Moying on the high stage. What she wanted to see was Li Moying's attention and encouraging gaze for her. However, she almost threw up blood as her good mood disappeared without a trace when the scene registered into her vision. Because the current Li Moying had totally not placed any attention on what's happening on the tournament stage. Instead, he was holding a bowl and a soup spoon, feeding the young lady next to him. Huang Yueli didn't reciprocate him as she pushed him away in disdain, snatching over the spoon and feeding herself instead. This was simply too much. There were so many female disciples' wishes to be treated gently by eldest senior brother, but that little slut actually pushed away eldest senior brother? 3, 2, 1. The competition starts. She was still in a daze when the judge had already announced the start of the tournament. Morongfei hurriedly recollected her senses, but she had already lost the first opportunity, caught unprepared by Fang Xiaoning. A palm was struck out towards her, and when it almost hit her body, Morongfei then swiftly regained her senses, trying to evade it. But the palm still struck past her arm and the wind blade that followed it tore her sleeve. The stage below started to clamor. How did this happen? Isn't Senior Sister Morong very incredible? That's right, they're both 6th stage realm practitioners, and their cultivations are so similar, but she actually got hit on the first move. Even Morongda couldn't help but cry out, Fair, the competition has already started, what are you thinking of? You're our sex hope, you can't mess up at the crucial moment. Morongfei felt embarrassed as she silently cursed that it was all that little slut's fault. But she didn't dare to dilly-dallied as she forcefully shifted away her thoughts from Li Moying, concentrating her attention in the battle. Morongfei's ability was indeed extraordinary, and usually it was outstanding, because Li Moying and Li Lingchuan's rays had already covered her. Today with this opportunity, she gradually revealed her abilities in front of everyone. Gathering all her attention, she quickly gained the upper hand. Morongfei's cultivation was also at 6th stage realm, 2nd level. The the same as Fang Xiaoning. Fang Xiaoning was originally full of confidence, feeling that he would definitely be able to defeat her. But as time went by, he was gradually suppressed by Morong Fei. Morong Fei's moves executed smoother and smoother, as dazzling rays of her profound energy shone around her surroundings. Slowly, Fang Xiaoning was pushed to a corner of the stage and he was about to fall off. Celestial Light Sect's side was roaring with applause and cheers. Everyone seemed to be cheering Morong Fei on. "Senior Sister Morong, you're too incredible." "That's right, indeed, Sect Master's daughter, so her ability is that strong. In the past, we've thought too little of Senior Sister Morong, she's an 8th grade talent. Only practitioners with such strong abilities are worthy of young Sect Master. Although that Armament Master's status is valuable, but when it comes to gaining glory for the sect, what can she do?" "That's right, I also feel that Senior Sister Morong is more compatible with young Sect Master." Just as Li Lingchuan predicted before the match, with Morong Fei's pending victory, many people's thoughts started to waver as they moved towards Morong Fei's side. Huang Yueli was also paying attention to the battle. As she watched, her brows started to furrow. Strange, although Morong Fei's performance isn't too bad and she has already gained the absolute advantage, but why do I have an intuition that something bad is going to happen? Li Moying opened his mouth indifferently, maybe. Because her win came too easily? Right, that's exactly what I meant. Huang Yueli nodded. Speaking of that, Sect Master Cui had been displaying that confident look, and now that their strongest disciple under his wing had already been forced to a corner by Morong Fei, he's actually not tense at all? It's just not right. Saying that, she suddenly turned her head around. "Right, how did you know what I was thinking about?" Li Moying gave a light smile as he intentionally leaned to her and said in a deep voice, "Because I'm the one who understands you the most, furthermore, my thinking is the same as yours." Huang Yueli felt her face burning up by that concentrated gaze of his. Li Moying saw her enraptured look as he was feeling complacent secretly. He suddenly opened his mouth. "Look quickly, Morong Fei is about to gain victory." Huang Yueli then realized that she almost fell into his handsome male trap as she couldn't help but gave him a stare before turning towards the stage. On the stage, a burst of profound energy struck out from Morong Fei's finger, and as Fang Xiaoning had exhausted too much of his energy in the entanglement earlier, he had no energy to evade it and was struck directly in the chest. Fang Xiaoning was sent flying as his body crashed heavily on the edge of the stage. Just a little bit more, and he would fall off. His hand clutched his chest as he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, not able to climb up. When Morong Fei saw his terrible state, she could no longer suppress the smile on her face as she started laughing out loud. "Junior brother Fang, thank you for giving in to me. Surely you didn't show me any mercy, right? If not, this ability is really a little too weak." Celestial Light Sect's disciples were all praising her with all sorts of beautiful verbs, raising how strong her ability was, how elegant her temperament was, her beauty, and all sorts of flattery which fell incessantly on the ear. From their stance, they had simply raised Morong Fei onto the god altar. Indistinctive praises flowed to the stage, making Morong Fei extremely comfortable. She hadn't enjoyed such treatment of being treated like a celebrity, especially ever since that little slut surnamed Bai came. Not only had she snatched away the man of her dreams, she even snatched away the glamour which she had, and even her own father didn't stand on her side. All these rage had been simmering in Morong Fei for a long time. Until today, she was finally able to feel proud and elated. She proved that she was much stronger than that little slut who only knew how to refine armaments. Even Morongda, who was observing the battle from the stage, heaved a long sigh of relief. His heart had been stuck at the back of his throat and he could finally rest assured. Luckily his daughter lived up to his expectations, eventually obtaining victory in the arena tournament. Having won this round of crucial battle, Green Cloud sect shouldn't have any other stronger practitioners than Fang Xiaoning, so there should be no other concepts about Morong Fei's arena champion position. This also meant that 70% of ancient mystic quota was secured successfully. Morongda was feeling complacent as he turned around to take a look at Cui Yuanshan. Brother Cui, this quota will probably belong to Celestial Light sect. I'm so sorry about it. He was originally expecting to see Cui Yuanshan's furious and disappointed expression and also thought about how he would give him a blow following this. However, the real fact was Cui Yuanshan held a composed look as a deep long smile was carried on his lips. This fellow. Surely it wasn't because he hadn't obtained the ancient mystic region's quota so he got so angry that he went mad from it. The judge stood on the side of the arena as he loudly declared, the winner of this challenge is Challenger Morong. Morong Fei was smiling as she was listening to the final verdict. When almost everyone thought that the competition results were confirmed and there wouldn't be any more changes. But at this moment, an unforeseen event happened. A burst of strange cold laughter was suddenly emitted from the corner of the stage. Mr. Judge, I haven't seemed to have admitted my defeat, nor have I been kicked out of the stage, so how could you casually declare that Morong Fei had gained victory? Everyone was in a daze as they followed the judge's line of sight. Not knowing when it was, Fang Xiaoning suddenly climbed up from the ground and all the wounds on his body had all healed, and there was not a place in sight of any bleeding at all. The strangest thing was there was slight darkness in between his forehead between the eyebrows as the might from the profound energy unleashed from him grew extremely powerful. You. What's going on? Morong Fei had an abrupt change of expression as she looked at Fang Xiaoning in shock. The current him was emitting an extremely dangerous presence, and the immense suppression on her made her felt as though she was facing a top-rated exponent whose cultivation had surpassed hers by quite a lot. But how could this be possible? Earlier they were in a battle for quite a long time and Fang Xiaoning's cultivation was about the same as hers, just that his ability was lacking slightly. Why was it that within a blink of an eye, Fang Xiaoning had changed into another person with a sudden increase in ability? Morongda, who was on the viewing platform, seemed extremely shocked as he couldn't help but jerked up from his seat. This? Fang Xiaoning, this is berserk state? Cui Yuanshan looked at his flabbergasted look as he stroked his beard while chuckling. Indeed, Sect Master Morong, your sight is so impeccable that you can even tell from one look. That's right, this is berserk state. This? How could this be possible? Although I had once read about it in the ancient books, during the ancient times, some practitioners with a special kind of bloodline could upgrade their own ability by a large notch for a short span of time through mastering special cultivation methods, and with the combination of medicinal pills to enter into the state of maniacization. But wasn't it said that this special cultivation method had gone missing? Morongda simply didn't dare to believe his own eyes. Cui Yuanshan's smile became even more complacent. Once, this cultivation method was indeed missing, but several years ago, Sky Emperor City's Ling family found this cultivation method in some other mystic region by accident. Not only was the maniacization cultivation method's conditions harsh, it also required a naturally powerful meridians and skeletal structure and also to have a combination of earth, wood and metal tri-attributes practitioner. There was no one in the Ling family who could cultivate this at all. Luckily, this disciple of mine has this kind of innate talent, so I paid a huge price for this, to exchange the cultivation method for him to master. This? Morongda had not expected such a thing to happen as shock and fury, could not describe his feelings by now. But, last time when you were here for the tournament in Celestial Light Sect, Fang Xiaoning obviously did not display such ability? If he had the ability to go into maniacization, then why didn't he show it that time? Cui Yuanshan said, why should I let him show this skill, Brother Morong, do you think I've gone silly? Anyway, my eldest disciple Ling Yifeng's ability had long surpassed Fang Xiaoning's maniac state's ability, so whether he went into maniac state or not, it had no influence towards the result, so why should I let him reveal it? Hiding his real ability, perhaps he might be able to show it on other occasions where there would be an accidental surprise, don't you think so, Brother Morong? Saying that, Cui Yuanshan burst out into another peal of laughter as his self-congratulatory feeling was shown all over his face. Morong almost fainted from anger. Apparently, Cui Yuanshan's accidental surprise was referring to the arena tournament where he had exceeded everyone's expectations to defeat Celestial Light Sect's disciples. Relating back to the beginning, not allowing practitioners who were above 18 years old to take part in the arena tournament was simply a setup which Green Cloud Sect had designed, specially to make them fall into their trap. Whereas he actually still jumped in foolishly, even Li Moying had not seen through their plot. No wonder Cui Yuanshan acted so magnanimously, automatically clarifying that Ling Yifeng also couldn't take part in the arena tournament. He thought that this Cui fellow finally found his conscience, so. This was the real truth. Morong's intestines started to turn green from regret. But nothing they said now were of any help. On the other hand, Huang Yueli had also noticed Feng Xiaoning's current situation on the first look. Heavens! Feng Xiaoning now is in state of maniacization? Li Moying nodded, should be correct. I had not expected that this Feng Xiaoning's innate talent is quite good that he could even master the maniacization cultivation method. Compared to Morongda, the both of them weren't that shocked. Although this cultivation method was rather rare, it wasn't like what the rumors said to have completely lost. In her past live where the strong were gathered in Sky Emperor City, they had seen quite a number of practitioners who were able to suddenly went into maniacization to raise their abilities in the middle of a battle. But Feng Xiaoning as West Sky Region Sect disciple, to have such great innate talent to master this cultivation method was indeed hard to come by. That went to show just how much resources had Green Cloud Sect invested on him. Looks like they placed high hopes on him. Huang Yueli's brow slightly wrinkled. This Feng Xiaoning, after maniacization, he had raised at least 5 small realms of cultivation and his ability had already reached 6th stage realm 7th level. 18-year-old reaching 6th stage realm 5th level, generally only peerless geniuses with 9th grade innate talents were able to reach that. Feng Xiaoning had the aid of maniacization cultivation method to reach such a high stage realm. In this way, the disparity between him and Morong Fei was simply too large. Although Morong Fei's power of comprehension and profound skills utilization was much stronger than his by a huge notch, but under the circumstances where there was such a large disparity in abilities, not one profound skill was of use. Morong Fei apparently also realized this as she felt the powerful aura unleashed from Feng Xiaoning's body, so she instantly felt her legs going soft. She couldn't understand why Feng Xiaoning suddenly became so powerful, but she could sense the powerfulness in the other party. Feng Xiaoning looked at her miserably pale face as he sneered, Miss Morong, I haven't officially admitted my defeat earlier and the battle is still ongoing, so let's cross some moves. You. Don't come over. Watching Feng Xiaoning's footsteps nearing her, Morong Fei couldn't help but shuffled back. Feng Xiaoning could tell that she was extremely terrified and became even more complacent. Miss Morong, you're the sect master's daughter. If it wasn't for the fact that I had no choice, I didn't want to let you lose too terribly. Why not like this? If you automatically admit your defeat, then we can let things go. Otherwise with my current strength, even I myself is not able to control it properly. If I hurt you, then Sect Master Morong's reputation would be really bad. His tone was half threatening as he spoke out slowly. Feng Xiaoning naturally thought of hurting Morong Fei badly, so show himself off. But Cui Yuanshan had been reminding him not to beat up Morong Fei too badly. It would be better if she could automatically admit defeat. After all, Morong Fei's mother was someone whom Cui Yuanshan wooed after when he was young, so there was a more or less love me, love my dog meaning in it. Morong Fei originally was worried that she would be injured. She was waiting for the mystic region to open up so that she could enter the ancient mystic region for experience training. If she sustained heavy injury at the arena tournament because of the sect causing her to be unable to enter the mystic region, then the quota she obtained would go to someone else, then wouldn't she have suffered a huge loss? Although being Celestial Light Sect's heroine gained face for her, but that was established on the basis that she had the chance to win the quota first. Since she knew that she wasn't able to win, then she wouldn't go face the trouble head-on. Morongfei was thinking in this way when she suddenly had the intention to retreat. Since that's the case, then Before Morongfei could finish her sentence, Celestial Light Sect's disciples below the stage all started to discuss loudly in terror. What's the situation? Why did that Fang Xiaoning suddenly become so powerful? Yes, What on earth is going on? Had he taken some miracle pill or cultivated some abnormal cultivation method? Heaven knows. From this look, the disparity between Senior Sister Morong and his ability is too great. Then what should we do? I think things are going to be bad. Senior Sister Morong took a step back earlier. Is she not going to stand up to him and prepare to admit defeat? Impossible. Would Senior Sister Morong even do such a thing like this? Admitting defeat the moment she meets some stronger opponent, that's not the spirit which a practitioner should have. Senior Sister Morong would absolutely not do this. That's right, Senior Sister Morong is representing a Celestial Light Sect for this battle, so how is it possible for her to have cold feet now? The discussions below the stage got louder and louder as everyone looked at her anxiously, afraid that she would suddenly admit defeat. Morongfei had originally prepared the words to admit defeat, but under so many hopeful eyes on her, how was she going to say it out? If she really said the two words "I lost," then she would definitely be condemned universally, becoming Celestial Light Sect's sinner. Especially in front of those ordinary disciples, if they found out that this arena tournament was to fight for the quota to enter the ancient mystic region, then they would probably be even more disappointed with her. Fang Xiaoning kept a tight watch over her. Miss Morong, how about it? Have you considered already? If you're not going to admit defeat, then I won't show any mercy. After all, this battle is of great importance, so I must be responsible for my sect. Morongfei clenched her teeth as an intense battle started in her heart. Right now, she seemed to be bound up and roasted on fire. She deeply sensed the feeling of being unable to get down from the tiger's back. At last, she hissed the sentence out in great difficulty, I will not admit defeat. She couldn't not say this, because the disciples below the stage were all stirred up in a group emotion. Even Morong's forehead was creased as he looked at her. If she admitted defeat at this moment, then she would not be able to continue her life in the sect. Fang Xiaoning heard that and sneered, since that's the case, then let's start. Actually, he didn't wish for Morongfei to admit defeat. Otherwise, without an opponent, there was no chance for him to display his profound skill. It was such a rare chance that various large powerhouses had all gathered at one place, and that he could display his true ability, so he really didn't want to miss this. The minute Fang Xiaoning finished talking, he didn't stop his actions as his hands formed incantation gestures, and a huge profound energy gathered towards him. On the other hand, he moved towards the front and speedily struck. Morongfei only saw him turning into a flash of remnant image, and her eyes immediately popped out in shock. The degree of Fang Xiaoning's ability upgrade had exceeded her imagination. This speed was much faster than earlier by at least twice. Morongfei hastily retreated backwards trying to evade him, but not only was Fang Xiaoning's speed fast, the direction of the moves which he made were very artful. In a moment, he had already used his aura to lock down all the positions around her. Morongfei tried her ultimate best to extend her most exquisite footwork and just barely avoided the important parts from being hit. Even so, she was still struck on the shoulder by his profound energy. A wound appeared on her shoulder and blood started to flow. To a practitioner, this kind of injury was considered as a light injury. but Morongfei was still feeling exceptionally shocked. Earlier Fang Xiaoning was totally at a disadvantage, but now he was much stronger than her. This meant that he had at least upgraded to a minimum of 3 small realms. Then how was she going to continue fighting? Besides that, Fang Xiaoning's first move was already that vicious. If they really continued, she would absolutely be injured. Morongfei cried out urgently, "Senior brother. Fang, wait a minute. I have something to say." Right now, she could not be bothered about the issue on face. She still harbored thoughts on entering the ancient mystic region, so she could not be injured right here. However, Fang Xiaoning had finally found an opportunity to make his move, so how would he easily let her off like that? Hearing Morongfei speak out, not only did he not stop, instead he increased his speed as his move was like lightning. Within an instant, he had already struck out 10 over moves, all directing it towards Morongfei's vital points. Morongfei originally had no mood to continue battling as she used the most passive means of evasion. At this moment, Fang Xiaoning utilized his profound skill and full strength as his attack speed raised to the maximum notch. Morongfei almost couldn't see his actual positioning and could only see flashes of remnant images hovering above in midair. She tried her best to evade him once and again, but still had no way to break away from Fang Xiaoning's pursuit. Finally, Fang Xiaoning forced her to the boundary of the arena as he struck out directly towards her chest. By now, Morongfei had totally lost hopes. She had no space to evade him as she was struck flying directly, even flying through the crowd, crashing heavily onto the spectators' seats. Fang Xiaoning had aimed for that position as the place which Morongfei fell from was exactly where celestial light sect's disciples gathered. Following Morongfei's fall, the spectators' seating area was totally silent. Following that, terrified panting exploded as many disciples crowded around, trying to aid Morongfei. But Morongfei had broken several bones in her body when she crashed, so no matter how they called out to her, they weren't able to wake her up. The rest of the disciples were all shocked and disappointed. Heavens! Senior Sister Morong is really going to lose? Why did this happen? Why did Fang Xiaoning suddenly become so strong? Aren't Green Cloud Sect's people too vicious? They actually dealt such a lethal hand on Senior Sister Morong. I wonder how she is right now. Sigh, there's no choice. After all, this is a tournament between the two sects, so how would the people from Green Cloud Sect show any mercy? Other than sympathizing with Morongfei, many others also revealed slight dissatisfaction. I thought Senior Sister Morong would win. Before the competition started, weren't everyone saying just how powerful Senior Sister Morong's ability was, or how high her innate talent was, comparable to young sect master? That's right. They even said that young sect master shouldn't find an armament master, but should be together with her instead. From the current outlook, her ability wasn't as strong as exaggerated. The entire sect's hope of victory was all placed on her, and she just lost like that? Then following this, that Fang Xiaoning is now the arena champion? Senior Sister Morong is really unreliable. Don't tell me that without young sect master, we Celestial Light sect really isn't Green Cloud Sect's match? All the disciples were extremely dejected. After all, in the last tournament, as Li Moying was around, he had swept away all the practitioners in Green Cloud Sect. Even the one who was famed as Green Cloud Sect's #1 genius Ling Yifeng wasn't his match as well. But now, just after a few months, the situation had reversed. The disparity is just too obvious. Looking at Green Cloud Sect's disciples' delighted smile and the jeering which came continuously, everyone felt that they were so humiliated that they weren't able to lift up their heads. Whereas for those direct disciples who knew about the real motive behind the arena tournament, they were even more melancholic. Morongfei's failure meant that Celestial Light Sect's quota for entering the ancient mystic region became a mere 30%. Many people's dissatisfaction with Morongfei grew because she had claimed that she would definitely obtain victory right before the competition started. This made the direct disciples feel full confidence with her, hence everyone tried their best to fawn on her, just so that after she obtained victory, she would be able to bring them into the mystic region with her. But now? She actually lost at such a crucial juncture in the competition? When Morong saw Morong Fei sustaining a heavy injury, he was so anxious that he immediately got up from his seat and ran down the stage, personally bringing the sex doctors to check on her. When he witnessed Morong Fei's terrible state, Morong felt extremely infuriated. He had not expected that green cloud sex people could be so vicious. Morong shouted angrily in an accusation tone, "Cui Yuan Shan, what's the meaning of this? It's just an arena tournament and you actually allow your sex disciples to deal her with such a vicious move." Cui Yuan Shan was originally rather upset, but on hearing Morong's chiding, he immediately rebutted, "Brother Morong, these words are simply too much. Although it is an arena tournament, but during a battle, swords have no eyes, so who can guarantee that they won't hurt the other party? Moreover, my disciple had given your daughter a chance to admit defeat, but she refused, so how could you blame Xianxia for this?" Morong retorted angrily, "This is pure denial. Earlier she was already forced to the side of the arena, so why didn't he give her a chance to admit defeat?" Saying that, he didn't wait for Cui Yuan Shan to reply as he shot his gaze towards Fang Xiaoning. "Fang Xiaoning, what great guts you have! You dare to hurt Celestial Light Sect's disciples intentionally in Celestial Light Sect itself. Did you really think I won't punish you?" He walked towards Fang Xiaoning as his expression sunk to the lowest point and a 9th stage realm top expert's imposing might started to leak out from his body. A moment later, the entire public square was affected as everyone found breathing difficult. For those disciples whose cultivation was slightly lower, their faces started to turn pale. Fang Xiaoning bore the brunt as he gave a moan and a streak of blood started flowing from the corner of his lips. Morong was so angry now that he was going mad, even having the thoughts of killing someone. Morong Fei was his beloved daughter and he placed huge emphasis on this eldest daughter. If she was injured because of this incident, hence delaying her chance to enter the ancient mystic region for experience training, then her loss would be extremely huge. Furthermore, because of Morong Fei's loss, Celestial Light Sect's quota would become a mere 30%. With the two elements mixed together, it made Morong so angry that he felt faint. The moment he unleashed his profound energy, it totally had no limits, and he almost made a move right on the spot. Just as this moment, a burst of even more overbearing profound energy flooded the stage. This burst of profound energy coincidentally negated Morong's profound energy, which instantly reduced the impact of the pressure on those practitioners there. Morong raised his head and saw Cui Yuan Shan's figure appearing on the stage, blocking himself in front of Fang Xiaoning. Cui Yuan Shan gave a cold harumph, "Brother Morong, you're too much. The competition rules had been set way before the competition, and now that you lost, you turn into a sore loser and think of going back on your words? Furthermore, you're acting like a bully threatening the weak, actually striking out on the younger generation. You really gave Celestial Light Sect some face." Morong's ability totally wasn't comparable to Cui Yuan Shan as he was instantly suppressed. Hearing Cui Yuan Shan's speech, he then abruptly realized this. If Celestial Light Sect lost the arena tournament and he personally killed the arena champion. If this matter leaked out, that was a worldwide gossip. There were so many other powerhouses practitioners here watching, so if he really did that, Celestial Light Sect's reputation would be finished. Morong forcefully suppressed his rage as he said, "I'm not intending to go back on my words, just too infuriated. Just an arena tournament and he'd laid such a heavy hand on my disciple, isn't that too much? Brother Morong, injuring your beloved daughter is indeed Fang Xiaoning's fault. I'll get him to apologize to you right now." Cui Yuan Shan's heart had already ascertained that the 70% quota to the mystic region was a sure thing in Green Cloud Sect's pocket. Having gained such a huge advantage, surely apologizing to Murongde and giving him some face didn't mean anything? He turned around and signaled to Feng Xiaoning with his eyes. Feng Xiaoning immediately reciprocated, Sect Master Murong, I'm really sorry about it. But this cultivation method of mine raised my ability instantly, so I myself is not able to control this sudden increase of profound energy, so I might not have grasped the control well. I hope you can understand. This reply was just too superficial. Feng Xiaoning's type of cultivation method definitely required him to cultivate daily, and this absolutely wasn't the first time he was using it, but he said he couldn't control it well? No one would believe that. Murongde's expression was extremely ugly. Couldn't control it? Do you think this sect master is silly or what? This sect master thinks that you had done that intentionally, having ulterior motives. As he was saying that, he started to become agitated. Cui Yuanshan was speaking coldly on the side. Enough, Brother Murong, my disciple had already apologized, so what else do you want? Accidentally injuring the opponent in a battle originally was a common thing. It's not as if you haven't entered into a tournament with others before. Murongde's face was gloomy. Sect Master Cui really knows how to be sarcastic. The person who is injured now is not your disciple, so of course you would say that. Cui Yuanshan replied, if it was my disciple who was beaten up, I would absolutely not be so unwilling to forgive. Now the arena tournament hasn't ended, you can find a disciple with greater ability to go up the stage and challenge him. If Feng Xiaoning himself doesn't have the ability and gets injured, I will not blame Celestial Light Sect. His words were beautifully said, but it was meaning to say such things if one went into details. Because all the practitioners present knew that Murong Fei was the one with the strongest ability among Celestial Light Sects under 18 practitioners. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let her come out as a finale. Anyway, since there was no one who could injure Feng Xiaoning, so he simply beautified his words, making him appear as magnanimous and without any worries. As expected, hearing Cui Yuanshan's declaration, other than Celestial Light Sect's practitioners, the other practitioners in the other powerhouses all started to sigh. Green Cloud Sect really is the #1 sect in West Sky region, and Sect Master Cui is indeed impressive. Isn't that so? A battle originally results in accidents. Didn't that Celestial Light Sect's disciple also injure someone else earlier? Why is it that Miss Murong cannot get beaten up? That's right, if Sect Master Murong isn't content, then he can also find a stronger disciple to go up the stage to teach Feng Xiaoning a lesson. This kind of thing all depends on ability to talk. If you're on the competition ground and still require others to show mercy, then might as well kneel down and admit defeat. Celestial Light Sect is also a large sect in South Sky region, so why didn't that get this logic right? Murongde was so angry that his face turned steely green. These words were like a slap, fiercely hitting on his face. He himself knew that this was the best timing for revenge, to let his disciples beat him back viciously. In Soaring Heavens Continue, using ability to talk was the most straightforward method. However, he couldn't find any other candidate already. Murongde had placed all his hopes on Murong Fei, and even though she had lost so terribly, what more about anyone else? Cui Yuanshan looked at Murongde's expression and knew that he had no other way out as he purposely urged him. Sect Master Murong, since everyone says the same thing, then please hurry to send another disciple up the stage. Don't blame me for not reminding you, Feng Xiaoning had already accepted 2 challenges, and if he wins one more round, he would be the real arena champion. Murongde was cursing Cui Yuanshan thousands of times in his heart. How would this fellow not be able to tell that there was no one else left in Celestial Light Sect? But he had to pretend to be so magnanimous, and kept urging him to send someone up. Wasn't this plainly waiting to see Celestial Light Sect's joke? Furthermore, what Cui Yuanshan said was right. Feng Xiaoning had already won 2 rounds consecutively, and the next round he obtained victory, he would be the rightful and official arena champion. But this round, whether they competed or not, didn't make much difference anymore. Cui Yuanshan urged again, Brother Morong, from your looks, surely it can't be that no one in Celestial Light sect dares to come and take up the challenge, right? Then, that's such a pity. As the #1 sect in the entire South Sky region, there aren't even 3 people who can challenge my disciple. Sigh. Indeed, not the same as that year. Since that's the case, let's stop wasting time. You can directly announce your loss. Who says Celestial Light sect admits defeat? Morongda was so infuriated that he blew his beard and eyes widened, cutting off his conversation. We Celestial Light sect is a sect which had accumulated for several thousand years, so naturally we have many talents. Do you think that just because your disciple had learnt the maniacization cultivation method and he's amazing? So you dare to disregard us Celestial Light sect? As the saying went, it was okay to lose face, but not an array, so how would Morongda stand, being despised by him in such a way? The both of them had battled for their entire lives and even until now, even if one beat Morongda to death, he would also not admit defeat. Cui Yuanshan chuckled, alright, looks like this sect master had thought too lowly of your Celestial Light sect. Then will you please hurry and send someone up the stage? He wanted to take a good look to see who Morongda could still send out. Morongda knew that things were not good, but since his words had already been blurted, the current situation didn't allow him to mince it. He could only turn his head around to Celestial Light sect's disciples as he said loudly, all Celestial Light sect disciples, everyone had already heard for yourself how much Green Cloud sect's people look down on us. Are you all resigned to be looked down like that? Celestial Light sect's disciples naturally were feeling indignant together. Of course we're not resigned. Green Cloud sect has gone too far. Humph, when they were beaten pants down by young sect master then, where were their guts to be so arrogant with us? Now that young sect master didn't enter this competition, they all started to be smug? Morongda continued, now is the last decisive match. If anyone is able to defeat Fang Xiaoning and gain victory for Celestial Light sect in this arena competition, then this sect master will guarantee that I will take you in under my wing immediately, letting you enjoy the best treatment in the sect, using all the resources while cultivating, and it will all be supplied by the sect. You can also choose any cultivation method or profound skills. If anyone has this confidence, you may step up the stage to take up the challenge. Morongda's words immediately caused an uproar of discussions. One must know that for a large sect like Celestial Light sect with tens of thousands of years of accumulated resources was something which could not be underestimated. Furthermore, the administrators of the sect were extremely strict. So even if it was Limoying who wanted to exchange for cultivation methods or profound skills in Celestial Light sect's scripture depository also needed to use contribution points. But now, Morongda had said that they could choose any cultivation method or profound skills. Additionally, Morongda also gave the promise to supply all resources, and he would coach and guide personally. This kind of treatment made the disciples in Celestial Light sect extremely aroused, and immediately quite a number of people started to stir. But thinking was one thing, those who dared to take action was another, and no one dared to. Earlier Fang Xiaoning's vicious ways towards Morong Fei was witnessed by everyone. If they were to be defeated by Fang Xiaoning, they would absolutely be injured severely. Furthermore, Morong Fei's ability was recognized by all the disciples in Celestial Light sect. Those who had the confidence in their abilities to surpass her and were still under 18 years of age, was none at all. Morong Fei had already lost, so who else had the guts to embarrass themselves? Everyone was clear that this was Celestial Light sect's last chance, and the entire sect's hopes depended on this last battle. If that person won, he would be able to show off his extraordinary talents, earning the entire sect's praises and adoration. But what if he lost? It was imaginable that everyone would be exceptionally disappointed and could possibly push the responsibility of defeat of this battle onto that last contender. Not many were able to take up this kind of pressure. The disciples below the stage clamored for a while and gradually quietened down, but still no one dared to step up the stage for the challenge. Although Morongda had already expected this, he was still anxious and upset. It's all his own fault for being cheated. Why did he agree to some weird condition that disciples under 20 could not take part in the competition? If Limoing could take part in this, then what did he have to worry about? Right now, the judges who were elders from other sects and powerhouses also started to urge him impatiently. Sect Master Morong, will you please confirm the challenger, otherwise please admit defeat as soon as possible. According to the arena tournament regulations, which had been certified from the start, the timing between two challenges cannot be more than 1 hour. Now that time is almost up. If there is still no one who steps up on stage within the time limit of 1 hour, then Fang Xiaoning would be considered as a win without a battle, emerging as the ultimate arena champion. There was a time limitation to the arena champions challenges, and this was a universal regulation in the entire Soaring Heavens continent. Otherwise, as long as the 3 battles are not completed and the losing party keeps on dragging endlessly, unwilling to send anyone up the stage, then wouldn't this competition never end infinitely? Morongda swept a glance at the hourglass, which was used to keep time, and realized that there was indeed less than a stick of incense left as his expression turned uglier. Are you all trash? We are Celestial Light Sect, but no disciple dares to come on stage to do the challenge? Right below the stage, Celestial Light Sect's direct disciples looked at each other in dismay as they revealed a bitter smile. It was an honor to challenge on stage, but at such a crucial timing, knowing that they would definitely lose, who dared to step up onto the stage to be that sinner? The sand slowly dripped to the bottom. Fang Xiaoning's face revealed a satisfied smile, knowing that his victory was near. Right when everyone entered a state of despondence, a clear voice was heard floating from the high platform. Sect Master Morong, if you don't mind, please allow me to go on stage to challenge Fang Xiaoning. When Morongda heard that someone was willing to go on the stage, his face first revealed a joyous expression, but when he turned around and saw the person who spoke, his expression instantly turned even uglier. Miss Bai, what do you mean? You want to go up the stage for the challenge? This sect master has to remind you that this arena tournament is of great importance and not for fun. It's not a place which you can casually make a joke out of. Huang Yueli got up from her seat as she said calmly, Sect Master Morong, I'm not joking. Of course I know what this arena tournament means, and I'm extremely serious as well. Although I'm not a direct disciple, but since no one else in Celestial Light Sect is willing to take up the challenge, then why not let me give it a try? Morongda's brow creased tightly, as the corners of his lips started to twitch. Has this lass gone mad? Did she think that this arena tournament was some fun thing, so she wanted to get on stage to have a try? What a joke! This was a competition with great importance, and the opponent whom she was going up against was in 6th stage realm. What did she think she was trying to do? In terms of armament refining, her ability was indeed powerful, but this was the arena tournament and not an armament refining competition. Surely she hadn't been spoiled rotten by Limoing that she didn't know how high the skies were. Morongda frowned as he resolutely rejected her. Miss Bai, stop joking around with this sect master. Do you know what ability that Fang Xiaoning on stage has? He is now in a state of maniacization, and his ability is now at 6th stage realm, 7th level. He could use just one finger to crush you. Aren't you just a 4th stage realm practitioner? What are you going to use to compete with him? I appreciate your good intentions, but this sect master is thankful for it. But this is not an armament refining competition, so we will not trouble you to make a move. He was actually feeling rather frustrated. What timing was it now, and she still came out to create havoc? He simply couldn't endure it any further. If ordinary disciples jumped out like that, he would have used this as an excuse to severely berate them. But no matter what, Huang Yueli was Limoing's pampered little fiancée, and Morongda couldn't afford to offend her, not daring to treat her too fiercely, so he could only reject her in a considerably polite manner. However, Huang Yueli seemed as though she didn't understand his words and remained insistent on it. Sect Master Morong, I understand all that you're saying and you have your reservations, so I can understand it all. But since now there's no other choice, rather than letting Green Cloud Sect's people win without a battle, why not let me have a go at it? You won't suffer any losses, right? Morongda's face immediately turned black. No way, anyway there's no need for any further discussion, no means no. Miss Bai, please sit down. What's called no loss? Hadn't she seen how vicious Fang Xiaoning was, that even Morong Fei almost ended up crippled by him? Huang Yueli was a genius armament master and was also one of the protected parties in Celestial Light Sect. If she didn't grow any eyes and took part in a competition which didn't fit her abilities, getting maimed for no good reason, that would be a major loss for the sect. Moreover speaking, if she was hurt that little bit, wouldn't Li Moying immediately throw a fit on the spot? Huang Yueli didn't listen to him. Not only did she not sit back at her seat, instead she directly got off the platform and walked towards the arena. Everyone, no matter if it was Celestial Light Sects or Green Cloud Sects or disciples from the other powerhouses, everyone's gazes were concentrated on her as everyone were dumbstruck. The gazes they gave seemed to be looking at a lunatic. The scene was silent for that short span of moment, and immediately following that, it seemed to have exploded as various agitated discussions started to ring. Heavens, am I seeing things correctly? The person who is going up the stage is a fourth stage realm practitioner? Can tell that she is still rather young, and to be at fourth stage realm, surely she must be a talented practitioner, which Celestial Light Sect nurtures greatly, right? But no matter how talented, she couldn't look for death in such a way. Did she really think that a fourth stage realm could win one who was at the sixth stage realm? What a joke! Hasn't she seen how Celestial Light Sect's eldest young Miss Terrible loss? Who on earth is this? Celestial Light Sect's secret weapon? The other powerhouse's practitioners were all dazed, as well as they tried to find out more about Huang Yueli. But Celestial Light Sect's disciples were even more dazed than them. You're asking what's the status of this little beauty? She's really famous in our sect, she's our young sect master's fiancée. Young sect master's fiancé? But isn't young sect master Li together with your eldest young miss? The person who asked had a shocked look on his face. Those are all rumors only. Actually, young sect master and senior sister Morong are not engaged. Instead, Bai Ruoli is the one who is rumored to have been betrothed to him even before she was born. Moreover, she's the youngest certified armament master in South Sky region, who's said to be an outstanding talent. Wait. You're saying she's an armament master? Why did an armament master get up on the arena? They really couldn't blame the other party for being so shocked, as armament masters always sung their own praises and would not put themselves in a risky position. Not to mention that most armament masters' battle powers were much lower than same-tiered armament masters. Even if their actual combat ability was not bad, they wouldn't take the risk to enter an arena tournament. Celestial Light Sect's disciples were all puzzled as well. Heavens knows what's going on. Could it be that on seeing that Celestial Light Sect is about to lose, she just dashed up the stage? But she's an armament master, and she probably hadn't made a move against anyone before. Suddenly dashing up on stage at this juncture, and with such a huge disparity between Fang Xiaoning and her, she's simply looking for death. Didn't you say she's your young sect master's fiancé? Why didn't young sect master Li stop her? That's right, why didn't young sect master stop her? There were many who were puzzled by this, and many of them shot their gazes towards where Li Moying was seated, including Morongda. Li Moying ignored everyone's gazes, and there were no emotions on his face at all. But his gaze had been chasing after Huang Yueli's back, not shifting away for even a second. To tell the truth, he wasn't feeling as peaceful as he looked on the surface. Huang Yueli was about to enter the arena, what's more to challenge an opponent whose ability was so much stronger than her. In the past, when Huang Yueli went up against other people, he seldom interfered because he knew his Li'er's ability was extraordinary. Not only was she able to battle realms which were higher than hers, she also had various kinds of profound armaments to aid her, so there were very few people who could suppress her. But this time it wasn't the same. After Feng Xiaoning went into maniacization, his potential had already reached 6th stage realm, 7th level. The comparison against Huang Yueli's current cultivation was a difference of 2 large realms. Even if Li Moying himself wanted to step over 2 large realms for a battle, it was extremely difficult and the chances of failure was exceptionally high. Of course, Feng Xiaoning was young after all, and in terms of actual combat experience, there was no way he was comparable to Huang Yueli, who had made a name for herself for many years. But when the disparity between their cultivation levels were very high, sometimes it's not enough to just depend on actual combat skills to make up for it. The instance, when Huang Yueli just got up, Li Moying had a slight urge to pull her back and stop her. Heavens knew just how worried he was, and how difficult it was for him to find his lost treasure back. So naturally he didn't hope that she would suffer any injuries. But in the end, he utilized all his self-restraint before he barely managed to control that urge. To the growing up process of a practitioner, this kind of self-challenge experience was necessary. Huang Yueli's battle, regardless of victory or defeat, was of great advantage to her, so even if she suffered a slight injury, it was extremely worth it. Li Moying knew that his Li'er wasn't those kind of tender and delicate young rich missy, and she would not be satisfied with just relying on a man. She was born with a strong practitioner's heart, and she looked forward to having an even stronger ability, breaking through the peak of the way of cultivation. So no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he had no way but to let go of her hand, allowing her to do the things which she wanted to do. But although he thought in that way, it was absolutely not possible for him to not feel worried. Li Moying's heart jumped right at the back of his throat, as his eyes were fixed anxiously on Huang Yueli. He had already prepared himself to rush up the stage, to save her the minute Huang Yueli met with any life-threatening danger. But the degree of life-threatening danger was actually very hard to grasp. Huang Yueli went up the arena to seek a breakthrough for herself, and only under a life-threatening situation would she have the ability to break through. If he were to make a move abruptly, it might affect her. Because of this, before Huang Yueli went up on stage, she specially instructed him not to be too worried and to try not to interfere with her competition. Li Moying's face turned black as he was super unwilling to do so. Allowing you to go up the arena is already my bottom line, and you're asking me not to care about your life and death? Oh, how could you say that? What can happen to me? This is a match where many powerhouses are watching, so he won't dare to kill anyone here. But even if you're injured, my heart will ache. Can you think about this in my position? Huang Yueli heard that and smiled as she leaned in close to kiss him. Rest assured, even if I'm injured, I will recover easily. I know my own limits. Li Moying was bewitched for a moment by that soft sweet kiss, and by the time he regained his senses, Huang Yueli had already stood up and volunteered to enter the arena tournament. In this way, he couldn't go against his own fiancée, so there was no way he could interrupt her. Li Moying remembered that he had a lot of things that he hadn't told her, but that young lass was impervious to the situation as she already ran off, hence his mood wasn't very good at all. At this moment, Huang Yueli, who was standing in the arena, turned around and gave him a smile. Li Moying silently snorted as he pursed his lips, showing a doting expression mixed with arrogance. Seeing that Huang Yueli really stood on the stage, the judge was dumbfounded. This Miss Bai, are you certain that you want to challenge the current arena champion Feng Xiaoning? Huang Yueli nodded. I'm certain. But this? The judge stifled for a long time. Your cultivation versus Master Feng's is so huge, the chances of your victory are very low. Furthermore, the possibility of suffering a serious injury is extremely high. Have you really thought it through? Originally, no matter who came up for the challenge, It was none of his business because all he needed to do was to judge if anyone went against the regulations and to point out the ultimate winner. But for someone like Huang Yueli, whose ability was much lower than the arena champion went up to challenge, this was really something which he had met for the first time in his life. Plus the fact that she was such a slender and delicate young beauty, the judge was emotionally unwilling to bear it. Huang Yueli's eyes radiated with brilliance. I've already considered carefully. When we practitioners battle, there originally is a possibility of getting injured, so I'm already mentally prepared. Moreover, I haven't started competing against Master Feng, so how would you know that the chances of my victory are very low? When the practitioners there heard that, they went into a bustle. Since when was her chance of victory low? It was more like close to zero, all right. The judge had made it so reserved, but she actually climbed all over him. Almost everyone had this thinking in their minds. Moronga went totally hopeless as he laid limp on the seat, not wanting to say a single word. If this arena tournament's information was leaked out, the entire Celestial Light sect would probably become South Sky Region and West Sky Region's mutual joke. How could Li Moying let his fiancée do such willful things? Feng Xiaoning stared at Huang Yueli with an expression which didn't look quite like a smile. Anyone could tell what that meant. They only felt this young lady's mind wasn't clear at all, totally like a joke. Miss Bai, what are you doing? Could it be that you really want to challenge me? Huang Yueli replied calmly, I've already made things very clear. Feng Xiaoning's gaze shifted as he squinted his eyes. Celestial Light sect is really interesting. Have all the practitioners in the sect all died or what? Actually allowing a 4th stage realm practitioner to take part in the battle, further. She's a 4th stage realm armament master. This is simply unheard of. Furthermore, Li Moying really doesn't treat you as a thing, eh? Actually allowing a young lass like you on stage to battle on behalf of Celestial Light sect? I've never thought that the famed South Sky Region's #1 genius would actually push his woman out to bear the brunt. His words were filled with ridicule and at the same time, he was trying to sow discord between them. Hearing that he actually dared to humiliate their respected young sect master, Celestial Light sect's disciples all turned steely green. But unfortunately, all of them had no way of rebuttal. Li Moying actually allowed his 4th stage realm fiancé to go up the stage to battle the 6th stage realm, Feng Xiaoning. The only possibility was to let Feng Xiaoning to injured Huang Yueli, then using that to exaggerate matters. Otherwise, no one could understand why he had to do this. But this kind of underhanded matters really didn't suit Li Moying's normally aloof and overbearing character. There wasn't much expression on Huang Yueli's face, only her voice turned biting cold. You should feel lucky that my fiancé isn't able to join in the tournament today, otherwise you'd be a corpse by now. I hope that later when you leave this stage, you still dare to speak in this manner to my man. You. Feng Xiaoning had not expected that instead of humiliating Huang Yueli, he was slapped on the face by a few mere words from her. He immediately turned embarrassment into anger. All right, it's you yourself who came up to the stage to seek death, not me who coerced you. Judge, why aren't you announcing the start of the competition? The judge knew that things were irrevocable as he shook his head. The challenger of this round, by Ruoli, challenging arena champion Feng Xiaoning. The battle will officially start now. His words had just fallen, then the air on the stage seemed to turn frozen as it was filled with a strong pressure. Feng Xiaoning had, at the first instance, unleashed all the profound energy within his body, forming an overbearing pressure towards Huang Yueli. He had not immediately struck vicious moves towards Huang Yueli, because the disparity between the two of them was simply too huge. From Feng Xiaoning's view, it was as easy as crushing an ant to death for him to kill Huang Yueli in one move. But in this way, he would be subjected to a suspect who was bullying the weak, so even if he won, he would not win any praises. On the contrary, he would be subjected to gossip by others. So what he must do now was to show his style of his ability. With the huge disparity in their cultivations, What he needed to do was to use his might, and he would be able to make Huang Yueli shake all over, lying limp on the ground. Only in this way would it make her shocked, forcing her to get off the arena, which was the demeanor of a top expert. Fang Xiaoning was making up beautiful thoughts in his mind as the profound energy kept unleashing from his body. He was now in the state of maniacization as his profound energy was abundant. Not only was the arena enveloped in an invisible huge pressure, even the practitioners who were seated on the first row of the spectators' seating were clearly able to feel this pressure. Those practitioners with lower cultivations had their expressions changed immediately. So powerful, no wonder he's a 6th stage realm 7th level practitioner. We already feel so unbearable right here. By Ruoli's up on the stage, so the pressure she suffers must be at least a few times. She's only in the 4th stage realm, not even as high as my cultivation level, so she definitely cannot take it. So pitiful, the minute she's up on stage, she hasn't even made a single move and is going to roll off the stage just because of a little profound energy pressure. So embarrassing. You say, she's an armament master, but why did she have to get involved in this muddy water? Isn't she just asking to be insulted? Everyone felt sorry for her as they started to shake their heads. Everyone thought that they would see Huang Yueli being pressured so much by Fang Xiaoning's profound energy at the next moment until her face turned pale as she spat out blood, then miserably falling of the arena. Some of Celestial Light Sect's disciples couldn't bear to see it as they used their hands to cover their eyes. However, as time went by, the image in everyone's eyes did not happen. Huang Yueli was still standing on the other end of the arena, exchanging glances with Fang Xiaoning from afar. She didn't spat out any blood nor did she retreat, and there were no changes to her complexion at all as she maintained a composed look at her opponent. Fang Xiaoning frowned as he opened his mouth. What's the matter? You still intend to hang on? Don't blame me for not reminding you, although you've already gained some face like this, but your meridians and internal organs have already been injured by my profound energy. Take this opportunity to get off the stage and your injury can still be treated. But if you continue to hang on like that, you're really going to be crippled. Huang Yueli gave a cold laugh. Whether I'm injured or not, would I not know it myself? Do I need you to remind me? Fang Xiaoning clenched his teeth. Very good, looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Saying that, he recklessly unleashed his profound energy in his surrounding and the strong might accumulated in layers, as it charged overbearingly towards Huang Yueli's direction. Right at this moment, Huang Yueli's clothes and hair flew by this huge amount of profound energy as it kept flying around in the air. The judge couldn't help but take a step back as he watched alertly at what was happening. Everyone could tell that Huang Yueli couldn't possibly take on such pressure because Fang Xiaoning had almost raised the imposing matter around his surroundings to the maximum limit. Any practitioner who was in the 5th stage realm and below could not escape unscathed under this kind of situation. However, Huang Yueli remained motionless. This time, Celestial Light Sect's disciples all became anxious as their hearts twisted into a bundle. Initially, they felt that her abrupt appearance on stage made Celestial Light Sect embarrassed, but now when they saw her facing such a strong opponent and still continued to hold on tight, quite a number of them could not bear it. Miss Bai, if you really can't hang on, just give up. Don't force yourself to hang on. That's right, if you injure your meridians, it's a small matter if only your cultivation is affected. The worse is it might affect your refining armaments. Sigh, anyway senior sister Murong has already been defeated, so originally none of us had hoped for Miss Bai to win. Quite a number of disciples turned to look at Li Moying, feeling that a man like him who pampered his fiancée so much would definitely not endure it any further as he made his way down to save her. However, out of their expectations, Li Moying remained composed as he sat on his original seat, looking towards the direction of the stage from afar. It wasn't that Li Moying wasn't worried for Huang Yueli, but he knew that it is not the real timing for him to be really anxious yet. His little fox would not be unable to resist a mere 6th stage realm practitioner's profound energy suppression. Feng Xiaoning saw Huang Yueli still hanging on tightly as he gave a cold harumph, really seeking your own death. Since you're not willing to get off the stage, then I can only kick you down. Saying that, Feng Xiaoning took a huge stride forward as he trudged towards Huang Yueli's direction. He totally had not considered the fact that Huang Yueli still had any tinge of resistance left, so he totally didn't do anything to defend himself as he walked over directly. From what he saw, Huang Yueli had long extinguished her energy, suffering from serious internal injury. Don't mention resistance, he gauged that he just needed one little finger and he would be able to poke her down. But just as he was slowly walking forward, Feng Xiaoning suddenly felt a blur in front of his eyes. The next moment, he suddenly discovered that Huang Yueli, who was still not too far away from him earlier, had actually gone missing. Not waiting for Feng Xiaoning to make any response, a burst of air-cracking sound was heard from his back. Feng Xiaoning hurriedly turned back, but was barely able to see a glint of silver light flashing past as it charged towards the position of his heart. He hurriedly worked up his footwork as he speedily retreated backwards. A soft chi la was heard and blood immediately spilled. Even though Feng Xiaoning's speed was very fast, by the time he started to evade, it was already too late. His chest area was slashed by a deep gash by Huang Yueli. This gash started from his shoulder all the way to his chest and was longer than 3 inches. The depth of the gash was rather deep as blood continued to spill outwards. Earlier, Huang Yueli's movements, from the time she started to evade till her attack, was simply too fast and her actions were just too sudden. Many practitioners below the stage had not yet reacted to what was happening, or they hadn't even had time to see her movements clearly. It was until she managed to strike him when many of them realized what exactly happened earlier. Heavens, am I seeing things? By Ruoli, she actually hurt Feng Xiaoning? You didn't see things wrongly, but how is this possible? Earlier Feng Xiaoning unleashed such powerful pressure that even we, who are below the stage, had difficulty in breathing, but by Ruoli is actually alright. Right, it's too strange. Furthermore, even if she wasn't oppressed by Feng Xiaoning's profound energy, she shouldn't be able to move so swiftly. Earlier, that lightning-fast movement, I can't even see the route of her attack. She's just in the 4th stage realm, how could she be so fast? The audience looked at each other in dismay as their tongues were tied with their mouths agape, not daring to believe in their eyes. From what everyone saw, this was absolutely a one-sided competition, or one could even say that it was a bully match for Feng Xiaoning towards Huang Yueli. As long as Feng Xiaoning didn't beat Huang Yueli until her meridians shattered or half-crippled, then it meant that he was showing mercy. That was why no one in their wildest dream had thought that the first to get injured was not Huang Yueli, but Feng Xiaoning. Furthermore, Feng Xiaoning's injury was rather serious. Although it was only just skin and flesh injury, but such a long and deep gash was actually very painful. Furthermore, he could not tend to his wound, allowing the blood to flow, under such circumstances where a large amount of blood kept flowing leading to hemorrhage. It was a huge influence towards the practitioner's ability. Morongda, who was seated up high, was staring with his eyes popping out. He was not able to regain his senses for quite some time. After a while, he finally couldn't help but started laughing out loudly as he talked to Cui Yuanshan next to him. Sect Master Cui, this is really out of this sect master's expectations. You're all too modest, seeing that we Celestial Light sect have sent out such a young practitioner, so he intentionally gave in a little. This kind of gentleman demeanor is rarely seen nowadays. No wonder your sect is the #1 sect in the West Sky region. Cui Yuanshan's complexion turned green. Don't know what you're so complacent about. That young lass merely took advantage of Xiaoning's unpreparedness, which was why her sneak attack worked. From the looks of the current situation, Xiaoning might have been beaten up, but after suffering this disadvantage, would Xiaoning still be bewitched like before? it's impossible for Bairuoli to sneak another attack on him again. Whereas the huge disparity between their ability and cultivation levels still exists and had not lessened a single bit. This battle's ultimate winner cannot be changed. Cui Yuanshan's face was filled with arrogance. Although he didn't quite understood why Huang Yueli was able to resist against a 6th stage realm 7th level practitioner's pressure and remain unhurt, why her movements were so nimble and the angles of her sneak attacks were so precise, but Cui Yuanshan believed that there was a mode in between a 6th and 4th stage realm which could never be crossed. It might be possible to sneak an attack, but if she was thinking of reversing this situation into her victory, it was totally impossible. Morongde gave a cold snort. Earlier everyone assumed that Bairuoli couldn't even threaten Fang Xiaoning a single bit, but in the end? This is not just merely a little threat. Now you're saying that it's impossible for her to gain victory. Things might have an unexpected turn of events? Although he sounded as though he didn't admit defeat, but inside his heart, he still agreed with what Cui Yuanshan said. Huang Yueli's performance had indeed made everyone's eyes lit up, but she was still far from gaining victory. On the arena, Fang Xiaoning was caught unprepared, which was why Huang Yueli managed to sneak an attack successfully, which made him suffer a rather serious exterior injury. Momentarily, he also didn't believe that it was true. But immediately following that, his expression turned sinister. So, you're able to resist my oppression because you have some profound artifact on you which can absorb profound energy? But even if you can hurt me, you can just remain complacent for a moment. Earlier I underestimated you, which was why I fell into your trap. Now, I will let you see the difference between a 6th stage realm and a 4th stage realm. The minute Fang Xiaoning finished his last word, he immediately struck out. He didn't dare to be careless this time round. Not only that, because he had lost face due to his injury, it made him feel extremely angry as his moves were fast and furious. Profound energy, with a mixture of earth, wood and metal tri-attributes easily stirred up the surrounding air. Bursts of penetrative murderous air were casted out towards Huang Yueli's direction. The stage below instantly echoed gasps of exclamation. Heavens, he's too fast. So this is Fang Xiaoning's actual ability. 6th stage realm's profound energy, in addition to Green Cloud Sect's suppression faction, profound skill is almighty. Bairuoli is going to be finished this time round. Under Fang Xiaoning's rage, he totally lost control of the severity of his attack. Initially, Fang Xiaoning had not thought of killing Huang Yueli. This was not just to maintain the relationship between the two sects, but also because of that terrifying fiancé behind Huang Yueli. Those who still had a bit of rationality left would not dare to do anything to her. But now, as Fang Xiaoning had been injured by her and he even heard Celestial Light Sect's disciples ridicule towards him, under the mixture of embarrassment and fury, he had long lost his rationality. These few moves were all killer moves. Moreover, it had sealed off all avenues of Huang Yueli's retreat plan. For those who saw this, their faces turned pate as they were so anxious that they forgot to breathe. It was imaginable that it was difficult for Huang Yueli to escape even if she had wings. Furthermore, if she were really struck by these moves, they gauged that she would immediately lose her life. Third junior brother, stop. A sharp shout was suddenly heard. A figure dressed in white dashed out from the viewing platform as he tried to stop him. But, Fang Xiaoning's speed was just too swift. The white figure had yet arrived when Fang Xiaoning's killer move was right in front of Huang Yueli. On seeing that a tragedy was about to occur at the next moment, everyone couldn't hold themselves back as they cried out in shock. While hanging by a thread, Huang Yueli's feet moved along with her agility dance steps as she slid out of Fang Xiaoning's area of attack. Fang Xiaoning couldn't help but went into a blank as he turned around to take a look at her, unable to believe that under the circumstances that he had used his full potential, Huang Yueli was still able to escape. Whereas Huang Yueli was also in a state of shock as the sweat on her forehead kept sprouting because she had not expected Fang Xiaoning's ability to be that powerful. Most practitioners who practiced the maniacization cultivation method, while they were in a state of maniac, although their cultivation was raised by a huge notch, but as compared to same-level practitioners, there was still a difference. No matter in terms of speed or attack, it would all decrease. However, Fang Xiaoning seemed to have curbed this weakness. Not only was he able to display his actual combat ability, he was not inferior to an actual 6th stage realm, 7th level practitioner. Earlier when she evaded him, she had already used all of her energy, but she could only manage to escape barely when the situation was extremely critical. Her arm was even swept by his palm wind as a slight injury could be seen. Luckily Fang Xiaoning was too shocked and didn't continue to chase after her while he was riding high on the tide. Otherwise, she would probably be in deep trouble. At this moment, the white-robed Ling Yifeng had already rushed to the stage. He flashed and blocked right in front of Huang Yueli, at the same time sweeping an extremely unhappy gaze towards Fang Xiaoning. "Third junior brother, what are you doing? This is merely a tournament. How could you not control your own temper and deal such a heavy hand towards Miss Bai?" Luckily, Miss Bai's reaction was swift enough, otherwise, if any accident really happened, "Are you able to take the responsibility for this?" He berated Fang Xiaoning harshly. When Fang Xiaoning saw his appearance, he was first shocked, but upon hearing his words, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Practitioners who were in a state of maniacization were easily agitated. Earlier, he was looked down upon by those weaklings, so he lost his rationality at the spur of a moment, which led to him dealing a murderous hand on her. Now that he had cooled down to think things through, he realized that he had almost committed a huge mistake. If Huang Yueli really died under his hands, his master might not be able to protect him. Fang Xiaoning quickly took a step back. "Yes, senior brother, I was too rash due to a moment of folly." He had always been respectful towards Ling Yifeng, because if not for Ling Yifeng's relationship, it was impossible to get the maniacization cultivation method which he was cultivating. Furthermore, he would go to Sky Emperor City in future and would definitely join the Ling family clan. Ling Yifeng gave a cold snort as he said, "Forget it, you didn't do it intentionally. Since the outcome is already out, then." "Wait." Huang Yueli hurriedly cut into his words, "Master Lung, I don't understand what you're saying. What outcome is already out? I've just started the battle with Fang Xiaoning, so how could the outcome already been set?" Ling Yifeng revealed a shocked expression. "You're still preparing to continue battling?" "Of course. Isn't it already written clearly on the competition regulations? As long as no one admits defeat and no one had been thrown down the arena stage, then this competition is not considered as ended." Huang Yueli replied calmly. But Ling Yifeng already didn't know what else to say. Earlier when this lass ran up the stage, it could be explained as a moment of rashness. But now she almost lost her life, yet she was still not willing to get off the stage? What on earth was she thinking of? Did she really not want her life anymore? Ling Yifeng advised, "Miss Bai, don't act in this way. If any accident were to really happen to you, it's not a good thing for both our sex." He really didn't want to see Huang Yueli heavily injured. After all, such a talented young female armament master was rarely seen, and their Ling family lacked armament masters among all other jobs. She was an important chip to his future position in the Ling family, so he had never given up the intention of wooing Huang Yueli at all. However, Huang Yueli raised her brows. "It's very easy to end this battle. Please get Master Fang to admit defeat." Fang Xiaoning's face turned green. "What? You want me to admit defeat? Don't you take an inch for a mile. To think that you still have the face to say such things. Did you really think that I have no way to deal with you? Earlier you were able to escape narrowly, because of your luck. Since you've already said this, then let's continue the battle." "Third junior brother." Ling Yifeng frowned. Fang Xiaoning replied, eldest senior brother, don't worry. I will absolutely not take her life. But as what you've seen, she totally refused the proffered wine and insisted on taking the punishment wine. This battle is of utmost importance, so if I don't show her any colors, she will never admit her loss. Cui Yuanshan also couldn't help but frowned. Yi Feng, you can't join in the competition, so stop staying on the stage. Your third junior brother knows the severity of his moves. This is the last battle, so stop wasting time. Leng Yifeng then realized that his actions had already gone way beyond that. Even Cui Yuanshan detected that something was amiss as he was slightly dissatisfied. Because of this, he could only step down the stage, giving up the space on the arena. Celestial Light Sect's disciples were all holding on to their breaths, feeling extremely conflicted. They were all afraid that Huang Yueli would lose like Morong Fei, but they had no choice but to admit that admitting defeat was the best choice. Searching their own consciences, if the majority of them were in her position, they would definitely admit defeat. With such a huge disparity in their cultivations, no matter how they tried their best, they still had no ounce of chance of victory, and they would probably throw their lives away for no good reason. Which idiot would do that? But in the end, Huang Yueli actually requested to continue with the competition. This was out of everyone's expectations, simply making everyone shocked. Jumping up onto the stage based on her moment of rashness was simple, but upon realizing how powerful the other party was, and knowing that there was no chance of victory yet still able to continue with the battle was simply too difficult. Momentarily, all the disciples in Celestial Light Sect saw her in a new light with only a thought in their minds: she's really worthy of being young sect master's fiancée. Although her potential wasn't first-rate, but her spirit was just too hard to come by. At this moment, Fang Xiaoning and Huang Yueli had once again prepared themselves. The judge announced, the battle shall now start again. This round, both parties started moving at the same time. Fang Xiaoning had already cooled himself down, so naturally, he wouldn't casually strike a killer move, so when he struck, it was with reservations. Whereas Huang Yueli already had some experience. She knew that the disparity between their potentials was extremely large and she would absolutely not easily win this battle, so she needed to be more patient. So she chose the main path of evasion. Right from the start of the competition, she fully utilized her agility dance steps, dancing around the entire arena, evading Fang Xiaoning's attacks. Fang Xiaoning initially thought that as long as he didn't lose focus, he only required 30% of his energy to throw Huang Yueli down the stage. But after a short moment, he realized that he had not even been able to touch even a corner of Huang Yueli's robe hem. This made Fang Xiaoning extremely surprised. No matter what, the disparity between almost two large realms' cultivation, in terms of speed, was heaven and earth apart. Even if he didn't use his full strength, he shouldn't be unable to even touch her at all. But Fang Xiaoning increased his speed and tried several more times, yet was still evaded by Huang Yueli with much difficulty. Fang Xiaoning's expression congealed. He realized that Huang Yueli's movement and profound skill, which she exhibited, was very meticulous. From the way her figure swayed, it could even show some remnant figured to befuddle his vision. The profound skill which she cultivated was definitely a heaven-grade profound skill. Fang Xiaoning had no choice but to increase his speed as his strikes were like lightning, swiftly attacking towards Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli also revolved the profound energy in her as her footwork speed was also raised to the maximum. Everyone on stage couldn't see their figures clearly, only two blurry reflections as it kept shuttling around the stage. One moment they were at the middle of the stage and the next moment, they appeared on the corner of the boundary. Only practitioners who were 5th stage realm and above were barely able to see the tracks of their movements. So fast, too fast. So a 6th stage realm practitioner's speed is actually that fast. I'm in 5th stage realm 7th level, but I can't even manage to follow 20% of this speed. Fang Xiaoning's speed is indeed very fast, but it's by Ruoli who's more incredible. Isn't she just at 4th stage realm, 9th level? How could she be so fast as well? That's right, Fang Xiaoning had been pursuing her so tightly and with such intense attacks. If I were up there, I'd have been kicked off the stage long ago. But Ruoli is actually able to evade his attacks. Although it was always short of an inch or less, before she was kicked down, but it was always just short of that inch. Heavens, how on earth did she manage that? Moronda's eyes also grew larger and larger, as a surprised expression revealed on his face. Good. Great evasion. I'd not expected that. Not only is Miss Bai a talented armament master, she even has such great innate talent in terms of cultivation. No wonder that disciple of mine whose eyes grew on top of his head was smitten head over heels by her. Cui Yuanshan, however, frowned slightly. He had not expected that a match, which could be won easily, could actually have such changes. This young lass looked as though her cultivation was very weak and not worth mentioning at all, but in actual fact, she was very difficult to tackle. Hearing Moronda shouting out happily loudly, Cui Yuanshan just felt extremely frustrated. No matter how good her innate talent is, isn't she just in the 4th stage realm? Such a huge disparity is not just in terms of speed. Using such high speed to evade attacks takes a huge toll on the exhaustion of profound energy. This sect master is going to see how much longer can that young lass hang on? Hearing that, Moronda's smile suddenly froze. Cui Yuanshan was indeed an established 9th stage realm practitioner, as his foresight was indeed not bad. After Huang Yueli had been fully executing the agility dance steps for quite a long duration, she indeed was starting to feel a little unbearable. This was not only because of the exhaustion of her profound energy. More so, when Fang Xiaoning was pursuing after her, although the profound energy which he unleashed didn't directly strike her, but it had gradually developed some influence towards her speed. Her speed started to slow down gradually, whereas at the next moment, Fang Xiaoning's attack followed immediately. The two of them were just an inch apart, and although she went sluggish for just a little moment, that gave Fang Xiaoning the opportunity to attack her shoulder. With a swish, a sliver ray flashed by. The cloth on Huang Yueli's shoulder split open and blood immediately spilled. At the same time, the stage below burst into a huge commotion. Ruoli is injured. Heavens, in the end he still chased up to her. This time round she's finished. That's right, the minute she's injured, Fang Xiaoning would never give up on his pursuit. Even ordinary disciples could tell that Huang Yueli's situation was dire, and it was imaginable how much pressure she was under while on the arena stage. Although the wound on Huang Yueli's shoulder was not considered deep, but it still affected her movements. Even though Huang Yueli's psychological state was exceptionally great and her agility dance steps was still executed properly, but she wasn't as swift as she was earlier. The two of them still remained as the current situation where one evades, while the other pursued. But not long after, Huang Yueli was stuck again. Another "chi" sound, and this time she was hurt on her left thigh. As time went by, the wounds on Huang Yueli started to increase and many of it were bleeding, cutting a sorry state. Fang Xiaoning's speed had also decreased because of his previous injury and the prolonged duration of exhaustion, but his potential and cultivational level was right there, so his entire state was much better than Huang Yueli's. Chi. Huang Yueli was stuck by yet another move. Heavens, Ruoli is injured again. In total, she already has 10 over wounds on her. Right, although those are all external injuries, but with so many wounds, the state of hemorrhage is just too serious. Her speed is obviously much slower than earlier. Still not going to admit her loss quickly. If this goes on, she will be injured very seriously. She's already done too much. That's right, she's just a 4th stage realm practitioner and able to fight against Fang Xiaoning till this step. It's already very rare. Even if she lost, it's not her responsibility. Celestial light sect's disciples were already standing on Huang Yueli's side, all secretly worrying for her. From what they saw, Huang Yueli would still lose eventually. But even though she lost, she had already exhibited unimaginable extraordinary potential. If it wasn't for the fact that they witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would believe that there was such a powerful 4th stage realm person who could fight it out with a 6th stage realm 7th level top expert for so long. Even leaving such a huge wound on the 6th stage realm expert's body. Crossing over 2 huge realms to battle was something unimaginable to all the disciples present. So even if Huang Yueli admitted her loss now, she was still honored, though defeated. No one would deny that she was a genuine genius young lady with extraordinary talents. The audience below the stage were advising her to admit defeat, but Huang Yueli totally showed no signs of admitting defeat at all. Even though she was already wounded 10 over times and her speed was starting to decrease, but she clenched her teeth tightly as she tried her best to exhibit her footwork, continuing to seek for survival under Feng Xiaoning's continuous pursuit. On the high stage above, Li Moying clenched his fist tightly as he gazed upon the situation in the arena. His face was still emotionless, but his heart was extremely anxious to the limit. He had on several times jolted from his seat with the intent to rush down to the stage below. Especially the few times when Huang Yueli was severely hurt, he almost stood upright. But recalling the reminder which Huang Yueli had repeatedly told him before the competition, he coerced himself to get back to his seat. At this moment, he finally experienced what was the torture described as using a knife to carve at one's heart. His beloved woman was now in the arena, covered with scratches, but unfortunately, he could not head up to stop it. Not that he didn't have the ability to do so, but he couldn't go. Li Moying felt that he had almost used up this entire life of self-restraint before he could barely control his own actions. Many times, he wanted that his Lear didn't need to become so powerful and he could protect her for life. He didn't need her to go through such harsh experience training, to seek breakthrough, to raise her own potential. But in the end, he still controlled himself. If he really broke Huang Yueli's experience training plan, then this young lass would definitely be angry. She had always been so eager to be first, so arrogant. In her past life, she wasn't willing to be the woman behind the #1 top exponent, which was why he was deeply attracted to her. He couldn't affect her in her pursuit for the things which she wanted. Just as Li Moying was unable to sit or stand still, a sound came from his back. "Young sect master Li, what good determination you have! Ah! Your fiancé is already severely hurt and yet you still don't give any reaction at all?" Celestial light sex people were saying just how much you pamper your fiancé, but from the looks of it, it's just SOSO only. Li Moying slowly turned his head around as he stared at Ling Yifeng, who was standing right behind him, and he slightly frowned. "What concern is it of yours?" Ling Yifeng sensed the powerful aura which was emitting from Li Moying and subconsciously became anxious. The disparity between the both of them was simply too huge, and if it was usual, he wouldn't dare to provoke Li Moying in this way. But seeing that it was at the event of an official tournament between the two sects and his master was also around, Ling Yifeng's guts inflated by quite a bit. Recalling that Huang Yueli exhibited such powerful cultivational innate talent in the arena, Ling Yifeng's heart got even hotter. Originally he thought that she was just a genius armament master. Even so, she was already an extremely rare match for marriage. Now? She actually exhibited her potential, in terms of cultivation, 4th stage realm versus 6th stage realm. If he missed this kind of talented young lady, he would absolutely not be able to find a second one. With the thought of getting Huang Yueli, Ling Yifeng's heart started to burn, even forgetting the injury which he had suffered from Li Moying's previous attack, standing out to challenge his love rival. At this present moment, a burst of shock screeches could be heard from the stage below once again. Apparently, Huang Yueli was injured yet again. Ling Yifeng couldn't help but said, "Miss Bai is so severely injured, but yet you didn't go and stop this." In actual fact, you don't like her at all. You merely feel that she's an armament master and has such talent in cultivation, so you abandoned Murong Fei to be together with her, right? Did you think that no one can tell? Li Moying's gaze was icy cold. What a joke. How do you even have the cheek to say that about me? You should ask yourself, why, and for what reason, do you even covert my fiancé? Leng Yifeng was rendered speechless, but very quickly, he started to rebuke him. I'm different from you. I truly admire Miss Bai. Earlier when my third junior brother dealt a heavy hand towards Miss Bai, haven't I gone over to stop him? What about you? Where were you? Did you think that Miss Bai is an idiot? She knows very well who is the man who is true to her. After today, she would definitely be utterly disappointed with you. You're totally not worthy of her. The last sentence managed to poke through Li Moying's Achilles heel. His gaze turned extremely cold as his brows rose, following which his aura surrounding him exploded instantly. Scram. He coldly spat out a word, and although his voice wasn't very loud, but it was powerful and resonating. Leng Yifeng was forced back by his aura as he instantly fell backwards. A loud bam was heard and everyone present had a big shock as they turned back in surprise. In the end, they saw Green Cloud Sect's eldest disciple Leng Yifeng being sent flying just by one word from Li Moying as he directly rolled down from the high stage. Momentarily, everyone was tongue-tied. Leng Yifeng got up in a disheveled state only to realize that he hadn't suffered any injury. But he detected various mixtures of emotions from his surroundings, ranging from shock, ridicule, and sarcastic glares which made his face turn fiery red, as though he had been given a tight slap on the face. Apparently, Li Moying indeed couldn't injure him too heavily due to the current occasion. But he intentionally created such a loud sound so that everyone could see himself being sent flying by Li Moying with the intention to humiliate him. Li Moying was a person who was conscious of his own status, and he had extremely strong pride. By doing this, it was much worse than heavily injuring him, which made Leng Yifeng unable to accept it. Cui Yuanshan and Murong De were also attracted by the loud sound as they turned around and saw this scene. Both of them went into a daze, but Murong De quickly realized what had happened as he laughed. Brother Cui, looks like the battle on the arena has dragged on for too long and the other disciples were all getting impatient so they couldn't help but started to spar outside the stage. Sigh, this disciple of mine is just too straight and doesn't know how to be gentler. Although Mr. Leng is Green Cloud Sect's eldest disciple, but his potential versus Li Moying's was just too huge. He should have taken care of your disciple's reputation. Cui Yuanshan's face turned black like ink. This fellow was just too embarrassing. On stage was a 6th stage realm 7th level disciple who couldn't take down a 4th stage realm outer disciple, which was embarrassing enough. Now Leng Yifeng actually came up with such a wicked idea. Cui Yuanshan berated furiously, Yifeng, why did you run over to young sect master Li's side for no good reason? Get back to your own seat right now. Leng Yifeng was shouted at by his master and felt that all his face was all thrown away. He lowered his head, not daring to look at other people's gazes as he gloomily turned around and left. Right at this moment, his hatred and jealousy towards Li Moying rose, and at the same time ascertained that Li Moying was so cold-blooded so he must make Huang Yueli see through his real face. This little episode only attracted the crowd's short attention for a few seconds. Very soon, everyone's attention went back to the arena. Right now, Huang Yueli had already reached an extremely dangerous state, just one step away from failure. The traces of blood on her body almost soaked her entire clothing red, and the arena stage's floor were full of little droplets of blood which came from her. Her speed was much slower than before, and at this moment, one didn't require too high of a cultivation level to see her movements clearly. But she was still holding on. Fang Xiaoning on the other hand appeared extremely frustrated. Although he had also lost a lot of blood resulting in the depletion of his energy, but he still forcefully held on as he used all his might to pursue Huang Yueli. Strike after strike, with no signs of loosening up at all. As he pursued her, he kept shouting, "By Ruoli, you'd better admit defeat. You're already injured so severely, so even if you don't admit defeat voluntarily, there's no way that you can win. If you continue on like this, if I accidentally slip up, causing you an untreatable serious injury, then you'd not gain any advantage at all." Huang Yueli pursed her lips rightly. Her lips had turned palely white because of the huge loss in blood. She didn't respond to him because if she did, her speed would drop another notch. Seeing that Huang Yueli refused to give up, Fang Xiaoning hastened the speed of his attack. In this way, Huang Yueli was in a precarious situation once again, and there were a few times when she was almost sent flying. Below the stage, the number of voices which urged her to give up grew louder and louder. There were many green cloud sect's disciples who were touched by her and didn't want to see her being tortured any further. However, Huang Yueli clenched her teeth as she refused to say a single word of defeat. Just at this moment, she suddenly saw Fang Xiaoning's movements take a sudden halt, and subsequently, the expression on his face changed abruptly as the speed of his pursuit suddenly slowed down. While Huang Yueli was escaping, she had been keeping watch on Fang Xiaoning's movements from the corner of her eye. Seeing him stop, she abruptly turned and actually charged right towards him. What's this situation? What's Bai Ruoli trying to do? Is she looking for death? Why did she run back for? That's right, Fang Xiaoning's speed suddenly became slow, and instead of grasping time to escape, she actually turned back. Amidst the crowd's shocked gazes, Huang Yueli was already displaying her footwork as she flew speedily towards the front of Fang Xiaoning. Her feet totally didn't stop as a cold blaze sparkled in her hand and several flying daggers were shot out from her hands, aiming towards Fang Xiaoning's several main vitals, flying straight towards him. Fang Xiaoning had not expected her to have the guts to turn back, and without even a single bit of hesitation, she just struck out like that. His reaction was slower than usual as he couldn't evade in time, and with a whoosh sound, he was struck by 2 daggers. You actually. Sharp and thin flying daggers flew past Fang Xiaoning's shoulder, and the expression on his face was extremely shocked, giving an annoyed look. Bai Ruoli, you are really something. Today is the second time you've hurt me. So, you don't only know how to escape, you also know how to face the battle up front? But this is the end for you. Based on your earlier speed, you're destined to be unable to escape. His embarrassment turned into rage as he shot up like an arrow, trying to grab Huang Yueli. However, Huang Yueli was prepared as she gave a cold laugh. Really? I've heard you say that several times today, but unfortunately, I think you have no more chances. Saying that, she flew backwards to retreat, easily evading him. The two of them continued with one pursuing and the other escaping. On the surface it looked as though it wasn't any different from earlier, but very soon, those sharp-eyed spectators realized the difference. Strange, why do I have a feeling that Fang Xiaoning's speed seemed to have turned slower? If you don't say it, I haven't noticed at all. But now that you mentioned this, that's right, Fang Xiaoning's speed is much slower than before. Before this, Bai Ruoli was about to be chased up by him, but now, he actually couldn't reach Bai Ruoli at all? Right. Bai Ruoli's speed seemed to become a little faster, but Fang Xiaoning's speed had obviously decreased. What actually happened? Was it because he was hit by Bai Ruoli earlier? But he was hit because of the decrease in his speed, isn't it? What happened during that moment? Since the bystanders were able to discover that something was wrong with Fang Xiaoning, what more about Fang Xiaoning himself, who naturally understood the real reason for his own difficulty? This was all because his state of maniacization could only hold on for a mere 2-hour duration. The minute he exceeded that time frame, his cultivation would fall back, it would even fall back much lower than his normal cultivation. Earlier the reason for his sudden halt was because the time limit of his maniacization was up. When it's time for his state of maniacization to end, it meant that his condition at that time was at its weakest. This moment, the profound energy in his meridians suddenly underwent an intense change as his entire body was hurting and he had no way to continue pursuing her. It was entirely based on his strong determination, which was why he had not fallen down yet, making a fool out of himself. Earlier, Fang Xiaoning was rather hasty as he wanted to take the opportunity before his state of maniacization ended, to push Huang Yueli off the arena, or to make her admit defeat. The result was this young lass actually didn't take both carrot or stick. She was like a slippery eel, totally unable to catch hold of. What made Fang Xiaoning even shocked and furious was Huang Yueli's eyes were so sharp, and she was so good at grabbing opportunities. Just as he was in the changing state where he was at his weakest, she suddenly gave him a heavy blow. Don't think that Huang Yueli had been struck 10 over injuries and lost quite an amount of blood. She was especially apt at the quintessential of evasion and attack, so none of her injury were at her vital points. But Fang Xiaoning was different. He had suffered 3 slashes, all of which were meticulously stabbed at an artful angle, and the position she chose was extremely precise, which would cause a certain amount of damage towards his arteries. So Fang Xiaoning's current situation was extremely bad, and as time dragged on further, the after effects of his maniacization became obvious. He had no other choice except to grab hold of Huang Yueli right now, to end the battle. But Fang Xiaoning wasn't the least worried towards gaining victory. After all, even if he wasn't in the state of maniacization, he was at least a 6th stage realm practitioner. So even if his ability fell backwards, he would at least be on the equivalence of a 5th stage realm 8th level practitioner. Just based on this kind of potential, taking care of a 4th stage realm young lass was more than enough, wasn't it? But reality and his expectations were extremely different. Earlier, Huang Yueli, who seemed to be staggering, had suddenly tuned up her speed and he totally could not catch up to her. Fang Xiaoning was both anxious and angry as he shouted loudly, "By Ruoli, ever since you came up the arena stage, you've been escaping. Is this even considered as a challenger? Aren't you just wasting everyone's time? If you really have the ability, then stop running and let's fight to the end." His shout was purely to vent his anger, so he totally hadn't expected Huang Yueli to really stop. However, when Huang Yueli heard that, she actually halted in her footsteps as she stopped. Fang Xiaoning went into a blank. "What are you doing?" Huang Yueli replied, "Didn't you want to fight to the end? I'll satisfy your request and have a face-to-face battle with you." Fang Xiaoning's eyes grew wide and thought he heard her wrongly. "What joke are you cracking? Are you insane? You want to have a face-to-face battle with me?" It wasn't only Fang Xiaoning who was shocked. Everyone present didn't believe it as they dug their ears. What's wrong with Ruoli? She actually wanted to go face-to-face with a 6th stage realm expert? She had spent so much time trying to escape earlier, so if they cross hands now, she would definitely be sent flying off the stage. I'm guessing she probably doesn't want to continue escaping, but don't wish to admit defeat as well, so she wanted to end this properly. Since she's going to lose anyway, might as well admit defeat. Face-to-face battle. There's a 99% chance that she will be injured seriously. Huang Yueli turned a deaf ear on the various discussions and raised her head as her eyes stared right onto Fang Xiaoning's. "You didn't hear me wrongly. Ha ha ha. Is your mind unclear? You think that you used your flying daggers to injure me and now you can defeat me? Even if I'm injured, dealing with you is still like an appetizer." Fang Xiaoning started to laugh out loudly. Huang Yueli replied calmly, "What you said is correct. With just 4th stage realm cultivation and wanting to win over you is still impossible, so I have no choice but to advance." Fang Xiaoning went into a blank. What? He felt that he must have heard her wrongly. He seemed to have heard that this young lass was saying, "Advance?" What joke was that? with her current age to have reached 4th stage realm 9th level, she was considered as an outstanding talent but wanting to break through to 5th stage realm. She's not even Lemoying. Furthermore, what occasion was this? Was advancing that simple of a thing? She could advance just because she wanted to? The practitioners below the stage were a little dazed. Did you heard clearly what Bairuoli said earlier? She seemed to have said. Advance? Impossible, you must have heard wrongly? However, at the next moment, everyone present suddenly quietened down as all of their gazes were fixated tightly onto the young lady on the arena, not daring to blink, putting on an expression as though they had seen a living ghost. On the arena, Huang Yueli's surroundings suddenly exploded with a gust of strong profound energy fluctuation as the scorching fire-attributed energy dispersed, making the entire public square heated up. Immediately following that, faint golden rays started to emit from her body as fire-attributed energy within the radius of several miles all started to gather towards her as the center point. Whereas Huang Yueli's aura and profound energy's intensity continued to soar at a speed which was visible to the naked eye. You. Fang Xiaoning was totally in a daze when he saw that. This scene was truly unexpected. Even though he self-admitted that he was one of the top talented youths in the West Sky region, but he had not expected that there was someone who could suddenly advance right on the spot at this kind of occasion. The other spectators below the stage were all astounded as they couldn't even raise any sound. But it was merely one jaw-stick time when Huang Yueli's aura suddenly underwent an earth-shattering change. Her profound energy climbed up, and as she slowly gathered the surrounding fire-attributed energy, everyone could tell that the profound energy on her was no longer the same as before. For a moment, Fang Xiaoning thought that he was in a dream and totally forgot that he was still standing on the arena and should make a move to attack her. Cui Yuanshan realized that the situation was not going well, so he hastily stood up and shouted loudly, "Xiaoning, why are you in a daze? Quickly take the opportunity while she had just advanced and her state is not stable, kicking her off the arena." She couldn't have really advanced. It's probably some other kind of cultivation method which is similar to maniacization, only temporarily raising her cultivation. Fang Xiaoning's face showed an enlightened look. So that's the case, I almost got cheated by you. State of maniacization cannot last for too long, moreover, even though you've advanced, you're still short of my cultivation by 7 to 8 small realms, so you have no chance of victory at all. Huang Yueli lightly curled up her lips. State of maniacization? Then you can try, to see if I'm a genuine 5th stage realm or not. Saying that, her feet started to move and her body swayed. Immediately, her figure disappeared in an instant. Fang Xiaoning was suddenly shocked. Because after Huang Yueli advanced, her speed was raised by at least 2 notches as compared to earlier. Earlier her speed at 4th stage realm was already comparable to his at 6th stage realm 7th level. Now she had successfully advanced while Fang Xiaoning's cultivation level dropped. In this way, Huang Yueli was much faster than him. As expected, not waiting for Fang Xiaoning to react, Huang Yueli had already stole to his rear as her hand held on to an ancient zither. Although Fang Xiaoning's speed wasn't enough, but his cultivation was still much higher than Huang Yueli's after all, and he was able to sense that she had already appeared right behind his back. This speed was simply so fast that it was perverted. Fang Xiaoning was so scared that he broke out in sweat. He thought Huang Yueli would definitely come out with her killer move to attack him, hence he hurriedly retreated backwards, quickly, to evade her. At the same time, he put on his defense stance. But what welcomed him was not palm wind, nor was it sharp blades, but ZZNG. A crisp melodious zither tone rang by the side of his ear. Although it was a short note and the volume of it wasn't considered very high, but it was like a thunder which exploded in his mind. Momentarily, he only felt a wave of dizziness in his head. Something was wrong. Fang Xiaoning acutely detected that this condition was not right, and he hurriedly held his breath while he congealed his senses to control himself. At the same time, he wanted to see what that young lass was up to. However, she didn't give him a chance to see clearly. That strange zither sound rang continuously for several more times. Huang Yueli's fingertips were plucking the strings, and the tune she was playing was not from those scores which she had played in her past life, but the ancient zither score which she had obtained several months ago in Celestial Light Sect's scripture depository. Even though she had to display her musical talent in order to gain victory, but she wasn't prepared to expose her own identity, so she could only use the contents in that half-zither score to fight it out. At least if anyone were to become suspicious, she was still able to find a reason to stuff it up. Coincidentally, what that zither score recorded was originally specializing in mental attacks. Even though there was only half a book left and its might was limited, but Fang Xiaoning had never encountered any mental attack previously, so he was totally caught unaware. With regards to the mental control from the zither's sound, unless one was prepared right from the start, then would they not be affected. Otherwise, after they had fallen right from the first note, when the other notes were played, it would only lead to his conscience becoming more and more unclear. Unless they had heaven-defying determination, otherwise it was impossible to even wake up in the middle from it. Fang Xiaoning's gaze started becoming dazed as his movements also became sluggish. Huang Yueli saw that the mood was just nice, and immediately drew out a short sword hidden behind the zither as her right hand turned and struck out towards Fang Xiaoning's direction. A chi-la sound rang. Fang Xiaoning was stabbed on his right leg and his feet stumbled, almost falling onto the ground. Heavens, Fang Xiaoning is injured again. Right, this time it's actually not a sneak attack, but a proper attack right in front of him. What happened earlier? Surely I'm not in a dream, right? The practitioners down the stage were stupefied and had just started regaining their senses at this present moment as they looked at each other in dismay. Betrayal. Has she really advanced successfully? Is she really a fifth-stage realm practitioner? From the aura emanated from her, she indeed is in the fifth-stage realm. But, this is a little too ridiculous, right? How could she advance as and when she wanted? Really treating advancement as simple as having a meal or taking a drink? Furthermore, normally when we advance, we definitely would enter a state of weakness for a long time, but she's actually not affected at all? And even crossing hands with a sixth-stage realm top expert immediately? Haven't you heard what Sect Master Chui said? Hers might be another kind of maniacization cultivation method. I don't think so. Hasn't Betrayal said it herself? She's a genuine fifth-stage realm practitioner. Perhaps she was just scaring Fang Xiaoning? Otherwise, she's just too abnormal? How old is she this year? Is she even 15 already? And she's already in the fifth-stage realm? The crowd was discussing amongst themselves, each sticking to their own argument. Towards Huang Yueli's cultivation, there were various sorts of sayings as there was no unanimous decision. But there was something which everyone had no choice but to admit. And that was Huang Yueli's ability was indeed powerful enough. Furthermore, the battle power which she was exhibiting now was not an entry-level practitioner to the fifth-stage realm. After she advanced to the fifth-stage realm, her speed, attack and defense had all raised by a huge notch. As compared to Fang Xiaoning, whose ability had a huge fall, she was no longer in a disadvantageous position. Furthermore, she was about to hurt him directly in his face. Many of them were shocked by the fact that Huang Yueli's sudden retrieval of her zither. This? What is this? A zither? When the zither note rang, my head was in terrible pain. This zither tune must be a kind of mental attack. Heavens, too abnormal. This was the first time for ordinary disciples to see this, using a zither as a weapon for attacking. Although Huang Yueli, in her past life was famous for this, but it had after all been a good 15 years. 15 years, to those young disciples who were present, was simply the same as something that had happened in the previous generation. Although Huang Yueli still remained her name as the #1 armament master in Soaring Heaven's continent, but to the younger disciples, she was a legendary character, so who would know just how powerful was she then? But Morongde and Cui Yuanshan were one of those who had gone through the times when Huang Yueli's reputation spread throughout the entire continent in her past life, so seeing her using the zither for attacks, both of them were filled with astonishment and shock. Wasn't it said that after Grandmaster Huang passed on, her zither talent had also gone missing? By Ruoli. How was it possible that she could control the zither? What exactly is her background? Zui Yuanshan inquired in shock. However, Morongde's sight was still in a daze, as his shock was comparable to his. I'm not sure too. By Ruoli isn't really Celestial Light Sect's disciple. She came to Celestial Light Sect because of Moying. But I'd let someone checked on by Ruoli's background previously. She seemed to be an ordinary practitioner from South Yu Kingdom, and although her father's innate talent was rather good, but he had gone missing long ago. She had never left South Yu Kingdom since young, and it was only a year ago when she came to Sky Cloud City. This experience didn't sound too extraordinary. Any talented practitioner from the smaller countries all seemed to have gone through this experience. Since young she had inherited her father's outstanding talent and not resigned to wasting her youth in a small country, so after her potential had reached a certain standard, she went out to a big city to seek more experience training chances. Cui Yuanshan frowned, then how did she and Li Moying get engaged? Morongde replied, Moying himself is a prince of South Yu Kingdom and their engagement was a betrothal when they were a little boy and little girl arranged by the parents from both sides. Cui Yuanshan was rendered speechless momentarily. This kind of explanation really made him unable to find any suspicious points. At this moment, President Hu suddenly butted in as he said, I know a little about her. Miss Bai once said that she had been taken in as a disciple by an armament master who happened to pass by South Yu Kingdom. That Grandmaster came from Sky Emperor City, and that was where she learned her armament refining skills. If that Grandmaster himself was Grandmaster Huang's good friend or disciples under her in the past, then it wouldn't be strange if she knew how to control the zither, right? So it's like this. Cui Yuanshan and Morongde were suddenly enlightened. What President Hu said was the most reasonable explanation. That year when Huang Yueli was in charge of Mythical Flame Palace, she had recruited numerous armament masters under her wing. Although Huang Yueli had never officially taken in any disciples, but if there were 1 or 2 disciples under her wing who were favored by her, then being taught the skill of controlling the zither wasn't anything strange at all. The two of them had not once suspected that by Ruoli on the stage below was Huang Yueli herself. Because Huang Yueli had self-exploded 15 years ago at the northern ice fields and her soul had dispersed. This matter was known to all those top exponents in Soaring Heaven's continent. For the soul to be dispersed, it was not even possible to wrest control of the soul or reincarnate, so she absolutely had no way to come back, which was something that everyone believed in resolutely. Because of this, the duo quickly concurred with President Hu's guess. Morongde's face instantly revealed a delighted smile as he stroked his beard with a broad smile. If it wasn't for the fact that the occasion wasn't right, he might even have jumped up and laughed out loudly 3 times. Good, good, good. This eldest disciple of mine indeed has good foresight. I thought he was smitten by beauty, so he agreed to be engaged with Miss Bai. So Miss Bai actually has this background. The Grandmaster, whom she is under, probably is from Mythical Flame Palace. TSK, just based on this, her future is totally boundless. Although Huang Yueli had passed on 15 years ago, but her Mythical Flame Palace was still a recognizable top powerhouse in Sky Emperor City, which her senior brother was holding the reins. As there was no one who could surpass her name as #1 armament master in Soaring Heaven's continent, so even if she was no longer around, there were still countless excellent armament masters who went in fame, asking to join Mythical Flame Palace. Whereas just based on the respectable statuses of armament masters in Soaring Heaven's continent, Mythical Flame Palace naturally was on a transcendent position. The minute Moronde realized that his eldest disciple's fiancée actually had a relationship with such a large powerhouse, he felt extremely delighted in his heart. This was a super powerhouse, which was much more powerful by 100 times than the Ling family. Cui Yuan originally listened to those gossip, but when he heard Moronde's delighted laugh, his face sunk immediately. HMPF, Brother Moronde, this sect master really doesn't understand what right you have to be complacent about. Even if you're able to recruit Miss Bai into Celestial Light sect, that isn't based on your own ability, but your disciples. She might not even feel grateful to you. Moronde's mood was soaring right now, and his smile beamed even further when he saw Cui Yuan's envious and jealous gaze. To be able to take in such a good disciple like Moying, isn't that my ability? Don't think that you've taken in so many disciples, which one of them could match up to Moying? If I don't recall wrongly, your eldest disciple was just sent flying by just one word from Moying. Cui Yuanshan's expression grew uglier. Yi Feng is from the Ling family, and your disciple simply doesn't know how high the heavens are, or how thick the earth is. Moronde smiled, so what if he's from the Ling family? My disciple's fiancé is possibly a disciple from Mythical Flame Palace? Furthermore, the 70% quota to the ancient mystic region is going to be in Celestial Light sect's grasp very soon. So there's nothing strange about this sect master being happy, right? What? Cui Yuan's heart jolted when he heard that. He totally forgot about the arena tournament. He sat upright in a fluster as he turned around to take a look at the situation on the arena. Right now, the battle on the arena stage had entered into the last segment. Right after Feng Xiaoning was struck by Huang Yueli's zither chord's attack, he started to have a splitting headache and even delving into hallucination as his speed grew slower and slower, and his judgment also decreased greatly. Not long after, he was stabbed by Huang Yueli, continuously as his entire body was soaked in blood. Feng Xiaoning simply didn't dare to believe how things had developed to this stage. Just a joystick timing ago, he was still standing on the arena stage holding on an absolute advantage, whereas this young lass was escaping everywhere, cutting a sorry state while being beaten by him, and she wasn't going to hang on any further. But now? The situation had completely reversed, and the person who was wildly escaping around became him, Feng Xiaoning. But the person on the arena stage with a higher ability was obviously him. Even if that young lass really advanced successfully suddenly, but there was still an evident gap between the both of them. He should still hold the absolute advantage, right? Furthermore, how could she possibly advance? This was just too ridiculous. Actually, what Feng Xiaoning didn't know was that Huang Yueli's advancement was actually all thanks to his selfless aid. Just as the both of them were pursuing and escaping earlier, under Feng Xiaoning's profound energy clash and coercion, Huang Yueli had met with a few near-death situations as she escaped from death. This kind of crisis sensation caused the speed of the flow of profound energy in her body to raise to the limit. Simultaneously, her profound energy in her meridians kept on condensing and contracting. After so many rounds of clashes, it became even more condensed and pure. Although Huang Yueli cut a sorry state under Feng Xiaoning's pursuit earlier, but only she herself knew just how glad she felt in her heart. Although it was only under this kind of circumstance when she could agitate the potential with her body in the greatest degree, allowing those empty, superfluous surging profound energy to stabilize itself in the shortest amount of time. The pursue match between Feng Xiaoning and her was a kill on two birds with one stone. Not only did it drag Feng Xiaoning's maniacization time, it also allowed her the opportunity to stabilize her own cultivation. By the time Feng Xiaoning's cultivation resumed back to normal, the profound energy in her would be condensed enough which allowed her to advance smoothly. Ordinary practitioners' advancement process was actually very risky as it required a very long time to go into closed-door cultivation and meditate as it would repeatedly crash against the dantian. But Huang Yueli had almost succeeded in advancement previously during her medicinal bath soak. If it wasn't for Li Moying who aided her in suppressing the urge to advance, she would have been a 5th-stage realm practitioner long ago. With the previous experience, there was no difficulty in the process when her dantian crashed again, and hence she worked it at one go and successfully broke through on the stage. Fang Xiaoning's injury was getting more and more serious as his mind grew heavier and heavier. Finally, Huang Yueli gave a clear cry as her right hand encircled a flame which launched towards Fang Xiaoning's chest. By now Fang Xiaoning totally had no resistance power as he was directly sent flying, falling out of the boundary of the arena. Huang Yueli's strike was actually not very heavy, but as Fang Xiaoning had lost too much blood and suffered from a heavy blow, he fainted. The entire public square was totally silent. Even though they had seen Huang Yueli gaining all the advantage, but when she really threw Fang Xiaoning down the arena stage and gained victory, this scene made many still in a state of disbelief. Right from the start, no one had considered the fact that Huang Yueli could actually win. A 4th-stage realm practitioner challenging a 6th-stage realm 7th-level practitioner and still hoped to win? If it wasn't for the fact that they had witnessed it with their own eyes, anyone would just treat this as a joke. However, right at this moment, this scene realistically appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Huang Yueli, she really did it. Huang Yueli turned her head as she looked at the judge who was standing at the corner in a daze. "Senior, is it time to announce the arena tournament's result?" The referee then recollected his senses. Oh, right, yes. This round's competition, Celestial Light Sex by Ruoli challenging Green Cloud Sex Fang Xiaoning, the victor is, by Ruoli. When the last note fell, Celestial Light Sex side immediately exploded into an ear-shattering cheer. "Junior Sister Bai, you're too amazing. Junior Sister Bai is simply my idol. That's great, that's so great, Celestial Light Sect won. The arena champion belongs to us." Celestial Light Sect's disciples' joy exhibited their feelings in their speech as everyone weren't able to suppress the agitated feelings in their hearts, and some of them even shed tears of joy. Originally, everyone thought that this arena tournament was already lost and no matter what, there simply wasn't any turn of events. Facing Green Cloud Sect's disciples' complacent ridicule, which of them were able to not nurse a grievance? When Huang Yueli went up the stage, none of them held any hopes or even felt that as long as she wasn't beaten to death by Fang Xiaoning, it was considered that she had extraordinary ability. Whoever would have thought that she was actually able to win the arena tournament to become the new arena champion? Happiness came too suddenly. Especially to those direct disciples, Huang Yueli's victory meant that Celestial Light Sect's quota to the ancient mystic region had changed from 30% to 70%. There were many amongst them who needed to be grateful to Huang Yueli for giving them the chance to enter the ancient mystic region for experience training. This to a third-rated sect, such as Celestial Light Sect's disciples, was equivalent to a once-in-a-lifetime chance. In the instance, Huang Yueli's reputation reached the peak. Junior Sister Bai is really incredible. She is a certified armament master, which meant that she was already an outstanding genius. I'd not expected that her cultivation innate talent to be so strong, a 4th-stage realm challenging a 6th-stage realm and even won. This innate talent is almost chasing up to young sect master. No wonder young sect master likes her so much. Junior Sister Bai and young sect master are really too compatible. Their innate talents are so strong that we don't even need to say any further. Their looks are so compatible, so just looking at them is an eye candy. Just listen to what you're saying. When Junior Sister Bai just came, you said she was a road lusting after a swan and had tainted our godlike young sect master. Io, did I really say such things? Impossible. Why would I say such retarded words? If young sect master doesn't stay together with junior sister Bai, who should he be with? Whoever dares to say that they're not compatible, I'd be the first to slap him. In the soaring heavens continent where cultivation was honored, ability talked. So, Huang Yueli seldom refuted because she knew there was no need to do so. Today she had exhibited such heaven-defying innate talent and potential, so those voices, which had questioned her, instantly disappeared. Morongde grinned from ear to ear, feeling even happier than when Li Moying gained victory every single time. Because Li Moying's victory was taken for granted and something which everyone had long expected, so their happiness was limited. But Huang Yueli's performance today on her innate talent and ability was something which he had never dreamt of, simply like a cake which had fallen from the sky. Brother Chui, thank you for letting us win. This time it's all thanks to your idea to use the arena tournament method to split the quota. Otherwise I really can't think of such a way, and it's even impossible for her to get 70% of the quota once. Furthermore, you also let this sect master realize that our celestial light sect's 4th stage realm outer disciple actually had such strong ability. He intentionally emphasized the words 4th stage realm and outer disciple. Cui Yuanshan was shaking with rage as he heard those words. But unfortunately Morongde was still unwilling to forgive. Today is really a good day. Worth to celebrate properly. Tonight I will continue to hold a banquet at the main hall, so will everyone here who witnessed today's scene please join in to celebrate along with her. He turned his head towards Cui Yuanshan and said, Brother Cui, we can't do without you tonight. You must bring along your disciples to attend the banquet. Cui Yuanshan couldn't take it any further as he banged his hand on the table and stood up in fury. Morongde, you're won this round because this sect master had not expected you to have a crouching tiger and hidden dragon under your wing. Not only Li Moying himself is incredible, even the fiancé whom he finds also has such outstanding talent. But even if we Green Cloud sect had lost, that was only temporary, so don't be delighted too soon. Saying that, without waiting for Morongde's reply, he immediately turned around as he flicked his sleeves and left. Morongde was still calling out behind him hypocritically, "Ai, Brother Chui, what's the matter with you? Why are you in a hurry to leave?" The disciples below the stage were totally speechless. Green Cloud sect had lost in such a terrible state and Morongde still kept on provoking him. Would he not leave in anger? Morongde obviously was doing this on purpose and yet still pretended to be innocent. If it wasn't for the fact that the occasion wasn't right, Cui Yuanshan would probably be so infuriated that he would murder someone. The minute Cui Yuanshan left, the other Green Cloud sect's disciples had no face to continue staying, so most of them started to leave silently. But these did not escape Celestial Light sect's disciples' eyes. On seeing this scene, many of them bore an expression which rejoiced at one's misfortune. Look, those few Green Cloud sect's disciples just left in this manner, not even daring to lift up their heads. Earlier weren't they rather arrogant, saying that we only have young sect master as Celestial Light sect's only top expert and we are bound to lose this time. Now they've been slapped on the face, right? If I were them, I'd also not have any face to continue staying here. Haha, look at their disheveled faces, it really makes me want to laugh. Their 6th stage realm talent in Green Cloud sect can't even defeat our Celestial Light sect's 4th stage realm. Still have the check to claim that they have plenty of outstanding talents in their sect? Today's competition really makes one feel comforted. Amidst the joyous atmosphere, someone suddenly cried out in shock. Quickly look over there. Young sect master came down. On hearing the 3 words young sect master, many of them immediately turned their heads as they cried out in astonishment. He really is, young sect master is heading towards our direction. Whoa, young sect master's expression doesn't look very nice. This is the first time I've seen him frown, but even though he puts on this expression, he's still so handsome that it makes one suffocate. Stop being star-studded. Young sect master isn't heading towards our direction, he's heading towards the arena. Ah. So he's going over to look for Junior's sister Bai. Everyone had guessed his motive and couldn't help but get excited as all of their eyes widened as they fixed their sights onto the duo. Actually, recently Huang Yueli and Li Moying had been showing off their love, but usually most of them felt that they were incompatible. This was the first time that they were surrounded by all of Celestial Light Sect's disciples, and almost all of them gave envious gazes which were filled with blessings. Li Moying's footsteps were swift and it only took a few steps before he reached the arena stage. Huang Yueli kept watching as he walked over as she smiled and opened her mouth. Moying, I told you before that I will definitely gain victory. How about it? I haven't disappointed you, right? However, Li Moying kept a black face on as he hollered, keep quiet. You got yourself bruised and riddled with scars, and still dare to ask me if I'm disappointed or not. And although I do admire the fact that you've lost so much blood, but instead of feeling uncomfortable, you actually feel excited? Li Moying's gaze harshly stared at her as he spoke madly. Huang Yueli went blank. Ah. It feels a little uncomfortable. She had immersed herself in the joy of victory and really didn't notice the unusual condition on her body. Right after Li Moying prodded her, she suddenly sensed that her head was a little giddy, and because she had lost too much blood, her hands and feet were icy cold to the point of becoming numb. Actually, the injuries that she had sustained weren't any lighter than Fang Xiaoning's. But she had just advanced successfully and obtained victory to the arena tournament, so her body was still in a state of stimulation, hence she wasn't like Fang Xiaoning who fainted on the spot. Now, that kind of dizzy sensation was much stronger, as though in an instant, her energy was zapped totally. Huang Yueli's feet staggered and at the next moment, she suddenly felt her body being lifted into the air. Immediately after, Li Moying's enlarged handsome face appeared right in front of her. Li Moying carried her horizontally and at the same time, carefully avoiding the injuries on her body as he protected her in his embrace. Huang Yueli subconsciously stretched out her hand as she wrapped it around his neck. Ah. So giddy. Giddy, and you still push yourself so hard. You're not allowed to talk, follow me home to rest. Li Moying stared at her as his tone was still rather fierce. Huang Yueli pursed her lips in grief. ORH. Why must you be so fierce? I'll listen to you. Just looking at her put on this aggrieved little wife look, no one could imagine that just a quarter of an hour ago, she was the same person who put on an awe-inspiring face, winning over the strong. She was a truly strong talented practitioner. Seeing her acting so obediently, Li Moying's tummy full of anger from seeing her being injured repeatedly instantly vanished by a major half. You are just lacking in lecture, see how I will go back and sort you out when we reach home. He gave a cold humph, and although he still put on a look of disdain, but his tone had already softened by quite a large bit. When he mentioned the word sort you out, the deterrent force wasn't there, and it seemed rather ambiguous. Huang Yueli looked upwards as she lifted her eyes to see his perfectly contoured lateral view. Those originally taut cold lines had already softened down by quite a bit. She lightly curled her lips, thinking in her heart that this man was a paper tiger. She knew about this long ago in her past life that no matter how she ruffled him up, as long as she turned obedient, acted cute and coquettishly, she would be able to settle this man. Indeed, even after a lifetime, he was still the same. She instantly felt reassured as she leaned her head against the man's robust and strong chest, closing her eyes. She had indeed lost too much blood, and moreover, it was an intense battle. Plus the fact that she had advanced at a hurried moment, her exhaustion was extreme, so the minute she was in her beloved man's embrace, she completely felt safe, and ignoring the scenario, she fell asleep dizzily. Li Moying saw her condition and his heart started to ache. He lowered his head to kiss her face as he carried her and left. As he walked, he didn't forget to instruct Moe, hurry and go invite all the best doctors in the sect to my courtyard to do a consultation for third miss. Wrong, get all the doctors to come over. Quick, go immediately. If you delay any time, then bring your head over to see me yourself. When Moe heard that, he ran off hastily. Li Moying turned his head towards Miranda's direction as he nodded his head, carrying his young fiancée, and left the arena stage with big strides. By the time he left, the disciples below the stage all started to discuss enviously. Junior sister Bai is really fortunate. Young sect master actually carried her. Carried her in the way grooms carry their brides. And even kissed her. If young sect master treated me in that same way, I'd faint in happiness. I envy junior sister Bai so much. TSK, who do you think you are? Why would young sect master want to carry you for? Junior sister Bai is young sect master's fiancée. There's nothing rare about her being hugged. Moreover, both of them have such good looks, just looking at them warms the heart and delights the eye. But it's really a little unimaginable. In the past, young sect master would often put on a cold face. Don't think that senior sister Murong keeps following him around all day and tried ways and means, but he had always remained distant without any intimate actions. That time I kept assuming that young sect master was those kind of genius whose heart was totally devoted towards cultivation, totally without any interest towards. In the end, ever since junior sister Bai came to Celestial Light sect. That's right, ever since junior sister Bai came, I realized that it wasn't that young sect master didn't know how to pamper anyone, he's practically a slave to his wife. Indeed, no matter how cold and powerful a man is, there would be someone who can subdue him. The crucial point is it depended on who that person was. That's right, young sect master knows it all too well. After comparison on senior sister Murong and junior sister Bai, the former's ability lacks the latter by a huge notch, not to mention that junior sister Bai is a genius armament master who even president who admires, and she's so beautiful. It's no wonder that young sect master couldn't help but be touched by her. Really envy junior sister Bai. She has everything, and even a man like young sect master who is faithful to her. These discussions, which were filled with envy, were loud as they didn't conceal their volumes. That was because everyone felt it right from the bottoms of their hearts that Li Moying and Huang Yueli were a match made in heaven, plus the two of them had already left the public square, so they didn't need to hide what they were thinking of in their minds. No one noticed that underneath a big tree, not too far away, laid Murong Fei, who had just regained consciousness. After she was injured by Feng Xiaoning earlier, as her injury was too serious, she couldn't be moved too vigorously, hence the doctors moved her carefully below the tree shade. Whoever knew that she had just woken up to see Huang Yueli being beaten by Feng Xiaoning till she was covered in blood and was escaping everywhere in a disheveled state. Murong Fei almost laughed out loudly, forgetting all the pain on her body as she hurriedly turned around to ask Li Lingchuan, who hurried over to take care of her, "What's going on?" "By Ruoli, that little slut. How did she run up the arena stage?" Li Lingchuan had assumed that Huang Yueli would be defeated without any doubt, as he couldn't help but laughed. Heaven knows, why on earth would she seek death for herself? He narrated the scene where Huang Yueli jumped out to challenge Feng Xiaoning, and the both of them exchanged glances as they burst out laughing, sitting at one corner waiting for Huang Yueli to be beaten till she was either dead or crippled. For this Murong Fei didn't even hate Feng Xiaoning that much, as she was hoping that he would injure that little slut to even more miserable state. The best would be if he could kill her directly, then he would become her, Murong Fei's benefactor. In the end, even before she could finish laughing, she saw the clouds change and the situation on the arena underwent a reverse twist in a blink of an eye. Huang Yueli actually advanced just before the battle on the arena state, even breaking out in an unimaginable powerful ability, causing Feng Xiaoning to be sent flying down the stage. Murong Fei's face instantly turned green. She simply couldn't understand why under the heavens would such a fascinating thing even occur. Murong Fei thought that she was hallucinating due to her serious injury, but the events after that and the crowd's response verified that all this had really happened. After she realized this, Murong Fei was entirely on the verge of breaking down. She simply could not accept the fact that the little vixen whom she had looked down upon was not only an armament master with outstanding talent, moreover, she had such abnormal innate talent and ability in the way of cultivation, which was even enough to match Li Moying. How could that be possible? Why did things turn out to be like this? Obviously she was the woman who was most compatible with eldest senior brother. That little slut should be someone whom her eldest senior brother was fooling around with and completely wasn't worthy of eldest senior brother. Why? Why had she turned into this kind of talent? What made Morong Fei even unable to accept was that because of Huang Yueli's outstanding talent, after she represented Celestial Light Sect to obtain the ultimate victory at the arena tournament, everyone treated her as the person who had rendered outstanding service to save Celestial Light Sect, as everyone held her in high respect, praising her non-stop. It was not only those ordinary young disciples, even the sect's various elders, and including her own father Morong De, were filled with pride as each and every one of them praised Huang Yueli to the skies. Morong Fei was so upset as her jealous emotions was like a poisonous snake, repeatedly nibbling at her heart. All these should originally have been hers. It should have been her who was Celestial Light Sect's savior, and she should rightfully be the arena champion, the person whom was adored and respected by all. Why had it become that little slut? Morong Fei totally did not reflect on the fact that she herself did not have the ability, but on the contrary, she felt that it was Huang Yueli who stole everything away from her. This wasn't the most infuriating thing. Following this, Li Moying even went down the stage on his own accord and extremely gently carried Huang Yueli. Then he even kissed her on the spot, and the both of them totally had no qualms on displaying their love publicly for a short while, before they left under the crowd's envious glances. The crowd's reaction was the thing which truly made Morong Fei almost fainted from anger. Everyone actually felt that that little slut and eldest senior brother were very compatible. To the fact that some of them directly said it outright that she Morong Fei couldn't be compared to Huang Yueli, so she couldn't make Li Moying fall for her. These words totally struck Morong Fei's sore foot like a resounding slap that was viciously slapped onto her face on the spot. Actually, she had already realized this from the inner depths of her heart, that Huang Yueli's ability was extraordinary, and she was indeed much more powerful than her. It was exactly because of this which made her totally unable to accept it. She had always had a good opinion of herself, feeling that there was no young lady in South Sky region who could match up to her. Even if Huang Yueli snatched away Li Moying, it was all because she was shameless. How would Morong Fei ever admit that she was inferior to Huang Yueli? The more Morong Fei thought, the more infuriated she got, as she couldn't help but turned back and stared fiercely at Li Lingchuan, who was behind her. It's all because of you. Weren't you saying before the match that this time round, I'd be the one who is in the limelight and can make eldest senior brother regret not getting engaged with me? But now? Li Lingchuan's expression wasn't pretty as well, because Morong Fei had totally vented her anger onto him. You have the cheek to blame me for this? What I obviously said was for you to gain victory on the arena stage, obtaining the status as arena champion to get the 70% quota for Celestial Light Sect. Only in this way, eldest senior brother would be able to see your ability. But in the end? How would I know that you actually couldn't win Fang Xiaoning? Morong Fei hadn't expected that even Li Lingchuan would criticize her, as her embarrassment instantly turned into fury. You. What right do you have to say that of me? The last tournament we had with Green Cloud Sect, you also couldn't win Ling Yifeng and had to rely on eldest senior brother to confront the enemy personally? Green Cloud Sect's practitioners' total ability originally are much higher than our Celestial Light Sect. It's not as if you didn't know about this. Li Lingchuan was struck right on the sore point in his heart as his expression sunk gloomier. In the last tournament, he had finally waited for Li Moying's absence and thought that he would be able to hold his fort in the tournament, standing out in the limelight. In the end, he was defeated by Ling Yifeng and lost miserably. It was Li Moying who managed to rush back in time to save the losing battle. The situation then was exactly the same as today. Only the main characters had changed into Huang Yueli and Morong Fei. Recalling this, he forced himself to suppress his anger. He wanted to steal the position of young sect master from Li Moying's hands, and because of this, Morong Fei was the best cooperating partner whom he could not afford to offend. He could not break the alliance between them just because of a moment of fury. Alright, it's useless to say all these now. The fact is you didn't win Feng Xiaoning, but it was by Ruoli who defeated him instead, becoming the ultimate arena champion. The plans we had previously were all established on the basis that you had obtained the arena champion, so it's of no use now. Morong Fei said hatefully, it's all that wretched lass's fault. She is merely an opportunist. If I knew that Feng Xiaoning's cultivation would drop after 2 hours, I would have also used the delay tactic, then the person who won would have been me. Li Yingchuan couldn't help but look askance at her. Morong Fei made it sound so easy. Escape? Where could she have escaped to? How could she escape? 6th stage realm, 2nd level versus 6th stage realm 7th level, that was a difference of 5 small realms. The disparity in terms of speed was already extremely too obvious. If it wasn't for Huang Yueli's phantom movements and profound skill, she totally could not last for an entire 2 hours. But he didn't expose her as he said, let's not mention the things which had already passed. Although this plan failed, we can still think of other ways which could absolutely separate the both of them. Morong Fei heard that and a spark of joy flashed past her eyes. Oh? What idea do you have again? Li Lingchuan gave a cold laugh, that's right. Although our plan failed today, but it's not as though we didn't reap any benefits. Today, I discovered that we may have a possible ally and he should be the same as us, anticipating with great hope to separate eldest senior brother and by Ruoli. Who are you talking about? Morong Fei was totally muddled. Green Cloud Sect's eldest disciple, Leng Yifeng. Li Moying's courtyard. Huang Yueli was surrounded by a group of doctors as Li Moying sat by the side with a gloomy expression. Among those doctors present, there were not only Celestial Light Sect's doctors, there were some other doctors who were sent by President Hu and other various powerhouses, and each of them were all renowned divine doctors in South Sky region. Usually if any of them were to give a consultation, the patients would beg earnestly for their help and also accepted a huge consultation fee before they were willing to help. But now, all of them hurried over just to please young sect Master Li and his little fiancée. But this fawning was absolutely nothing good at all. Celestial Light Sect's main doctor was helping Huang Yueli take her pulse while he wiped off the sweat off his forehead 3 times, with a trembling and fear look on his face, just short of kneeling onto the ground. Ever since he placed his fingers on Huang Yueli's slender wrist, he immediately sensed a huge amount of pressure. Li Moying's glare was like 2 sharp blades as it repeatedly and endlessly swept across his body. Li Moying's coercion was so powerful and doctors were the same as armament masters, where most of them were not skilled in cultivation. With his coercion, the doctors were all trembling from shock as all of them went into a daze and used a long time yet still unable to give a precise diagnosis. This in Li Moying's eyes made him extremely dissatisfied. Dr. Ling, how is my Lear's condition? After such a long time of diagnosis, there's still no conclusion? Li Moying's voice was biting cold and that gaze seemed as though he couldn't wait to chop off Dr. Ling's hand which had touched Huang Yueli's wrist. Huang Yueli thought it was very funny and was full of sympathy for Dr. Ling as she butted in, alright, stop being overly anxious. I said earlier that there's nothing wrong with me. I merely lost a bit too much blood and overexhausted my profound energy, which was why I fell into a coma. So I'd probably recover after recuperating for a few days. Li Moying gave her a repulsive stare, I didn't ask you. He turned towards Dr. Ling, what's the result of the diagnosis? Dr. Ling immediately retracted his hand and at the same time, wiped his sweat for the 4th time as he answered in fear and trepidation, Reporting to young sect master, just as what Miss Bai said, she merely overexhausted herself too much, which was why she went into a coma. When Huang Yueli heard that, she tugged Li Moying's sleeve as she raised her little chin, speaking a low voice. I said this right, you're making a fuss over nothing. Li Moying totally ignored her as he continued to look at Dr. Ling. Just this conclusion, and you needed to diagnose for such a long time? Huang Yueli looked up into the sky speechlessly. From these words, he said it as though the doctor intentionally took advantage of her. But she was the Demon King's fiancée, who dared to do so? Dr. Ling hurriedly replied, but Miss Bai's exhaustion isn't quite the same. She wouldn't be able to recover after a few days so quickly. She had suffered a huge loss in blood and profound energy, so she must use a large quantity of rare treasures to refine into medicinal pill and take it continuously. Furthermore, it's best that she lay down in bed for the next 2 months, and must take note not to cross hands with anyone. Huang Yueli interrupted him, it's not that serious, okay? This little injury needs 2 months to recover? How could that be possible? Moreover, isn't the ancient mystic region going to be opened in slightly after a month? How can I stay in bed for 2 months? Dr. Ling hurriedly continued, I also know that based on Miss Bai's ability and innate talent, you definitely want to go to the ancient mystic region, but the after effects of profound energy exhaustion may be a huge matter. If you don't recuperate properly, it may affect your meridians and dantian and will easily lead to qi deviation when you cultivate in future, so please don't think lightly of this condition. But Huang Yueli wanted to say something else, but was stared at by Li Moying's cold glare. Not allowed to speak. Today you're so disobedient, I haven't even sorted you out yet. You dare to not listen to the doctor's advice? Huang Yueli pouted as she didn't want to argue with Li Moying. But she turned around and used a threatening look at Dr. Ling, wanting him to change his words. The sweat on Dr. Ling's forehead started to drip down uncontrollably. This time he didn't even dare to use his hand to wipe it off. Helping Miss Bai do a consultation was really an extraordinary tough job. First of all, young sect master didn't even want to let him help her do a checkup, and even just taking her pulse on her wrist rendered a death stare. Now Miss Bai even used such a vicious gaze to look at him. He didn't manage to please any side at all. This young couple was simply too difficult to please? Dr. Ling hurriedly replied, Miss Bai is still young and her underlying condition is good, so perhaps it might be possible for her to recover quickly. Huang Yueli immediately waved the chicken feather as a token of authority as she turned back and told Li Moying, see, Dr. Ling said that I'm still young and my condition is good, so I'd definitely recover very quickly. Li Moying's brows rose. Lier, do you feel that my age is catching up, so there's a problem with my hearing? Dr. Ling obviously said maybe, and not definitely. Don't use your small intellect on your husband, that's useless. Huang Yueli was exposed on the spot, but she didn't feel embarrassed at all as she rolled her eyes at him and mumbled softly, what husband, we are not even married yet. Dr. Ling saw through that they were exchanging sweet nothings, so he hurriedly added, I will go prescribe some medicinal pills for Miss Bai, and once it's successfully refined, I'll send it over to Miss Bai immediately. I'll be excused. Amen. Li Moying nodded his head. Dr. Ling slipped away immediately as though his feet were smeared with oil. This was simply too terrifying. A man with such a cold character like young sect master actually said such mushy stuff to Miss Bai, which made Dr. Ling's goosebumps all fell onto the ground. If he didn't slip away quickly, he would probably be disgusted to death. The minute Dr. Ling left, Li Moying immediately walked over, putting his hand on Huang Yueli's shoulder and pushing her onto the bed. All right, you've been tired for the entire day, so it's time to get some rest. Aya, wait a minute. Huang Yueli nudged her shoulder as she attempted to escape from the evil force's coercion. But Li Moying's strength was very powerful, and with just 2 hands gently pushing on her shoulder without even using any strength, it rendered her totally immovable. He frowned as he looked at his little fox wriggling like a caterpillar. Alright, can you stop moving? Don't you feel pain when you move in this way and rub against your wounds? Earlier before Dr. Ling entered, he used up all his self-restraint to help Huang Yueli apply medicine on her wounds. That entire bloody scarred body made his heart wrenched in multiple folds of pain, wishing that he could drag Feng Xiaoning out and chop him into 8 pieces. Huang Yueli said, since you know that I will feel pain, then just stop pressing on me. If you obediently sleep, then I naturally won't press down on you. But you're so disobedient, so I have to supervise you. Li Moying's brow rose as he said that. Huang Yueli couldn't help but give him a stare. How could you be so overbearing? I ask you, surely you won't force me to stay in bed for an entire 2 months, right? The ancient mystic region will be opening up in slightly over a month, and I've wasted so much effort to gain the quota, so I must enter. You're not allowed to stop me. When Li Moying heard that, his face sunk. I know you want to enter, but if your body condition doesn't allow that, then I cannot possibly agree to let you take the risk. There are plenty of chances for experience training, but if you really hurt your body's fundamentals, by then no amount of rare treasures will be able to nurse your body back. Huang Yueli pouted, what, you're not allowed to leave me and go to the mystic region alone? Li Moying continued, what are you thinking of? How could I possibly leave you to go on an experience training alone? If you really are not able to recuperate, then I will stay behind in Celestial Light Sect with you to recuperate. Otherwise, how can I rest my heart? Huang Yueli went into a short blank, and following that her eyes turned wide with disbelief. She said those earlier purely because she was being arrogant and had mainly wanted to see Li Moying's vexed look. In actual fact, she had no intention to not allow him to go to the mystic region. In the end, she had not expected that this man actually planned in advance that if things didn't go well, he would give up the chance to enter the ancient mystic region like her, staying behind to accompany her. In actual fact, in a place like South Sky region, the amount of resources which Li Moying was able to obtain as compared to his past life, was really too little. Moreover, he needed to revert back to his past life's cultivation, quickly, or even surpassing his past life. In this way, the chance to enter the mystic region was already an extremely rare thing, and it was extremely useful for him to raise his cultivation, so he really shouldn't miss it. But because of her, he didn't hesitate in giving it up. Huang Yueli bit on her lips as a sour feeling arose in her heart. This man was always like this, no matter if it was in their past lives or now, he would forever place her in first place, willing to give in to her. But it was exactly because of this which was why she must absolutely get well soon. She absolutely cannot drag Li Moying down. Li Moying saw her dazed look and seemingly red eyes as he anxiously questioned, Lear, what's the matter? Had your wound split open again? Quick, let me take a look. Huang Yueli saw a light in her mind and suddenly recalled something. She stretched out her arm and grabbed Li Moying's shirt in front of his chest as she said, I remember now. I have a way to get well immediately. Probably don't even need a month, just 10 days, and I'd be able to completely recover. 10 days. Li Moying totally didn't believe in her. Alright, Lear, I know you still want to go to the ancient mystic region, and I promise that I will bring you to other places for experience training, so don't be so stubborn. I'm not joking with you. Let me go first. Huang Yueli gave him a stare. His little fox's glare was too vicious, so Li Moying had no choice but to obediently let go of his hand to see what she was up to. Huang Yueli's right hand waved, and right in the middle of the bedroom appeared a super large bathtub. Li Moying was stunned as he didn't expect to see this. What is this? Don't tell me, you want to take another medicated bath? Huang Yueli nodded, almost there, take a look at what's in the bathtub. Li Moying heard her words and gave her an astonished look as he walked to the side of the bathtub. The bathtub was filled with pungent red sticky liquid as an intense blood stench whiffed over. At this moment, he was able to sense clearly that this red liquid contained an extremely powerful and dangerous energy. This kind of presence even brought along an indescribable pressure, capturing one's soul. If it was someone with weaker determination, that person would probably not be able to stand firm by the side. Li Moying couldn't help but creased his forehead. What is this? Huang Yueli gave a sweet smile as she showed her sharp little fangs. Do you remember that I told you previously about the reward which I obtained in the inheritance tower, which was to soak in the phoenix blood pool? Before I left, I took a little phoenix blood away conveniently. Li Moying was speechless. This is a little? An ancient spiritual beast's bloodline was long extinct in Soaring Heaven's continent. But many of the strongest powerhouses in the continent still reared in groups of 9-grade magical beasts to collect their blood as a kind of medicinal ingredient, to aid their disciples under their wings to advance. But even for those disciples who had contributed heavily towards the sect, the amount of reward they could obtain each time was generally a small bottle. What Huang Yueli took out was the extremely powerful ancient spiritual beast's phoenix blood. She actually took out such a big tub like this? Huang Yueli laughed dryly. That's right, just a little. That phoenix blood is very large. Although I've already filled all of the containers I have in my space, filling up several tubs, but I'd at most taken less than 10%. The corner of Li Moying's lips twitched. How many pails? She really was his leer, so she had conveniently taken away not just this little bit. He really underestimated her. Huang Yueli continued speaking. Last time when I was in the inheritance tower, I'd suffered from quite an amount of injuries at the last stage, but perhaps due to the fact that I'm a part of the sacred phoenix race, after entering the phoenix blood pool, the multiple injuries on my body from external to internal all speedily recovered. It didn't even leave a little scar, and further, I even advanced. Li Moying heard that and evidently heaved a sigh of relief. I've never expected that you have such good stuff with you. Since that's the case, hurry up and soak in it. If it's really effective, then I can rest my heart at ease a little. Huang Yueli nodded as she used her arm to prop herself against the bed, wanting to get onto the ground. Li Moying shot up like an arrow as he carried her up from her waist into the bathtub. Huang Yueli used her hand to push his chest. You can leave now. I can manage these few steps on my own, no problem at all. Li Moying's feet didn't even nudge as he stared at her intently. I'm still worried. You are so weak now. What will happen if you faint in the bathtub, which is very dangerous as well? Alright, stop being why. Which part of you haven't I seen before? Have you forgotten that earlier when I applied the medicine for you, I've already seen everything? Ah? Huang Yueli's eyes widened in disbelief as she didn't expect Li Moying to say such shameless words out. However, Li Moying wasn't just saying only, he directly took action. His slender long fingers went round her waist as he undid her loose waist belt, attempting to take off her inner shirt directly. Earlier, for the convenience of applying medication, Huang Yueli had taken everything off including her undergarments, so now she didn't wear anything on the inside as she instantly felt the man's scorching large hand pasted on her naked skin around her abdomen, causing her to shiver slightly as that area which he touched started to burn up. Hey, you can't do this. Earlier when you were applying medication, I had already fainted, otherwise I wouldn't allow you to do as you wished. Quickly, go away. Where are you looking at? Not allowed to look, I won't allow you to look. Huang Yueli cried out, utterly discomfited. If not for the fact that her body was weak, she would probably have jumped up to hit him long ago. Li Moying's vision swept across her bosom area and propped up his chin while in deep thoughts. Earlier I didn't take a close look. From the looks of it, it seems that you've grown quite a bit. Looks like I've taken quite good care of you. If she is a little more well-fed, it's almost time to prepare for a bite. Huang Yueli looked at his gaze as she simply wanted to murder someone. Li Moying then lowered his head as he laughed softly. Such good spirits, your wounds really don't hurt anymore? Relax, I'm not some beast, so how would I bear to lay my hands on an injured woman? Obediently soak in the bath. I'm really worried about you, so just let me stay here, I won't touch you. Huang Yueli had already been stripped naked by him and she curled up entirely in his arms without even raising her head as she cursed him more than 10 times silently. Hearing that, she hurriedly replied, "Make sure you keep your words." Li Moying shook his head as he laughed, "Keep, of course I'll keep my words. When had I ever lied to you?" "That's very hard to say, you've lied to me so many times already." Huang Yueli mumbled. This man was usually very reliable, but every single time he wanted to get fresh with her, the things he said were no different from a fart at all. The current situation really made her unable to rest her heart at all. Although she thought in that way, she still obediently hugged Li Moying's neck, allowing him to place her inside the bathtub. Huang Yueli just sat inside when she immediately moaned. The wounds on her body haven't healed yet and the energy contained in Phoenix blood was too strong, hence it stung her wounds making her feel a sharp pain, crying out unbearably. Li Moying immediately rushed over nervously, "Leer, you. Are you all right?" Huang Yueli clenched her teeth hard as she tried her best to turn over to give him a glance. I'm all right. It'd be better after a little while, don't be too worried." Li Moying looked at her tightly creased brows as he felt an instant heartache, but he also knew that this was unavoidable, so he could only try his best to control himself. Luckily this torturous stage which tormented the duo didn't last for too long and after a while, Huang Yueli's wounds started to heal at a speed which was visible to the naked eye. After 2 hours later, those bloody wounds had all closed up and although it wasn't able to completely seal up, but they could tell that it wouldn't take much longer for her to be healed completely. This made Li Moying finally rest his heart down. It really was an ancient spiritual beast's blood, using it luxuriously for a bath soak, and its effect was indeed extraordinary. Huang Yueli was soaked in the bathtub and initially she was mostly in a daze as all her determination had been used to resist against the pain from her body. But as the wounds started to get better, she didn't feel that unbearable, slowly, and gradually opened her eyes. The minute she opened her eyes, she was so shocked that she jumped up. Because Li Moying was actually sitting by the bathtub with his eyes staring at her fixatedly. Although she knew that the luster of the phoenix blood was dark red and Li Moying actually couldn't see her body while she was soaked in it, hence he could only instinctively see something. But being stared at by her own fiancé still made her cheeks blush a shade of red. "Amen, that. Moying," she opened her mouth as she whispered. Li Moying immediately leaned nearer. "Leer, what's the matter? Are you feeling better now?" Huang Yueli nodded. "My wounds seem to have closed up and it's not that painful already." Li Moying heaved a sigh of relief. "That's great. You can soak a little longer because the energy in phoenix blood is extremely abundant. Moreover, it is compatible with your attribute, so if you soak in it long enough, it will also repair the damage in your meridians." Huang Yueli nodded. "I know, that's right." She suddenly thought of something. "Do you want to take a soak as well? That time when I took the phoenix blood out, it was so that you and little Wang Kai could have a soak in it, but as there were plenty of matters happening later on, I forgot about it." She hadn't completed her sentence when she saw Li Moying's eyes lit up. "Leer, are you inviting me to have a lover's bath?" Lover's bath? Huang Yueli was flabbergasted as she went into a daze, and then furiously stared at him. "Love your head. You go over to that tub to soak." Saying that, her right hand waved and a bathtub appeared in the room. It was filled completely with phoenix blood as well, but this bathtub was obviously much smaller than hers by 2 sizes. Li Moying turned his head and took a look as he couldn't help but frowned. This small? Based on his tall figure, this bathtub really seemed a little too small. If he sat in it, he probably needed to curl up entirely. Huang Yueli took a look and realized that as she said helplessly, my space only had that little tub. But I have several tubs here. Why don't you go look for a bigger tub and pour 2 tubs of phoenix blood into it, then you can wash yourself with it. Li Moying's lips curled. why so troublesome? He gave a devilish smile, a little different from usual, but still had the same handsome and tempting look, which made Huang Yueli's heart skip a beat as her senses were slightly off. By the time she regained her senses, she discovered that Li Moying had deftly stripped all his clothes off. Furthermore, he wasn't shy at all, as he totally had nothing on him and specially walked over calmly. The minute Huang Yueli opened her eyes, she happened to see the spot where she wasn't supposed to be looking at. How could you suddenly remove all your clothes? Pervert. Shameless. Huang Yueli flusteredly covered her eyes, feeling her own face burning up. Li Moying innocently replied, wasn't it you who asked me to have a soak? Don't tell me you want me to have a soak with my clothes on? How unbearable would that be? But you can tell me first. Since you said to have a soak, then isn't the next step to take off the clothes? Such an obvious matter, and I still need to inform you beforehand? Li Moying put on an innocent look. Huang Yueli was stuffed. If it wasn't for the fact that she knew this man's true character, just looking at the expression on his face, one would really thought that he was a just good male who was framed. He was really so bad that he was shedding dregs. Huang Yueli was extremely melancholic as she hurriedly replied, all right, since your clothes have already been taken off, then hurriedly go into the bathtub to soak. Why are you wasting time? She was thinking that if Li Moying went into the bathtub, then whatever shouldn't be seen would not be seen, then the both of them would be able to have a good chat. Otherwise, she would probably get a sty from seeing something that she shouldn't be looking at. Although she said that, but in Huang Yueli's mind, the earlier scene kept popping out. Li Moying's figure was tall and robust, from his broad shoulder one could tell that it was filled with strength. His sturdy muscle lines were perfect and flawless, and following that pectoral muscles all the way down. Huang Yueli couldn't help but covered her face once again. What was it that she saw earlier? She actually remembered it so clearly? Could it be that she was in her bones? Li Moying gave a response and stopped right there. Huang Yueli was just feeling bewildered when she suddenly felt the bathtub which she was sitting in shook gently. Subsequently, the contents in the bathtub suddenly rose upwards, and with a splash some water spilled onto the ground. A warm body squeezed in and plastered tightly to her back. Huang Yueli suddenly turned her head as she saw the man had already entered the bath, and that chest, which made her full of imagination, suddenly appeared right in front of her eyes. Li Moying. Huang Yueli couldn't help but screamed, who allowed you to enter? Li Moying laughed softly, Wasn't it you who asked me to hurry and come over to take a soak earlier? I'm so obedient, listening to whatever you tell me, why are you still angry? Huang Yueli was so infuriated that she almost threw up blood. Don't you understand human language? I asked you to go over to that bathtub for a soak. Li Moying replied, how would I know where you want me to do? You didn't make it clear earlier, and now that I've already jumped in, don't be so picky. Moreover, that bathtub is so small, don't you feel sorry for me? Huang Yueli retorted angrily, that bathtub is too small. Then if we squeeze two people in this bathtub, it will definitely be even tighter. You still insist on squeezing in. Li Moying put on an extremely pure expression, 2 people together is indeed a little too squeezy, but if we adjust our positions, we can still sit properly. Huang Yueli had not responded in time when her slender waist was locked by his hand. Li Moying used his strength and lifted her slender body gently as he adjusted position so that she could sit on his leg. Huang Yueli stumbled and directly fell into his arms, tightly stuck together with him. If it was usual times, just based on the intimate relationship which they shared, this really wasn't much, but the both of them had nothing on them. You big pervert, quickly let go of me. Huang Yueli tried her best to wiggle around, trying to get off from his body. Li Moying couldn't help but moaned, if you don't want any accidents to happen, the best would be for you not to move. What? Huang Yueli sensitively sensed that something was amiss, but couldn't totally understand what he meant. Li Moying looked at her pure expression as he gave a bitter laugh in his heart, feeling that he had really moved a rock to smash his own feet. Not only did he not manage to flirt with his own fiancée, instead he started to burn up in passion. But unfortunately, he could not possibly really do anything to the injured her. Li Moying held her slender waist as she nudged towards the other side, at the same time shifting himself a distance away. Heaven knew that his body reaction indeed was unconcealable, and if it wasn't for rationality, which reminded him that his Lear had suffered heavy injuries today and couldn't take any more torment, he would probably have turned into a wolf, pouncing towards her. Really, damn it. Li Moying's tone was stiff. All right, stop fooling around and cultivate properly. This phoenix blood's energy is indeed powerful, so don't waste it. Huang Yueli didn't expect this man to have a change of expression. Earlier he still had a lustful expression, and the next moment, he actually turned so solemn and just, furthermore pushing her aside? Was it because she treated him too fiercely, causing this narrow-minded man to throw his pampered arrogant tantrum? But what right did he have to be angry? He was obviously at fault. Huang Yueli rose her eyes as she stole a look at Li Moying, sizing him up from left, right, up and down. Li Moying shut his eyes, not daring to look at her delicate pretty face, but through his soul trace, he was still able to clearly sense that his Lear had been staring at him. Worried that his little lass could tell that something was wrong with him, Li Moying hurriedly said, "What's the matter? Why do you keep staring at me? Are you really having ulterior motives towards me?" To you. Ulterior motives? Huang Yueli's mouth fell agape. Li Moying smiled lightly. Why? Really coveting my body? No problem, go ahead and pounce up on me, you know I would never reject you. Scram, hasn't anyone told you that you're a real narcissistic? Huang Yueli exploded once again. Li Moying couldn't tolerate it and wanted to laugh as that burning passionate desire in his heart had subsided by quite a bit. His Lear was simply too cute. Usually she always acted too black-bellied and powerful in front of outsiders, but in front of him, she was so childish and adorable. He lowered his voice, "Since you have no designs, then I can rest my heart, so let's grab hold of time quickly to cultivate." Do I need you to tell me that? She could tell that Li Moying was not angry, so Huang Yueli immediately turned into her pampered arrogant self. She nudged to the side once more as she stayed far away from Li Moying before shutting her eyes and fully concentrating on cultivating. Li Moying sensed that the young lady's breathing became stable and opened his eyes, turning his head to look at her. That fair complexion was filled with a shade of red because of the heat, and his heart started to jolt again. Li Moying hurriedly shut his eyes and held his breathing, forcing himself to forget what he had seen earlier, but alas, his reaps were minimal. It took a long period of time before he successfully entered the state of cultivation. He gotta admit that the energy contained in phoenix blood was extremely powerful. The next morning, Huang Yueli's injuries had recovered by a large majority. Although it was still a distance from a full recovery, at least all the wounds had closed up and the swelling had gone down by quite a bit. Whereas Li Moying seemed to have slight signs of advancement. After Huang Yueli realized this, she looked at her own fiancé's jealousy. This man. His innate talent was just too good, wasn't it? He was already at 7th stage realm, 3rd level, and just soaking an entire night in phoenix blood made him want to advance again? He wasn't from sacred phoenix race, and his main attribute wasn't fire, but his absorption towards energy was so powerful. Li Moying turned back and threw her a puzzled look. What's the matter? Why are you staring at me like that? Huang Yueli raised her chin bluntly. Next time you're not allowed to take a soak with me. In order to prevent you from sneaking an attack on me, I've already let Moe find a super large bathtub for you, and it's placed in the study room, so you can go there and take a soak. Li Moying immediately put on a pretentious pitiful look. Ah? Why? This is obviously my bedroom too? Why can't I use it? Huang Yueli replied, what you said is reasonable. If not, you can just sleep in the study room from now on, so in this way you won't feel that it's not normal. Don't. I'll go, all right? Li Moying was helpless as he could only raise both his hands and feet to surrender. Although he was not able to see the beautiful view of the beauty emerging from the bath, but it was much better than being swept out of the door by his fiancée. Only, this fellow really was too blind. Did he or did he not know who the master of this house was? He actually dared to help Huang Yueli search for a bathtub? He was really in need of a lesson. Li Moying spent every day accompanying his fiancée cultivating, soaking, refining armaments and was so indulged in the pleasure that he forgot his duties, too lazy to even leave his residence. Morongda had sent someone over to look for him several times, to bring Huang Yueli over to Celestial Light Sect's higher management meeting, but were all rejected by him. Now that 70% quota was already in their hands, for Celestial Light Sect to hold a meeting at this point of time, it was definitely to inquire on how to distribute the quota. This was something which was linked to every wing's benefits, and if it were ordinary elders, they simply could not be absent from this meeting. But Li Moying totally wasn't interested at all. Anyway, his position was up there in the sect, and moreover this quota was one entirely based on his leer, so the quota that belonged to him would not be very little. As for how the others got it, what did it have to do with him? This kind of lousy matter regarding fighting for benefits was something which he was most uninterested in. How on earth was it able to be as interesting as compared to teasing his little fiancée? But even though Li Moying and Huang Yueli didn't attend the meeting, Luo Jiyun came knocking on the door on pretext of visiting Huang Yueli, and even brought along quite a number of latest news in the sect. Eldest senior brother, sister-in-law, luckily you didn't join in that meeting to distribute the quote. You don't know that on that day at the meeting, Elder Han and Elder Wang had completely torn their faces over a few quota. Luo Jiyun gave a vivid and lifelike description. The two elders are all 300 to 400 years old, but they were still banging tables as they quarreled, which was simply an eye-opener. According to the usual conditions, it wasn't Luo Jiyun's turn to attend such a kind of management meeting, but as he displayed outstanding performance at the arena tournament plus Li Moying personally assigned him to his spokesman, hence he had the chance to attend the meeting. Li Moying gave a cold snort. These old men had always been like that, but they always acted prim and proper in front of ordinary disciples only. Huang Yueli was rather curious, then what was the final conclusion of the meeting? How was the quota allocated eventually? Luo Jiyun replied, the elders each stood their own grounds, assuming that they had contributed the greatest to the sect and all wanted a few more places. Moreover, they mentioned that if they didn't obtain a satisfactory amount of quota, they would reject giving a hand at the time when the mystic region opens up. By then, everyone would not be able to go. Simply too much. He felt indignant at the injustice as he spoke, whereas Huang Yueli and Li Moying were totally used to this. So what if they were 9th stage realm practitioners? So what if they were elders from a large sect? In front of benefits, no one would possibly give way as their ugly faces showed, so they were long used to seeing this. Luo Jiyun continued, luckily Master finally thought of an idea. Other than the 10 quota which eldest senior brother requested for and must be given, the remaining 60 quota must be given according to certification of ability. Which means, the sect will hold a tournament 7 days later. All of the disciples in the sect, regardless of whether they are direct disciples or not, are all allowed to take part. However, only those placed in the top 60 will be allowed to get a quota to enter the ancient mystic region. Huang Yueli laughed as she said, Sect Master Murong is after all someone who had been a sect master for many years. He indeed has ideas, so in this way, the other elders have no way to oppose, right? Isn't that so? Elder Wang's disciples under his wings aren't really that strong in terms of ability, so this proposal is very disadvantageous to him, but he simply couldn't find any reason to oppose, so he was so infuriated that he left directly on the spot. Seeing the both of them in such speculative talk, Li Moying was watching from the side as he uncontrollably felt a little jealous. He stretched out his hand and locked onto Huang Yueli's arm as he carried her from the back. All these are basically rubbish on the scramble for power and profit, so there's nothing much to listen to. Saying that, he turned his head around to look at Luo Jiyun, fifth junior brother. From what you narrated, it means that you must take part in the tournament 7 days later, so why are you not returning back to Cultivate? Luo Jiyun didn't realize that Li Moying was jealous as he gave a complacent laugh when he heard what Li Moying said. Eldest senior brother, it's not as if you don't know. My current ability among the younger generation of the sect is of no problem to get into the top 10. How could I not get a quota for myself? Li Moying's face turned darker. Then what will happen after you enter the mystic region? The ancient mystic region is filled with danger, and just based on your 5th stage realm cultivation, you can't even defeat your sister-in-law. What happens if you meet with danger? Luo Jiyun then detected that Li Moying's tone wasn't quite right. This. Huang Yueli burst out in laughter. Junior brother Luo, thank you for telling us these today. I have something on with your eldest senior brother, so do on back first. If there's any new news, remember to let us know. Luo Jiyun looked at Li Moying's hand, which was clasped tightly on Huang Yueli's waist, then looked at his evidently unpleasant expression when he finally got it. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead as he gave an agreeable response and immediately slipped away. Huang Yueli looked at his fleeing figure as she found it even funnier. Li Moying gave a cold harumph. At last, he's gone. At least he knows what's good for him. Huang Yueli shook her head helplessly. You don't need to act in this way, right? Junior brother Luo merely just spoke a few sentences to me. What's there to talk about? Those matters which he mentioned are of no value at all. Li Moying was filled with disdain for him. Huang Yueli curiously asked, the matter regarding the quota allocation, you're really not going to care about it? Then will you still go watch the tournament, which will be held 7 days later? Li Moying gave her a strange look. What's there to see? Don't tell me you wish to go. Huang Yueli shook her head. Then that does it. Let's ignore those boring people and continue with our bath. Can we soak together today? Scram, fat hope. 7 days later. Celestial Light Sect's internal tournament started as scheduled. This tournament, to the sect's inner disciples, was an absolutely great chance for them to change their lives. Originally based on their statuses, it was impossible for them to fight for a quota with the direct disciples, so such a good thing like entering the mystic region would never be their turn. However, this round, because of Huang Yueli, who had fought for more quota, they were allowed to have a chance to take part in the tournament. Many of them were feeling grateful towards Huang Yueli, and in many Celestial Light Sect disciples' eyes, Huang Yueli was the same as Li Moying, already becoming a legendary level character. Many of them knew that they could not possibly win at this tournament, but they still chose to take part in it. The main reason was hoping to catch a glimpse of the two of them. Unfortunately, what made them disappointed was that Li Moying and Huang Yueli both didn't appear at all. But this totally didn't affect the intensity of the tournament. On the stage, the battle progress was unstoppable as everyone wanted to grab hold of this once-in-a-lifetime chance, hence the battle was extremely intense. On the contrary, some powerful direct disciples didn't need to battle and they obtained the quota, hence they stayed by the side to watch the show without any pressure. Under the tree's shade, Moronfei swept her glances towards the high stage several rounds as she revealed a disappointed look. Eldest senior brother really didn't come. Li Lingchuan replied, so what if he came? Every time eldest senior brother appears, he would bring along his little fiancée, and now quite a number of people are fans of Miss Bai, so her reputation has already outshone yours. If they were to appear together, then that scene. You will definitely not be able to take it. Moronfei was so angry that she bit her teeth, but was totally unable to say any words of rebuttal. That little slut. I'll show her sooner or later. What's the point of just cursing her? If you want to make her disappear, then you have to think of a complete plan. As Li Lingchuan was saying that, he suddenly saw a man dressed in white standing not too far away. His gaze suddenly flashed as he said to Murong Fei, third junior sister, earlier master seemed to have sent someone over to look for you. Oh? Was there? How come I didn't hear a thing? Murong Fei asked in puzzlement. Li Lingchuan replied, earlier I heard a servant girl calling out for you. Quickly, go take a look, perhaps it might be something urgent. Murong Fei frowned, but she didn't consider the fact that Li Lingchuan would lie to her, so she quickly left. After Li Lingchuan sent Murong Fei away, he walked towards that white-robed man. Master Leng, long time no see. I'd not expected to meet you here today. Leng Yifeng stood alone under a tree not too far away as he was concentrating on the battle on stage. He wasn't Celestial Light Sect's disciple, so for him to return to his place, his motive was naturally not simple. Leng Yifeng saw Li Lingchuan walking nearer as he was extremely surprised. He had thought that his action of spying had caused Celestial Light Sect's displeasure, so he hastily tried to clear himself. Master Li, long time no see, how have you been? Don't misunderstand, I happened to be passing by and coincidentally saw the tournament that your sect is holding. I'm preparing to leave now. This was called telling a lie with his eyes wide open. Green Cloud Sect's base was quite a distance away from Celestial Light Sect, and although there were quite a number of guards patrolling near the tournament grounds, Leng Yifeng was able to avoid all the guards perfectly while appearing at this place, which was absolutely not possible to be as simple as passing by. A clear-minded person knew it clearly that he was here to help Green Cloud Sect scout for the real situation. After all, after they enter the ancient mystic region, the victor of the tournament would become Green Cloud Sect's opponent. Li Lingchuan gave a smile which didn't look quite like a smile as he replied, Master Leng, I'm not here to chase you away but here specially to wait for you. I have some personal matters, which I wish to discuss with you. As one of the younger generation's top experts who was just beneath Li Moying, Li Lingchuan had long obtained a quota to enter the mystic region, so his motive here was to meet Leng Yifeng. Oh? Leng Yifeng's brows rose in surprise, your Celestial Light Sect's talented disciple. What matter could you possibly have to discuss with me? Li Lingchuan replied, let's move elsewhere to have a chat. Leng Yifeng nodded. The both of them walked to an even seclusive corner. Li Lingchuan then said, upright people don't speak secretly. Our motive for looking for you, I'm assuming that Master Leng has already guessed it. We have a common purpose, so after entering the ancient mystic region, we must cooperate properly. Leng Yifeng's heart jolted, but the words which came out of his mouth were as such, what does Master Li mean? Why is it that I don't understand you at all? We are both in different sects, so how is it possible that we have a common purpose? Li Lingchuan took a look at their surroundings, and after verifying that no one was hiding in the darkness to eavesdrop, he finally brought his meaning out into the open. Master Leng, do you want Betrayal or not? Leng Yifeng's body shook. He totally had not expected that his hidden thoughts was exposed in such a direct manner. He indeed wanted that exceptionally talented genius young lady. Furthermore, after witnessing her shocking performance on the arena stage that day, his heart desired her even more than ever, as that feeling was so intense that it was like a ball of fire, devouring and scorching at his chest. Only, the man behind Huang Yueli was simply too powerful. Furthermore, Huang Yueli totally treated his Leng family's authority with haughty contempt. That day she had directly rejected him, so that left Leng Yifeng with no more plans to execute. Moreover, he had been defeated by Li Moying in just one move several times. It was simply so embarrassing that he didn't even dare to talk about this, so how was a Celestial Light Sect disciple able to see through him? Leng Yifeng immediately denied, I don't understand what you're talking about. Betrayal? Isn't she a disciple of your Celestial Light Sect? What does she have to do with me? Li Lingchuan looked at this instantly changing expression as it affirmed the guess in his heart. He spoke steadfastly, actually the performance which you showed on the arena stage that day already let many of us see that something was not quite right. Bairuoli was Li Moying's fiancée, but when Feng Xiaoning wanted to deal her with a deadly hand, you suddenly appeared to stop your own junior brother. Isn't that very strange? Logically speaking, if Bairuoli was either killed or crippled, my eldest senior brother would be despondent, but to you, it should be something which was worth celebrating over. Leng Yifeng really didn't expect that his involuntary rashness that day actually allowed someone to see through his flaw. He thought that he had concealed it very well. Leng Yifeng refused to admit, I am doing this because of the friendship between our sects. If someone died on the arena, and the person who died is Li Moying's fiancé, then there would definitely be no way for our two sects to continue with the cooperation. Li Lingchuan plainly knew that he wouldn't easily admit to it as he wasn't in a hurry as well. He said this in a straightforward manner, Master Leng, the graceful maiden is well suited as a spouse for the gentleman, so what's there to deny about? You don't need to guard me as though you're guarding against a thief. I'm here looking for you because I want to help you. Help me? Are you that kind-hearted? Leng Yifeng gave a cold laugh. Li Lingchuan replied, the lady you like is already engaged. Although it is disappointing, but after all, they're still not married, isn't it? If an accident were to happen to her fiancé while he was on experience training. A light flashed past Leng Yifeng's eyes as he finally raised his head to look at Li Lingchuan in the eye. The two exchanged glares and saw the ambition and schemes in each other's eyes. Leng Yifeng remained silent for a while, then laughed, looks like Master Leng is after something big. That's not wrong either. Based on Master Leng's innate talent and potential, you are considered as a top-rated super talent in South Sky region, but unfortunately, having an abnormal senior brother like Li Moying, no matter how hard you try, it's impossible to surpass him. If I were in your shoes, I would be extremely melancholic. Li Lingchuan didn't deny nor did he admit to it. He merely replied, so does that mean that Master Leng believes the sincerity that I have to cooperate with you? Leng Yifeng nodded as he replied, I understand your intention now, but if I were to help you deal with Li Moying, the advantage which you will get is huge. Not only will you get to replace him as Celestial Light Sect's young sect master to become the future sect master, you will also be able to marry sect master Morong's daughter. As compared to that, I am at a major disadvantage. Li Lingchuan said disapprovingly, Master Leng, why try to sound me out? Whether I'm at a disadvantage or not, you know it very well. For a peerless talented young lady like Bairuoli, she is a rare case, and even in the entire Sky Emperor city, there probably are not many around. Even if there is, there are so many strong practitioners in Sky Emperor city, so when will it be your turn? You only have this one chance, and if you miss it, you'll regret it for life, isn't that so? Obviously everyone could tell that it was a rare sight to see a young lady with exceeding innate talent in both armament refining and cultivation. Even if Li Lingchuan had absolute disgust towards Huang Yueli because of Li Moying, but he had no choice but to admit that Huang Yueli's value was even much higher than Celestial Light Sect, the #1 sect in South Sky region. The person to gain the biggest reward from this transaction was still Leng Yifeng. Leng Yifeng saw that he was so clear-minded and didn't bother to be pretentious anymore, so he could only reply, all right, since we're going to cooperate, then let's bring out our sincerity. Actually, I originally intended to take action in the Mystic region, and I have a rough idea. Only there's a little problem which I have no way to solve. Oh? What problem is that? Li Lingchuan didn't expect the matter to be so smooth as he asked excitedly. Leng Yifeng continued, actually the ancient mystic region which we are going to enter this time is an early historical remains left in Soaring Heavens continent, which was left by the Cloudy Qilin clan several thousands of years ago. It had been recorded in Green Cloud sect's historical ancient records, and recently a few elders from the sect had finally decoded the contents after several hundred years of research, certifying the location of this ancient mystic region. He paused and continued, the ancient records not only recorded the location of the ancient mystic region. Furthermore, it also roughly recorded the situation in the mystic region. Li Lingchuan's eyes immediately lit up. In this case, you guys have the map of the mystic region? Leng Yifeng shook his head. It's not really considered as a map and the historical ancient records aren't complete. Many contents are mutilated and some are totally non-decodable, so we could only decode part of the contents. But it's more than enough to use it to deal with Li Moying. Leng Yifeng checked the surrounding as he lowered his voice even more. The ancient records stated a few extremely dangerous locations, and the most dangerous part of all is the area, which is right smack in the center of the mystic region, circumference of within 10 miles. It was rumored that in the several thousands of years, this ancient mystic region had been opened several times, and every single time someone entered the center region, there would always be no return, and so far, no one had successfully come out before. You're saying, Li Lingchuan was also an intelligent person, so he immediately understood what he was trying to say. We can lure Li Moying over to that center region? Leng Yifeng nodded and replied, that's right. Li Lingchuan continued while looking a little worried, this plan sounds feasible, but are you certain you're able to trap him? You've also seen it for yourself on my eldest senior brother's ability. Many things which are totally impossible for others, but to him, it's so easy. If this time round he's done it yet again, completing what other people couldn't complete to leave the center region safely, then we. The minute Li Moying went into a rage, there was no one who could take his wrath. Although Li Lingchuan was plotting behind him secretly, but when he thought about the consequences which could possibly happen after their plot falls through, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Leng Yifeng gave a cold snort. I really can't tell that your guts is this small, and you're still planning on becoming Celestial Light Sect's future sect master? As the saying goes, you won't be able to get the tiger cub if you don't enter the tiger den? You can't even take this amount of risk? Moreover speaking, for several thousands of years, among the number of talents who entered the center region, there is definitely someone who is more outstanding than Li Moying, but they also couldn't return back, isn't it? This is a mystic region, which was left by a historical sacred clan. If it wasn't your Celestial Light Sect's array, how could it possibly not trap him? Li Lingchuan thought about it and indeed found it logical, as he finally toughened his heart. Alright, then we'll listen to your plan. How do you want me to coordinate with you? Leng Yifeng continued, this plan to me, the most difficult part is how to lure Li Moying over. After all, we're not of the same sect, and the minute we enter the mystic region, our relationship will then become the opposing team. Li Moying isn't an idiot, so how could he possibly not defend against me? When Li Lingchuan heard that, he immediately laughed. You want me to help lure him over? This is simple, leave it all to me. As they were under the same wing, wasn't it a small issue which didn't require much effort to dig this hole for Li Moying? Saying that, he looked left and right before preparing to leave. This was Celestial Light Sect's internal tournament grounds, and as a disciple of Green Cloud Sect, it originally wasn't a place which he could stay for long. Li Lingchuan hurriedly called out to him, Mr. Leng, wait a moment, I have a request. What's the matter? Leng Yifeng frowned. Li Lingchuan continued, I need Morong Fei's help to lure Li Moying over. So I'll explain this entire matter to her, but please do not expose the contents of the deal between us to her. When Leng Yifeng heard that, he was stunned. What do you mean? Li Lingchuan explained, you should be able to tell that my third junior sister openly admires Li Moying. If she were to find out that our common purpose is to get him killed, then she would absolutely not help us, so. That was why he intentionally drove Morong Fei away when he saw Leng Yifeng, before he approached him. Leng Yifeng understood the meaning behind as he immediately nodded to promise, be assured, I know what to say. After the two of them derived a common understanding, the both of them parted ways and sneakily left. No one would have expected that the opposing Celestial Light sect and Green Cloud sect had two important figures who had secretly reached an agreement on an underhanded transaction. Very quickly, a month's time passed by. This day was the important day which Celestial Light sect and Green Cloud sect agreed to meet, to work together mutually to activate the ancient mystic region. 3 days ago, both large sects had assigned several flying ships with their elders and disciples who were going to enter the mystic region to the meeting point. Gathering at a dim swamp in between South Sky Region and West Sky Region's boundary. There weren't many resources which were of use and were extremely dangerous, so usually the number of people who neared this place was scarce. So there was practically no one who could have thought that this place hid an early historical remains which the ancient sacred clan left behind. At this juncture, Green Cloud sect didn't keep any more secrets. Under Morongda's continuous urging, Cui Yuan introduced the situation in the mystic region in simple terms. This ancient mystic region was heard to be an early history which had been left behind by the great powerhouse Cloudy Qilin clan in the ancient times, hence its name as Cloudy Qilin Mystic Region. According to ancient records, Cloudy Qilin clan had left the soaring heavens continent under the pressure of the sacred phoenix race several thousands of years ago. As there were some treasures which they were unable to bring along with them, hence they left it all in the mystic region, protecting it, and only using a special method would they be able to activate the mystic region. Several thousands of years ago, there was someone who followed according to the ancient records to open the Cloudy Qilin mystic region, but in the past 10,000 years, more than half of the contents of the ancient records had gone missing, resulting in no knowledge of this mystic region. This time round, us two sects will be working together to activate the Cloudy Qilin mystic region, so this is a huge feat for the past 10,000 years. It's worth commemorating. Fellows of Celestial Light sect who were able to join in this lucky chance are really having great luck. As Cui Yuan Shan spoke, he started to feel disgusted. The ones who had decoded the ancient records and found Cloudy Qilin mystic region were then Green Cloud sect. But the one who benefited the most was actually Celestial Light sect. 70% of the mystic region quota had been snatched away from them, which really made his head ache, liver ache, flesh ache, aching everywhere. Thinking of this, Cui Yuan Shan thought of the character who made Green Cloud sect suffered the most loss, Huang Yueli. If not for her sudden appearance, things wouldn't have developed to such a state, and Green Cloud sect would have definitely obtained enough quota smoothly. Cui Yuan Shan's gaze swept towards Huang Yueli, and it only took one look to make him extremely infuriated. He saw that young lass, the culprit, holding hands with Li Moying as they stood at the very end of the Celestial Light sect team. Furthermore, a relaxed expression hung on her face as she kept looking around, totally not carefully listening to him talking at all. What situation was this? Based on her background as a young lass from the countryside, this should be the first time that she obtained such a good chance for experience learning, to enter such a high-class mystic region for an expedition, so shouldn't she be acting in fear and trepidation? Why did she totally seem as though she disregarded this, making it look as though she was out for a spring outing? Did she know or not knew just how difficult it was to get this chance, which many people had tried their best but were still unable to get it? Cui Yuan Shan would not have thought that to Huang Yueli. She had seen too many of such scenarios. In her past life, she had been to almost all of the ancient mystic regions in Soaring Heavens continent, and moreover, most of the time, it was always with the man who was beside her. So to her, following her own fiancé into the mystic region for experience learning, was really no different from a spring outing. Huang Yueli acted as though there was nobody else as she observed the surrounding terrain and suddenly tugged Li Moying's sleeve. Moying, did you hear what that old man Cui said? This Cloudy Qilin clan was chased out of Soaring Heavens continent by the sacred phoenix race. Looks like they have a feud with my family clan. Li Moying shot her a glance with a smile, this lass. She looked as though she wasn't paying attention, but in actual fact, she had heard what Cui Yuan Shan was talking about. He lowered his head as he laughed softly. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Perhaps the mystic region has some trap specially set up towards the sacred phoenix race, just waiting to catch a young lass from the sacred phoenix race like you to offer as sacrifice for their ancestors. Huang Yueli couldn't help but give him a punch. What's the meaning of this? How dare you actually scare me? I'm telling you, I'm not afraid. Earlier what I wanted to say is since it's the enemy's mystic region, then I must try my hardest to search for more treasures and not stand on ceremony with them. Li Moying burst out into laughter. Just admit that you're a money grubber. Why bother to find excuses for yourself? Since when have you ever stood on ceremony with anyone? Li Moying, say that one more time? Huang Yueli stared at her own fiancé in an utterly discomfited look. How dare he tear down her stage, simply too much. Didn't he see Moe and the rest giggling secretly by the side? Li Moying especially loved to see her seething look, so he intentionally teased her earlier, to make her angry. But he was also afraid that Huang Yueli would really turn her face on him, so on seeing her stomp her feet, he hurriedly stopped while he was still able to. He pointed to the group in front as he attempted to switch the topic. Quickly take a look. The two sex elders are already standing in position, and from the looks of it, they are going to activate the mystic region immediately. Huang Yueli heard this important news, and indeed shifted her attention towards the direction which he was pointing at. Celestial Light Sect and Green Cloud Sect's 9th Stage Realm Elders had already gathered together, and now they were following Krui Yuan Shan's commands, standing in position on their designated positions. There were a total of 18 elders, and the two sects came out with half each. One could tell that they were standing in position according to a special array position, and instinctively they formed a semicircle shape, whereas the core of the array stood the two sect masters, Chui Yuan Shan and Murong Da. After the elders were in position, Chui Yuan Shan didn't announce the activation of the mystic region, but let everyone continue to wait. Having waited roughly for more than 1 hour, by now, the sky had turned totally dark and a stage of the new moon slowly shifted towards the east direction. Following the splendor of the moon's rays, the ground of the swamp actually started to surface a mass of thick fog. This mass of fog was originally very thin, but very quickly, it became extremely thick and the boundary of it became wider and wider. Not long after, it started to envelop the entire swamp. What is this? How did it become like this? I'm seeing white everywhere and unable to see the person in front of me. Could it be that the cloudy Qilin mystic region is hidden inside this mass of fog? What's going on? I can't see anything at all. How are we going to activate the mystic region? Almost all of the younger disciples present had not seen such a scenario before, and after realizing that they couldn't see anything clearly, they started to turn panicky. It was a common sight to Li Moying and Huang Yueli. Before an ancient mystic region surfaced, there was bound to be some form of heteromorphic happening. It was merely a mass of fog and nothing dangerous, so it wasn't something which was worth getting worried over. Although this was the case, Li Moying still subconsciously held Huang Yueli's hand tightly. Huang Yueli laughed. Why are you grabbing my hand so tightly for? My hand is already hurting and I won't be lost. Li Moying gave a cold harumph. You always like to run about, and if I don't grab hold of you tightly, you'd just leave me on my own and run off. Huang Yueli couldn't help but burst out into laughter. She knew clearly that Li Moying had recalled the events in her past life, when she ran off on her own to look for high-leveled materials for armament refining. She held Li Moying's hand and swayed while speaking obediently. In the past I was young and immature, but I won't do that again now. Moreover, I'm still very, very weak now, and need a powerful fiancé to protect me, right? Li Moying still gave a cold snort, and although his tone didn't sound any signs of softening up, but the grip on his hand had relaxed by quite a bit, no longer grabbing on his hand tightly, but rather holding on to her gently. Huang Yueli's lips curled. This man was really easy to coax. Just a few sweet nothings settled him totally. Right now, the fog echoed Chui Yuan Shan's loud booming voice. All elders, the auspicious time had reached. I'll count to 3, so will everyone please try your best to inject profound energy towards the array. I beseech everyone not to hold back and do your best. This ancient mystic region has existed for too long and the amount of profound energy required is extreme, whereas we only have a quarter of an hour to prepare. Once we miss this chance, the mystic region will not be activated within the next 10 years. Cui Yuanshan expressed the severity of this matter and started to count. 3, 2, 1. Start. The minute he finished counting, all the elders did all they could to unleash the profound energy within their bodies, totally towards the array. With so many ninth-stage realm practitioners making a move all at one go, the air was permeated fully with the might of profound energy, overwhelming with surging waves. Momentarily, some younger disciples couldn't hold on as they started retreating. There were some who even fell onto the ground directly. Luckily, the elders were standing in a position which was very far away. Otherwise, the younger disciples here would all be seriously injured. As the profound energy in the array grew abundant, not long after, the fog in the air speedily lightened and started to dissipate at a visible speed. Roughly after a quarter of an hour, the fog completely disappeared. But as it was night time, the surroundings still looked a little misty. An obviously black hole appeared in mid-air, around the height of 2 human and 4 to 5 meters wide. They could tell that this was a passageway, only there was totally no way to see the situation on the other end of the black hole from the exterior. Cui Yuanshan shouted out again, "All right. Now that the ancient mystic region has successfully been activated, the mystic region's entrance can only last for the duration of an incense stick, so those qualified disciples please enter speedily. Lastly, to remind all of you, we will be activating the mystic region for the second time 1 month later, so by then, everyone must arrive at the designated gathering point to wait for us to activate the entrance. If you miss the timing, then you will be trapped inside forever. No one can save you. Now, you may all set off." Everyone was jubilant as they had been waiting for this sentence of Cui Yuanshan's. Once he finished his last note, several disciples rushed up ahead as they ducked into the black hole, without turning back. The others weren't resigned to being left behind as they all started to chase up, dashing towards the mystic region. Li Moying, however, wasn't in a hurry. This wasn't going to the market to buy vegetables. Surely it didn't mean that being the first few would guarantee fresh vegetables, right? If they really thought in that way, then wouldn't that be a little too naive? There were plenty of dangers and various changes in mystic regions, and in order to obtain a huge chance, to gain a rapid promotion required both luck and ability, which if either one was lacking, it would just not do. He held his fiancée's little hand as they walked in a neither fast nor slow pace, with the shadow guards following right behind them. The few of them were already at the end of the group. Moying. Just as they were prepared to enter, Li Moying was suddenly called out by someone. He turned back and saw Moronga standing right behind him, bearing an anxious look. "Moying, the mystic region is filled with dangers, and because our celestial light sect had obtained 70% quota this time round, there is a large number of disciples who entered the mystic region. But because of this reason, there are many disciples whose ability are much lower have also entered the mystic region, so we don't know if they are able to adapt to the dangers of the mystic region. And although Green Cloud sect's numbers are much lower, but I suspect they have an internal map in their hands, and if our sect's disciples were to meet with them, it would be extremely dangerous." Li Moying understood his unspoken meaning as he said indifferently, "Master's meaning is, for me to take care of our sect's disciples?" Moronga hurriedly replied, "Exactly. I also know that you might not be able to take care of so many people, but at the very least, try to keep an eye on your junior brothers and junior sisters." Moronga's worry wasn't out of nowhere. This time, both his daughters, Moronga Fei and Moronga Anai, were among those who had entered the cloudy Qilin mystic region. This fact made him, their father, felt really lucky, but at the same time saddled with worries. In the ancient mystic region, chances and dangers coexisted. If both of his daughters got into trouble, how was he going to explain to his dead wife? Especially Morong and I, she was only at 4th stage realm cultivation, and originally, she would absolutely not be her turn to enter the mystic region. But as there were too any quota, that was why she had the chance, but that also meant that the chances of her getting into an accident was much higher. Li Moying narrowed his eyes slightly. Master, you should be very clear that in order to obtain rewards in the mystic region, it would depend on one's own ability and luck before they could roam about in the mystic region. The more critical the situation, the more possibility to obtain a heavenly chance. If they thought of getting my protection, then they would probably not reap any rewards, so they might as well not go take the risk in the mystic region. Morongda was momentarily speechless. Of course he understood whatever Li Moying had said, right? He was only unable to rest his heart. Li Moying paused for a moment and said, I will take note of both junior sisters' situation, but as danger lurks all around the mystic region, I'm afraid that most of my time will be on self-protection, so I won't have the extra energy to protect them. Morongda heard his reasonable and logical explanation and could only sigh. Never mind, whether it's a chance or a disaster, it would depend on their own fate. Quickly go in, the activation time of the mystic region is going to be over. Li Moying nodded as he pulled Huang Yueli's small hand and walked into the black hole, without turning back. After a short span of time passing through the black hole, Huang Yueli felt that all she could see was darkness, as though she was swallowed entirely in endless darkness, and her body floating without any source of support. Immediately following that, she felt a warm sensation on her hand. That was Li Moying holding on tightly to her hand, not refusing to loosen. Huang Yueli instantly felt secured as the flustered feeling in her heart was gone. No matter where or when, as long as Li Moying was by her side, it made her feel extremely secured, as though there was nothing that her man could not handle. Huang Yueli quickly regained her balance and steadied her footsteps as she followed Li Moying, slowly moving forward. Not long later, the darkness slowly disappeared. It suddenly lit up brightly, and the minute Huang Yueli opened her eyes, she realized that they were already at a picturesque location with beautiful scenery. She turned her head back once again and saw that the black hole behind them had disappeared, and all the disciples who had the quota to enter the mystic region had all entered while the entrance had officially closed up. This meant that this bunch of people here were shut in this mystic region, and they were to spend an entire month's time here. Young disciples sat in groups of 3 to 5 on the lush green grass, but they were not admiring the scenery. On the contrary, they were throwing up while clutching their chests. Right before they entered the mystic region, which one of them weren't filled with ambition and lofty ideas, thinking that the minute they entered this legendary ancient mystic region, they would immediately go on a lucky strike, obtaining a heavenly chance to rush towards the heavens, becoming one of the few top exponents in soaring heaven's continent? The result was, the minute they had just entered the entrance, the majority of them almost tumbled. They had not expected that the interior of the black hole was so black and so dark. This darkness was very different from the normal kind of darkness, where there was no light. That was absolute darkness, a kind of darkness origin which made one feel fear and unease right from their bones. Even when Huang Yueli just entered this place, there was also a short moment of time when she felt ill at ease. What more for these young disciples whose experience and mentality was far worse off than hers? Many of them stumbled onto the ground as they totally climbed into the mystic region. Even if they finally saw light now, there were bouts of disgusted feeling in their stomach as they couldn't stop themselves from throwing up. Huang Yueli frowned in disdain. What's all these? The smell is really too pungent. Li Moying was also slightly discomfort. In his past life when he was in his blue profound sect, this kind of soft-legged prawns who couldn't even stand up from such a small matter would have been kicked out of his sect long ago. What more about letting them enter the mystic region? Celestial Light Sect and Green Cloud Sect indeed couldn't be compared to Sky Emperor City's real powerhouses. The quality of their disciples were indeed on different grades. If you feel disgusted, then don't look. Let's find a quiet place to settle down for a bit. Li Moying tugged Huang Yueli along, as he wanted to leave. Whoever knew, someone had seen them and shouted out loudly, "Eldest senior brother. Don't go. How could you leave alone? I want to follow you guys." The two of them turned around and looked to discover that the person who spoke was Morong Ni, whom they had not seen for quite a long time. Ever since they parted ways in Dark Moon Forest the last time, Morong Ni had something against her conscience, hence she didn't dare to appear in front of Li Moying. Especially after Huang Yueli and Li Moying returned, displaying her powerful armament refining and cultivation innate talent, Morong Ni felt that all the more she couldn't afford to offend her, hence she didn't dare to find any trouble for Huang Yueli, hiding behind Morong Fei's back to urge her on. Alas, even Morong Fei wasn't Huang Yueli's match. If it was usual times, Morong Ni would absolutely not dare to provoke Huang Yueli and the rest, but unfortunately it was different this time round. As one of the practitioners who were allowed to enter the mystic region, her potential was one of the lowest among the rest, and Morong Ni was very worried that she was not able to leave the mystic region safely. Especially when she went through the black hole earlier, she had already experienced such a horrifying scene and Morong Ni almost couldn't make it in time to enter the mystic region. She crawled on the ground for exactly a quarter of an hour and barely managed to nudge herself in at the very last moment, just before the entrance closed up. Recalling the scene earlier, Morong Ni was really frightened. Because of this, she didn't care about anything else other than the fact that she must grab hold of eldest senior brother's thigh properly. Based on her own potential alone in this mystic region, it really wasn't anything much, and there were plenty of chances which she could land herself into danger. But if she could obtain Li Moying's protection, that would be totally different. However, even though she had made sound calculations for herself, Li Moying totally didn't fall into her trap. He only gave a fleeting glance towards Morong Ni as he said, "Not free." Saying that, he pulled Huang Yueli and was about to set off on his way. Morong Ni hurriedly screamed loudly, "Eldest senior brother, you cannot leave. Before I entered the mystic region, my father had already told me that he will get you to protect me. And elder sister's safety in the mystic region. How could you not obey my father's words? You must bring me along." Li Moying gave a cold humph, "Just based on your guts, and you have the cheek to come in for experience learning? If you had known this earlier, then you ought to give up your quota to someone else. There are plenty of disciples who want to come in. It's not possible for me to bring you along, so just drop the matter." Saying that, he totally ignored Morong Ni's screams as he hurriedly dragged Huang Yueli away. Morong Ni was simply so anxious that she was about to cry out loudly as she turned around, "Elder sister, why didn't you say anything? Eldest senior brother, he's really going to leave." Morong Fei was standing by the side watching Morong Ni sprawled on the ground still vomiting and the ugly sight of her sobbing as she really didn't want to admit that she and her were biological sisters. She spoke out disdainfully, "Enough, stop crying. Still not embarrassed enough? Since we've already entered the mystic region, then we're here for experience learning and not for you to go on a scenic tour. There are plenty of chances among danger, so everyone has to rely on oneself. Elder sister, don't you want to go experience learning with eldest senior brother? Are you willing to see eldest senior brother bringing that little slut along, behaving intimately?" Morong Ni asked in disbelief. Morong Fei's expression turned slightly ugly. Of course she didn't want to see Huang Yueli and Li Moying behaving intimately. Heaven knows just how upset her heart was when she saw the two of them clasping their hands tightly and how intimately they conversed with each other. But she had entered the mystic region today to achieve something big. She was going to eliminate that irritating little slut forever so that she was able to be with eldest senior brother forever. Li Lingchuan had already told her that as long as she followed his plan, they would be able to let that little slut have no burial ground. Thinking of this, Morong Fei forcefully suppressed the jealousy rooted in her heart. Forget it, just let that little slut be more complacent for a little while more. Anyway, she was going to be a dead corpse very soon and she absolutely could not leave this mystic region. Eldest senior brother, he was going to be hers, Morongfei's eventually. Morongfei spoke against her own feelings. Experience learning is experience learning. Raising our own potential is more important than anything else. In this mystic region, real chances cannot be shared with anyone else, so it's impossible for top exponents to group up with anyone. Stop thinking too much and be off. I am leaving as well. Morongni's eyes widened. Sister, you. Even you are not going to bring me? Then what should I do? She had not expected Morongfei to actually disregard their sisterly relationship, leaving her in the lurch over here. Morongfei said, this is experience learning and not a scenic tour trip. If you're really afraid, then just stay here and wait to leave the mystic region after 1 month. I think it's pretty safe over here. She couldn't hold herself back from wanting to harm Huangyueli now, so why would she even be bothered with her sister? Elder sister, wait for me. Morong and I kept shouting behind Morongfei's back. Morongfei pretended not to hear as she turned around to leave. After Huangyueli and Li Moying left, they could still hear the sisters' arguments faintly. Huangyueli's brows rose as she stared at the man beside her. Li Moying was stared at by her when he suddenly felt a chill running down his spine while asking hurriedly, Lear, what do you want to say? Huangyueli questioned him beamingly, I'd not expected that you really ignored Morong and I. I thought that. Thought what? Thought I would bring her along? Why would I want to bring along an irritating fellow? Li Moying frowned. Huangyueli replied, because your master specially instructed that you must take good care of your junior sisters, so. I thought you probably wouldn't reject her. Li Moying suddenly thought of something as he lowered his head and met that bright big eyes with its black and white part clearly segregated. The young lady by his side suddenly kept blinking while bearing an innocent expression, but was unable to conceal the joy hidden inside her eyes. Li Moying shook his head while laughing, you are. Really a little vinegar jar. If you're really afraid that I'd bring her along, just directly chase her away. Why didn't you get worked up earlier and only start to tease me now? Huangyueli pouted her lips as she mumbled, I don't even know what you're thinking of, isn't it? She is after all your junior sister and your master's biological daughter. If you long wanted to bring her along, how would I dare to go against you? Li Moying saw her pampered and arrogant look as he couldn't help finding it comical. He locked her waist and brought her into his embrace, while leaning near to her ear as he gave a low laugh. Have you even considered the fact that Morong and I had once tried to assassinate you when your ability was still very weak? Although you've become strong enough now and not afraid of her taking any underhanded methods, how could I possibly place someone who had once harmed you by your side? I've already given my master enough face by not going to find trouble for her, and yet he still expects me to take care of her? How could that even be possible? He stretched out his hand and brushed Huangyueli's hair strands gently. Rest assured, no matter when, I will take your thoughts as first consideration, and if there's anything which made you dissatisfied, just raise your concerns on the spot. I will absolutely not tear down your stage and follow according to my wife's thoughts to handle, all right? Huangyueli's heart immediately got lifted up as she revealed a smile. But when she met Li Moying's mocking gaze, she immediately swallowed her laughter as she resumed the pampered look. Can do that barely. But I'm not your wife, so don't you go saying I'm your wife. She put on a solemn expression as she said that. Li Moying felt that she was just too adorable as he lowered his head and wanted to kiss her. Huangyueli abruptly recalled the fact that they were in the mystic region now and immediately covered his lips, which was leaning over. Don't you come over. Brother Moe and the others are still watching on from the sides. Li Moying didn't manage to sneak a kiss successfully, so he was extremely disappointed as he frowned slightly and straightened his body. This time round he had brought 10 over people along. His shadow guards were all 5th stage realm and above and had all been brought along into the cloudy Qilin mystic region. These people really needed to go through a good round of experience learning. Their abilities in Celestial Light Sect indeed wasn't considered weak, but when he returned to Sky Emperor City in future, this bunch's cultivation was not enough at all. Although he still had some subordinates in Blue Profound Sect, but 15 years had already passed and no one knew if anything had changed, so they might not be as reliable as the current Shadow Guards. Other than that, Luo Jiyun also followed them, but the quota he used was one which Morongda had reserved for his own disciples. For Huang Yueli's side, the few subordinates she took in didn't have enough ability, hence she only brought along Yuanziyu. Although Yuanziyu was only in the 4th stage realm, but he had already undergone Moyi's demonic training and also practiced a few heaven-grade profound skills which Huang Yueli had passed down to him. His battle power among same-level practitioners was absolutely first-rate. Even if he had to cross realms and fought against a 5th stage entry-level top expert, he would not be at a disadvantage. These people were following Huang Yueli and Li Moying at a distance far away. Looking at their intimate exchanges, this bunch of people were long used to it as they started to look up into the sky, putting on a "I didn't see anything" expression. Luo Jiyun even laughed as he said, "Eldest senior brother, sister-in-law, the scenery in the Mystic region is not too bad, eh?" Ha ha. The others repeated in agreement, "Yes, the scenery isn't too bad." Huang Yueli looked at their cover-up, which only made it look more conspicuous, and simply wanted to vomit up blood. Did they need to be so fake? Did they really needed to be so fake? Why don't they just directly make themselves blind instead? Not only was Huang Yueli furious, even Li Moying felt that it was too troublesome to have too many tails following behind them. He opened his mouth and said, "Alright, since we've already entered the Mystic region, you guys don't need to follow us around and all split up to find your own experience learning chance." Everyone was stunned, but no one made a move at all. Moe hesitated for a moment and stood out, "Master, this Mystic region is filled with dangers all around, and if you and Third Miss are alone, what happens if you meet with danger? Your subordinate is worried." Li Moying said disapprovingly, "If there's really danger, am I the one who will protect you guys, or you guys protect me?" Moe and the rest were rendered speechless. Having an abnormally powerful master was an embarrassing thing. He had trained so hard to overcome all the difficulties and finally completed the Shadow Guard's training, but in the end he discovered that he became his future mistress's errand boy and underling. Li Moying continued, "This time it's a rare chance to enter the Cloudy Qilin Mystic region. In this kind of ancient mystic region, chances are everywhere, but however much you can reap from it will depend on your own fate. I brought you guys in not so that you can follow and protect me, but in the hope that you can all raise your own abilities. What I want is not underlings, nor errand boys, but shadow guards with real abilities, do you understand?" Everyone shivered as they hurriedly responded, "Yes. All of you go on your own experience learning and don't group up together. Lone experience learning will reap the greatest chance. Jiyun, you two leave on your own. You have the sex aid token, and if you really meet danger, just shoot out the token and I will go to save you." Luo Jiyun immediately replied, "Eldest senior brother, just rest assured and go on with Lil's sister-in-law. This isn't my first time out gaining experience, so I can take care of myself." Li Moying waved his hand and those little tails behind them instantly dispersed. Within a few breaths of time, they had all completely disappeared without a trace. Huang Yueli gasped with amazement as she sighed, "Young sect master Li, your level of conning people really make me respect you." Li Moying gave a soft snort as his gaze fell onto her fair delicate face. "Why? Where did I say wrongly? My original intentions were for their own good." Huang Yueli blinked, "Really? I thought you despised them for being too irritating. Since you know about it." Li Moying smiled slightly as he lowered his head and placed his lips onto hers. "Quickly look, there's a plot of extreme fiery obsidian stone mine. Let's hurry over, I want to collect all of it. This is an 8th tier ore, and there's so many of it. I want to bring everything back. Huang Yueli pointed to a little mountain not too far away as she cried out in excitement, and when Li Moying wasn't paying attention, she slipped away from him as she lifted her dress hem, running off swiftly. Li Moying chased up to her within a few steps and held her gently into his embrace. Why did you run off so quickly? Aren't you a little too careless? It's not your first time entering a mystic region for experience learning. Being so careless, beware that you fall into some trap. Huang Yueli replied disapprovingly, Aya, how could that be? I've read about the relative introductions in ancient manuals records on this extreme fiery obsidian stone. Although the level of this mine is extremely high, but there aren't many magical beasts hanging in wait nearby because the ore itself contains a powerful quantity of fire-attributed energy, and if it wasn't 9th grade magical beasts and above, they totally couldn't take it. Only fire-attributed practitioners who have 9th grade talent are able to get close to it. Saying that, she pushed aside her sticky fiancé. Alright, I'm off to gather the ores. Relax, based on my fire-attributed innate talent, gathering the extreme fiery obsidian stones is super safe, so just wait here for me. After Huang Yueli completed what she had to say, she didn't even took another look at Li Moying as she sped off impatiently towards the ore mine. In her eyes, there was no longer the existence of a fiancé, as her entire heart and eyes were filled with her beloved armament refining materials. Li Moying's expression instantly went stiff as his lips twitched, feeling both melancholic and helpless. Practically 15 years had passed by, but her Lear was still exactly the same as in her past life. For a little armament refining material, she could totally ignore a glamorous handsome male, which directly gave a psychological blow to a man's confidence. Wasn't it just some pieces of broken stones? Would flowers even grow out from it? It actually made his fiancée shift her affections away from him? Li Moying gazed at the ore mine as though he was looking at a living third party. He was melancholic for a while, but very unfortunately, Huang Yueli had totally sprawled herself on the ore mine, starting to dig out pieces and pieces of ore stone, totally not free to notice him. Li Moying could only chase up to her swiftly as he proactively leaned in close to his fiancée to fawn upon her. Lear, let me help you. How do I get this ore stone out? Directly knock the entire piece off? Huang Yueli was dumbstruck for a moment, apparently not expecting that he would appear at this place. Wait, why are you here? Li Moying saw that she finally was willing to look at him straight in his eyes as he couldn't help but gave a smile. Why can't I be here? Huang Yueli frowned. Haven't I said this earlier? The ancient records mentioned that only 9th grade fire-attributed innate talent practitioners could get close to the extreme fiery obsidian stone mine. Could there be a recording error in the ancient records? Li Moying's lips curled slightly. The ancient records didn't record it wrongly. Then how did you? Huang Yueli was stunned as she swiftly regained her senses. Wait, don't tell me you also have 9th grade fire-attributed innate talent. Li Moying gave a soft laugh. Why? You are a complete attribute 9th grade talent, so why isn't it possible that I have 9th grade fire-attributed innate talent? But. Huang Yueli's eyes grew wide. Li Moying didn't say anything wrong. The talents under the heavens were not just confined to her, and Li Moying's innate talent was so abnormal, so whatever happened was considered as normal. However, she still found it strange. But I have a flame spirit physique, rumored to be a rare innate talent physique in God realm, so that was why I have a complete attribute 9th grade innate talent. Then you. Could it also be another kind of spirit physique? Huang Yuelu kept thinking and found this to be the most possible case as she pursued it in curiosity. Her sudden large eyes were bright and crystal clear, as she stared intently at Li Moying, making that man's heart swayed. However, he shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. Don't know? Li Moying replied, I'm not like you. After your rebirth you adopted an ancient spiritual beast as a spiritual beast and even obtained God realm's cultivation method. After I woke up, I had no memories from my past life and was totally clueless about my own innate talent. I only know that ever since my master brought me back to Celestial Light Sect, my cultivation speed has always been extraordinarily fast, even faster than in my past life. Moreover, I could acquire whatever attribute profound skills easily, but I still prefer thunder-attributed cultivation methods. Huang Yueli was dumbstruck. So you are majoring in thunder-attributed cultivation methods now purely because of the influence from your past life, liking the thunder attribute the most? Li Moying replied, you can put it in that way. Huang Yueli stared at him for half a day before spitting out the words, abnormal, pervert. She thought that her own innate talent was already ridiculous enough and had not expected that her own fiancé would actually be even more ridiculous than her by 10,000 times. In this way, his complete attribute innate talent was likely much higher than 9th grade? Was this possible? Was it something which humans could possibly derive at? Just as Huang Yueli was in a daze, she suddenly sensed a burst of scorching breath nearing her. Li Moying leaned in and secretly kissed her. Discovering her still shocked expression, he was feeling rather delighted in his heart. This was the first time his Lier had actually forgot totally about the armament refining materials and just used all her might to stare at him, displaying an extreme admiration expression towards him. He had met tons of women who admired him, but only Huang Yueli's face made him felt so complacent. I know you like a pervert like me, but didn't you say you wanted to gather these ores? Still not going to grab hold of time tightly? In another 4 hours or lesser, the sky is going to turn dark. Hearing Li Moying words, Huang Yueli abruptly realized, I actually forgot my ore stones. She turned her head backwards as she immodestly told Li Moying, since you are not repelled by it, then don't be lazy and come over to help. See those faint white patterns on those black obsidian stones? It looks unclear, but against the sunlight, you can see the silver strands. Follow those patterns and inject fire-attributed profound energy, and the ore will be separated and dropped down. Then place all the pieces into your space. That'll do. Quick, you're not allowed to be lazy. After she finished instructing him, she totally ignored Li Moying and continued to busy herself with digging ores. Li Moying followed behind her without any complaints, despite the hardships and criticism, as he helped her dig the entire hill empty. After they finished digging the ores, Huang Yueli finally left in satisfaction. But halfway on their route, she suddenly appeared slightly disappointed. This time we have gained quite a bit. This cloudy Qilin mystic region seemed a little too safe and a little too quiet. Not only are there not many dangers, there aren't many chances as well. Other than the picturesque scenery, it didn't seem as though there's any special points. Hadn't Green Cloud Sect's people said that this was a mystic region which was passed down from several thousand years ago? Could they be lying to us? If these words of hers fell onto those disciples who had entered the mystic region, they would absolutely throw up blood on the spot. Because Huang Yueli and Li Moying had already collected many treasures on their way. For example, the extreme fiery obsidian stone mine, that was priceless, and just one small piece of ore in Sky Emperor City's auctions would be auctioned at an astonishing heavenly price. Whereas this kind of ore mine, Huang Yueli had already dug several of it in the past few days. To ordinary disciples, even if they picked up a piece of 8th grade ore, was already considered as a huge chance. Li Moying, on the other hand, had smoothly killed several 8th grade magical beasts and removed its magical beast core. He also passed the assessment at another underground palace, which the forefathers had left behind, obtaining an entire set of heaven-grade upper-level cultivation methods. Just casually walking around was a huge chance. But 8th grade magical beasts to ordinary disciples were absolutely a life-and-death huge crisis. There was a 99% chance that they would lose their lives if they met with it. In the end, in Huang Yueli's words, it was both safe and no chances around. However, Li Moying understood what she was thinking. That's right, this place is indeed a little too quiet. Perhaps it is because we had been traveling around the outer boundary. The real chances in the mystic regions are usually in the center. Only, are you sure that you want us to proceed to the center region? Huang Yueli hesitated for a moment. We can get a little closer towards the center, but not really enter it. After all, our abilities this time round aren't really adequate. She was a little unreconciled, but she had no choice but to consider the practicability of the problem. In the past, when she and Mu Qingqing entered mystic regions, both of them were both at 9th stage realm cultivations, and their potentials were simply tyrannical, so naturally they had nothing to fear. But this time, they were just at 7th stage realm and 5th stage realm. The disparity in their abilities was indeed a little too large, and if they just ran in abruptly, it wasn't just a risk, it was to send themselves to death. The both of them were conversing when they suddenly heard a burst of thunder-like loud sound in the sky. At the same time, far away in the mountains, a bolt of blinding bright light shone, lighting up the entire sky until it turned as bright as daylight. That bolt of strong light lasted briefly, and after a few breaths, it started to dim. Huang Yueli's eyes lit up. Quickly look over there. This kind of abnormality, a rare treasure, must be appearing. Let's go over quickly to take a look. Li Moying nodded as he chased up to her. Their footsteps were rather fast, but there was no way to use transportation tools such as flying ships to replace their legs, and as they were very far away from the location where the bright light shone, they practically had to travel at least half of the mystic region. Hence, although they tried their best to rush over, they also spent roughly 1.5 days' time. By the time the both of them had reached the anticipated location, they saw quite a number of people who had gathered nearby. Other than a few minority, a large portion of Celestial Light Sect and Green Cloud Sect's disciples had already appeared at the ground level of the mountain. Everyone were disciples of a large sect, so they had more or less heard of the strange occurrences which might appear when a rare treasure appeared. From the strange occurrences that had happened, their first reaction was, "There's a huge chance." Hence everyone rushed over to this place, and those who couldn't come were either trapped somewhere, or they were just too far away, so they hadn't arrived. As the ground level of the mountain was very near the entrance of the mystic region, many of them had been lingering nearby, not daring to travel further away, hence they had all reached pretty early. After they arrived, they saw the ground level filled with people, and very naturally, they segregated into two groups according to their sex. By the time Huang Yueli and Li Moying arrived, both sects had been in a stalemate for quite a period of time. They already heard the argument coming from the ground level when they were still quite a distance away. This cave dwelling is obviously discovered by our Celestial Light Sect disciples, so what right do you Green Cloud Sect have to stick a pole into, thinking of snatching the treasure? Luo Jian's voice was heard. Immediately following that, Fang Xiaoning's cold laughter was heard. What a joke! You had indeed discovered the cave dwelling, but have you successfully entered it? Have you gotten the rare treasure in it? All the treasures in this cloudy Qilin mystic region don't belong to anyone, so the one with the most ability gets it. You don't have the ability and can't enter, and yet you're not allowing others to enter? Luo Jiyun was obviously upset by that. For you to know that there's a treasure here is all because our people had activated the array on the outer boundary, isn't it? If not for this, there wouldn't be that blinding strong light at all. So what about it? You guys can't enter and activated the array, which could only mean that you're all useless. Since you don't have the ability, then stop wasting time. Scram to one side and don't make us deal with you. Fang Xiaoning was totally immodest as he spoke. Originally, when they were outside the mystic region, although the two sects were having a competing relationship, but due to reputation, they couldn't openly provoke the other party nor attack them. But now that they were in the mystic region, there were no outsiders around while the temptation of the rare treasure was placed right in front of them. This round, both sects had completely tore their faces as they prepared to let their fists do the talking. Luo Jiyun also realized that talking reason was useless as he was so angry that he started trembling. You all. Simply bullying others intolerably. Fang Xiaoning gave a chilly smile. Mr. Luo, you're not young anymore, so how could you so be naive? Whoever's ability is stronger will obtain more resources. This is originally Soaring Heaven's continent's survival rule. We are bullying intolerably? It's obvious that Celestial Light Sect has more people, but unfortunately your potential is so weak. If I were you, I would not have the face to stay on any further. Quickly, scram. Hearing such intense arguing, Huang Yueli turned her head in astonishment as she exchanged glances with Li Moying, and the both of them quickly hastened up their footsteps. When they got nearer, they discovered that the scene had evidently just turned into a battleground. Green Cloud Sect's people were much lesser while Celestial Light Sect's disciples were much more. However, the majority of those who were laid on the ground with serious injury and not being able to get up were mostly Celestial Light Sect's disciples. Even Luo Jiyun sustained a heavy injury as the blood on the wounds on his body kept flowing. It was obvious that even though Green Cloud Sect's numbers were lesser, but their overall combat abilities were much higher than Celestial Light Sect's. Green Cloud Sect's total combat ability was on a higher rung and included the fact that the two sects' top battle powers were not present. On Green Cloud Sect's side, other than Ling Yifeng alone, the other top experts in their sect were all present. But Celestial Light Sect was short of quite a number of people. Li Moying, Huang Yili, Morong Fei, Li Lingchuan were all not present. Even Mo Er and the rest had not arrived in time, so there was only Luo Jiyun alone who pitifully tried to hold up the scenario, so he totally couldn't hang on for long. Luo Jiyun was ridiculed by Fang Xiaoning so much that even his nose turned crooked. The problem was he couldn't find any words to rebuke at all. Because what Fang Xiaoning said was the truth. Celestial Light Sect's disciples were at least double of Green Cloud Sect's, but in the earlier intense battle, Celestial Light Sect was totally not their match as they were beaten pants down. Celestial Light Sect was short of top-level talented practitioners, and no matter how many ordinary disciples they had, it was of no use. But if they wanted to make Luo Jiyun leave like that, he wouldn't feel resigned at all. This cave dwelling was discovered by him and a few other Celestial Light Sect's disciples. In order to enter it, they tried various methods, and in the end they accidentally triggered the mechanism, hence attracting so many people. They had already wasted 4 to 5 days' time here and was just one step away from success, but now someone else had stuck their leg in to pick up the advantages. How would they feel reconciled? Luo Jiyun clenched his teeth as he stared at Fang Xiaoning. You. Fang Xiaoning, don't be too complacent for now. Earlier that burst of bright light was earth-shattering, so it's not possible that only you guys saw it. The top experts in our sect are definitely on their way here. If eldest senior brother appears, he will definitely not let you off. Fang Xiaoning heard what he said and couldn't help but start bursting out in laughter. Ha ha ha, Luo Jiyun, your joke is very funny. Young Sect Master Li's ability is indeed strong enough, but he hasn't reached yet, so he must be trapped somewhere. This cloudy Qilin mystic region is so big, so who knows what could have happened. Moreover speaking, by the time he arrives, I'd have gotten the treasure in the cave dwelling, so where would he go to find me? Green Cloud Sect's other disciples all started laughing. Isn't that so? This bunch of Celestial Light Sect trash only knows how to rely on Li Moying alone. Leaving Li Moying, they're no different from a homeless dog. Unfortunately, this is the cloudy Qilin mystic region, not Celestial Light Sect. Would Li Moying be able to rush over to save your life? Rather than waiting for Li Moying to arrive, why not you guys kowtow to us now? Perhaps we might even leave those treasures left over for you. Fang Xiaoning said, alright, stop the nagging. If you're not going to leave, then I'd really not maintain this politeness anymore. Luo Jiyun clenched his teeth tightly, but in the end he was still prepared to leave. He himself wasn't afraid of a life-and-death struggle, but so many of his comrades were seriously injured, so he simply couldn't disregard their life and death. Just as Luo Jiyun was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly saw from the corner of his eye, in the frontal right direction of the forest, two figures walked out slowly. His eyes immediately widened with astonishment as he froze there and then. "Why are you not leaving? Need us to send you off?" Fang Xiaoning totally didn't detect anything amiss. Luo Jiyun suddenly gave a cry of surprise as he shouted out, "Eldest senior brother. Sister-in-law. You're finally here." For him to see their timely appearance now, Luo Jiyun was simply so touched that he was going to cry. Fang Xiaoning and the rest had their backs facing Li Moying originally, so they didn't notice his existence. But on hearing Luo Jiyun screech, everyone's faces started to reveal a shocked and fearful expression. As the saying went, a man's name, a tree's shadow. They had not even seen a fragment of Li Moying's shadow, and just from hearing his name, they were all so scared that their sweat started trickling down. "You, don't even think of scaring me. How could Li Moying suddenly appear out of nowhere so coincidentally?" Fang Xiaoning thought something was amiss and immediately calmed himself down, ascertaining that it must be Luo Jiyun's scheme to get out of this difficult situation. However, the last note of his sentence had just fallen when a familiar mellow man's voice rang from behind his back. "How do you know that it is not possible for this lord to appear here?" That biting cold, mighty, unexcelled voice sounded so familiar that no one would ever get it wrong. Green Cloud sect's disciples all abruptly had a change of colors as their complexions turned extremely pale in an instant. Earlier when they ridiculed Luo Jiyun, all of them were extremely arrogant as though they weren't afraid of Li Moying appearing. But now that they saw Li Moying appear, all of them felt extremely terrified. Because everyone present had witnessed with their own eyes how powerful Li Moying was. They knew that even if all of Green Cloud sect's people present were to combine their forces together, it might not even be enough to give him a smack. Only Ling Yifeng was able to receive 2 or 3 moves from Li Moying, but unfortunately he wasn't around. Furthermore, Li Moying was cold-blooded and overbearing by nature, so if they were to offend him, no matter what method they used, there was absolutely no way that he would show mercy on them. Li Moying and Huang Yueli walked side by side out of the forest. A pair of good-looking couple intimately walked over. In terms of looks, they were almost perfect, which was an eye candy. But to the Green Cloud sect, they didn't even have the courage to look at them straight in the eye as all of them lowered their heads, wishing that a large hole suddenly appeared on the ground, letting them all hide inside. To let Li Moying witness how they bullied and suppressed his junior brother, what was the consequence of this? It really made one don't dare to think further. But when Celestial Light sect's disciples saw the both of them, they all started cheering. Young sect master is finally here. Great, we are finally saved. Look at those people from Green Cloud sect, aren't they too comical? Earlier weren't they acting stuck up? Didn't they ask us to scram? Now that young sect master is here, let's see who it is that will scram. That's right, dare to call us trash. In young sect master's eyes, aren't you all trash too? Hearing Celestial Light sect's disciples' ridicules, Green Cloud sect's people totally didn't dare to rebuke. Not that they didn't want to, but because Li Moying was right here. Even though he hadn't made a move or even used a little bit of his profound energy, but just at the moment when he spoke out, the situation had completely reversed. Li Moying's frigid gaze shot towards Fang Xiaoning. "Mr. Fang, how have you been? Just a month ago, you were having a battle with my fiancé on the arena stage, which made me had a deep impression of you. I'd not expected that I'd meet you so quickly in the Mystic region." Fang Xiaoning was originally still trying his best to stay strong as he stood straight upright. But on hearing his words, his knees went weak as he almost knelt down. Li Moying's meaning was very obvious. He wanted to settle the debt of almost seriously injuring Huang Yueli on that day. Only, before he was able to settle old debts, he had once again fallen into Li Moying's hands. "Li. Young sect master Li. I didn't intentionally." You should know that on the arena stage, everyone is acting on the sex benefits. I had not realized the severity of my moves, and as I was overly agitated during the tournament, I was in a daze. I can apologize to Miss Bai. Saying that, Fang Xiaoning shot up like an arrow towards Huang Yueli, and with his hands clasped into a fist, he bowed towards her. Miss Bai, I'm wrong. I had dealt with a heavy hand by mistake on the arena stage, so if there's any places which I had offended you, I seek your understanding for that. He bent his waist low, as he showed his attitude, waiting for Huang Yueli to accept his apology. From what Fang Xiaoning thought, battle between practitioners was bound to result in slight injuries. He had already apologized on his own, so if Huang Yueli refused to accept, that would be something unacceptable. Whoever knew, his apology was already out, but Huang Yueli didn't make a sound nor any response. In this way, Fang Xiaoning was instantly embarrassed. Because he didn't receive Huang Yueli's acknowledgement, so he couldn't stand up straight, otherwise what kind of apology was that counted as? But maintaining this posture of bending the waist, even for high-leveled practitioners, it was an extremely tough matter. Besides that the ache was secondary, to be left in the cold by someone like that in such a humiliating posture, it was absolutely leaving his face onto the ground for them to step on. Fang Xiaoning only felt a fiery sensation on his face as he almost burned up. But now that matters had come to such a pass, under Li Moying's frigid cold stare, he didn't dare to stand up straight nor did he dare to turn tables with Huang Yueli. A quarter of an hour went by and Huang Yueli still didn't make any sound to accept his apology. By now, Celestial Light Sect's disciples had all started laughing. Great job, junior sister Bai. Show him some colors. That's right. The last time at the arena stage, he obviously had the intention to kill you, what's called accidentally mishandled. Why don't you go lie to a ghost? Correct, if apologizing is of use, then what's the use of having constables around? Fang Xiaoning was so angry that his chest started to hurt, and a slight taste of blood could be tasted in his mouth. Huang Yueli waited for a while more before she opened her mouth indifferently. Master Fang, why so modest? I hadn't put the matter regarding the arena stage in my heart, so you need not specially apologize for it. Fang Xiaoning was simply going to faint from anger. Didn't put it in her heart? Then still left him in the cold like that? This was simply having it both ways. However, before he opened his mouth, Huang Yueli continued, but my own matters, I can forget about it. However, you had defamed our Celestial Light Sect and even injured so many Celestial Light Sect's disciples, this matter cannot be let off easily like that. Fang Xiaoning clenched his teeth, then. Miss Bai, what do you want me to do? Huang Yueli laughed, I've always been magnanimous and won't force my requests on anyone. If you're really regretful, then apologizing to all those poor disciples whom you had injured earlier will do. Earlier when you apologized to me, your attitude was rather earnest, so you must use the same kind of attitude towards them. I believe that they will forgive you. Huang Yueli was beaming and her tone was gentle. The words which she spoke out were courteous and polite, without any fiery power to it, neither did it consist of any sense which made things difficult for him. But every single one of those present understood the meaning in her words. All of them were trembling in fear, secretly thinking that this method of hers was just too vicious. Fang Xiaoning saw black and almost fainted. Actually, to apologize to Huang Yueli, although he did feel humiliated, but it was still acceptable. After all, Huang Yueli had once defeated him directly on the arena stage, which meant that her innate talent and ability was far above his. To bow one's head low towards the strong wasn't an embarrassing thing. But what Huang Yueli wanted now was for him to apologize to those ordinary disciples who were injured by him. What kind of joke was that? These people were all defeated by him and couldn't even take on one move from him. What right did these trash had to deserve his apology? Towards these kind of lowly trashy people, it was a waste of effort to even beat them up, and there was no reason for the strong to apologize to the weak. Moreover, Huang Yueli requested for his attitude to be as earnest as earlier. How to be earnest? Surely he needed to be left in the cold by so much trash. And to bend his waist and lower his head towards these trash? This was even more unbearable than taking his life. Fang Xiaoning simply couldn't endure it any further. Miss Bai, please don't bully others intolerably. To fight over treasures in mystic regions had always been based on one's own ability. This is the rule in Soaring Heaven's continent. Who can they blame when their abilities are so weak?